Su Jinfeng was so scared that she shook her head repeatedly, not daring to plead for her eldest daughter anymore. She had only 3 daughters, and although her in-laws didn't say anything, she felt insecure. In the Tang family, she never spoke loudly, and her parents always reminded her to be self-aware, work hard, and avoid conflict with her mother-in-law. Oldest son, do you have any objections? Old Lady Tang coldly looked at her eldest son. If he was also confused, she would split the family when she got home. Mom, I'll do as you say. Tang Monjin's voice was bitter. Although he felt pain, he had no objections. He knew he wasn't smart and didn't have much knowledge, so he followed his parents' arrangements. Old Lady Tang was very satisfied. Don't blame me for being ruthless. This ungrateful wolf is heartless and foolish. If today he can steal food from the family for a little benefit, he will do even worse things in the future. We must act first to avoid trouble. I heard from other educated youth that He Guoqing often makes rebellious remarks, and the other educated youth don't dare to associate with him, Tang Niannian added. This was not a lie. He Guoqing was very unhappy with the situation and often complained. Fortunately, the people at the educated youth station were righteous and didn't report him. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble long ago. Everyone's expressions changed. Old Lady Tang didn't dare to delay any longer and dragged the team leader to the commune to cut ties as soon as possible. Su Jinfeng was anxious and angry. That scoundrel He Guoqing would eventually face consequences. Her eldest daughter following him was like jumping into a fire pit. But she didn't say anything more. After all, she still had Lu Jin and Jiu Jin and her husband. She couldn't let her eldest daughter's foolishness drag the whole family down. Old Lady Tang took the household registration book with her, fully prepared to cut ties. When they arrived at the commune, the old lady presented the household registration book and stated her reasons for severing ties. Our Tang family has always been poor farmers. My husband fought against the Japanese and still has bullets from that time in his body. Before he died, he valued family honor the most. Now that we have such a shameless granddaughter, I must act quickly to prevent her from dragging down the Tang family. The commune officials had heard of Tang Qingshan's reputation. This old man was famous for being a hero against the Japanese, and it was surprising that such a hero had a granddaughter with no sense of shame. Truly, a dragon gives birth to 9 sons, each different. The commune officials didn't make it difficult. They quickly wrote the severance document and had Tang Manjin and his wife sign it. Tang Wujin's household registration was also removed from the Tang family. From then on, Tang Wujin had no connection to the Tang family. With the severance document in hand, Old Lady Tang felt relieved. From now on, even if Tang Wujin caused a huge mess, it wouldn't affect the Tang family. On the way home, everyone was silent, and the atmosphere was heavy. Tang Niannian didn't want to talk. Her legs felt like they were breaking. She had never walked such a long distance, over 40 miles round trip. Oh my! If she had known, she would have ridden a bike. When they reached the village entrance, the team leader finally spoke, comforting her. Children are a burden. Wujin will understand in the future. No need for her to understand. Once we sever ties, she is no longer a Tang. Her life and death have nothing to do with us. Old Lady Tang snorted coldly and warned Su Jinfeng with a glare. Su Jinfeng shivered and lowered her head, feeling very upset. Third daughter, you worked hard today. We'll go to work in the afternoon. Old Lady Tang perked up. Although they had wasted the whole morning, they had brought back the things, and they couldn't delay the afternoon work. What's there to delay? We're family, no need for formalities. The team leader walked briskly. He was the nephew of the second uncle, and now that Niannian was so successful and filial, he generously gave her a huge pig leg. His father praised her for being so dutiful. He appreciated it and would definitely pay attention to Niannian's matters in the future. Tang Wujin's situation didn't create much of a stir in the village. Although there were some rumors, people only dared to speak privately. The Tang family was now the most prominent in the village, and villagers hoped to benefit from their connection, even if it meant just getting temporary work in the city instead of farming. Moreover, the villagers thought Tang Wujin was foolish. What was so good about a pretty boy like He Guoqing? She was opposing her family for him, and now she had severed ties. She would regret it later. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late March when Chi Guohua's family finally returned. Chi Guohua came back leaning on a cane and wearing glasses. He had become a cripple, and his eyesight was poor. Without glasses, he was nearly blind. He was once full of promise, but now he was useless. It was all because of that vile Tang Niannian. Chi Guohua increasingly suspected that the snake was released by Tang Niannian. That day, only he and Tang Niannian were on the mountain. Snakes in March never attack humans unless someone deliberately releases them. Tang Niannian hated him deeply, had a motive, and had the opportunity. Plus, she had been running around the mountain since childhood, so catching a snake would be easy for her. It was definitely that vile girl who harmed him, and he wanted her to pay with her blood. Guohua is back. How's your leg? Why are you wearing glasses? Chi Guohua, supported by Yang Hongling, limped into the village entrance. Chi's father and mother followed behind, looking disheveled and lifeless. They had spent all the borrowed money, and when their son called the army, they were told he could only be discharged, leaving them with nothing and deep in debt. It was no surprise they were unhappy. Fortunately, the army said they would send someone to investigate in Tang village. If it was confirmed that Tang Niannian maliciously released the snake to bite him, she would face a military trial. This made the Chi family feel a bit better. The army also said that if Tang Niannian was found guilty, she would have to compensate Chi Guohua for his losses. They planned to demand a lot of money to make the Tang family work for them. Villagers gathered around warmly, asking how they were doing. Some noticed something was off. Chi Guohua was wearing glasses and using a cane. How could he return to the army like this? What happened to Guohua? Can't he see? Can't he walk? What's going on with the army?
Someone asked.
Everyone looked intently at the Chi family, many of whom were their creditors. They had lent money based on Chi Guohua's promising future. If he became useless, would their money just go down the drain? The army. The army hasn't asked yet. It should. It should be fine. They will send someone over. Guohua is still weak. We should go home now. Chi's father stammered, and the family returned home like thieves, feeling guilty. They couldn't even scrape together $10 now. Their son was useless, and how could they repay the $400 or $500 they owed? Now they were counting on the army to hurry and send someone to arrest Tang Niannian for trial and make her compensate them. At least they needed $1,000, which would cover their debts and leave them with a few hundred. Tang Niannian knew Chi Guohua had returned and that he had become useless. She felt great and went up the mountain to catch a wild chicken for old lady Tang to cook. As for the army sending someone to investigate, she wasn't worried at all. When Chi Guohua was bitten by the snake, she was over 10 meters away from that scoundrel. There were no witnesses or evidence. They couldn't catch her without proof. The weather is getting warmer, and the greenery on the mountain is deepening. Many wild vegetables have sprouted. Tang Niannian loves to eat melon head and shepherd's purse. After blanching them in water, she chops them into small pieces, adds ham, meat, and tofu, and stir-fries them with plenty of oil. It's especially delicious. Melon-head shepherd's purse wontons are tasty. There's nothing to do in the county for now, so Tang Niannian has been in Tang village, going up the mountain every day to dig for wild vegetables and planting many in her space. She has planted seeds from oranges, apples, grapes, and other fruits she has eaten, and they have all grown into small saplings. The rice and wheat she planted, as well as corn and sorghum, are also nearly ready to harvest and are growing very well. After checking her space with her mind, Tang Niannian felt very happy and returned home with a basket of shepherd's purse and melon head. On the roadside, she also spotted tender qingming grass, just starting to sprout a light layer of pale green. In a few days, she can pick it to make qingming cakes. Qingming grass Tang Niannian swallowed, as she loves salty qingming cakes. In Zhucheng, before the Qingming festival, people make these cakes for tomb sweeping and give them as gifts to relatives and friends. There are both salty and sweet fillings. When Tang Niannian visited Zhucheng for work, She happened to be there just before the Qingming festival and was lucky enough to try the salty ones, which she couldn't stop eating. The filling is made from stir-fried snow cabbage, diced meat, and diced bamboo shoots, wrapped in a dough made from Qingming grass and rice flour, and steamed to make delicious Qingming cakes. There are also red bean paste fillings, but Tang Niannian doesn't like those. She prefers the salty ones. Tang Niannian swallowed again and picked a small bunch of Qingming grass to store in her space. Whenever she wants to eat it, she can ask Grandma Tang to make it. Grandma's Qingming cakes are especially delicious, and if the ingredients are sufficient, they will be incredibly fresh. Standing on the hillside, Tang Niannian looked around and saw no one, so she walked toward the cow shed and let Bai Sui roam nearby. Deng Chongqing spotted her and quickly scanned the area. No one here, Tang Niannian said, heading straight for the cow shed. Old Zhang was cleaning the cow shed, which smelled terrible, but he was doing it quite well. Nian girl is here. Old Zhang smiled broadly when he saw her, looking much more energetic and healthier. In recent days, he and old Deng have been drinking a cup of milk powder every day, eating meat and rice, and they no longer get out of breath while walking. It's all thanks to Nian girl. Here. Tang Niannian took out a stack of newspapers, some milk powder, a wild chicken, a few pounds of wild boar meat, and filled the oil can. Don't skimp on food, keep a record, and don't get sick. Tang Niannian also took out a blanket. The two old men had very thin bedding, and it gets especially cold on the mountain at night, so they probably can't stand it. She has many ready-made quilts in her space, but they are all different from the current styles, so she can't take them out. This quilt was made by someone she asked for help, and the cotton was stored in her space. Old Zhang didn't express his thanks verbally anymore. He knew that words of gratitude were useless. He kept it all in his heart, and now he felt more confident about returning to the city. Old Deng had contacted friends in the city, and they brought good news. Old Deng has a great chance of returning to the city in the second half of the year. As long as Old Deng can return, his own return will be just around the corner. Nian girl, make sure to read more when you have time. I see the trend. The college entrance exam will likely be restored. Old Zhang added. He felt that Tang Niannian shouldn't be wasted in the countryside. This girl is smart and has her own opinions. She should develop in a broader world. The college entrance exam is the fastest way for rural children to reach big cities. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Old Zhang added. Why do you think the college entrance exam will be restored? Tang Niannian asked curiously. The official documents for restoring the exam haven't been issued yet. They won't be released until July or August next year. How does Old Zhang know? I've read all the newspapers you brought me. They say the economy needs to develop and everything is in disarray, but there's a serious shortage of talent. The graduates from worker-peasant-soldier universities are of mixed quality and far from meeting the country's needs. Restoring the college entrance exam is the trend of the times, at most in 3 years, or even sooner. Old Zhang shared his prediction openly with Tang Niannian. In fact, he was being conservative. At least 1/3 of the graduates from worker-peasant-soldier universities are not useful. It's not that he looks down on those universities. Some students indeed have real skills, but others have such a poor educational foundation that even with hard work, they can't learn much and cannot become pillars of society. Old Zhang sensed the urgency of the country's economic revitalization from the newspapers. In less than 3 years, policies will definitely change, and things will improve. Tang Niannian's expression shifted from indifference to admiration. He truly is impressive and insightful. She has the perspective of a god, knowing the future direction, while Old Zhang has predicted it all accurately. I'm already studying ahead. I want to take the exam for Fudan. Tang Niannian didn't hide her intentions. She only wants to go to Fudan. In her previous life, she took the exam for Zhejiang University, which was also good, but this time she wants to see Fudan. Fudan is great. What major do you want to study, Nian girl? Old Zhang was very happy. He graduated from Fudan too, then studied abroad, and taught there for a few years after returning. If he can go back to the city, he will likely teach at Fudan again. Mechanical and electrical engineering. Tang Niannian wants to study mechanical and electrical engineering because she has so many machines in her space and needs a legitimate excuse to take them out. Once she studies mechanical and electrical engineering, she can set up her own laboratory and design and invent machines herself. Old Zhang was even happier. Although he isn't an expert in that field, some related subjects will allow him to guide Nian girl a bit. Study hard. I'll prepare a textbook for you. Old Zhang thought of it right away. The current textbooks are too simple and won't meet the knowledge requirements for the college entrance exam. He needs to create a textbook for Nian girl to study. No need. I've got some materials, a detailed collection on math, physics, and chemistry. I'm sure I can pass. I'm very smart. Tang Niannian stopped him. This old man has become as thin as a bamboo pole and shouldn't work too hard. She is completely confident in passing. The collection on math, physics, and chemistry is indeed good. You can start with that. Old Zhang also thought the materials were excellent, and he would create some test questions later. Tang Niannian didn't stop him anymore. Whatever he wants to do is fine since he should be returning to the city by next spring. She also took some pens and paper for Old Zhang to take notes. Remember, don't get sick. Tang Niannian reminded him again. Old Zhang got sick in early April, and while he looks fine now, she worries about the worst. After thinking for a moment, she took out a pack of cold medicine for him to keep. I'll keep track of these. Don't worry about it. Tang Niannian said seriously. Old Zhang couldn't help but laugh. This girl has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. After giving her instructions, Tang Niannian walked down the mountain. She plans to stir-fry shepherd's purse with ham and make wild chicken soup for dinner. That evening, Grandma Tang cooked, blanching the melon head and chopping it up. She also cut the ham. She added a bit of oil to the pan, which was also brought back by Tang Niannian. The family now lacks nothing. Grandma, add more oil. Tang Niannian appeared like a ghost, looking at the tiny amount of oil in the pan. Stir-frying melon head without enough oil would make it taste terrible. With this much oil, we could have eaten for 3 days before. Grandma Tang was heartbroken. Recently, oil was used like water in their home. They never lived like this even in the past at the Xian landlord's house. Tang Niannian said nothing, just stared at the old lady. You just waste it. With a daughter like you, what young man would dare to marry you? Grandma Tang grumbled as she added more oil, her mouth never stopping while cooking. This kind of grass is meant for pigs. There are so many vegetables in the field, but you insist on using pig feed. With this much oil, even grass smells good. The Xian landlord never wasted like you. The old lady kept scolding, but her focus was on the food, not noticing that Tang Niannian had disappeared. After a while, Tang Niannian returned, holding some grass. Grandma, try the dish you made and see how it tastes. Tang Niannian didn't want to argue. She wanted to prove her point with facts. Humph. Grandma Tang's expression changed. She wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. The two of them stared at each other for a long time until Grandma Tang finally gave in, gritting her teeth and saying, You just waste it. I won't care about you anymore. Tang Niannian lightly huffed, tossing the grass into the chicken coop, where the chickens rushed to eat it. She clapped her hands, returned, and said to the still fuming old lady, I have a boyfriend now. Her boyfriend, Shen Xiao, was impressive, so Grandma didn't need to worry about marriage.
Clang.
The spatula in Grandma Tang's hand flew out as Tang Manjin entered the kitchen to pour hot water for tea, narrowly missing his nose. Startled, he stepped back several paces, and the spatula fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Grandma Tang didn't have time to worry about the spatula and urgently asked, When did you get a boyfriend? What does he do?
How old is he?
Where is he from? Does he have a job? That daring girl had the audacity to keep such a big matter from the family. She was getting too bold. Wolf cub. Tang Niannian bent down to pick up the spatula, washed it, and handed it to the dazed Grandma Tang. Grandma Tang couldn't think straight. Who is the wolf cub? Grandma, the food is burning. Tang Niannian reminded her. She still wanted to eat the melon head. Grandma Tang hurried to cook, turning back to ask the girl more questions. Tonight, the Tang family's dinner was especially lavish. Malin had stir-fried with ham, wild chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried greens, steamed snails, and the best snails of the season. Tang Jiujin went to the river every day to catch snails. Tang Jiujin served everyone a bowl of rice and gave herself a scoop of golden crispy rice. She loved to soak it in soup. It was fragrant and chewy. Nian girl, is that wolf cub the one you played with when you were little? Didn't he go back to the capital? When did you two get together? Grandma Tang couldn't focus on eating. Even if there was dragon meat on the table, she wouldn't have the mood. Before he died, Grandpa was most worried about Niannian and had told her to find a good man for her. Wife, Niannian is the precious daughter of the Tang family. She has suffered enough. I can't wait any longer. You must find her a man with good character and a bright future. We can't let Niannian suffer. Her parents left all their money as her dowry. We've received such kindness. We can't take advantage anymore. That was Grandpa's last wish, and she promised him before he passed away. At first, Grandma Tang thought highly of Chiguohua. He looked decent, was a high school student, and had gone to the army. His future seemed bright. She hoped Niannian could marry someone nearby, so if she faced any trouble, the family could help. But unexpectedly, Chiguohua turned out to be ungrateful. Luckily, Niannian was strong and saw through his true nature. She found a good job in the city, for 98 yuan. She had her second son look for a suitable match for her, at least from a cadre family. She wouldn't settle for an ordinary worker's family, who was worthy of her Niannian. But before her second son could report back, that girl had already found a good match herself. Not in the capital, but in whose city, serving in the army, earning 120 a month. Tang Niannian took a sip of soup, being brief, and the Tang family gasped in unison. 120. Grandma Tang couldn't believe it. That wolf cub was only in his 20s. How could he earn such a high salary? What kind of official was he? Xin Xiao has achieved a lot. He's now at the deputy regiment level. Tang Niannian was being a bit modest. Xin Xiao's salary was much more than 120. 120 was just his base salary. He often went on missions, earning bonuses from 100 to several hundred, even over 1,000. Plus, Xin Xiao was about to get promoted again, likely to level 13, which would increase his salary. In the second half of the year, Xin Xiao will be promoted to regiment level, earning 130. Tang Niannian wasn't sure how much level 13 paid, but it was definitely more than 120, so she just threw out a number. Cough cough. Su Jinfeng, who was drinking soup, choked and coughed for a long time. Grandma Tang gasped several times, her mouth wide open, as if she could swallow a duck egg. 130. How could anyone spend that much money? Niannian, is Xin Xiao that wolf cub? Have you two been in touch all along? Su Jinfeng asked curiously. Su Jinfeng remembered the dark little wolf cub, thin and short, with bright eyes, who didn't talk much and seemed a bit gloomy. The villagers were scared of him. He was said to fight fiercely, and even adults couldn't beat him. The wolf cub was a lone wolf in the village, only playing with Niannian. They had a special bond. Everyone thought that once the wolf cub returned to the capital, he would lose contact with Niannian, but it turned out they had been in touch all along. I ran into him in the county town a while ago. Xin Xiao came here for work, Tang Niannian explained. Grandma Tang wanted to ask more, but Tang Niannian puffed her cheeks, looking unhappy. Grandma, can we finish eating first? She hated talking while eating. With so much delicious food, she didn't want to be distracted.
It was exhausting. You eat.
Grandma Tang glared at her, annoyed. What was wrong with talking while eating? It didn't take much effort. She served Tang Niannian a lot of meat, using serving chopsticks. The girl had many annoying habits. She used to complain about Grandma using her chopsticks to serve food, saying she didn't want to eat Grandma's saliva. Grandma Tang was so angry she wanted to scold her, but eventually, she naturally changed her way of serving. Grandma Tang thought that the girl was a precious daughter from a wealthy family, and having some quirks was normal. She could do as she pleased. After all, she would marry out eventually, and the trouble would be for her husband. The whole family was eager to know more. Even eating meat didn't taste as good. Only Tang Niannian and Jiu Jin were enjoying their meal.
Can we talk now?
As soon as they finished eating, Grandma Tang hurriedly urged. Su Jinfeng and Tang Manjin were also anxious. Tang Manjin wanted to know about the wolf cub's current situation to see if he was a good match, while Su Jinfeng wanted to gather more information for future gossip in the village. A salary of 130. Could anyone in the commune earn that much? Just like the last time we met, he hasn't changed much, Tang Niannian casually explained. The Tang family all thought of the thin, short wolf cub, and their expressions became hard to describe. Honestly, he was far less attractive than Chiguahua, even less appealing than the little glasses wearer. Niannian, has he really not changed at all? Old Lady Tang asked, not ready to give up. Surely, he must have changed a bit as he grew up, right? At least he should be taller, right? Tang Niannian thought for a moment and said, he has grown taller. He's as tall as the door. Old Lady Tang sighed in relief. As long as he was door height, that was fine. But then she remembered that although he was taller, his dark face hadn't changed. She recalled that the wolf cub looked rather gloomy and a bit scary. She glanced at Tang Niannian, puzzled. What could this silly girl see in that wolf cub? Though he's a bit ugly, he earns 130 a month.
Su Jinfeng Edgar Lim.
Earning 130 a month, even Wu Dalong would be considered handsome.
She didn't mind that.
Old Lady Tang immediately felt reassured. Yes, earning 130 a month was impressive. There was no one in the entire commune earning that much. Thinking this way, the dark figure of Xin Xiao in her mind also appeared more handsome, and she felt that Tang Niannian had good taste, much better than that foolish Tang Wujin. Tang Niannian twitched her lips. Although Xin Xiao was a bit dark, he was nowhere near ugly. But she didn't explain. She would bring Xin Xiao home one day, and they would see for themselves. So, who else is in Xin Xiao's family? His hometown is in the capital, right? Old Lady Tang asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Back then, when Xin Xiao was brought in from the capital, she hadn't met any of his family. 2 men in military uniforms came to pick him up, claiming to be his father's subordinates. Old Lady Tang had thought poorly of the Xin family from that moment. Her own son had suffered for years outside and nearly died. After finally finding him, his family couldn't even spare time to see him, clearly not valuing him. Old Lady Tang loved to listen to operas and had heard that wealthy families had many rules and conflicts. Only the cunning could survive. She worried that her granddaughter marrying Xin Xiao would be a problem. This silly girl might not be able to handle the Xin family. Xin Xiao doesn't live with his family. He has a bad relationship with them and has been in Hu City for years. Tang Niannian sensed her grandmother's concerns and felt warm inside. She wasn't afraid of the Xin family, and she definitely planned to go to the capital to settle old scores. Old Lady Tang wasn't comforted. She still worried. As long as Xin Xiao was a Shun, he couldn't escape that family. If her granddaughter married him, she would be considered part of the Xin family and might face pressure from her in-laws. When will that wolf cub, little Xin, come to our house? Old Lady Tang wanted to meet that wolf cub. Niannian was young and couldn't see a man's true nature. Having seen many men, she could tell right away if they were good or bad. He's on a mission and will come after it's done, Tang Niannian replied seriously. Just a few days ago, she had called Xin Xiao, and he said he was going on a shorter mission that would last at most a week. After completing it, he would have a few days off to visit the Tang family. Is it dangerous for little Shun on his mission? Old Lady Tang frowned. Just hearing about the wolf cub's job made her anxious. If it was too dangerous, it would be better to find a regular job for a young man. Earning 130 sounded good, but it was money earned with one's life. If something happened to that wolf cub, Niannian would become a widow.
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
May good luck come, and keep them safe. Old Lady Tang suddenly shivered, regretting her thoughts, and kept muttering in her heart, good spirits, bad spirits, may the heavens be blind and deaf, don't hear anything. The danger isn't great, Tang Niannian said calmly, her tone steady, making Shun Zhao's work sound as ordinary as buying groceries in the morning. Every time Xin Xiao went on a mission, it was life-threatening, a high-risk job. But she couldn't tell her grandmother that. It would only make her family anxious and wouldn't help at all. Plus, with her protective spirit spring and Shun Zhao's excellent skills, the danger was greatly reduced. That's good. Old Lady Tang sighed in relief, her impression of Shun Zhao improving. A stable job with a high salary. Even if he was a bit ugly, he could still be a match for Niannian. What are you all doing just sitting around? Not working? Do you think food will fall from the sky? Eldest, go clean the pig pen. Jean Foam, wash the clothes. If you don't wash them soon, they'll get moldy. Jean, go feed the chickens. Having asked all her questions, Old Lady Tang felt satisfied and began to scold everyone. Her son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter all got an earful. After eating, they just lounged around, getting lazier by the day. Without her watching over them, this family would fall apart. Tang Manjin and his wife, along with Jiojin, quickly got up to do their chores. Old Lady Tang didn't sit idle either. She cleared the table and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, reminding Tang Niannian, if you have nothing to do, go lie down in your room. Don't just stand around in front of me. I'm going to my third uncle's house. Tang Niannian automatically ignored her grandmother's sharp tongue. Her grandmother meant well, but her words were like poison, capable of killing an elephant. It's already dark. What are you going there for? Old Lady Tang looked alert. She didn't want her granddaughter visiting the team leader's house too often, especially since there was a not-so-bright Tang Hongxing there. Though Old Lady Tang didn't know that being close to bad company could lead to trouble, she understood that getting involved with the wrong crowd could be harmful. Tang Hongxing wasn't much smarter than Tang Wujin. She couldn't let Niannian associate with such foolishness. I'm helping my third aunt dry sweet potatoes. Tang Niannian brought out 3 bags of sweet potatoes, which she had taken from her space. They were sweet and soft yellow sweet potatoes. She didn't like the dry and powdery ones that tasted like chestnuts, needing to drink 3 bottles of water after eating one. Where did you get so many sweet potatoes? Old Lady Tang's eyes lit up. Although sweet potatoes could cause heartburn and gas, they were filling. Mixing them with rice during shortages saved a lot of grain. I traded wild rabbits for them in the city. Tang Niannian rolled out a cart from the storeroom to carry the sweet potatoes, which weighed about 500 or 600 pounds. Dried, they would last a long time. What can your skinny arms carry? Old Lady Tang called out, and Tang Manjin, who had been working in the pig pen and was covered in pig manure, came over, smelling terrible. I'll carry them myself. It stinks. Tang Niannian didn't hide her disgust. If pig manure got on the sweet potatoes and dried, she couldn't think about it. It would ruin her enjoyment of the sweet potato snacks. Under the right conditions, she was quite picky. In Old Lady Tang's words, she had too many bad habits. Tang Manjin chuckled and went to wash his hands in the yard. What's wrong with pig manure? Every crop relies on it. Grains and vegetables all come from it. The food you just ate will turn into waste overnight. Your belly is full of it, and you're still picky? Old Lady Tang looked down on her granddaughter's fussiness, not even washing the bowl, and with her wet hands, she pointed at Tang Niannian's belly, scolding her for quite a while. Tang Niannian gritted her teeth several times, her fists clenched tight. Every word was insulting, and the old lady pointed at her belly, saying her words were really poisonous. Tang Niannian repeated to herself 3 times that she was raised by her grandmother and couldn't hit her. She ignored the old lady and quickly loaded the sacks onto the cart and pushed it out. Second sister. Jiojin had just finished feeding the chickens and ran out after her. Tang Lao Tai also chased after her, shouting, I'll dry them for you. Don't bother your third aunt. Your drying isn't tasty. Tang Niannian spoke the truth. Only her third aunt's dried sweet potatoes were clean and delicious. Tang Lao Tai's face darkened immediately, and after a long time, she gritted her teeth and cursed, You ungrateful girl! Did you eat less of the dried sweet potatoes I made when you were little? I even chewed them up and fed you. Fortunately, Tang Niannian had walked far enough away not to hear. She and Jiojin pushed the cart towards the captain's house, encountering many villagers holding bowls of food along the way. Villagers liked to bring their meals outside to eat while chatting, which made for a lively atmosphere. What are you pushing, Nian girl? Someone asked loudly. Everyone gathered around. The 3 bulging sacks on the cart were hard to identify. Sweet potatoes. I'm having my 3rd aunt dry them. Though Tang Niannian's face was expressionless, her tone was polite, engaging in conversation. Nian girl, aren't you working these days? When they heard it was sweet potatoes, their interest waned. They ate sweet potatoes all year round and were tired of them. They were more curious about Tang Niannian's job. They had been resting at home for several days. Was a job paying 98 yuan that easy? Back to work tomorrow. Tang Niannian was brief, chatting a bit with the villagers. She had an exam at the tractor factory tomorrow and needed to check on the sock machine and house matters with Baga the day after. Also, she had to send some nutritional supplements and medicine to Uncle. Nian girl, Qi's family said you harmed Qi Guohua, and the troops are sending someone to investigate. Someone whispered. Others immediately perked up, eager to hear what she had to say. Qi's family is talking nonsense. The troops can come to investigate. I earn 98 yuan a month. Why would I do something so stupid? Tang Niannian scoffed, completely unbothered. Everyone nodded in agreement. It made sense. Nian girl was earning 98 yuan now. Why would she have a conflict with Qi Guohua? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do something so foolish. Qi's family has been begging for 18 generations. When have they ever had dignity? Living in the same village as such a disgraceful family is just bad luck. Qi's family must want to extort money. They really have no shame. Yang Humling must regret it. After so much searching, she ended up with someone like Qi Guohua. She's not much better. They're both equally bad, like a turtle and a mung bean. The villagers' chatter grew louder, and they stood close to Qi's house. Now that Qi Guohua was useless, the troops wouldn't want him anymore. He would be just like them, a villager. So what was there to fear? The Qi family heard their conversation while eating. Their meal consisted of a bowl of plain boiled greens and a bowl of steamed pickled vegetables, tasteless and hard to swallow. The rice was thin sweet potato porridge, mostly sweet potatoes and barely any rice, so thin it could reflect a shadow. They had been eating such meals for several days and would continue to do so, perhaps even worse. Seeing Qi Guohua become useless, villagers came to demand debts, speaking harshly. They could only tighten their belts to pay back what they owed. Qi Guohua's gloomy face flickered in the dim light. He bit down hard, tasting blood in his mouth.
That Nian.
He wouldn't let this wretched girl off. Yang Humling lowered her head, drinking the thin porridge, feeling nauseous. She still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Her cousin Jinglan had said Qi Guohua was a dragon among men, destined for greatness. Her cousin's words had always been true, so why did it go wrong with Qi Guohua? She glanced coldly at the man beside her, whose once handsome face had turned grim and unappealing. She couldn't spend her life with someone useless. Divorce. Yang Hongling had made up her mind. Once the troops came and pinned the blame on Tang Niannian and they paid up, she would divorce. At least she could get half. Leaving now would be too much of a loss. Qi Guochun also lowered her head. She had hoped that once her brother got promoted, she could marry a city official, but now that dream was shattered. With a family deep in debt, she worried her parents might try to marry her off to pay it back. The only ones who could afford a high bride price were widowers or old bachelors, and she didn't want that. Qi Guochun gritted her teeth. She needed to find a man to marry before her parents could decide for her. Tang Niannian and Jiu Jin arrived at the captain's house. Tang Hongxing was washing clothes in the yard, her expression blank. She gave a slight smile when she saw them, which counted as a greeting. Tang Hongxing wasn't very grateful for being saved by Tang Niannian. Without marrying Chunrong, she felt she had no reason to live, so saving her was unnecessary. Tang Niannian ignored her. If it weren't for wanting to break up Lu Jinglan's harem, she wouldn't care about this foolish girl's life or death. Third aunt. Tang Niannian walked straight into the house. The captain's wife was washing dishes by the stove. Seeing her, she was very welcoming, drying her hands on her apron and saying, "Nian girl, you're here. I brought sweet potatoes and sesame seeds." Tang Niannian entered with 3 bags of sweet potatoes and took out a bag of sesame seeds, about 2 or 3 pounds. She loved to sprinkle sesame seeds generously. "Can you eat all this?" The third ant was shocked. There were at least 500 or 600 pounds here, and even dried, it would be over 100 pounds. Could Nian girl really finish it? "I can, third ant, here's your payment." Tang Niannian took out a large bill and handed it over. Drying sweet potatoes took time and effort. She definitely needed to pay 10 yuan. "You don't need to give so much, just 1 yuan will do." The third ant was surprised. 10 yuan could buy several hundred pounds of sweet potatoes. This girl was too generous. No wonder the second ant, Tang Lao Tai, always said Nian girl was too free with her money, like a spendthrift. She wasn't wrong at all. Make sure to dry them well. Tang Niannian stuffed the money into the third ant's pocket and pulled Jiojin away. She didn't lack money. She just wanted to eat something good. The third ant chased after them, but the 2 girls had already run far away. She looked at the 10 yuan in her hand, both amused and pleased, ready to dry sweet potatoes the next day. The weather had been good, so she boiled the sweet potatoes, sliced them, and spread them on a tray to dry. She had to flip them occasionally and use mugwort to drive away insects. If insects crawled on them, eating the dried sweet potatoes would cause diarrhea. The third ant was particular. Her food was both clean and delicious, but it took a lot of effort and most people didn't have her patience. She glanced at her daughter, who was blankly washing clothes in the yard, and her good mood vanished. She couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Hongxing was praised by everyone in the village, while Nian girl was disliked. Now the tables had turned. Nian girl earned 88 yuan and understood the ways of the world, but her daughter's mind was filled with nonsense, enchanted by the landlord's son, losing her sense of self.
Sigh.
The third ant didn't want to talk to her daughter. Her love for her had faded significantly. For a landlord's son, she had abandoned her family, leaving her mother heartbroken. Early the next morning, Tang Niannian got up, ate the stir-fried vegetables and rice cakes made by Grandma Tang, and fried 2 soft-boiled eggs before riding her bike to the county town. The stir-fried vegetables and rice cakes were delicious. The tractor factory's exam was at 9:30 a.m. "Take these eggs with you. Eat them if you get hungry at noon." Grandma Tang caught up with her and handed her 3 boiled eggs, saying, "Don't eat at a restaurant. 1 meal costs as much as several pounds of meat. It's too expensive." "Grandma, I'll bring you back some braised pork." Tang Niannian's response was off-topic. "No, I've had enough. Just eat for yourself." Grandma Tang firmly refused. Restaurant food was too pricey for her. She wasn't a monk's meat that could make her immortal. Tang Niannian put the eggs in her pocket and rode off, selectively ignoring Grandma's words. She planned to bring back a bowl of braised pork and a bowl of braised fish for her. On the way, she ran into Jiojin, who was cutting pig grass by the roadside. "Here." Tang Niannian gave all 3 eggs to the little girl. "Second sister, I love you." Jiojin's words were not new, but her voice was getting louder every day. Tang Niannian smiled and rode quickly, soon leaving Tang village behind. By 9 o'clock, she arrived at the tractor factory, handed 2 cigarettes to the guard, and went inside. The exam room was in the conference hall. In the hallway, she saw Jean Bo and a few others. The girl in the blue coat had changed into a red jacket today, with 2 ponytails tied with a red scarf. When they saw Tang Niannian, they were all stunned. Didn't she get into the cotton spinning factory? Why is she here for the exam? She sold her position at the second factory to Yang Xiaohong. A girl who was close to Yang Xiaohong knew the details and spoke with envy. But even if Tang Niannian sold it to her, she couldn't afford it. Although her family was okay, her parents wouldn't pay 800 yuan for a job. She would either wait for a street assignment or take the exam herself.
There's only 1 spot this time.
The girl in the blue coat frowned, clearly unhappy with Tang Niannian. This woman was first last time. She would surely pass this exam unless something unexpected happened. There were only 3 spots. 2 were predetermined, and would Tang Niannian take the last one again? What she thought, others thought too, and their faces turned a bit sour, but they couldn't do anything about Tang Niannian. "Don't worry, There's still the agricultural machinery factory.
Yin bokam fertit.
He didn't hold much resentment against Tang Niannian since she was the girl he liked. Even if he didn't pass, he had a fallback at the meat processing plant. He wouldn't be without work. Others also sighed in relief, thinking Tang Niannian probably wouldn't go to the agricultural machinery factory tomorrow. The exam began. The factory manager's secretary was the proctor. The exam paper was similar to the one from the cotton spinning factory. Tang Niannian finished without pressure and was the first to submit her paper. The results will be announced at 2:30 p.m. on site. The factory manager's secretary said, and Tang Niannian nodded and left the tractor factory. As long as there were no shady dealings, she was sure to pass. With some time before lunch, she went to find Ba Ge. "I was just looking for you." Ba Ge greeted her with a big smile. He had sold all the bicycles and made a good profit. Since meeting this beautiful girl, his earnings had multiplied. She was his lucky charm. "There's a house for sale. The landlord isn't local. He's moving back to Hangzhou and wants to sell it along with the furniture for 800 yuan. Ba Ge provided the address of the house. It wasn't in the city center, but it was close to the urban area, making it convenient to go anywhere. Tang Niannian asked him to take her to see the house, planning to finalize the deal if she liked it. On the way to the house, Ba Ge mentioned the sock machines. "I got in touch with Hong Xiu. There are 48 scrap sock machines that can be sold as scrap metal, but they are really broken. Can they be repaired? Get one for me to check first." Tang Niannian instructed, not fully confident and needing to see the condition of the machines.
Okay.
Ba Ge agreed. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the house. The landlord's family was there, and the living room was filled with luggage. The house was very clean, and the yard had many rose bushes. What pleased Tang Niannian the most was that the house was independent, with no neighbors close by, making it very quiet. "I'll take it." Tang Niannian pulled out 800 yuan, a thick stack. The landlord couple was a bit surprised. They didn't expect the young girl to be so decisive. "Isn't your family coming?" The couple, being straightforward people, worried that the girl couldn't make the decision alone. "I make the decisions in my family. Let's get the paperwork done." Tang Nian wanted to finish quickly. She disliked dragging things out, as it affected her mood.
All right.
The landlord couple was overjoyed. Not many people could come up with 800 yuan. They had planned to return home and ask a friend to sell the house, but now things had turned around. The housing authority was still open. The landlord couple told the staff that Tang Niannian was their relative. After a few questions, they completed the paperwork and the new property deed was issued, listing Tang Niannian as the owner. "Young lady, we have train tickets for the day after tomorrow. If you want to move in right away, we can stay at a guest house tonight." The landlord couple felt a bit embarrassed.
"No rush.
"After you leave, just leave the keys in the flower bed." Tang Niannian was indifferent. It was only 2 nights. She wasn't that petty. "How will you get in? Where will you stay? I'll bring it to you when you leave." The landlord couple was concerned that Tang Niannian wouldn't be able to enter the house without the keys. "Climb over the wall." Tang Niannian casually replied. The yard wall was less than 2 meters high, and she could easily climb over. The landlord couple was silent for a few seconds, looking at her with a complicated expression. Such a pretty girl, and she dares to climb such a high wall. She really has guts. Tang Niannian put the property deed into her space, asked Ba Ge to quickly get a sock machine ready, and then went to eat at a restaurant. She first packed a portion of braised pork and braised fish in a food box and stored it in her space. After eating, she went to Xiang Dage's house, carrying some milk powder, meat, eggs, and medicine in her backpack. Wearing a hat to cover her face, she knocked on the door, and Mrs. Xiang came out to open it. Tang Niannian quickly slipped inside, and Mrs. Xiang immediately closed the door. "Eat these first. There are 2 types of medicine. One for injection and one for oral use, 3 pills a day." Tang Niannian took out the milk powder, meat, and eggs. The wild chickens in her space laid eggs frequently, and she had collected many. There were 7 or 8 pounds of meat, and the milk powder was wrapped in newspaper. She opened 2 cans. The medicines were streptomycin for injection and isoniazid for oral use. She wasn't sure if isoniazid was available now, but in later years, it was a key drug for treating tuberculosis and worked very well. Thank you so much. The elderly couple's eyes were red. With the medicine, their son could get better, and their 2 children would have someone to protect them. They were old and didn't know how much longer they could hold on. The belief that kept them alive was caring for their sick son and young grandson. If their son could recover, their burden would be much lighter. You're welcome. We are exchanging value. Tang Niannian's expression was indifferent. Thank you so much. We will repay you if we have the chance in the future. The elderly couple wiped their eyes and suddenly bowed down. Their belongings were precious, but now they were worthless and could even bring danger. This girl has a good heart to bring them so many nice things. They would remember this kindness forever. If they couldn't repay it, their son and grandson would. Tang Niannian helped them up. She was strong, and the elderly couple couldn't bow anymore. I'll come back in a month. Tang Niannian left, carrying a month's worth of medicine. She walked quickly, and the elderly couple chased after her, but she was already gone. Madame Xiang put away the items and called her grandchildren over, saying, if Grandpa and Grandma don't have a chance to repay that beautiful sister, you must repay her when you grow up. Do you understand? We understand. The 2 children nodded vigorously. They liked the beautiful sister. The milk candies she gave them were delicious, and she didn't look down on them. Others would scold them and call them little beggars. The children didn't know what beggars meant, but they knew it wasn't good. When people scolded them, their eyes looked scary. Even though the children were young, they had learned to read people's expressions. After finishing her tasks, it was already 2 o'clock, and she hurried to the tractor factory. At 2:30, the factory director's secretary announced the exam results. Tang Niannian passed. The other 2 candidates were a man and a woman. After completing the hiring procedures, Tang Niannian left the tractor factory with her work ID and saw Jinbo waiting outside. Tang Niannian, you're amazing. You always pass the exams. Jinbo came over, genuinely complimenting her. Humph. The girl in the dark blue coat snorted loudly from a distance, looking very displeased. Only the agricultural machinery factory was left. God, please make sure that this troublesome Tang Niannian doesn't take the exam. Tang Niannian didn't even look at her and asked Jinbo, do you want this job? 800. She got straight to the point without any emotion. Jinbo was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Tang Niannian thought he didn't want it and turned to leave, heading to find Director Yang Ai Hua at the cotton spinning factory. Wait, you want to sell this job? You're not going to work? Jinbo finally reacted, stopping her with a shocked expression and lowering his voice. My fiancé's father has lung cancer. Tang Niannian said expressionlessly. Shen Zhao's father was not a good person. She hoped he would die. Jinbo looked at her with sympathy, feeling heavy-hearted. His love had just begun to blossom, only to be cruelly cut short by harsh reality. I'm sorry, I'll buy it. Jinbo didn't hesitate. 800 yuan wasn't expensive. Only a fool wouldn't buy it. Besides, he thought, she was just a fiancée, not yet married. He still had a chance and couldn't give up easily. Now, Tang Niannian wanted to complete the paperwork today to earn money for the house. Sure. Jinbo readily agreed and took her to find his parents. The girl in the dark blue coat saw them paired up and her expression changed dramatically. Her resentment towards Tang Niannian deepened, and she stomped her foot angrily before running away. Jinbo's parents were decisive and immediately took out 800 yuan. They went with Tang Niannian to the tractor factory to complete the paperwork. Tang, I wish your fiancé's father a speedy recovery. Jinbo sincerely wished her well. If it weren't for her fiancé's father having lung cancer, he wouldn't have had the chance to get a job at the tractor factory. Thank you. Tang Niannian nodded and walked away. Jinbo caught up with her. Tang, where do you live? We're going for a spring outing this weekend. Do you want to join? No, thanks. Tang Niannian refused. She went to the mountains every day. Tang, can I have your contact information? I live in the meat processing factory dormitory and my phone number is. Jinbo was persistent. He had finally developed feelings for a girl. Tang Niannian had already walked a few meters away. When she heard it was the meat processing factory, she turned back and gave him the phone number for the Red Star factory. The meat processing factory was a good place. It was nice to know more people. After exchanging contact numbers with Jinbo, Tang Niannian left without hesitation. Jinbo stood there, looking reluctant to part. His father came over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Stop staring. You can't win her over." Although he was only the deputy factory director, he had seen 3 factory directors come and go. He might not be skilled in other areas, but he had a keen eye for people. This Tang girl was clearly ruthless and decisive. Even if his son married her, he wouldn't be able to handle her. "Dad, Tang and I are a perfect match. You don't understand, so stop talking nonsense." Jinbo rolled his eyes at him. He believed he and Tang Niannian were a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. What kind of lid fits what kind of pot? His father snorted and walked away, humming a tune. Let this foolish son run into some walls. Maybe after a few hits, he'd get smarter. Another day passed, and Tang Niannian went to the agricultural machinery factory. The girl in the dark blue coat, Zhang Luwei, saw her and looked furious. She stormed over, gritting her teeth. "You passed the tractor factory exam yesterday. Why are you here to take this one?" There was only one spot at the agricultural machinery factory. She knew she couldn't beat Tang Niannian. Zhang Luwei was about to explode. This was the last chance for job exams this year. If she failed again, she'd be stuck at home. Her parents wanted her to work at the meat processing factory, but she didn't want to. "My fiancé's father has lung cancer." Tang Niannian used the same reason, her face expressionless, making others think she was deeply saddened. Zhang Luwei was taken aback, and her anger faded, replaced by guilt and unease. I didn't know. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." Zhang Luwei stammered, unable to form complete sentences, looking at Tang Niannian with sympathy. "It's okay." Tang Niannian's expression was blank. A naive girl who hadn't faced hardship. She couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Zhang Luwei felt very guilty and didn't ask about the tractor factory job anymore, quickly running away. Tang Niannian finished her exams smoothly. The results were announced at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She was very satisfied with the efficiency of the 3 factories. They announced results on the same day as the exam, which was impressive. At 2 o'clock, Tang Niannian passed without a doubt. She went with the other 2 candidates to complete the hiring procedures and then found Zhang Luwei at the factory gate. The girl was with others, looking dejected. "Come here." Tang Niannian pulled her to a quiet place. Zhang Luwei came from a well-off family, so 800 yuan would be no problem. She didn't want to look far for help. "I really didn't mean it earlier. I already said sorry. Should I bow to you?" Zhang Luwei was scared. The expressionless Tang Niannian looked intimidating, and with her strength, she thought Tang Niannian was there for revenge. 800. "Do you want the job at the agricultural machinery factory?" Tang Niannian asked directly. Just as Zhang Luwei was about to bow, she paused halfway when she heard this and stood up straight, asking blankly, "Aren't you going to work?" "Yeah, I need money."
Tang Niannian kasu et lai.
Zhang Luwei, however, imagined a lot. Her gaze turned more sympathetic and a bit admiring. Her future father-in-law had lung cancer, which would surely require a lot of money for treatment. Tang Niannian, knowing the money might go to waste, still selflessly wanted to help him. Isn't that love? What a rare and touching love story. "I'll give you 900. 800 is too low." Moved to tears, Zhang Luwei voluntarily added 100. Her parents wouldn't miss that extra amount anyway. Tang Niannian looked at her deeply. She really was a bit foolish. "Thank you." She sincerely expressed her gratitude. It was rare to meet someone willing to pay more, so she had to be nice. "Let's exchange contact information," Tang Niannian suggested again. Zhang Luwei clearly seemed like a naive person with money, so she thought she could reach out to her for good things in the future.
Sure.
Zhang Luwei readily agreed. She lived just upstairs from Jinbo. Her impression of Tang Niannian changed too. Seeing how devoted she was to her fiancé, she felt Jinbo didn't stand a chance. Plus, she was offering such a good job. Zhang Luwei thought Tang Niannian was really nice, Much better than her cousins. Did you sell the tractor factory job to Jean Bo? On the way, Jean-Louis asked. Since Jean Bo hadn't come for the exam today, she guessed it.
Yeah.
Tang Niannian nodded. Jean-Louis looked at her sympathetically and couldn't help but remind her, lung cancer is hard to treat. You should save some money for yourself. Even if you love your fiancé, you can't spend all your money. Her mom always said to spare no expense for yourself, but to save some when spending on a man. I know. Tang Niannian nodded. Jean-Louis didn't bring it up again, fearing it might upset her. Jean-Louis's parents were very generous, paying the 900 without haggling. After completing the paperwork, Tang Niannian parted ways with Zhang's family and prepared to return to Hongxing Factory. Niannian, when are you coming back to the city? Let's go shopping together. There's a new batch of beautiful fabric. Jean-Louis had already considered Tang Niannian a close friend and invited her to go shopping. In a few days, Tang Niannian didn't refuse, but didn't specify a date. Call me when you're in the city. Jean-Louis reluctantly agreed, and Tang Niannian nodded. When she arrived at Hongxing Factory, it was getting dark. Tang Manhwa had just finished work and was downstairs starting a fire. He was happy to see his niece, Niannian. Have you eaten? The factory manager just asked about you.
Not yet, here.
Tang Niannian took out a piece of meat weighing about 3 or 4 pounds from her basket for Tang Manhwa to cook. I'll go find Uncle Wu. Tang Niannian guessed there was news about that batch of lathe parts. Last time, factory manager Wu said they would arrive in 3 days, but the shipyard delayed. Go ahead. I'll make braised pork for you. Tang Manhwa was all smiles. Such a big piece of meat could last for several meals. Uncle, make half. Tang Niannian specifically reminded him. If she didn't say anything, her uncle would probably just cut a small piece. Okay, I'll make half. Though Tang Manhwa felt a bit pained, he didn't say anything. The meat was given by his niece, so she could decide how to cook it. Just as factory manager Wu was about to ask Secretary Li when Tang Manhwa would enter the city, he heard Tang Niannian's voice at the door. Uncle Wu. Niannian is here. Come in. I was just looking for you. Factory manager Wu was overjoyed and warmly welcomed her, even asking Secretary Li to make tea. I don't want tea, Uncle Wu. Did that batch of parts arrive? I want to see the blueprints. Tang Niannian stopped him and directly requested to see the blueprints. They've arrived. The Tianjin factory tried to snatch them from me. Humph. They didn't even finish their last batch of tasks, yet they dare to compete. Niannian, look at these blueprints. Can we get them done? Factory manager Wu was extremely proud, looking at Tang Niannian with a particularly kind gaze. Since he started collaborating with Tang Niannian, he hadn't stopped dancing on Qian factory manager's head. Yesterday, at a meeting in the Industrial Bureau, Director Su praised him in front of so many people. Qian factory manager's face turned as dark as coal. At that moment, he felt happier than Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. After being stifled for so many years, he finally felt relieved. Tang Niannian took the blueprints, carefully looked them over, nodded, and confidently said, Yes, how many parts are there? Factory manager Wu was overjoyed and mentioned the number of parts, then cautiously added, Niannian, I made a promise to the higher-ups to deliver in a week. Is that okay on your end? This batch of parts was still from the shipyard, which was developing a new ship. They had failed several times in experiments, consuming many parts and needing them urgently. The leaders asked if he could deliver quickly, and in a moment of enthusiasm, he promised a week, ensuring quality and quantity. He wanted to make a good impression on the leaders. At 44, factory manager Wu still wanted to climb higher. He also wanted to tease Qian factory manager a bit. However, factory manager Wu wasn't just talking nonsense. Last time, Tang Niannian completed the parts in 3 days. Listening to her tone, she seemed to have some spare capacity, so he estimated that a week should be about right. Uncle Wu, in the future, you need to discuss deadlines with me. Tang Niannian expressed her dissatisfaction clearly. She wasn't used to playing tricks. She preferred being straightforward. She didn't like factory manager Wu making decisions on his own. Even though she could deliver in a day, she needed to nip his inflated ambitions in the bud. Her collaboration with Hongxing Factory had to be led by her. She needed to be in control. Factory manager Wu's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "Is a week too short?" Oh no, he shouldn't have let a moment of victory cloud his judgment. What should he do now? A week is a bit tight. Tang Niannian frowned slightly. Her words were colder than the winter wind, and factory manager Wu's face quickly fell. He imagined being criticized by the leaders and laughed at by Qian factory manager. Pride leads to setbacks, and vanity leads to downfall. Uncle Wu made a promise. No matter how difficult it is, I must complete the task within a week. How about this? I'll do my best to coordinate. It might be a bit troublesome, but delivery shouldn't be a problem. Tang Niannian changed her tone, and factory manager Wu's heart, which had dropped into an abyss, immediately soared. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling grateful. The way he looked at Tang Niannian was not only kind, but also a bit wary. Having sat in the factory manager position for too long, he had gotten used to giving orders and having others obey him. Tang Niannian had truly scared him before, but after a moment of thought, he understood her intentions. A week was already enough time to deliver. She was just unhappy with him making decisions on his own, so she deliberately put pressure on him. "Niannian, this time I was wrong. From now on, I'll discuss everything with you. You've worked hard on this batch of parts, so I'll give you a bonus of 100. I'll add it to your salary next month." Director Wu, having realized the situation, was not angry. Instead, he spoke kindly. He understood that he needed to win over Tang Niannian if he wanted a chance for promotion. He had been the director at Hongxing Factory for 10 years and expected to stay until retirement. He had accepted his fate, but Tang Niannian's sudden appearance gave him hope. His once dormant spirit was revived. He wasn't old yet, and he could still contribute to the country for 500 more years. "Okay." Tang Niannian replied calmly, not feeling like she was being arrogant. For those without skills, being proud is foolish. For those with real talent, it's called confidence, and others will respect them. Even if they don't, it doesn't matter. She didn't have to work with Hongxing Factory. There was also Tianjin Factory, and in Huqing, so many mechanical factories would surely want to collaborate with her. Director Wu sighed with relief, glad that Tang Niannian was not upset. He had to treat this precious gem like a saint and must not offend her. "I'll come to pick up the parts at 7 tonight. Uncle Wu, please have someone put them at the factory gate," Tang Niannian instructed. Shen Xiao had somehow obtained a permit, allowing her truck to leave without any issues. Sure. Director Wu was visibly pleased and personally went to make arrangements. Tang Niannian cleared out the newspapers in the office, took them to the cow shed, and then went to see Tang Manning. Xianjinju was cooking, and the aroma of braised pork filled the air, making everyone in the hallway drool. At mealtime, many people were cooking in the corridor, and some were coming out with bowls, all smelling the delicious meat from the Tang family. "Manning, are you having meat again?" The woman asking sounded quite jealous. Her husband was a regular worker and could only afford to eat meat once or twice a month, while Tang Manning and his wife, both temporary workers, seemed to have meat frequently, which was infuriating. "My niece brought the meat from the countryside," Tang Manning explained with a smile. He felt more confident now in front of the regular workers and no longer felt so humble. His niece Niannian was a regular worker earning 98 yuan. He could still become a regular worker himself, so why should he bow to these people? "Why doesn't your niece come to work every day? What does she do?" Everyone knew that Tang Manning's niece had become a regular worker and even had her own room, being favored by the director, but no one knew what Tang Niannian actually did, let alone that she earned 98 yuan. Otherwise, there would have been a stir in the factory. "Her job is quite special. I don't really understand it. Anyway, she's directly under the director."
Tang Manning answered vaguely.
The others were not satisfied and wanted to ask more, but then they saw Tang Niannian returning. Several women's eyes lit up, and they eagerly surrounded her. "Niannian is here. You haven't eaten yet, right? Your second aunt is making meat." Tang Niannian nodded, acknowledging them, but she didn't know these people and didn't want to get to know them. "Niannian, what do you do for work?" "Your second uncle said you're directly under the director. are you a secretary?
Someone asked. No.
Tang Niannian entered the room with a cold expression, leaving the women feeling a bit awkward. They didn't expect her to be so unapproachable. My Niannian has this bad temper. It's all my parents' fault. Tang Manning quickly tried to smooth things over. The women's expressions softened a bit, but their desire to introduce Tang Niannian to their relatives faded. Even though she was a regular worker and pretty, who could handle such a bad temper? Marrying Tang Niannian would be like marrying a queen. There would be no peace at home. Master Tang, your Niannian is 17, right? She hasn't found a partner yet? I have a nephew who works at the tractor factory. He's handsome and still in high school, and his family is well off. One woman was not giving up. Her nephew had high standards, wanting a girl who was pretty, had a regular job, and was still in high school. Tang Niannian met all three criteria. Tang Manning quickly interrupted. Niannian is still young. There's no rush to find a partner. 17 is not too young. I had my first child at 17. Why not let them meet? The woman persisted, knowing how rare it was to find a girl who met her nephew's standards. Manning, bring the dishes in. Dandan is ready to eat. Xian Jinju handed over a bowl of fragrant braised pork and called out to the upstairs, interrupting the woman's questioning. By the time the woman realized what happened, the Tang family had already closed the door to eat. How arrogant! The woman huffed, leaving with a displeased expression. At Tang Manning's dining table, the meal was unusually lavish, with a large bowl of braised pork, scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried snails, and stir-fried greens. The vegetables, snails, and eggs were all brought by Tang Niannian. The crops in her space were thriving, and they couldn't eat them all. There were also plenty of eggs, and the snails were collected by Tang Jujin from the river, with a large bucket stored at home. Tomorrow, I'll go to the school and bring Dongqiang some meat, Xian Jinju said. Boil a few more eggs. Tang Manning was also concerned about his son. After moving to the school dorm, Dongqiang always came back looking thinner, with his clothes hanging loosely on him, which made him feel sad. Niannian, are you really not going to find a partner? Tang Manning again brought up his niece's personal matters. Last time, his mother called, asking him to find a good young man from a cadre family, which put him in a tough spot. As a small temporary worker, how could he have the chance to meet people from cadre families? But he wanted to fulfill his mother's request, and after some effort, he finally had a lead and wanted to hear his niece's thoughts. I have a partner. Tang Niannian's words were shocking. Cough, cough. Tang Manning and his wife were so surprised that they choked on their food, turning red and needing a glass of water to recover. When did you find a partner? What does he do?
How old is he?
Where is he from? What do his parents do? Tang Manning fired off a series of questions, just like what Grandma Tang would ask. He's a military officer, earning 130. Tang Niannian took a big bite of meat, her cheeks puffed up, making her speech a bit unclear, but it didn't lessen the shock to her uncle and aunt. Tang Manning and Xian Jinju's mouths dropped open, their eyes wide, their expressions frozen like statues, as they replayed Tang Niannian's words in their minds. 130 yuan salary, a military officer. He must be a regiment commander. Sister, is your partner handsome? Tang Dandan's concern was different from her parents. She thought her sister was so pretty that she should find a handsome brother-in-law. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Yes, he's handsome. Tang Niannian nodded confidently. Xin Xiao was at least more attractive than 99% of men. Sister, you have to have the prettiest child for me in the future, hee hee. Tang Dandan began to imagine the scene of showing off her beautiful nephew, thinking they would surely attract a crowd. Just eat your food. Xian Jinju put a piece of meat in her daughter's mouth, eagerly asking Niannian, how old is your partner? He must be at least in his 30s if he's a regiment commander, which is quite an age difference. 20. Cough, 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 cough. Once again, the couple choked on their food, causing quite a commotion. You're getting 130 in salary at just 20? Niannian, you haven't been fooled, have you? Tang Manning was worried that his niece had been tricked by a bad man. Although he had never been in the army, he knew that no one could earn such a high salary at 20. The second son of the village chief, Jianjun, had been in the army for 3 years and still hadn't made it to squad leader. You know him, the wolf cub that Grandpa saved. His name is Shen Xiao. Tang Niannian explained that while others at 20 certainly wouldn't earn that much, her Shen Xiao definitely could. Cough, cough, cough. The poor couple had just taken a bite of their food and were now choking. Tang Dandan poured them some water, but the kettle was empty, so she had to borrow some from next door. Tang Niannian found it a bit ridiculous. The couple had such poor nerves. They were making a fuss over something so small. If she told An'er to be the workshop director at the sock factory, wouldn't that give her a heart attack? She planned to let An'er take the position once the sock factory in Tang Village was up and running. Xianjinju's skills were very good, better than many regular workers, much better than Uncle Air. After borrowing water from next door, Tang Dandan returned, and the couple finally managed to catch their breath after drinking a cup of water. However, after downing 3 cups, they felt too full to eat any meat. Niannian, have you been in touch with that wolf cub all along? Tang Manhwa had a strange expression. His niece had been inseparable from that wolf cub when they were young. They were like childhood sweethearts. He was surprised they hadn't lost contact over the years. This girl really kept her mouth shut. No, I ran into him a few days ago. You haven't seen each other for years, and you just started dating without knowing his situation? Tang Manhwa frowned, feeling his niece was being a bit reckless. Although Shen Xiao had a high salary, character mattered too. After not seeing him for 5 or 6 years, who knew what kind of person he had become? To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of that wolf cub because he had seen him beat an adult until he was bleeding and even bite off a piece of that person's face. That wolf cub was only 10 at the time, fierce like a wolf, fighting recklessly. What if he married Niannian and treated her poorly? Even if she was strong, could she overpower that wolf cub? He gives all his salary to me. Tang Niannian stuffed a piece of meat into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed seriously. He gives you 130? Xianjinju exclaimed, shocked and doubtful. They had just started dating. What man was that generous? Even Tang Manhwa secretly saved some money, and she knew it but didn't want to point it out. Tang Niannian nodded and took another piece of meat. Xianjinju was envious. This girl earned 98 herself, plus her boyfriend's 130, totaling 228 a month, more than the factory director earned. How could she spend all that money? Even if he gives you his salary, you should know more about him. What can you learn in just a few days? Tang Manhwa was still worried, fearing Shen Xiao might use sweet words to lure his niece. Many girls fell for men like that, sweet during dating but abusive after marriage. He had seen many such men. If he gives all his salary to Niannian, what else is there to know? The army wouldn't give him 130 if he wasn't good, right? Xianjinju rolled her eyes, thinking her husband was overly concerned. She compared him to Qiguohua. That jerk has poor character. He hasn't even become a leader at over 20. The army standards are high. Shen Xiao is much better than Qiguohua. And Air. Don't compare Shen Xiao to him. It's not fair. Tang Niannian was displeased. How could Qiguohua compare to her Shen Xiao? Right? That jerk isn't worth comparing. Xianjinju quickly agreed and asked kindly Niannian, do Shen Xiao's family approve? She worried that the wolf cub's family, being high-ranking officials in the capital, might look down on her niece. They approve. Tang Niannian didn't want to say much. She and Shen Xiao were together, and even heaven couldn't stop them. Xianjinju and Tang Manhwa both sighed in relief. It was great that the Shen family had no objections. They were happy for Tang Niannian and thought she would have a good marriage, which could also help Dongqiang and Dandan in the future. Tang Manhwa wanted to ask more, but Tang Niannian impatiently shoved a piece of meat into his mouth.
Eat.
She was tired of all the questions. The piece of meat was so big that it almost choked Tang Manhwa. He chewed it reluctantly and didn't dare to ask again. After finishing her meal, Tang Niannian went out. Around 7, she returned in her car, and the factory gate was piled high with parts, with factory director Wu supervising personally. Several workers were loading the parts onto a truck. Tang Niannian closed the car door and said to Director Wu, "The delivery is in 6 days. I've coordinated everything. Thank you, little Tang. Director Wu smiled broadly, gaining a new appreciation for Tang Niannian's abilities. She seemed to know many skilled workers. He even suspected that she had connections with all the top craftsmen in the city. Otherwise, how could she complete so many parts in just 6 days? I'm off. Tang Niannian nimbly jumped into her car, waved to Director Wu, started the engine, and quickly drove away. Heroes emerge from youth. Director Wu sighed again, feeling deeply dissatisfied with his own daughter, who was the same age as Tang Niannian. She spent her days worrying about the latest fashion trends or hiding in her room listening to pop music. He thought of a singer named Teresa Tung. Her sweet voice made him feel weak. Even the sounds his wife made on their wedding night didn't compare. He secretly enjoyed listening to her music and often borrowed his daughter's tapes. Otherwise, he would have confiscated them long ago. But while he envied her, he also accepted it. Talents like Tang Niannian were rare. His family's ancestors had already blessed him once when he became factory director. He had to let his ancestors rest. Good fortune shouldn't only fall on his family. Thinking about how he could dance on Director Qian's head in 6 days, Director Wu couldn't stop smiling, and his mouth involuntarily opened as he hummed a tune. Honghu water, waves crashing. Director Wu walked away, hands behind his back, striding confidently. The other workers exchanged glances, realizing Tang Niannian's elevated status. The factory director's favorite was once Director Meng from Workshop 1, but now Meng would probably be second. The first was definitely that little girl Tang Niannian. Tang Manhwa is going to get rich. Someone remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. With the factory director's favorite niece, Tang Manhwa's promotion was just around the corner. Tang Niannian drove to the woods in the west of the city. It was dark and windy, with no one around. She parked the car and entered the space. Bai Sui was lying on the ground, happily gnawing on a big bone, not even lifting his eyelids, completely focused on it. Mix it up a bit. Eat some sweet potatoes too, or you'll get heaty. Tang Niannian patted Bai Sui's head. Recently, he had been a bit too greedy, probably from eating too much meat.
Woof.
Go away. Bai Sui rolled his eyes, clutching the bone tightly. Who would eat sweet potatoes when there was a bone? He wasn't stupid. Tang Niannian took the workpieces out of the car and found the high-precision machining center. She set up the processing program according to the drawings and precision requirements, installed the cutting tool, secured the workpiece, closed the protective cover, and pressed the start button. After processing one workpiece, she measured it with calipers and micrometers. The precision was perfect, so she continued working. She measured every 10 pieces, and the precision was always spot on. In just one night, she finished all the workpieces and planned to give them to Factory Director Wu in 6 days. That night, Tang Niannian slept in the space. Shen Xiao was much more meticulous than her. He had sanded the wooden bed to make it very smooth, and the chair was the same. He had also set up a stove and prepared pots and pans, so they could cook anytime. Tang Niannian prepared some spring greens, which were growing wildly in spring, and cut 2 pieces of rice cake. She stir-fried a large plate of vegetable rice cake and fried 3 eggs, eating until she was full. She reminded Baisho, remember to collect the eggs. Shen Xiao had bought chickens, ducks, and geese, some of which were adults and laying eggs. There were also wild chickens, so they could collect 20 to 30 eggs every day, a job for Baisho. After finishing the bones, Baisho lay on its back, covered with a small blanket it had used since it was little, drooling in its sleep. When it heard Tang Niannian's words, its ears twitched, but it continued to sleep soundly. Knowing it had heard her, Tang Niannian took her bicycle out of the space. First, she went to the state-run restaurant to buy 20 meat buns, as Jiu Jin had been asking for them. Then she went to the store to buy egg cakes and peach crisps, weighed out some biscuits and milk candies, and rode her bike to Ba Ji's place. I got 2 machines, 10 yuan each. Ba Ge mysteriously led Tang Niannian to the backyard, where 2 dirty sock machines were sitting on the ground, covered in grease and grime. Tang Niannian put on gloves to check them and got a rough idea of their condition. How many like this do you have? Hong Xiu has 48 machines, Li Yun has 54, and some are almost falling apart, so I didn't take those. Ba Ge reported the numbers and asked, Miss, can these be repaired? Yes, just get them cleaned up and deliver them to the woods west of the city tonight.
Niannian note that.
She had spare parts and repair tools, so she could not only fix them but also improve their functionality. The hand-crank sock machines could only produce 20 to 30 pairs a day, but after her improvements, they could make at least 60 to 70 pairs. The output could double. Ba Ge was overjoyed. Buying them for 10 yuan and selling for 138 yuan meant he would make a fortune. As night fell, Tang Niannian went to the woods, where Ba Ge had already arrived. The 2 sock machines were cleaned and oiled. Collect all the sock machines from Hong Xiu and Li Yun.
Niannian instruct.
Can you really fix them? Ba Ge was skeptical. With over 100 machines at 10 yuan each, that would cost over 1,000. He was worried that if he bought them, he wouldn't be able to fix them and would have to sell them as scrap metal. Trust me, I'm not the only one who can repair sock machines. Tang Niannian shot him a cold glance, making Ba Ge shiver. His wavering heart quickly became firm. Tomorrow I'll take care of it. I'll definitely get it done. Ba Ge patted his chest in assurance. He couldn't let anyone else profit from this. Now that he had a son, he needed to provide more for his family. Let's go. Tang Niannian didn't say much. Ba Ge was only slightly more experienced in business than her. She just needed to give him a direction, and he could handle the details. Ba Ge left with his brothers, and Tang Niannian stored the 2 sock machines in the space, starting repairs that night. After 2 days in the space, she thoroughly understood the sock machines. They were quickly repaired, and she added some electrical components, which could at least double the production rate, but unfortunately, she didn't have materials on hand. Once out of the space, she called Ba Ge, get some raw materials for knitting socks. Are they fixed? Ba Ge was extremely excited. It only took 2 days to repair them. This beautiful girl was truly talented. Yes, I'll come to your place tonight.
Great.
I'll go get the materials now. Ba Ge was more excited than ever, and after hanging up, he personally went to get acrylic yarn, which was now the main material for knitting socks and was easy to obtain since he had connections. As night fell, Tang Niannian went to Ba Ji's place, bringing the 2 sock machines on a cart. Ba Ge had his men carry them inside. The living room was brightly lit. Ba Ge had specially used a 100-watt bulb, making it as bright as day. Tang Niannian had visited a sock factory before and seen how the workers knitted socks, which wasn't difficult. The most important part of sock knitting was sampling, which she didn't know how to do, and neither did Xian Jinju. Since Tang Village had a sock factory, they needed to find a sampling master. She tried operating the machine for a while, becoming more skilled, and soon produced a finished sock. Ba Ge and his men were wide-eyed with excitement. How did you do it so fast? Ba Ji's voice trembled. He had seen the workers in the sock factory, and their speed was nowhere near this. I made some improvements. The efficiency doubled. Tang Niannian spoke casually. This was a small task for her. Ba Ge and his men were in awe, their mouths agape. At that moment, their admiration for Tang Niannian was like the endless Yangtze River, flowing continuously. They felt a bit weak in the knees, wanting to kneel. Collect the scrapped sock machines, clean them up, and call me. Tang Niannian's expression and voice were as cold as ever. But Ba Ge and his men felt this was only natural. If they had such impressive skills, they wouldn't be looking down at the ground. Don't worry, I've already talked to Hong Xiu and Li Yun. It won't be a problem. Ba Ji's smile was almost uncontainable. With 100 sock machines at 138 each, that totaled 13,800. If he took 40%, he would still make over 5,000. This was easy money. Tang Niannian was definitely his lucky star. He would treat her with more respect in the future. For the next 3 days, Tang Niannian stayed in the space, buying a lot of seeds and seedlings to plant.
She was busy the whole time.
After 6 days, she drove to Hongxing factory to deliver the goods. All the work pieces met the standards and even exceeded the drawing requirements, making factory director Wu grin from ear to ear. Little Tang, you've worked hard. The bonus will be issued next month. Factory Director Wu wished he could pamper Tang Niannian. Having completed the tasks assigned by superiors twice in a row, his path to promotion was getting closer. Next time there's a task, discuss the timeline with me in advance. Tang Niannian reminded him. Factory Director Wu was a good person, but he could be a bit arrogant, so she needed to keep him grounded. I know, I won't act on my own anymore. I'll discuss everything with you. Factory Director Wu nodded eagerly, his attitude extremely respectful. Secretary Li and several quality inspectors watched in astonishment, deepening their understanding of Tang Niannian. She was not just a favored person. She was the factory director's treasure. After Tang Niannian left, having not returned to Tang Village for 6 days, she missed Jiojin and the old lady a bit. Factory Director Wu looked at the neatly stacked workpieces on the floor, grinning widely. His throat was itching, and he felt like singing a tune. Director, should I remind Director Qian to call? Secretary Li kindly suggested. Factory Director Wu instinctively raised his leg to call, wanting to provoke Director Qian, but after picking up the phone, he put it down again. His promotion was inevitable. In at most 3 years, he would become Director Qian's superior. As a leader, he needed to broaden his vision and mindset and not be petty. I'm done for now. I need to report to my superior. Director Wu redirected the call to his leader, and his demeanor changed completely. His gaze became as vast and accepting as the sea, and even his balding head seemed to radiate a bit of Buddha light, reaching a deeper level of understanding. Secretary Li was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the director's thoughts, but he didn't ask. The director's mind was as hard to read as a woman's. Tang Niannian leisurely rode her bike back to Tang Village. Along the roadside, she spotted many qingming herbs that had turned bright green after a few days in the sun. She picked a lot to take home for Grandma Tang to make qingming cakes. She had just bought a large piece of pork belly and some dried tofu at the market. She already had snow cabbage and winter bamboo shoots at home, and she also had red beans, so she could make both savory and sweet fillings. She wondered if the military had sent someone. She was waiting for news. Whose city military district Shen Shao had just completed his mission and went to report to the commander. He appeared cold and serious, like a human ice block, and he didn't glance sideways at all. When a few pretty female soldiers greeted him, he didn't even blink. Others envied him and felt a bit frustrated. Shen Shao was indeed handsome, but his bad temper was unbearable, and those female soldiers didn't seem to see their own worth, insisting on liking Shen Shao. They were all hoping Shen Shao would find a partner soon. Maybe then those female soldiers would give up? The commander was on the phone, and his loud voice came through the slightly open door. Qi Guohua from Tang Village is suspected of being maliciously harmed by his ex-fiancée? Is this Qi Guohua really that useless? A woman can disable him? The commander's brow furrowed. Although he had never met Qi Guohua, he already had a poor impression of him. If he can't even handle a girl, what kind of soldier is he? He would disgrace his ancestors on the battlefield. Was he bitten by a snake? This girl named Tang Niannian seems quite capable. She should join the army. What kind of character is this? This matter is still under investigation. Who knows if she really set the snake on him? You all said it's just a suspicion. Fine, I'll send someone to look into it. The commander agreed, chatted a bit more, and then hung up.
Report.
Shen Shao called from the door. The commander's stern face immediately broke into a smile. Come in. Shen Shao was a prized asset in the military district, and all the other districts were eyeing him like hungry wolves. He needed to be watched closely. The commander personally brewed a cup of tea, the precious Mingqian Longjing that he couldn't bear to drink himself. How did the mission go? You weren't injured, right? The commander asked with concern. No, Shen Shao replied, placing the cup down and sitting up straight with his hands on his knees. Good to hear.
Take a few days to rest.
The commander's concern was genuine. He cared for Shen Shao more than for his own children. His own sons had never achieved the top rank in national competitions, but Shen Shao had. As long as Shen Shao stayed with him, he would always be the envy of other military districts. I just heard you say on the phone that you're sending someone to investigate in Tang Village? Shen Shao asked. He had already figured out what Qi Guohua had done. That scoundrel was still causing trouble even after being disabled. He wanted to harm his Niannian, and he couldn't just stand by. Yes, there's a soldier from the Southwest Military District named Qi Guohua who claims he was harmed by his ex-fiancée and can no longer stay in the army. He has to retire and return to the village. Qi Guohua filed a report with the army, and the Southwest Military District wants me to send someone to investigate, the commander explained. I'll go investigate, Shen Xiao volunteered, as he was eager to see Niannian. You don't need to get involved, just rest. I'll send someone else. The commander didn't agree. He thought sending Shen Xiao was overkill. Tang Niannian is my girlfriend. That Qi Guohua is just making noise. Shen Xiao stated directly. This matter couldn't be hidden. Once Niannian turned 18, he would file for marriage, and she could join him in the army, which the commander would surely notice.
Wow.
The commander, who was sipping from his large teacup, was so surprised that he spat out a mouthful of tea, and Shen Xiao quickly dodged. You have a girlfriend? The commander pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face, his expression one of shock. His daughter had liked Shen Xiao for 2 years and had been pursuing him relentlessly, but Shen Xiao still didn't remember what she looked like. He didn't recognize her even when he saw her face to face. Other pretty female soldiers in the army also had an interest in him, some of whom were daughters of old comrades who had asked him to introduce them. He had tentatively asked Shen Xiao, but the young man said he wasn't interested. The commander had come to realize that Shen Xiao was a tough nut to crack. He might never get married. Who would have thought that suddenly a girl named Tang Niannian would come into his life? When did you and Tang Niannian start dating? The commander asked curiously. We grew up together, Shen Xiao replied succinctly. Cough, cough. The commander choked on his own saliva, finding it hard to imagine that Shen Xiao actually had a childhood sweetheart. This guy had always been hard to get along with. Which girl would be foolish enough to like him? Although he had never met Tang Niannian, the commander had already formed a very clear impression of her, bold and not very discerning. Shen Xiao looked at his superior with disdain and clearly explained his relationship with Tang Niannian and his connection to Qi Guohua. From what you're saying, Qi Guohua has serious character issues. How can the army accept someone like him? Lao Gao keeps praising him, saying he's a good candidate. That Lao Gao hasn't had good judgment in decades. The commander's impression of Qi Guohua was already poor, and it worsened. Lao Gao was the one he had spoken to on the phone, a leader from the Southwest Military District and an old comrade. Then you go investigate this case, and take Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing with you. The commander personally called the armed forces and police in Zhucheng, reminding Shen Xiao not to act impulsively. Keep your relationship with Tang Niannian under wraps for now to avoid any tricks from Qi Guohua. Understood. Shen Xiao nodded, stood up, and left quickly. He needed to pack his things and set off today. He couldn't wait to see Niannian. He regretted not confirming their relationship sooner. He had never thought about it before, only wanting to protect her for life. Shen Xiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had been foolish. Thankfully, he had figured it out now. Be gentle, came the commander's voice from behind. Okay, Shen Xiao replied, assuring that he wouldn't harm Qi Guohua. The commander shook his head, feeling a bit sorry for Qi Guohua. He had stirred up trouble with Shen Xiao, and his good days were over. Tang Village at 10 in the morning, the villagers were working at the village entrance. However, spring plowing was almost done, and everyone was working lazily, chatting occasionally. The village leader saw this but said nothing. Aunt Air, has Niannian been in the city for 6 days now? Someone asked. Yes, 6 days. I wonder if she's getting used to the food there. Grandma Tang said this, but in her heart, she thought that the stubborn girl was definitely eating out every day. She had called her second son and learned that Niannian had eaten a meal at his place. The rest of the time, she must have been dining at restaurants. That lazy girl would never cook if there was a restaurant nearby. Grandma's chest began to ache, thinking about the money spent. Eating out every day for 6 days must have cost her quite a bit, right? Oh no! Old Lady Tang's teeth started to hurt, and she lost her patience for chatting. Clenching her teeth, She worked with the hoe, muttering wasteful child with every swing. "Aunt, Niannian is back," someone shouted, and everyone looked up at the stone bridge at the village entrance. Tang Niannian appeared on the bridge. Old Lady Tang threw down her hoe and rushed over like the wind. It had been 6 days since this stubborn girl had talked back, and she was still getting used to it. "Did you finish your work? Can you rest for a few days? You must have eaten out every day in the city, right? Spent a fortune?" A string of questions spilled from the old lady's mouth. Tang Niannian was too lazy to answer. She pulled out a cotton bag from her basket, revealing a bundle wrapped in newspaper. She opened it and stuffed a still-warm meat bun into the old lady's mouth. "Why would I eat a bun before mealtime? I know you waste money again. A meat bun costs 12 cents and needs a ticket. Your hands are looser than a chicken's claws. Even if you earn 98 yuan, you can't save any money." Old Lady Tang took out the meat bun, her chest aching again. She really couldn't stand her granddaughter's wastefulness. Eating a meat bun wouldn't make her immortal, so why spend that money? "Here." Tang Niannian, annoyed, pulled out a large bill and stuffed it into the old lady's mouth. She had money, and the old lady loved money. If she could solve it with cash, it was a small matter. "I'm saving this for your dowry." Old Lady Tang tucked the money into her pocket, keeping all the money she had given before for Niannian's future dowry. She didn't eat the meat bun, planning to take it home for Jiujin. "That's all your saliva. Jiujin won't eat it." Tang Niannian shot back, making the old lady grit her teeth in anger. However, it worked well. Old Lady Tang stuffed the meat bun into her mouth. She had planned to eat half and save the other half for lunch. But after one bite, she couldn't stop. It was too delicious. She kept eating until the bun was gone, looking at her empty hands with regret. She should have eaten slowly. Even Zhu Beiji wouldn't have eaten so quickly. "Eat this slowly." Tang Niannian took out another meat bun and shoved it into the old lady's mouth. She also gave one to Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng. The others watched, drooling, wishing they had a granddaughter or daughter who earned 98 yuan. "Grandma, I want to eat Qingming cakes." Tang Niannian made her request, feeling greedy. There was meat and rice flour in her basket, along with Qingming grass. Old Lady Tang agreed and told her eldest son to go dig for winter bamboo shoots after work. The villagers were envious. Which family used such a large piece of meat for Qingming cakes? With that much meat, even wrapping it in dogtail grass would taste good. "Niannian, do you still want to sun-dry sweet potato slices?" a woman shouted. The news about the brigade leader's wife sun-drying sweet potato slices for Tang Niannian had spread throughout the village, and everyone knew she had paid 5 yuan. Third aunt wanted to show off but was afraid of making others jealous, so she settled on saying it was 5 yuan, which only made the villagers envious. It was just drying sweet potato slices. 5 yuan was too easy to earn, and they wanted to earn it too. Third aunts are enough. Hers tastes the best in the village. Tang Niannian said directly. Her money wasn't easy to earn. Besides, she couldn't eat what others made because their hygiene standards didn't meet her needs. The better ones would sprinkle sesame seeds on the dough, making it especially fragrant. "This stubborn girl even looks down on what I dry." Old Lady Tang's expression was sulky. Her sweet potato slices ranked at least in the top 3 in Tang Village, but this girl was pickier than an emperor. Tang Niannian didn't bother arguing with them and rode off to the back mountain to find Tang Jiujin. The little girl had already prepared pig feed, gathered a bundle of firewood, and was playing hide-and-seek with her friends. Second sister. Seeing her beloved second sister, Jiujin crawled out from behind an abandoned grave mound, grass sticking out from her head, and ran excitedly towards Tang Niannian. She had missed her second sister so much in the 6 days they were apart. "Did you miss me or the meat buns?" Tang Niannian removed the grass from the little girl's head and brushed off the dirt. "I missed you," Tang Jiujin answered without hesitation, secretly adding in her heart that she also missed the meat buns. But her second sister was just a bit more important than the meat buns. "Did you buy meat buns?" The little girl tiptoed, peeking into the basket for meat buns, tears of joy already streaming down her cheeks. The other little friends were envious. They also wanted a sister who earned 98 yuan. Tang Niannian counted the heads. Besides Zhou Jin, there were 6 other kids. She gave each child a meat bun. She had bought 20 meat buns that morning, and there were plenty in her space. She would make her own in the future. Thank you, second sister. Second sister, I like you the most. Second sister, I will listen to you from now on. Second sister, call me if you need help. The children were overjoyed, chattering their loyalty. From now on, they would be the loyal little followers of their second sister. Tang Niannian smiled slightly. Little kids were so cute. She beckoned a few of the children with her finger. The kids reacted quickly and surrounded her, their 6 little heads bobbing, 6 pairs of big eyes sparkling as they looked at their dear second sister. Tang Niannian whispered a few instructions in their ears. The kids nodded vigorously, promising to remember and complete the tasks perfectly. Don't tell anyone else. This is our secret. If you spill it, there will be no more meat buns. Tang Niannian's tone was a bit cold. The kids shook their heads vigorously, saying in unison, "We won't tell." They wanted to eat meat buns, even if they didn't tell their parents. Second sister, if anyone dares to tell, I'll beat them up. Tang Jiujin waved her little fist, her chubby cheeks puffed up. Anyone who betrayed her second sister would not be spared. Tang Niannian gently patted her head and took out some milk candies for the kids to share. Stop playing hide-and-seek and go gather some qingming grass. She hadn't gathered enough. Okay. The kids replied loudly, stopping their game and heading to collect qingming grass. At this time of year, qingming grass was tender and green, smelling especially good. It grew abundantly on the hillside, and they would quickly gather a big bunch. Tang Niannian turned towards the cow shed. At this hour, there wouldn't be any adults on the mountain besides the kids. Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng were cleaning the cow pen. Both looked much healthier and had gained weight. Nian girl. The 2 elders greeted her with joy. Here. Tang Niannian took out a stack of newspapers, a bag of rice, and 4 wild rabbits. The wild rabbits in her space grew particularly fast, so she had to eat them quickly. The weather has been unusual lately. Be careful to keep warm and don't catch a cold. Tang Niannian reminded them carefully. It was the end of March, and Zhang Lao had gotten a fever in early April. We won't. We have thick blankets at night and eat so well, we definitely won't get sick. Deng Chongxing chuckled. Compared to the past, life was like heaven now. Eating so well every day and having thick blankets, how could they possibly get sick? Zhang Lao was also confident about his health. His only regret now was not being able to fulfill his ambitions. He was already 60, and if he delayed any longer, he might not have time to do anything for the country. Tang Niannian didn't say anything more. She often came to check on them these days, ensuring Lu Jinglan had no chance. After a moment, she added, "Be careful of Lu Jinglan. She's a sent-down youth from the capital and has a grudge against me. She might cause you trouble." The 2 elders' expressions turned cautious, and they assured her they would be careful. Tang Niannian described Lu Jinglan's appearance, noting the most obvious feature, a black mole at the corner of her mouth. Both elders remembered this and considered Lu Jinglan their primary concern. They were not afraid for themselves but worried about getting Niannian into trouble. After Tang Niannian left, Deng Chongsheng quickly hid the items and said seriously to Elder Zhang, "We need to be more careful from now on. We can't let Niannian get into any trouble. Right? We can't involve Niannian." Elder Zhang nodded repeatedly, deciding that in the future, he would have Deng keep watch while reading the newspaper. Tang Niannian prepared lunch for the Tang family, making a big pot of braised rabbit meat, scrambled eggs with chives, 8 eggs in total, along with stir-fried snails and greens. The generous use of oil made the food look very appetizing. The delicious smell from the Tang family's kitchen made the villagers passing by drool. They were too tired to feel jealous, especially since Niannian was a granddaughter earning 98 yuan. Digging in the fields every day, when will we ever get rich? Someone suddenly complained. With the current situation less tense, people felt bolder to speak. In the past, being poor was considered honorable, and no one dared to mention getting rich, but now many people wanted to make money. After all, everything costs money: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Being extremely poor, they couldn't even fill their stomachs. They dreamed of getting rich, wishing for gold ingots to fall from the sky. If only our Tang village could have a factory. I have a relative in Zhou village. Their factory set up a plastic factory and makes a lot of money every year. They eat meat at least 3 times a month, someone said enviously. I have relatives in Zhou village too. Their lives are really good. Another person chimed in, sounding equally envious. I'd be satisfied if I could just eat meat once a month, someone sighed. They all wanted to eat meat too, especially if they had some extra money at the end of the year. Come on, stop daydreaming. The team leader scolded, looking a bit displeased. The villagers not being able to afford meat reflected his own incompetence. He had worked hard, but with so little land in the village, even working himself to death wouldn't produce surplus grain. He wanted to start a factory, but Tang village simply didn't have the conditions for it. Starting a factory requires funds and technology, both of which Tang village lacked. The villagers dispersed, and the team leader walked behind them with a dark expression. Third uncle. Tang Niannian came out. The team leader stopped, his expression softening a bit. He couldn't show a bad face to the younger generation. Third uncle, you should report to the commune that Tang village wants to start a sock factory, Tang Niannian said directly. The team leader was taken aback, nearly stumbling. Niannian, have you fallen into the river again? He thought she must have a fever to say such nonsensical things. I'm serious. Third uncle. Tang Niannian's face turned cold, clearly unhappy with the team leader's lack of seriousness. I'm serious too. Don't say such things again. What do you know about starting a factory? You think it's as easy as hunting wild boars in the mountains? Wild boars are just there to be hunted. Factories need resources. Without anything to work with, nothing can be produced. The team leader scolded her, comparing starting a factory to an illiterate trying to write poetry. There's nothing in the head, so what can be written? I have machines. Tang Niannian's light remark made the team leader stumble again, his expression one of shock. Where did you get the machines? Anyway, I have about 30 machines. My second aunt has the skills, and we can find a master for the samples later. I'll invest my machines for half the shares. Tang Niannian didn't plan to start big. 30 sock machines would be enough. This would solve the employment problem for 30 women in Tang village. As for the men, she would later set up a machinery factory for them too. With just over 100 households in Tang village, she only wanted to help half of them become prosperous. The other half had let her down in her past life, and she wouldn't care if they starved. She was indeed a bit petty. The team leader finally reacted, pulling Tang Niannian into the house and closing the door. This was a top-secret matter that couldn't be overheard. However, just as he closed it, someone pushed it open forcefully, slamming it against his nose and making him tear up. Why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Third uncle, why are you crying? Aren't you too old for that? Tang old lady barged in, seeing the team leader in tears and looking disgusted. The team leader wiped his face, not wanting to talk to her. Recently, she had been eating a lot of meat and had become very strong. Her words were sharper than knives, and he couldn't afford to offend her. I have important matters to discuss with Niannian. Manjin, you keep watch outside. The team leader acted like they were conducting underground business, making the Tang family nervous. Tang Manjin obediently went to stand at the door, while Tang old lady sent Su Jin Feng to guard the yard, and she went inside to hear the top-secret news. Starting a factory? Third uncle, are you being fooled by this girl? Has the brain of that dead girl turned to mush? Tang old lady's first reaction was that the team leader had been tricked by his granddaughter. Starting a factory isn't as easy as plowing a field. Even if Niannian had some abilities, it was impossible for her to start a factory for the village. The old lady clearly didn't believe it. The team leader's face darkened further, wanting to refute her, but unable to find the right words. Grandma, I won't give you any money to support you anymore. Tang Niannian's words made the old lady's expression change, and she quickly backtracked. Third uncle, let's listen to what Niannian has to say. This girl has been smart since she was little, never scoring below 100 in exams. Maybe she can really make it happen. For the sake of unity, the old lady was willing to speak against her conscience, thinking that starting a factory wouldn't happen overnight, so she might as well let the girl try. I've got the sock machines. I'll have my second aunt as the workshop manager to teach everyone how to knit socks, and we'll need to find a sample maker. Tang Niannian explained her plan. Finding a sample maker wouldn't be hard. They could poach someone. Hong Xiao and Li and Shirley had more than one sample maker. As long as they offered a good salary, they could definitely lure someone over. Where did you get the sock machines? Tang old lady asked what the team leader was also thinking. He wanted to know. Hong Xiao has some discarded sock machines. I got them, fixed them up, and improved them a bit. They can knit 60 to 70 pairs a day. Then we can have my uncle handle sales. Our Tang village will definitely be the richest team in the commune. Tang Niannian painted a big picture, and the team leader's eyes lit up, excitedly rubbing his hands together until they turned red, eager to report to the commune immediately. Niannian, can you really get 30 sock machines? The team leader asked, still worried. Really? Tang Niannian nodded and added, I must have half the shares. The sock machines cost at least 138 yuan each. I can agree to that. I'll go to the commune this afternoon. The team leader stood up suddenly. Half the shares were nothing. Even if Niannian wanted most of the shares, he would agree. With a sock factory, their Tang village could afford to eat meat and have extra money for kids to go to high school and eventually college. Their Tang village could produce even more golden phoenixes. He, Tang Manshan, would also be a milestone team leader. Not to mention leaving a good reputation, he would definitely earn a good name. Third uncle, take this meat home to eat. Tang Niannian held out a large bowl of rabbit meat. She had cooked 2 rabbits, filling a big pot. The team leader didn't hesitate, taking the meat and hurrying away. After lunch, he would go to the commune to discuss starting the factory. Nian girl, are you really going to start a factory? Old Lady Tang was a bit worried. After all, Nian's parents had faced misfortune because of their factory. Starting a factory is the only way to make the whole village prosperous. Otherwise, our family will just eat meat every day, and the jealousy will only grow. Tang Nian knew the old lady understood. Old Lady Tang sighed, feeling both greedy for meat and anxious about it. Don't worry, things will get better. Tang Nian tried to comfort her, but it didn't help. Old Lady Tang remained worried. Even meat couldn't cheer her up. Su Jinfeng, however, was very happy and asked Niannian, can I work at the sock factory? If you learn the skills from second aunt, you can. I will definitely learn well. Su Jinfeng was thrilled. She would be able to earn a salary too. Tang Manjin just smiled foolishly and said nothing, as he didn't understand much, but he was happy to listen to Nian girl. In the afternoon, the Tang family didn't go to work because Tang Nian brought back too much rice flour and meat. Making qingming dumplings was time-consuming, so Old Lady Tang decided everyone should stay home and make dumplings. Tang Manjin went to dig bamboo shoots, while Su Jinfeng washed the qingming grass. The soil on the mountain was thick, so it needed several washes, and after that it had to be blanched with some baking soda. Then, using 30% glutinous rice flour and 70% regular rice flour, they mixed the blanched qingming grass into a green dough, and then it was time to stir-fry the filling. They used mustard greens, pork belly, bamboo shoots, dried tofu, and chopped green onions, adding plenty of oil to cook it well, then letting it cool in a big bowl. Old Lady Tang also cooked red beans to make sweet bean paste for both savory and sweet fillings. Making the sweet dumplings was simpler. Take a piece of dough, shape it into a bowl, put in the bean paste, roll it into a ball, then coat it with soaked glutinous rice before steaming. The green dumplings covered in white glutinous rice looked beautiful after steaming. These sweet dumplings had a lovely name, snowballs. One was raw, and the next was steamed with bean paste. However, Tang Nian didn't like sweet dumplings. She preferred savory ones, so she asked Old Lady Tang to make plenty of savory filling. Making savory dumplings was more complicated. The dough had to be pinched into thin outer layers and thicker inner layers. Since the rice flour dough dries out easily, they had to apply lard to their palms to shape it properly. Then, they added the filling and wrapped it up like dumplings, either pinching the edges or sealing it tightly to make savory dumplings. Tang Nian joined in, even making different designs, because she wanted to bring some to Xinxiao. The dumplings with twisted edges were raw, and those were steamed savory dumplings. This was the dumpling made during the New Year, called Reunion Dumpling, which was white and didn't have mugwort. The whole family worked until evening and finally finished making hundreds of Qingming dumplings, both savory and sweet. That night, the Tang family's dinner was Qingming dumplings. They could eat them after steaming for about 10 minutes, with half savory and half sweet. Everyone except Tang Nian loved both kinds. Tang Nian ate 7 or 8 dumplings and felt a bit full. Rice flour snacks were quite filling. Old Lady Tang put 20 dumplings in a basket, half savory and half sweet, for Tang Nian to deliver to the village chief's house. Tang Qingshan had 4 brothers, but now only Grandpa 4 was left. The other 2 brothers had died young, without leaving any descendants. So, the Tang family was closest to the village chief's family, and they would often exchange food. Tang Nian carried the basket and went with Jiojin. She casually asked about the factory situation. The village chief's family had just finished dinner. Third aunt was cleaning up in the kitchen, and Tang Hongxing was washing clothes in the yard, still looking expressionless, as if someone owed her $1 million. Hongxing's sister. Jiojin called out, and Tang Hongxing forced a smile that looked worse than crying. Tang Nian didn't bother with her. She didn't want to look at someone so dull-witted. Moreover, she doubted that with Tang Hongxing's temperament, if Xian Chuanrong really married her, they would probably become a mismatched couple. There's a saying, the dead are like white moonlight, but if they lived on, they would just be like rice grains on your clothes. However, she didn't regret saving Tang Hongxing. Her goal was to dismantle Lu Jinglan's harem. As for whether Xian Chuanrong and Tang Hongxing would become a mismatched couple, she wasn't worried at all. If they couldn't get along, they could just separate. Nian girl, Jiojin, come in and sit. Third aunt came out and shot a cold glance at her daughter. Ever since she was rescued from the river, that girl had been acting like the whole family owed her something. She was too lazy to scold someone so dull. But since she was family, she couldn't just ignore her. They could keep her for 2 years. The family could afford it. Once Xian Chuanrong married, she would immediately marry that girl off to get her out of sight. Third aunt, my grandma sent these. Tang Nian handed over the basket and lifted the cloth to reveal the still warm Qingming dumplings. Wow, why so many? Your family made Qingming dumplings so early? Third aunt was surprised. 20 dumplings were quite a big favor, especially with such a large bowl of meat at noon. Yeah, I wanted to eat them.
Tang Nian answer honestly.
Third aunt's mouth twitched. Nian girl was still the same, unchanged. She remembered once when Nian girl said she wanted to eat fried rice cakes, and Uncle Qingshan immediately had Aunt fry them. Frying rice cakes took a lot of oil. They usually only fried a little during the New Year. Uncle truly spoiled Nian girl. Whatever she wanted to eat, he would find a way to get it for her. Third uncle. Tang Nian called out, and the village chief came out, his eyes shining with undisguised joy. Come on, let's talk outside. The village chief pulled Tang Nian outside. It wasn't safe inside. His wife had a loose tongue. Can't we talk inside? It's windy outside. Third aunt muttered but didn't stop them, grabbing some sweet potato chips for Jiojin to chew on. The village chief stopped at the village entrance and said happily, the leader said as long as our Tang village can set up the right hardware, they will agree to let us start a factory. Next month, I will bring in 30 sock machines. Tang Nian mentioned a date. Great, but don't tell anyone yet. The village chief rubbed his hands together. If the sock factory succeeded, Tang village would become the best team in the commune, and no one would dare look down on them. Third uncle, just don't tell third aunt. Tang Nian replied. She could keep a secret. The village chief looked awkward. His wife indeed had a loose tongue, but he wouldn't say anything. This was a matter of great importance for the whole village, and he wouldn't even dream of revealing it.
Achoo.
Tang Nian sneezed and turned to leave. The wind at the village entrance was too strong, making her neck cold. Nian girl, you mentioned something big happening in September.
What is it?
The village chief caught up, eager to know. It kept him restless at night.
You'll find out then.
Third uncle, we are about to start a factory, so you need to start learning. You have to be able to manage it when the factory opens. Tang Nian shifted the village chief's focus. Once the sock factory was up, he would be the manager and she would only handle profits and technical support. The village chief's expression became serious. Nian girl was right. He needed to learn and improve himself.
Got it.
The village chief walked quickly. He wanted to go back and read the quotations, listen to the radio, learn the central ideas, and understand national affairs to better himself. Tang Niannian twitched her lips, making it seem like her third uncle was going to take an exam. Actually, she had everything arranged. The team leader as the factory manager to supervise the employees, her uncle in charge of sales, and Tang Mantong, who was good with words, was perfect for this role. With production management and sales technology covered, the factory would run smoothly, even with her eyes closed. That night, the team leader was studying hard while listening to the radio until 10 o'clock, making so much noise that her aunt couldn't sleep well and kicked him out of bed. The next day, Tang Niannian slept in until late morning, awakened by her grandmother's loud voice. "Nian girl, stop sleeping. Get up, the army sent someone to check on you."
Hey.
"You lazy girl, the fire is burning your backside. Hurry up." After calling several times, Tang Niannian finally moved a bit, but kept her eyes closed and rolled over to continue sleeping. After waiting for a while, her grandmother, furious, yelled loudly, rolled up her sleeves, pinched Tang Niannian's nose, and scolded, "No pig sleeps as much as you. What girl is this lazy? If you keep this up after you get married, which mother-in-law will like you? Get up now." Finally, Tang Niannian woke up. She was startled awake. The sudden feeling of suffocation made her think she was back in the apocalypse. She opened her eyes wide, exuding a chilling aura, her dark eyes cold and ruthless, and raised her hand, ready to strangle whoever was attacking her. Her grandmother shivered from the cold, loosening her grip on Tang Niannian's nose, confused about why it suddenly felt so cold, and her granddaughter looked so different and frightening. The old lady didn't suspect anything. After all, this girl had a fever of 40 or 50 degrees before, and it was normal for her to change a bit. Recognizing her grandmother, Tang Niannian pulled her hand back, the coldness fading, and complained, "Grandma, you better have something important." She hated being disturbed early in the morning. If her grandmother didn't explain clearly, her filial piety would be cut off for a month. Tang Niannian's grandmother was momentarily stunned, then became furious. How dare this lazy girl be dissatisfied? She raised her hand to slap her, not using much force, and muttered angrily, "Did you go deaf? The army sent someone to check on you. Qi Guohua, that shameless man, said you released the poisonous snake that day and reported it to the army. The leaders there are just as clueless, believing Qi Guohua's nonsense. How can such a foolish person be a leader?" The old lady was very unhappy with Qi Guohua's leadership. Her standard for judging good and bad people was simple. Flies stick to rotten eggs. How could good people associate with bad ones? Those who can collude with bad people are mostly bad themselves. Tang Niannian yawned, slowly getting dressed, her expression calm. "Hurry up. The army is waiting, and your third uncle is here. Go explain everything clearly." Her grandmother was so angry she could hardly contain herself, wishing she could dress the lazy girl herself. In the time it took her to get dressed, she could have made a whole outfit. "Okay," Tang Niannian replied slowly, not speeding up much. Qi Guohua couldn't produce any evidence. The army wouldn't be able to convict her. If the people sent were in cahoots with Qi Guohua, they shouldn't blame her for being ruthless. You don't need to be afraid. Even leaders can't convict people without reason. This is Tang Village, our territory. If they dare to collude with Qi Guohua, I will cause a scene at the army." Her grandmother thought her granddaughter was scared and softened her tone to comfort her. She wasn't just talking big. If the army dared to arrest Niannian, she would definitely make a scene. She was already over 60. If she died, it would be worth it. Tang Niannian felt warm inside, looked up, and sincerely said, "Grandma, I'm not afraid." "That's good. Your third uncle also told me to tell you not to worry." Her grandmother left the room to cook. After Tang Niannian finished washing up, breakfast was ready. Her grandmother had made stir-fried vegetables with rice cakes and 2 soft-boiled eggs, a rare luxurious breakfast. Hurry up and eat. Her grandmother set the breakfast on the table and even made a cup of milk powder. That lazy girl had many bad habits. In the morning, she had to drink a cup of milk powder with her dry food. She had only ever heard of people saying they couldn't eat because it was too watery, never that it was too dry. Tang Niannian was a bit surprised. Usually, when she drank milk powder in the morning, her grandmother would scold her a few times. Why was she being so nice today? Hurry up. After you eat, go to your third uncle and tell the truth. Don't be afraid of them. Her grandmother sat down to watch her eat. Tang Niannian took a sip of milk powder. It was fragrant and sweet, with a strong milk flavor. Very delicious. Then she poked a hole in the fried egg with her chopsticks, letting the yellow yolk flow out and cover the rice cakes, making them look more appetizing. She picked up the rice cakes to eat. The Tang family's rice cakes were made with 3 parts glutinous rice and 7 parts non-glutinous rice, slightly chewy and very tasty when stir-fried with vegetables. Tang Niannian's cheeks puffed out as she ate, looking both cute and beautiful. Her grandmother's disdainful expression gradually softened, reminding her of when she first brought Tang Niannian home. So tiny and fair, she had never seen a prettier baby than Niannian, soft and plump, dressed in silk clothes and blankets. This child had suffered in her home. Sigh. Is it enough? Her grandmother's voice softened, her gaze turning tender. She stir-fried 2 more rice cakes, saying if it wasn't enough, she would fry more. Enough, Grandma. Did Grandpa send you a dream to treat me better today? Tang Niannian couldn't help but ask. Her grandmother was acting a bit strange today. Usually she was loud and scolding. This gentleness felt a bit eerie. Smack. Tang Niannian received a hard slap on the head from her angry grandmother. Which day am I not good? Just you, this lazy bum. If you were in another family, you would have been punished long ago. Hurry up and eat. The warmth and kindness on her grandmother's face disappeared, returning to her usual sharp and tough demeanor as she yelled at Tang Niannian. Tang Niannian pouted, too lazy to argue, and focused on eating the rice cakes. This was the normal grandmother, not the gentle one that felt like a ghost had possessed her. After finishing breakfast, Tang Niannian wiped her mouth and went with her grandmother to the village committee. The army sent 3 people. The 2 older ones seem nice and friendly. They probably won't make things difficult. But the young one, you need to be careful. He looks dark-skinned, probably has a dark heart too. If he gives you trouble, just call out. Your third uncle, and I will be outside to help you. All the way there, her grandmother kept talking. She thought the young man sent by the army looked like a troublemaker and would definitely make things hard for her granddaughter. At the village committee, Shen Xiao, Wei Zhongcheng, and Zhou Jin sat at the top, while Qi Guohua limped in with a cane. Report, I am Qi Guohua. Qi Guohua introduced himself, his voice hoarse and weak, sounding very unconvincing. Today the sun was bright, and it was warm outside, but the room felt very cold. As soon as Qi Guohua entered, he couldn't help but shiver. He looked at the 3 people sitting above him, and immediately noticed Shen Xiao. When their eyes met, Qi Guohua shivered again, feeling even colder in the room. Please sit down. Zhou Jin spoke in a relatively calm tone. He had received instructions from above to assist Shen Xiao in investigating this matter. Shen Xiao had made it clear from the start that Tang Niannian was his fiancée and that Qi Guohua had maliciously slandered her. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing trusted Shen Xiao. It wasn't that they thought Shen Xiao was particularly good, but rather that he was so strong that he didn't need to stoop to dealing with a small fry like Qi Guohua. Moreover, Shen Xiao was powerful enough to confront issues head-on without resorting to schemes. Adding to that was Qi Guohua's current appearance, skinny, pale, hunched over, and exuding a sense of sleaziness that was far from the demeanor expected of a soldier. Thus, Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing's first impression of him was quite poor, naturally leaning towards believing Tang Niannian. After all, how could such a beautiful and confident girl, who faced a psychopathic murderer without fear, possibly resort to such despicable tactics? Chi Guohua sat down, trying hard to straighten his back, but after a few minutes, he slumped again, his shoulders uneven and lacking any dignity. Zhou Jin frowned slightly. Even if injured, he shouldn't be this weak. A soldier would rather die standing than live kneeling, and Chi Guohua was too soft. Old Wei, you ask him. Zhou Jin signaled to Wei Zhongcheng. Wei was an expert in investigations, while he and Shen Xiao assisted. Wei Zhongcheng cleared his throat and asked, Comrade Chi Guohua, what is your relationship with Comrade Tang Niannian? Tang Niannian was my former fiancé. We peacefully annulled our engagement 2 weeks ago. I never expected her to hold a grudge, and, while I was chopping wood on the mountain, she released a poisonous snake to bite me, resulting in my current condition. I wanted to go to the battlefield to defend my country and bring honor to my family, but now that is impossible. Leader, I have done nothing wrong to Tang Niannian. I just want the army to give me justice and for the Tang family to compensate my medical expenses. Chi Guohua spoke tearfully, portraying himself as innocent and pitiful, fully expressing his regret over not being able to go to the battlefield.
Crack.
The sound of a pen breaking interrupted Chi Guohua's performance. Shen Xiao, expressionless, set down the broken pen and coldly asked, You say Tang Niannian released a snake to harm you. Do you have any witnesses or evidence? The temperature in the room dropped significantly, and Chi Guohua shivered several times, feeling cold all over. At that time, only Tang Niannian and I were on the mountain. No one else was around. But I am speaking the truth. Most snakes are hibernating in winter. If it wasn't intentional, a snake wouldn't attack a person. Leader, it was Tang Niannian who deliberately harmed me. Chi Guohua grew more anxious as he spoke. He and his father had analyzed the situation and believed Tang Niannian was the most suspicious. That vile woman hated him deeply and could definitely do something as wicked as releasing a snake to bite him. Tang Niannian is only 17 and still a girl. Would she dare to catch a venomous snake? Wei Zhongqing asked. She would. Tang Niannian's grandfather is a famous hunter in the area. He even killed Japanese soldiers before and is very skilled. Tang Niannian has been hunting with him since she was young. Catching snakes is easy for her. Chi Guohua spoke the truth. He had seen Tang Niannian catch a nearly 2-meter-long snake with her bare hands. Tang Niannian's grandfather killed Japanese soldiers? Zhou Jin became interested. No wonder that beautiful girl dared to confront a psychopathic murderer. She came from a heroic family. Chi Guohua's expression changed slightly, feeling regretful. He had spoken too hastily and accidentally revealed the heroic deeds of the Tang family, which only brought glory to that vile woman. I only heard it from others. I'm not sure of the details, Chi Guohua replied vaguely. Zhou Jin smiled, but his gaze turned disdainful. He had previously worked in political education in the army, guiding soldiers with problematic thoughts. Chi Guohua's little tricks were transparent to him. You have no evidence and are making assumptions to accuse Tang Niannian. Chi Guohua, you are unworthy of being a soldier. Shen Zhao's voice was cold. He had initially thought Chi Guohua might have some evidence and had prepared thoroughly. But this guy had disappointed him. Trying to accuse his Niannian without any evidence was both foolish and malicious. I don't. What I said is the truth. Absolutely true. I never lie. I swear on my character. Chi Guohua's voice grew louder, and he became increasingly anxious. Things were not going as he had expected. Wasn't he supposed to be supported and have Tang Niannian accused? How could a common citizen win against soldiers? But these three were defending Tang Niannian at every turn, criticizing him. If he didn't know better, he might suspect they had been bribed by her. You never lie? Shen Xiao coldly questioned. Yes, I never lie. Chi Guohua gritted his teeth, feeling uneasy, but still speaking firmly. Shen Xiao sneered, bent down to pick up a recorder from under the table, took a tape from his bag, inserted it into the recorder, and pressed play. The tape started turning, and the scratchy sound echoed loudly in the silent room. Cold sweat broke out on Chi Guohua's forehead, his breathing quickened, and his fists clenched involuntarily, palms sweaty. He didn't know what Shen Xiao was up to, but his instincts told him it couldn't be good for him. Qi Guohua took a few deep breaths, secretly reassuring himself that he had been careful and hadn't left any evidence. At worst, he wouldn't be able to accuse Tang Niannian, and the worst outcome would be returning home to farm. As long as he had a chance, he would be fine. Qi Guohua? I know him. He was my high school classmate, sitting in front of me. But we weren't close. He's like a smiling tiger, very cunning and snobbish, looking down on people like us from the countryside. He's good at flattering teachers, and they all liked him. It's surprising he made it into the army, with his poor eyesight. A man's voice came from the recorder, speaking in the local dialect. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing understood, and their expressions towards Qi Guohua changed, showing hints of anger. Qi Guohua's face turned ugly, and he was drenched in cold sweat. But he still forced himself to remain calm. He absolutely could not lose his composure. I remembered Qi Guohua. He's in the military now. If I had known the physical exams were so lenient, I would have joined too. My eyesight is much better than his. He can't even see the board from the back row. Everyone in our class knows Qi Guohua has poor eyesight. He also likes to report on others. The teachers favor him and always seat him in the front. Who knows how a nearsighted person like him got into the military? He must have used connections. I know this best because I was there for the physical exam with Qi Guohua. I don't have poor eyesight, but I am colorblind. Let me tell you, that was when I learned that azaleas are not gray. Anyway, back to Qi Guohua. He has a good memory. While others were checking their vision, he memorized the directions of the symbols. How do I know? I was standing right next to him and saw it with my own eyes. The recorder captured 18 voices, both male and female, all from Qi Guohua's high school classmates. Shen Xiao arrived in Zhucheng yesterday, first going to Qi Guohua's high school to find the class roster and home addresses. However, some had left Zhucheng, and he only found 18. He initially wanted to uncover Qi Guohua's past misdeeds to prove he was of poor character, but he was pleasantly surprised. Qi Guohua had deceived his way through the physical exam and entered the military. A person with such questionable character could not be trusted. I don't know these people. They are all lying. My eyesight was fine until I got bitten by a snake. Qi Guohua was still stubborn, but the cold sweat on his face showed his inner panic. Wei Zhongqing and Zhou Jin did not hide their disdain. Luckily, they discovered this in time. Otherwise, who would dare to work with such a sneaky person? Who could guarantee that Qi Guohua wouldn't scheme against them? Shen Xiao turned off the recorder and took out a medical record from his bag, which was Qi Guohua's treatment record from the provincial hospital. Dr. Zhang, who treated your injury, clearly wrote in the record that you had vision problems before the snake bite. He even asked your father about it, and your father confirmed it. Shen Xiao opened the medical record, pointed to the line where Dr. Zhang noted the vision impairment, and showed it to Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing. Dr. Zhang's handwriting was neat and clear. It clearly stated that Qi Guohua had congenital vision impairment. Qi Guohua, what do you have to say now? Zhou Jin's face darkened as he shouted angrily. He rarely got angry, but Qi Guohua's shamelessness infuriated him. How did such a scum get into the military? It was outrageous. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. Leader, I really didn't lie. Qi Guohua panicked, insisting he wasn't lying, sweating profusely in the cold, looking utterly disheveled. Wei Zhongqing stopped Zhou Jin from losing his temper and said, "Let's hear what Comrade Tang Niannian has to say. We need to follow the procedure. Get out first." Zhou Jin's face was grim as he glared at Qi Guohua, scum. Qi Guohua, looking lost, got up with his cane but lost his balance and fell. He struggled several times but couldn't get up, looking very awkward. Wei Zhongqing couldn't bear to watch and went over to help him up, escorting him out of the room. Tang Niannian was standing at the door, having heard everything inside. She knew Shen Xiao was there. She didn't even need to speak for this case. Shen Xiao handled it all himself. Qi Guohua limped over, and Tang Niannian called out to him. "Did you tell the military that I let the snake bite you?" Tang Niannian's voice was cold, laced with menace. Qi Guohua shivered. He had just sweated a lot inside, and his shirt was soaked, clinging to his skin like ice, sending chills to his bones. I'm speaking the truth. It was you who harmed me. Chi Guohua straightened his back, trying to appear bold, looking aggrieved as he continued, Tang Niannian, the breakup was a mutual decision between our families. My family even compensated you 100 yuan. I didn't expect you would do something so heartless. Now I'm disabled, are you happy? You're not dead yet, so I'm very unhappy. Tang Niannian sneered, suddenly raising her hand and slapping him hard. The crisp sound startled everyone. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing came out, while Shen Xiao remained seated, knowing Niannian would be fine. Chi Guohua lost his balance and fell hard to the ground, his cane flying far away. Is the mountain your family's? I went hunting on the mountain, dozens of meters away from you. How is it my fault if a snake bit you? If I really wanted to harm you, I would have caught a 5-step snake and let it bite you, not report it to the military. How dare you blame me? If someone in your family dies, will you say it's my fault too? With each insult, Tang Niannian kicked him, deliberately performing for Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing. Chi Guohua curled up, holding his head, unable to resist. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing frowned, wondering how such a person could last 2 years in the military if he couldn't even handle a woman. Comrade Tang Niannian, please stop. Zhou Jin intervened, fearing Chi Guohua might die if this continued. You're this scum's leaders, right? I want to report that Chi Guohua is having an affair. Tang Niannian pointed at the fallen Chi Guohua, loudly reporting him. She detailed how Chi Guohua was involved with Yang Hongling, pushed her into the river, and how a rogue saved her. She spoke clearly and concisely, leaving no room for doubt. Leaders, Chi Guohua is ungrateful, despicable, and dark-hearted. To harm my reputation over the breakup, he even tried to pressure me into marrying a lazy, hot-tempered rogue. The military is a place of integrity. How can we allow such a rat to tarnish its reputation? I strongly recommend that you expel this rotten scum from the military. Tang Niannian spoke confidently, with reason and evidence, quickly sealing Chi Guohua's fate. Letting him leave the military would be too lenient. Expulsion was the only fitting outcome for such trash. Being expelled from the military would leave a mark on his record, a stain Chi Guohua would carry for life. No matter what he did afterward, this stain would follow him. Xian Chuanrong could remove his landlord's hat in a few years and have a chance to turn things around, but Chi Guohua's stain would never be erased, leaving him unable to recover forever. It's not me. It's clearly your improper conduct and affairs with men. But my family has always remembered your family's kindness in lending money back then and didn't make a big deal out of it. We even compensated you 100 yuan. Tang Niannian, don't go too far. Chi Guohua shouted angrily, genuinely appearing wronged. But Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing no longer believed him. A person with questionable character could not be trusted. Shen Xiao stepped out, bent down, grabbed Chi Guohua, and knocked him out with a hit to the back of his neck. Silence. Miss Tang, please come inside to talk. Zhou Jin smiled slightly, his eyes curious. He was eager to know how Shen Xiao managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Just last time they were at a restaurant, they didn't even know each other, and now, in just a few days, they were engaged. The speed impressed even him. Tang Niannian glanced at Shen Xiao, both pretending not to know each other. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing secretly found it amusing, but didn't expose them. There was really nothing more to ask. The situation was already clear. Zhou Jin went through the usual formalities, took notes, and then let Tang Niannian leave. As soon as the door opened, the captain approached warmly, saying, "Leaders, come to my house for some hot tea. This place is too cold." Tang's grandmother had been nagging him in his ear to gather information, making him feel like he had to come over despite his reluctance. "Thank you, Captain Tang," Zhou Jin said with a big smile. "Not a problem. This way, leaders. Lunch is already being prepared. Please don't decline. It's just simple food, but there's some wild game too." Niannian hunted it herself. She's quite the hunter. A while ago, she caught a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds and shared it with the whole team. The captain awkwardly shifted the conversation to Tang Niannian, clearly wanting to impress the military leaders by praising his niece. Niannian has been smart since she was little. She has never scored below 100 on her exams. Recently, she was specially recruited by the Hongxing Machinery Factory as a special talent, doing work that others can't. She earns 98 yuan a month, and no one in the commune can match her skills. The captain beamed with pride. If the sock factory issue had been settled, he would have boasted even more. Tang Niannian is a special talent at the Hongxing factory? Zhou Jin's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that the last time they ate at a restaurant, she claimed she wasn't working. Yes, she was recently hired. Factory manager Wu highly appreciates her and praised her for a full 10 minutes on the phone. He rarely praises anyone, and when he does, it's usually just a brief compliment. Praising her for 10 minutes is a first. The captain exaggerated a bit. He had only spoken for 8 minutes during the call, but he rounded it up. Tang Niannian is really impressive, Wei Zhongcheng said with a smile. The captain probably wasn't lying. Earning 98 yuan at such a young age was indeed impressive, even more than Zhou Jin. Of course. Let me tell you, my Niannian has always been exceptional. She was the prettiest baby in the commune, always top of her class, and her teachers adore her. After graduating high school, she solved a major problem for the Hongxing factory in just a year, which is why she was specially recruited. Tang's grandmother burst in confidently, praising her granddaughter with enthusiasm. You know the Hongxing factory, right? It's a state-owned enterprise, and only the smartest and most knowledgeable can be managers. If my Niannian weren't excellent, manager Wu wouldn't have noticed her. Tang's grandmother spoke passionately, her excitement evident, and Wei Zhongcheng and Zhou Jin were entertained, eager to hear more. Leaders, you are just as smart and knowledgeable as Manager Wu. You can surely clear my granddaughter's name, right? Just think about it. My granddaughter earns 98 yuan. Would she need to hang herself from that crooked tree because of Qi Guohua? There are plenty of excellent young people in Zhucheng. Why would she need to harm that useless Qi Guohua? Tang's grandmother openly expressed her disdain for Qi Guohua. Who are you calling useless? My Guohua is talented. If it weren't for Tang Niannian's schemes, my son would have been promoted by now. You old hag, your whole family deserves to be struck by lightning and suffer. Qi's mother rushed over and started fighting with Tang's grandmother. Shame on you. People like you should be punished, turned to ash, and thrown into a dung pit. Tang's grandmother, still fierce, grabbed Qi's mother's hair and kicked at her, aiming for her stomach and groin. In just a few exchanges, Qi's mother was overpowered and pinned to the ground, receiving a flurry of punches. Old hag, let go of my mom. Qi Guochun rushed in, followed by Qi Guoxiu, and the sisters attempted to gang up. Stop it. What kind of behavior is this in front of the leaders? The captain quickly intervened, halting the chaotic scene. Tang's grandmother saw the situation and kicked Qi's mother one last time before stepping back. On the ground, Qi's mother was disheveled and injured, looking pitiful. Leaders, please help us. Tang Niannian's family is driving us to the brink. Qi Guochun suddenly knelt down, banging her head on the ground, crying about Tang Niannian's supposed wrongdoings. It's Tang Niannian who has a bad reputation, messing around with Yang Baozhen by the river. My brother, caring for her reputation, didn't say anything and even gave her 100 yuan. After taking the money, Tang Niannian beat my sister-in-law, knocking out 8 teeth, and threw me into the river, deliberately letting men humiliate me and ruin my reputation. Now she's harming my brother and my mom is in this state. Leaders, we really can't go on like this. The captain is Tang Niannian's uncle, so he'll help her. Please, leaders, help us. Qi Guochun's head hit the ground repeatedly, blood quickly flowing from her forehead, but she continued, without feeling the pain. This was her only chance. She couldn't give up. Only if Tang Niannian lost and paid for her family's medical expenses could she avoid being forced into marriage with an old bachelor. Otherwise, with no money and so much debt, her parents would never let her off the hook. Zhou Jin reluctantly helped her up, feeling overwhelmed. He hated people who played the victim. It seemed like the weak always had the right, and everyone instinctively sympathized with the weak, even if they were in the wrong. I won't let that little brat get away with this. Tang's grandmother rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach Chiguachun a lesson, but Tang Niannian stopped her. The grandmother glared, about to speak, when a group of children ran over.
Chiguachun, Sha Mao, Kit Sing Tang Lao Li.
Chiguahua, messing around with Yang Hongling in the grass. A group of kids came running, clapping, and singing like it was a nursery rhyme, their voices clear. Chiguachun kissed Tang Laolu for 3 minutes. Chiguahua messed around with Yang Hongling for an hour. These kids were the ones who had received Tang Niannian's candy and buns. They had gathered some friends to spread the news about the Qi family scandal. "Shut up, you little brats. Get out of here." Qi's father scolded with a dark face, but the kids were fearless and shouted even louder. The Qi family looked embarrassed, but they couldn't retaliate against a group of children. They were outsiders, and these kids were all surnamed Tang. If they laid a hand on them, the Tang family would never forgive them. After the kids sang a few rounds, the captain finally intervened. "What's all this noise? Go home." "Going home now." The children laughed and ran off. The captain awkwardly smiled, saying, "Leaders, please don't mind. Kids don't know any better." Wei Zhongcheng and Zhou Jin exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions thoughtful. There was no doubt that Chiguahua had character issues, but Tang Niannian's family wasn't innocent either. The whole village seemed to side with Tang Niannian, and even if others were sent to investigate, Chiguahua wouldn't win. However, it also showed that the Qi family wasn't well regarded in the village. The captain's house was not far from the village committee, and they arrived quickly. Aunt San enthusiastically brewed tea and brought out sweet potato chips and egg cake. The Qi family was still outside, holding on to hopes of talking to Zhou Jin and the others. Xin Xiao looked at Chiguachun with a cold gaze that pierced her nerves like a knife. She couldn't help but tremble. Even though she stood in the sunlight, it felt like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Tang Niannian returned home, bringing a wild rabbit and a wild chicken for Zhou Jin to deliver to the captain's house. "Second sister, I will protect you," the little girl suddenly exclaimed, grabbing the rabbit and chicken and running off. Tang Niannian smiled softly, her eyes warming up. Tang Jiujin rushed to the captain's house and headed straight for the kitchen, where Aunt San was preparing lunch. "Second sister asked me to bring these." Jiujin placed the rabbit and chicken on the ground and ran off. "Why is this girl running so fast?" Aunt San laughed and scolded, calling Tang Hongxing over to help. After Tang Jiujin ran out, she didn't leave, but hid behind a camphor tree, glaring angrily at the Qi family. "Jerks, you dogs, I'll kill you." The little girl pulled out a slingshot from her clothes, made by her uncle, crafted from the hardest branch on the mountain and wrapped with cowhide. She had used this slingshot to shoot many sparrows for food. Today, she would use it to take revenge for her second sister. Did you ever play with a slingshot as a child? Tang Jiujin took a smooth pebble from her pocket, which she had picked up from the river. With all her strength, she pulled the cowhide band back, her little face turning red. She aimed at Chiguahua, the worst of them all.
"Ah!"
Chiguahua screamed, reaching for the back of his head, blood flowing between his fingers. "Guahua, why are you bleeding? Who threw that stone at you?" Chi's mother was both heartbroken and angry. She rushed to Aunt San for a handful of wood ash and pressed it firmly on the wound several times before the bleeding stopped. Chiguahua's clothes were stained with blood, and his face turned pale. He glared darkly at the camphor tree, knowing the shot had come from there. It had to be that wretched Tang Niannian. "Again, it's Tang Niannian. I'll get even with her." Chi's mother guessed correctly. There was no one else but Tang Niannian. That little brat was too wicked. "Mom, don't mess with her." Chiguahua grabbed his mother. Without evidence, Tang Niannian would never admit it and would only leave a bad impression on the troops. Now he just hoped the troops would side with him, punish Tang Niannian, and make her pay him 1,000 yuan. "That darned girl. We'll settle this later." "Guohua, sit down, don't stand." Chi's mother brought a chair from the captain's house for her son to sit. She looked around and, not seeing her daughter-in-law, couldn't help but scold. "Lazy girl. How can you not come for such a big deal at home? When I get back, I'll give her a piece of my mind. Chi Guohua's expression darkened further. He leaned weakly against the chair, feeling heavy-hearted. Ever since returning from the hospital, Yang Hongling had changed. He knew what she was thinking. She was disgusted with him for being injured. Since she married him, she shouldn't think she can easily escape.
Ah!
Suddenly, Chi Guoxiu screamed, clutching his head, blood gushing down. Tang Niannian, come out. You shameless brat, come out. Chi Guochun was both angry and panicked, running toward the camphor tree. She had just seen the stone come from there. It had to be Tang Niannian with her slingshot. That brat loved shooting sparrows when she was little, always causing trouble. Tang Jiujin took off running, the wind rushing past her ears. Though she was small and had short legs, she ran fast, and after a while, she turned back to take another shot with her slingshot. She rewarded Chi Guochun with a pebble. It was a lucky shot. The pebble hit Chi Guochun right on the nose.
Ah!
My nose. Chi Guochun stopped, covering her nose with both hands. Soon, blood flowed out, covering her face. Tang Jiujin laughed triumphantly and disappeared in a flash. When Zhou Jin came out to check the commotion, he saw 3 members of the Qi family injured, 2 on the back of their heads and 1 on the nose. The wood ash at the captain's house was almost used up. Leader, you have to take charge. Tang Niannian shot us with a slingshot. Look, my son and daughter are almost killed by her. Qi's mother complained, convinced it was Tang Niannian's doing. Mom, it was Tang Jiujin. Chi Guochun corrected her, having just seen that it was that little brat Tang Jiujin. Who is Tang Jiujin? Zhou Jin asked. Tang Niannian's sister.
How old is she? 7.
This whole family has been bad since they were little. Rotten to the core. Qi's mother gritted her teeth. Zhou Jin's lips twitched. He looked at her as if she were a fool. 3 adults couldn't handle a 7-year-old girl and still had the nerve to complain? Especially Chi Guohua, who had spent 2 years in the army. Even if he had a limp, he shouldn't be bullied by a 7-year-old girl. You all should go home. Zhou Jin was tired of talking to the Qi family. This matter already had a conclusion, and he would report truthfully to his superiors when he returned. Leader, what about my son Guohua's injustice? He can't just be harmed by Tang Niannian for no reason. Qi's mother cried. Zhou Jin's expression turned serious as he said, Your family has no evidence. The army cannot convict without proof. Go home and behave properly. Leader, it was Tang Niannian who did it. You can't protect her. Qi's mother shouted frantically. Her son had become disabled, and how could Tang Niannian still be fine? She wanted her punished, jailed, and for the Tang family to pay her 1,000 yuan. Zhou Jin ignored her and walked away with a blank expression. Qi's mother wanted to rush in and cause a scene, but Shun Xiao appeared. Just standing at the door silenced her. Keep it up, and you'll end up in a military court. Shun Xiao said coldly before turning back inside. Chi Guohua's face was ashen. He had completely lost. He couldn't stay in the army, his leg was injured, and he had lost the 1,000 yuan from the Tang family. Fortunately, he still had some money from retiring that could help pay off the family's debts. Let's go home. Chi Guohua sighed, using his cane to stand up, limping ahead. Is that it? Why should we let it go? It was clearly Tang Niannian's fault. Guohua, report to the army again and have them send someone else. Those 3 are definitely in cahoots with Tang Niannian. Qi's mother was unwilling to accept it. With hundreds of yuan in family debt, how long would it take to pay it off? They had to make the Tang family pay. Mom, stop making a fuss. I still have my retirement money. Chi Guohua was getting impatient. His head was pounding, feeling like it was about to explode, and his mother kept nagging in his ear. Besides, the army would only send someone this once. As a lowly soldier, how much influence could he have? His mother was truly foolish. Chi Guohua felt like he aged 10 years in an instant, hunched over and limping as he walked. He regretted getting involved with Yang Hongling, and even more so for breaking off his engagement with Tang Niannian. Before the engagement was broken, Tang Niannian had always been obedient to him and often brought over the best things from her home. Plus, she was so beautiful, hundreds of times prettier than Yang Hongling. Now she had a good job too. He had thrown away a big watermelon for a rotten sesame seed. Qi Guohua bit down hard on his teeth, breaking the skin in his mouth. The intense pain made his head injury feel less severe. If he hadn't broken off his engagement with Tang Niannian, none of this would have happened. He would still be in the army, and even if he couldn't get promoted right away, there would still be many opportunities in the future. Now, he had no chances left. He had returned to being a rural man, and a disabled one at that. Qi Guohua felt a sharp pain in his chest, and blood surged to his throat. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with resentment. He was unwilling to accept this. There had to be a way. If that fool Tang Niannian could find a job that paid 98 yuan, he could too. Since the army was out of the question, he would work at a state-owned factory. With his talent, he would surely become the factory manager. Qi Guohua comforted himself and soon felt more energized as he hurried home. Shen Xiao and the others had lunch at the captain's house. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing returned to the city first, while Shen Xiao stayed behind. Don't make your relationship with comrade Tang Niannian public for now, or Qi Guohua will use it against you. Zhou Jin kindly reminded him, thinking Shen Xiao was staying for Tang Niannian. The couple was in a passionate phase, and Qi Guohua would definitely cause trouble. I lived here for a few years when I was a child. Shen Xiao briefly explained that he needed to visit Tang's family. Unfortunately, old man Tang Qingshan had passed away. He hadn't had the chance to thank him for saving his life, but he would protect Tang's family in the future. You're from Tang Village? No. Aren't you from the capital? Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing were shocked. I got lost as a child and ended up here. It was Niannian and her grandfather who saved me. When he mentioned Tang Niannian, Shen Zhao's voice softened and his cold demeanor faded a bit. So you and Tang girl are childhood friends. Zhou Jin and Wei Zhongqing realized why Shen Xiao had referred to her as an old acquaintance. He wasn't lying. Shen Xiao chuckled lightly, his coldness diminishing and warmth emerging. Take care of yourself. We're leaving. Zhou Jin and the others headed back to the city to report the investigation results to their superiors. Shen Xiao went to find the captain and called General Ming to briefly report the investigation results. Qi Guohua managed to pass the physical exam. How did such a morally corrupt person stay in the army for 2 years? Lao Gao is getting worse. General Ming Jinqing's angry voice came through the phone. Lao Gao, whom he was scolding, was the leader who admired Qi Guohua and had asked him to investigate Tang Niannian. Qi Guohua's high school classmates say he is very good at flattering. Shen Xiao replied calmly. On the other end, Ming Jinqing's expression turned serious. Lao Gao always liked to hear good things and was easily swayed. At home, he was pampered by his wife, and at work, he was flattered by his subordinates. The older he got, the more confused he became. Get your work done and come back. There's a task that needs you, Ming Jinqing said solemnly. This was the same task Shen Xiao had previously declined. To investigate a serial killer in Zhucheng, this kid rarely made requests, so he agreed. Others were sent instead, but they got stuck in a dense forest and had lost contact. The person trapped was Zhou Xiliang from the Zhou family, which had been gaining power lately, even surpassing the Shen family. Zhou Xiliang was skilled but too arrogant, always wanting to compete with Shen Xiao. It was normal for young people to be a bit hot-headed, and Ming Jinqing didn't pay much attention to it. Sometimes he even encouraged his soldiers to compete. However, he didn't expect this task to be tougher than anticipated. Zhou Xiliang and his comrades were now trapped in a forest on the border, surrounded by enemies, with their lives unknown. The Zhou family was in an uproar, and countless calls were coming in, making Ming Jinqing very annoyed. Moreover, the Zhou family requested that Shen Xiao go into the forest to rescue them, which Ming Jinqing refused. Shen Xiao was his prized asset. He couldn't bear to send him out. But the Zhou family bypassed him and contacted higher-ups. He could refuse the Zhou family, but he couldn't refuse his superiors. He had no choice but to call Shen Xiao, feeling displeased with the Zhou family.
I'm on leave right now.
Shen Xiao didn't agree. He wanted to stay with Niannian. The higher-ups specifically ordered you to go. It's the same border task from before. You didn't go, and Zhou Xiliang took people there, resulting in them getting trapped in the forest, with their lives unknown. Ming Jinxing explained patiently. Shen Xiao was his treasure. He valued him even more than his own son. He had to explain clearly to avoid making Shen Xiao resent him. The Zhou family is overstepping. Shen Zhao's tone was cold. He didn't like the Zhou family or Zhou Xiliang. He had no brotherly bond with Zhou Xiliang. He knew the general wouldn't send him on this task. It was the Zhou family putting pressure from above. Xiao, Shen, go check it out. Your safety is the priority. I'll coordinate with the Southwest Military Region to send support. If there's danger, retreat and send someone else. Ming Jinxing sincerely said these words. Although he couldn't directly oppose the Zhou family, he could play tricks. Your Zhou Xiliang is precious, and my Shen Xiao is also precious. Whoever's treasure, whoever cares. Anyway, he's sending someone, but he can't guarantee the task will be completed. Uncle Ming, you need to work hard. Shen Zhao's tone was dismissive, no longer calling him general. Yes, it's my fault. I will definitely work hard. Ming Jinxing felt ashamed, unable to lift his head. It was indeed his lack of effort that allowed the Zhou family to pressure him, failing to protect his own precious child. 2 days. Shen Xiao agreed, but only after 2 days. After all, Zhou Xiliang was in the forest and wouldn't die immediately. Even if he did die, it was none of his business. Okay, I'll say you're on another mission. How are things going with your childhood sweetheart? Ming Jinxing sighed in relief. As long as this ancestor agreed, things would be easier. He knew Shen Zhao's skills and temperament well. There was almost nothing he couldn't accomplish. His agility was unmatched, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was the best in the military. Moreover, once Shen Xiao agreed to something, he would definitely follow through. As for whether Zhou Xiliang would still be alive in 2 days, Ming Jinxing didn't care. This task was Zhou Xiliang's own request. And as a soldier, dying on the battlefield was an honor. Once you put on the uniform, your life no longer belonged to you, but to the country and the people.
Goodbye.
Shen Xiao hung up, not wanting to indulge the general's curiosity. The phone line went dead, and Ming Jinxing was first stunned, then laughed and cursed. You brat hung up on me. When you get married, my red envelope will be halved. This brat's bad temper was hard for most people to handle, but that girl named Tang Niannian must be very gentle. Ming Jinxing was very curious about her. He called his superiors. Shen Xiao agreed, but it has to be in 2 days. He's currently on a mission and can't leave. The leader didn't ask much. As long as he agreed, it was fine. They could report back to the Zhou family. Shen Xiao made the call from the village committee, and the captain stayed with him, shrinking back to reduce his presence. Because Shen Zhao's coldness was too chilling, the captain didn't dare get close. This comrade Shen had a heavy aura, even more so than his second uncle, Tang Qingshan, who had killed several Japanese soldiers. Third uncle. Shen Xiao suddenly called out, leaving the captain a bit flustered. What was he calling him for? I can't accept that. Just call me by my name, Comrade Shen. The surprised captain quickly waved his hand, feeling unworthy of being called third uncle. He had heard from Comrade Zhou that Comrade Shen was a high-ranking leader equivalent to a deputy regiment commander. His second son had been in the army for 3 years and was still just a squad leader. The captain's biggest hope was that his second son could be promoted to a company commander. He didn't even dare to dream of a battalion commander. Just being a company commander would make him very satisfied. A deputy regiment commander was a height he never imagined reaching. As a mere production team leader, how could he accept being called third uncle by a deputy regiment leader? He feared it would shorten his life. Third uncle, I am Wolf Cub. Shen Xiao revealed his identity. When he lived in Tang Village, the captain had taken good care of him. The captain's expression changed dramatically, and he pointed at Shen Xiao in shock, unable to speak for a moment.
You.
You are Wolf Cub? He quickly realized he had misspoken and felt embarrassed, biting his lip. After all, this was a deputy regiment leader. How could he call him Wolf Cub to his face? Comrade Shun, please don't mind me. Oh my, you've grown so tall. You look nothing like when you were a child. The captain couldn't stop looking at him, feeling nostalgic. He remembered when Wolf Cub was small, thin, and short, with bright eyes that looked pitiful but had a fierce spirit. There were always some troublemakers in the village who tried to bully him, but they ended up with bruises after being beaten by Xin Xiao. He had seen Xin Xiao fight before, a small child facing two grown men without fear. Although he was covered in injuries, he never made a sound and ultimately knocked the two adults down. From that day on, no one in the village dared to bully Xin Xiao again. This kid fought like he had nothing to lose. No one wanted to challenge him. The captain also remembered that Xin Xiao was picked up by a fancy jeep with military plates, clearly indicating that he came from a distinguished family and had achieved success himself, now even becoming a deputy regiment leader. Comrade Shen, did you come specifically for this investigation? The captain thought of a possibility. Xin Xiao had gathered so much evidence that he had made that scoundrel Qi Guohua speechless. Other people wouldn't be so dedicated. Even Niannian might be wronged. No, it was a coincidence. Xin Xiao didn't admit it, but the captain didn't believe him. He didn't press further, feeling a mix of joy and excitement at having a secret that only he knew. Third uncle, I have to leave for now. Xin Xiao said his goodbyes, as he had urgent matters to attend to. With only 2 days left, he needed to speed up. You go ahead. Come over for dinner tonight. No, Niannian has already cooked. As Xin Xiao spoke, he walked toward the door. His long legs made his strides longer than others. The captain jogged to catch up, only seeing Xin Xiao's back. Nian. Calling him so affectionately means there's something going on. The captain murmured to himself, suddenly smiling with pride, walking with his hands behind his back, humming a tune. After being a captain for 15 years, he was sure he wasn't mistaken. Nian and Wolf Cub were definitely dating. Soon, he would have a deputy regiment leader as a nephew-in-law. The sky in the liberated area is bright, and the people love it. The captain's humming grew louder, his joy evident.
His goals had changed.
His second son should aim for a company commander position. He couldn't be too short-sighted and only aim for a squad leader.
Yay.
The captain hummed a tune, filled with happiness as he returned home. Even seeing his daughter with a long face didn't dampen his good mood. Tang family, what? That tall, handsome young man is Wolf Cub? Old Mrs. Tang jumped up from her chair, her eyes nearly popping out. Are you sure you're not lying, you silly girl? Old Mrs. Tang was half convinced. Wolf Cub and that handsome young man didn't look alike at all. Well, their eyes were somewhat similar, both very bright. But the height difference was too much. To her, it felt like Wu Dalong had suddenly transformed into Wu Song. It was more magical than a magic trick. Why would I lie to you? Tang Nian retorted, taking out about 30 sweet dumplings, half sweet and half savory, and placing them in a steamer. Xin Xiao would be coming soon. He loved sweet dumplings, especially the snow dumplings. This guy had a sweet tooth that didn't match his stern appearance. She had given all her snacks to Xin Xiao when they were kids. Why are you steaming so many? Old Mrs. Tang was distressed. Even the emperor's family didn't live like this. Xin Xiao is coming for dinner tonight. Tang Nian lit the fire, added some sticks, and filled another pot with water to prepare the chicken. You should have told me earlier. We have no vegetables at home. Old Mrs. Tang was anxious. She cared about her reputation and was frugal at home, but when guests came, she had to serve the best, especially since it was her granddaughter's boyfriend, a leader earning a high salary. We have vegetables. Tang Nian was already prepared, with a wild rabbit, a wild chicken, a duck, and some fish and shrimp, all taken from her space. The chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits raised in her space had grown well, and the fish and shrimp were thriving. She even had 9 pounds of river snails, kept in a bucket for several days, and they were clean. Even in modern times, this amount of food would be impressive. Old Mrs. Tang felt relieved and told Tang Niannian to step aside. The kitchen was her domain. When is Xiaoshan coming? Old Mrs. Tang quickly cut the snails, her movements swift. He'll be here around dinner time. The water boiled, and Tang Niannian went to kill the chicken and duck, then plucked their feathers. Old Mrs. Tang rolled her eyes, thinking she was just talking nonsense. But thanks to Wolf Cub this time. Otherwise, those shameless Chi family members would definitely cause trouble. Thinking of this made old Mrs. Tang cut the snails even faster, planning to use more oil in the dishes tonight to treat their esteemed guest well. As night fell, Shen Xiao returned from town, carrying many things. 2 bags of egg cakes, 2 bags of peach crisps, and 4 bottles of liquor, which he bought in town, divided into 2 portions, one for the captain and one for the Tang family. Shen Xiao first went to the captain's house, dropped off the items, and the captain and his wife were pleasantly surprised and hesitant to accept. Third uncle, thank you for your care when I was young, and I hope you can continue to look after Niannian. Shen Xiao was not good with words. He spoke as little as possible and didn't understand social niceties. Just getting this far was already his limit. He reflected on how, in previous years, he had asked others to check on Niannian, but the information often came late. If something happened to Niannian, he might not make it in time. He should ask the captain to look after her since they lived in the same village, and he was Niannian's third uncle. That was definitely better than relying on outsiders. Niannian is my niece. It's only natural for family to take care of her. Why are you being so polite? Just take the things. The captain was displeased, feeling Shen Xiao underestimated him. Was he the kind of person who would only care for family for material gain? The captain's wife had already reached out for the items, but upon hearing this, she quickly withdrew her hand and shot her husband a glare. So many good things were right in front of them, and they were refusing? How foolish. I'm leaving. Shen Xiao turned to leave. He wasn't one for polite words. Once he delivered the items, he wouldn't take them back. The captain wanted to chase after him while carrying things, but the person had already run far away. Aunt Sen came over, snatched the items, and said, Xiaoshan must really like Niannian. He wants you to say nice things about him in front of her. Just accept these gifts and make sure to speak well of Xiaoshan when you're with Niannian. If Niannian needs anything, just let Xiaoshan know. Aunt San didn't know that Shen Xiao and Tang Niannian were already dating. The captain hadn't told her because he thought she would spill the beans. She assumed Shen Xiao was trying to pursue Tang Niannian, so she accepted the gifts without hesitation. Niannian is really lucky. She has a stable job with a high salary and now such a good partner. No one in the entire commune is luckier than her. Aunt San sighed, feeling very envious. Thinking about her own foolish daughter, her good mood plummeted, and the items in her hands lost their appeal. In the past, Hong Xing was much more popular in the village than Niannian. Hong Xing was beautiful, hardworking, and skilled in farming, plus she graduated from middle school. Who in the village didn't praise her as a good girl? Although Niannian was pretty, she was lazy and had never washed a bowl, spoiled by her second uncle and aunt, and had a bad temper. By the time Hong Xing turned 17, suitors were lining up at her door. Now, the situation had flipped. Niannian was becoming more outstanding, while Hong Xing was infatuated with a landlord's son, neglecting her own parents. Aunt San sighed again, wondering when her daughter would come to her senses. Shen Xiao was carrying a lot of things and walking quickly toward the Tang family. It was getting dark, and he passed many villagers who were eating outside, all looking at him in surprise, but no one dared to ask anything. Once Shen Xiao was a bit further away, the villagers began to whisper. Isn't that young man sent by the army? Has the truth about Qi Guohua been uncovered? Someone asked quietly. Don't you know? It's already been cleared up. Qi Guohua has poor eyesight. 2 years ago, he faked his way through the military physical exam. His high school classmates said he always had bad vision and often lied. No one believes a word he says. No wonder the Qi family won't even open their door. They must be feeling guilty. Tang Niannian is really unlucky to be engaged to someone like that. Good thing she broke it off. who knew Qi Guohua, was so two-faced. He looked so good, a high school student, and many girls wanted to marry him. Yang Hongling is also unlucky to marry someone like him. She'll have a hard time ahead. Like attracts like, they're both not good people. The villagers' voices grew louder, and their impression of Qi Guohua sank to the bottom. A few who had lent money to the Qi family planned to ask for repayment after dinner. Where is that young man taking all those things? It looks like he's going to Tang Niannian's house. They began to murmur again, curious about Shun Zhao's destination but too afraid to follow. I'll go take a look. One brave villager followed him and returned after a while, excited. He went to Tang Niannian's house. The Tang family made a lot of dishes. I could smell the delicious aroma from far away and finished a bowl of rice there. The daring villager had finished his bowl of rice, and since he was having bland sweet potato porridge with pickles for dinner, he enjoyed the rich meat smell at the Tang family's door, quickly finishing his meal and savoring the aroma for breakfast. Why did that young man go to Tang Niannian's house? Do they know each other? Everyone exchanged glances, itching to ask Grandma Tang tomorrow. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Tang family was very serious. Except for Tang Niannian, everyone else sat straight. Even Grandma Tang kept her back straight, her hands resting on her knees, speaking seriously with Shun Zhao. Shun Zhao's strong presence made them too intimidated to slouch. Xiao Shun, you don't need to bring gifts anymore. We're family, no need to be polite. Grandma Tang spoke much more gently, looking at Shun Zhao with great satisfaction. Though he was a bit dark-skinned, he was really handsome, tall, and devoted to her granddaughter. Most importantly, he earned 130 yuan a month. Such a good young man would soon be her granddaughter's husband. No other old lady in the commune could compare to her. Zhang Manhwa, Su Jinfeng, and Tang Manjin didn't speak at all. The couple made all the family decisions. After Tang Qingshan passed away, Grandma Tang took charge, and they just worked without thinking. Tang Jiujin curiously looked at Shun Zhao. Is this the second brother-in-law? He looked quite handsome, but like an ice cube. Eating with him would be a bit chilly. But as long as his second sister liked him, it was fine since she had good teeth. Shun Zhao noticed the little girl's gaze and glanced at her, trying to give a gentle smile. However, he underestimated his own aura, and that slight smile was so subtle it was almost unnoticeable, still leaving him with a cold expression. Tang Jiujin was startled and quickly turned away, not daring to look again.
Time to eat.
Tang Nian got up to get the dishes. There was braised rabbit, wild chicken and mushroom soup, bamboo shoots stewed with duck, steamed crucian carp, boiled river shrimp, steamed snails, steamed potatoes, stir-fried greens, and shisher tofu, all laid out on a big table. Shisher tofu was specially requested by Tang Niannian because Shun Zhao loved it. This dish is a specialty of Zhucheng, served at weddings and celebrations. You could say, in Zhucheng, no banquet is complete without shisher tofu. Shisher tofu can be simple or elaborate. The simplest version is just regular tofu with starch for thickening, sprinkled with some green onions, which tastes good. But for a better flavor, more ingredients are needed. Tang Niannian made a broth with chicken soup, minced pork, shredded egg, wood ear mushrooms, garlic sprouts, and bamboo shoots. She heated oil in a pan, stir-fried these ingredients, then added tofu, breaking it apart with a spatula, added water to boil, and thickened it with a starch-water mixture, resulting in delicious shisher tofu. Xiao Shun, try this dish. Niannian made it. She said you love it. Grandma Tang warmly invited him and even set out a serving spoon for Shun Zhao to scoop the shisher tofu. Niannian's cooking must be delicious. Shun Zhao's expression softened a lot as he scooped a bowl and finished it quickly. It was extremely tasty, and after eating, he felt warm all over, reminiscent of flavors from his memories. Delicious. Shun Zhao scooped another bowl and ate 3 bowls in total before being stopped by Tang Niannian, who playfully said, "There are so many dishes. Don't you love snow dumplings? They're filled with red bean paste." She placed a few snow dumplings in front of Shun Zhao, proudly saying, "I made them all." Niannian is really capable. Of course. Tang Niannian graciously accepted the compliment. She was indeed very capable. Xin Xiao picked up a snow dumpling, took a big bite, and revealed the flowing red bean paste inside. The fragrance of mugwort mixed with the sweetness of red bean paste was incredibly delicious. He quickly swallowed the first dumpling and finished the other half in one bite. Really tasty. Xin Xiao generously praised it, genuinely finding it delicious. He finished all 6 snow dumplings on the plate. The savory ones are also good. I made those too. Tang Niannian picked up a few with savory filling, which looked a bit misshapen. Xin Xiao took a bite and immediately praised, "They look good and taste great." Of course. Tang Niannian was very pleased. She loved that Xin Xiao was always so encouraging. "This was made by me and this too. All made by me." Tang Niannian piled her plate with her dishes, while Xin Xiao's plate was stacked high. It didn't matter. He ate quickly and had a big appetite, so no matter how much Tang Niannian served, he could finish it all. Niannian is amazing. Niannian is so capable. It's really delicious. It's so good. One was desperately serving food, the other was eagerly eating, and both were praising each other, completely in sync, ignoring everyone around them. Tang Manjin and Su Jinfeng rubbed their arms, feeling a bit mushy, but it was fine. If they could eat this much meat every day, they could handle a little more mushiness. They didn't mind. Old Lady Tang occasionally shot glances at her granddaughter, hoping she would be a bit more reserved, but Tang Niannian didn't notice at all. Her heart was entirely with Xin Xiao. The old lady felt more sour than a vinegar jar. One is clumsy, the other is blind, and they dare to show off like that. Old Lady Tang grumbled to herself, but she felt pleased. Xin Zhao's willingness to cooperate with her granddaughter showed he truly liked her, much better than that scoundrel Qiguohua. They finished a whole table of food, including the Qingming rice dumplings. The Tang family had a big appetite, and Xin Zhao's was even bigger, but he still felt full and let out a satisfied burp. Old Lady Tang began to clean up the dishes, secretly shocked. One Xin Zhao's appetite could match 3 big men, and half of his salary would probably go to food. Fortunately, Xin Xiao earned well and could take care of himself. "Oldest son, go tell Man Shan that Xin Xiao will stay at his place tonight," Old Lady Tang instructed. Xin Xiao couldn't stay at home. It wouldn't look good for Niannian's reputation. "Take this over." Old Lady Tang packed 10 eggs for her eldest son to deliver. They couldn't stay for free. "Grandma, I need to go do something." Xin Xiao also stood up. He had things to take care of. "Go ahead." Old Lady Tang picked up a large stack of dishes to wash in the kitchen when she suddenly thought of Bai Sui and asked Tang Niannian, "Where's the yellow dog? I haven't seen it." She had left a big bowl of chicken soup mixed with rice for the big yellow dog. "Maybe it's out playing. The food is warming in the pot. I'll feed it when it comes back." Tang Nian also found it strange that Bai Sui wasn't in the space. Where could it have gone? Like owner, like dog. You have so many bad habits, and so does your dog. Who needs hot food? It's usually just leftovers. Old Lady Tang complained, feeling that the big yellow dog was more particular than people, refusing to eat cold food or scraps, only wanting warm meals. It was quite picky. She thought it had inherited its owner's bad traits. Even while grumbling, she still put the big bowl of chicken soup mixed with rice in the pot to warm it up, so Bai Sui could have hot food when it returned. Tang Niannian and Xin Xiao went out. The village was almost empty at night. It was the end of March, and the cold wind made everyone reluctant to come outside. Xin Xiao held her hand as they walked slowly. "I have to go back to the military district the day after tomorrow. I have a mission." Xin Xiao felt reluctant. He hadn't spent enough time with Niannian. "Weren't you supposed to have some time off?" Tang Niannian frowned slightly. "They assigned me to go. The Zhou family is trapped at the border, and I need to rescue them." Xin Xiao didn't hide anything. There were no secrets between him and Niannian. Tang Niannian's expression changed. The Zhou family. In her past life, they were the ones who caused Xin Zhao's death, and they were involved. The Zhou family is not good. They will harm you. Tang Niannian didn't explain further, knowing Xin Xiao would believe her. "I'll just take a look over there. If it doesn't work out, I'll come back." Uncle Ming said the same thing. Xin Xiao didn't ask for reasons. He believed whatever Niannian said, and he didn't like Zhou Siling anyway. Just don't be foolish and sacrifice yourself to save others. Tang Niannian warned. She only wanted Xin Xiao to stay safe. The lives of others didn't matter to her.
Okay.
Xin Xiao nodded obediently. He definitely wouldn't sacrifice himself, except for Niannian and his uncle. Tang Niannian planned to enter the space that night to find some advanced weapons for Xin Xiao to take, just in case. Woof woof. In the distance, dog barks echoed, and it sounded like more than one, along with some shouting. It seemed to be coming from the Qi family's direction. The villagers were stirred up and ran out to see what was happening. Get lost, you cursed dogs. Qi Mu was waving a broom to chase away a pack of dogs that had appeared at her door, making a mess with their waste.
Woof.
I just had an upset stomach. One black dog ran up and pooped right at Qi Mu's feet. It had caught a chill last night and was having diarrhea.
Ah.
Cursed dog, I'll kill you. Qi Mu was furious. The black dog had pooped on her foot. She grabbed the broom and tried to hit it, but the dog was too fast to catch.
Woof.
This family is terrible, bullying Bai Sui's beautiful owner.
I'll spit on you.
A spotted dog charged at Qi Mu and spat at her. The other dogs quickly followed suit. After all, Tang Niannian was their master, and they wouldn't let these lowly people bully her. Bai Sui stood at a distance, its gaze cold. Anyone who dared to bully its master would pay. The villagers gathered, watching the rare spectacle of a dog battle, all wide-eyed. Woof. Retreat. Bai Sui barked, and the pack of dogs quickly scattered, leaving Qi Mu in a messy state, along with the mess at her doorstep. The villagers stepped back, covering their noses. It smelled terrible, but they couldn't bear to leave. I'll kill those cursed dogs one day. Qi Mu shouted angrily, but the dogs didn't understand her words and had already run far away. Qi Guohua and his son had stayed hidden inside, while Qi Guochun lay in bed, lost in his own thoughts, ignoring everything outside. Qi Mu had to clean up the smelly mess of dog waste alone, nearly making her sick. After the excitement, the villagers dispersed, returning to their homes. The Qi family must have done too many bad things for even the dogs to turn against them. Someone suddenly said, and everyone agreed. Good families attract swallows to nest, while bad families only attract filth. Though they didn't speak up, everyone shared the same thought. The Qi family was not to be associated with. Who knew when they might stab you in the back? Tang Niannian and Xin Xiao witnessed everything and knew these dogs must have been called by Bai Sui. No wonder they didn't even stop to eat. Bai Sui ran over, wagging its tail, giving Xin Xiao a brief glance. Perhaps it was a case of king not meeting king. As the king of dogs, Bai Sui didn't particularly like Xin Xiao. During their first meeting, it had ignored him completely. Let's go home for dinner. The food is warming in the pot. Tang Niannian gently patted Bai Sui on the head, saying nothing more, especially not scolding it. Bai Sui was standing up for her, and she was just happy about it.
Woof.
I'm off. Upon hearing there was chicken soup, Bai Sui dashed away. It had already arranged with its pack that all their waste would be left at the Qi family's place. The good stuff would stay with them. The dogs from several nearby villages were now all under Bai Sui's command. With a single command, they charged forward. It's very loyal. Xin Xiao had a good impression of Bai Sui. Anyone who treated Niannian well was someone he liked. Bai Sui is my partner. Where are you going next? Tang Niannian's expression softened. Bai Sui had saved her many times and was a brother she could trust with her life. Looking for Tang Lao Lu. Xin Xiao didn't hide his intentions, a cold glint in his eyes. Qi Guochun had slandered Niannian, and he needed to find a man to keep her in check, to make her suffer a bit. Tang Lao Lu was too good. He wasn't suitable, but he could stir up trouble. As soon as Tang Niannian heard this, she understood his intention. With a smile in her eyes, she didn't stop him. Even if Xin Xiao didn't look for him, she would. Tang Lao Lu lived in a standalone house with 3 rooms and a yard. When his parents were alive, they were well off, and they built the house. However, since he was the only son who survived, his parents spoiled him into a lazy man. While they were alive, Tang Lao Lu never worked. After his parents died, he was left alone. If he didn't work, he would starve, so he finally started to work, but it was only sporadic, 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying nets. As long as he had enough to eat, he was fine. After all, if he was full, his family wouldn't starve. If he was really hungry, he could still go to his cousins' houses for meals. Tang Lao Lu's house was dark. He didn't turn on the lights because he couldn't afford the electricity bill, nor could he light an oil lamp. As soon as it got dark, he went to bed and only got up when it was light. Shen shouted knock. He climbed over the wall and brought a flashlight that Tang Niannian had given him. Tang Niannian waited outside and didn't go in. Tang Lao Tai was wrapped in a thin blanket, curled up and half asleep. She vaguely sensed someone by the bed, and when she opened her eyes in fright, she saw Xin Xiao. Thinking he was the Grim Reaper, she turned pale and trembled. I'm only 42, not old enough yet. Can you go to the third granduncle instead? Gathering his courage, Tang Lao Lu tried to negotiate with the Grim Reaper. The third granduncle he mentioned was the oldest man in Tang Village, 82 years old.
Get up.
Xin Xiao didn't turn on the flashlight. He could see in the dark. Tang Lao Lu sat up in fear, still wrapped in his blanket, not daring to look up. Tomorrow, go propose to Qigua Chun. Xin Xiao stated his intention directly, without wasting words. She won't marry me. I've tried.
Tan Lao Liu Zip Lit Suki Li.
He thought he could have a young wife since he had been close to Qigua Chun, but she refused to marry him. Whenever he got close, she threatened to kill herself, and he didn't dare to cause any trouble, so he gave up. If you can't marry her, then die. Shen Xiao didn't want to think of solutions. He just wanted results, and he believed Tang Lao Lu would find a way to marry Qigua Chun. He reached out and grabbed Tang Lao Lu by the neck. With just a little pressure, Tang Lao Lu's eyes rolled back in fear. I will marry her. Tang Lao Lu kept agreeing, knowing he would die if he didn't. Although he couldn't understand why the Grim Reaper was taking on the role of the matchmaker, insisting he marry Qigua Chun. If you don't marry her within half a month, you die. Xin Xiao didn't waste a single word. He should be back in Hu City in half a month, and he could call the captain to find out if this lazy man had done as told. I will marry her, I promise. Tang Lao Lu was so scared his face turned pale, trembling like a leaf. Compared to the Grim Reaper, he would rather marry Qigua Chun, the fierce woman. He had to marry her. He was only 42 and could live for decades more. Shen Xiao released his grip, and Tang Lao Lu gasped for air, feeling like he had just escaped from drowning. He felt as if he had stepped halfway into the gates of hell, with the king of hell beckoning him. Finally catching his breath, Tang Lao Lu wanted to ask the Grim Reaper how to report back after marrying Qigua Chun, but he found that the Grim Reaper had vanished. The moonlight by the bed was dim, and there was nothing there. Tang Lao Lu jumped in fright, pulling his blanket tightly around him. Who else could come and go like that besides the Grim Reaper? Oh, right, there was also the White Reaper, but the dark figure he saw was definitely the Grim Reaper. Tomorrow, he would go marry Qigua Chun. If she dared to cause trouble, he would use his ultimate move. Tang Lao Lu made up his mind and went back to sleep, needing to gather his strength for battle with the fierce woman the next day. After Shen Xiao left Tang Lao Lu's house, he changed direction and went to the Qi family. He climbed over the yard wall. The Qi family was asleep, and it was dark. Shen Xiao easily found Qi Guohua, knocked him out with a strike, and kicked him again. His already injured leg broke with a crack. Qi Guohua woke up in pain, unable to scream because his jaw was dislocated. Before he could open his eyes, he was struck again on the back of his neck and fainted once more. Xin Xiao picked him up with one hand and climbed over the wall again, casually finding a latrine. He kindly woke Qi Guohua up before tossing him in. Thud! Qi Guohua fell into the latrine like a projectile, splashing filth everywhere. Tang Niannian covered her nose tightly and shot a glare at Xin Xiao as he walked over. This move was truly cruel, but she liked it very much. That night, Shen Xiao stayed at the captain's house. For breakfast, Tang Niannian sent over dozens of Qingming rice cakes. Shen Xiao had a big appetite, and the captain's family didn't have much food. Aunt San definitely wouldn't cook too much, not wanting her husband to go hungry. Niannian, when did you and Xiao Shen start dating? Aunt San pulled her into the kitchen to ask. Since we were kids. Tang Niannian meant they were childhood friends, but Aunt San misunderstood, thinking it was an arranged marriage set by Old Man Tang when they were young. No wonder back then, Niannian often took food from home to feed the wolf cub. Old Man Tang never said anything. It turns out he was raising a grandson-in-law back then. Aunt San admired Old Man Tang greatly. In terms of vision, no one in the entire Tang village could compare to him. If she had known that wolf cub would be so successful, she could have raised him too. Maybe now, Xiao Xin would be her son-in-law. Aunt Sen felt very regretful, but she only dared to think this in her heart, afraid to tell her husband for fear of being scolded. Niannian, you're now officially employed and have found such a good partner in Xiao Xin. You are the most successful in the family. Don't forget to help your 3 brothers in the future. Aunt San was referring to her 3 sons. The eldest and youngest were temporary workers in the county, while the second was in the army. The Tang family had been farming for generations without any particularly successful relatives. Now it seemed they had to rely on Niannian.
We'll see.
Tang Niannian didn't refuse, but didn't immediately agree either. The captain's family was quite nice. In her previous life, when the Tang family had troubles, the captain's family helped a lot, and they were also affected. Within reason, she would definitely help. Aunt San beamed with joy, looking at Tang Niannian with even more affection and showering her with compliments. Tang Niannian smiled slightly, not thinking Aunt San was being opportunistic. Everyone has their own interests, and it's normal to seek benefits for their family. As long as it was within her capacity, she could accept it. That day, 3 events happened in Tang Village, giving the villagers plenty to gossip about. The first was that the dogs came again last night and left their mess at the Qi family's door. The freshly cleaned entrance became foul-smelling again, and the stench could be smelled from several meters away. The second was that Tang Lao Lu personally went to the Qi family to propose. The third was that Qi Guohua was found soaking in the latrine, reeking so badly that he had to be thrown into the river to wash off. I kissed Qi Guochun for 3 minutes and even touched her. If she won't marry me, who will she marry? If she won't marry me, I'll go to other villages to seek justice. I've kissed and touched her. Besides marrying me, who else can she marry? What does your Qi family have to be proud of? A bunch of broken people, dirty and smelly. Even the dogs dislike you. Marrying Qi Guochun is a good deed. 10 days, no waiting. Tang Lao Lu shouted at the Qi family's door. He had just gone to propose and was kicked out by a furious Qi mother wielding a broom, which had just swept up dog mess, leaving him covered in filth.
Tang Lao Liu Gu Set Lao Li.
Get lost. You should look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? How dare you come to marry my Guochun? If you dare to talk nonsense outside, I'll kill you. Qi mother shouted angrily with the broom. She planned to marry her daughter off to the mountains for 100 yuan in bride price. She definitely wouldn't agree to marry Qi Guochun to a lazy man like Tang Lao. Which of my words are nonsense? Did Qi Guochun not let me kiss her? Not let me touch her? Did I not save her life? A life-saving grace deserves a return, a rule passed down by our ancestors. You Qi family are ungrateful and heartless. How dare you make me look in the mirror? You Qi family don't even need to urinate yourselves. The dogs do it for you. Everyone hates you, and even dogs dislike you. What are you so proud of? Tang Laolu stepped back a few paces, afraid of being hit by Qi mother's broom. Then he stood with his hands on his hips, head held high, and shouted angrily. He used to be afraid because Qi Guohua had a bright future, but now Qi Guohua was just like him, with a limp leg, even worse off. Why should he be scared? Tang Lalio's shouting quickly attracted the whole village, who had just finished breakfast and were heading out to work. Villagers carrying farming tools surrounded the Qi family's door. That's right. Lalu kissed her for at least 3 minutes. I saw it with my own eyes. Lalu touched Qi Guochun and even squeezed her. I witnessed it. If Chiguo-chun doesn't marry Laolu, who will she marry? He's already touched her all over. A few onlookers started teasing loudly. In the past, they wouldn't have dared, but now they felt no shame. With Chi Guohua, the most promising member of the Chi family, now a cripple, what did they have to fear? Tang Laolu was very pleased and shouted, "Chi Guo-chun, you can hide from the first day, but not the 15th. You are mine, alive or dead. I give you 10 days to come to my house. Otherwise, I'll go to the commune every day to expose the wrongdoings of your Chi family." It was either the Chi family or Tang Laolu who would perish. The Lord of the Underworld had given a stern warning, and he dared not disobey. You heartless people, be careful of retribution. Chi mother trembled with anger, her face pale, unable to speak. Chi Guohua and his son had not shown themselves, while Chi Guo-chun lay in bed crying, and Yang Hongling coldly ate breakfast, indifferent to it all.
Woof.
Spit. At that moment, a spotted dog ran over and spat at Chi mother. After that, it squatted by the threshold of the Chi family and urinated before running away. The dog had woken up late and missed the collective action called by the village. When it finally arrived, it was scolded by the other dogs. Feeling ashamed, it decided to make amends. So, the dog rushed over and put on a show. It excitedly ran in front of the elder dog, wagging its tail and looking at him with big, wet eyes, gently saying woof. I spat 3 times and relieved myself of the pee I held in last night. Please don't be angry.
Woof.
Go away. The elder dog dismissed it with a wave of its paw, unable to tolerate the dog's annoying voice and gaze.
Woof.
I won't eat poop anymore. I had mint last night. Smell. It's fragrant. The dog tried to get closer, but was pushed away again.
Woof.
Eating poop once means smelling bad for life, Scram. The elder dog was furious. It didn't want to associate with a dog that ate poop. It was a proud elder dog, and its partner had to be beautiful and strong. Definitely not one that ate poop.
Woof.
What are you?
Woof.
I want to fight you to the death.
Woof.
You shameless little dog.
Woof.
If I can't have a chance, you're nothing. A group of angry female dogs rushed over and pinned the spotted dog down, attacking it. They all had feelings for the elder dog, but were rejected. They weren't angry with the elder dog. They were just mad at the shameless dog. In no time, a dog fight broke out, for flying, even more lively than the shouting match at the Chi family's door. Tang Laolu laughed triumphantly, sneering, "Now it's your Chi family facing retribution. Even the dogs dislike you. If I weren't too poor to marry, I wouldn't even look at Chi Guo-chun. 10 days, starting today. Let Chi Guo-chun come to my house." Tang Laolu made his threats and left. He didn't plan to pay a bride price, throw a banquet, or even get a marriage certificate, because that would cost 7 dimes, which he couldn't afford. The villagers dispersed, still talking about the Chi family's troubles, which were too big to ignore. Even Tang Laolu can claim to be Chi Guochun's father. He really has no shame. Some villagers couldn't stand it, feeling Tang Laolu was going too far. After all, he was 42, and Chi Guochun was only 18. The age difference was too great, and using such despicable means to force a young girl to marry was shameful. What if he's older? Tang Laolu saved Chi Guochun's life and even kissed and touched her. She's already been touched by him. Who else could she marry? Exactly, her purity is gone. What man would dare marry Chi Guochun? Marrying her is like wearing a green hat. Even if it's a loss, my family wouldn't want such an unclear woman. A few villagers shouted loudly, believing Chi Guochun should marry Tang Laolu, using her purity as an argument. Others didn't refute them, as it wasn't their business, and the Chi family was so disliked that they wouldn't defend them. Tang Niannian and Xin Xiao were not far away and heard everything. These people are so two-faced. They used to defend the Chi family. Tang Niannian sneered, recognizing that the loudest voices were the same people who spread rumors and caused trouble for Tang Lu Jin in her past life. After Tang Lu Jin's incident, the villagers split into 3 factions, one that sympathized with her, represented by the village captain's family, another that remained neutral, neither spreading nor believing rumors, and the third that spread rumors, blaming the Qi family as the main culprits. The people in front of her were accomplices. In her past life, these people played a significant role in forcing her to marry Yang Baozhen. Every place has those who harm others without benefiting themselves. Now that she had started a sock factory, these people would surely oppose her. They would have to live in poverty forever. Let's go. Shen Xiao sensed her anger and took her hand. Okay. Tang Niannian's coldness faded as she glanced at the foul-smelling Qi family, feeling better. The two found a quiet spot where the elder dog and a group of dogs were. Upon seeing her, the dogs excitedly wagged their tails, barking to show off.
Woof.
Don't bark. The master is mine. The elder dog barked, and the group of dogs immediately fell silent, not daring to bark again. Everyone gets a share. Line up. Tang Niannian took out cans and dog food, along with bones, to reward the dogs.
Woof.
There are big bones. Wow, I eat better than two-legged beasts.
Woof.
I love you, master.
Woof.
Niannian, I love you. Do you need a warm bed? The dog's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling lucky to be dogs in a time when humans struggled to eat. They had only eaten rat meat before. From now on, Tang Niannian would be their queen. A few male dogs vied for Tang Niannian's attention, eager to please her. Shen Xiao couldn't understand dog language, but he could sense their intentions. Having mingled with wolves for years, he was furious that these bold dogs dared to compete with him for Niannian. He darkened his expression, exuding a murderous aura that made the bold male dogs immediately tuck their tails and scurry away with their bones. Tang Niannian laughed so hard that she almost cried. She was actually jealous of a dog. How petty. If you see anyone from the Qi family in the future, spit at them. There's a reward. Tang Niannian squatted down and instructed all the dogs.
Woof. Got it.
The dogs barked loudly, ready to spit at the Qi family. Good. Tang Niannian took out some dog food, piled it into a small mountain on the ground, and then left with Shen Xiao. With these adorable dogs standing up for her, the good days for the Qi family were over. Qi family? I don't want to marry Tang Lao Lu. I'd rather die than marry him. Qigua Chun cried until her eyes were swollen and her voice was hoarse. She heard Tang Lao Lu shouting so loudly. She didn't want to marry this old bachelor, but she was afraid that he would go around spreading rumors and ruin her reputation. Although she couldn't marry a city official, Qigua Chun still dreamed of marrying into the city. She looked down on rural men and didn't want to spend her life farming in the countryside. Tang Lao Lu only gave me 10 days. That jerk really might spread rumors. What should I do now? Qi's mother was furious, her mouth full of sores, and her voice was hoarse. She was counting on her daughter's marriage to earn 100 or so in bride price. Those greedy people in the village seemed to have made an agreement. They all came to demand money last night. This family wanted 10, that family 6 or 8, adding up to about 200. The family couldn't spare a penny and had to find a way to deal with the daughter's marriage. But if Tang Lao Lu kept causing trouble, her daughter's reputation would be ruined, and the bride price would definitely be low. Darn Tang Lao Lu, that old scoundrel. Why hasn't heaven struck him down? Qi's mother cursed through gritted teeth. Qigua Chun sobbed. Qigua Hua and his father had dark expressions, their faces pale, silent. Yang Hongling hid in the house, ignoring everything. Ever since Wei Zhongcheng and the others left, she had been like this, not working or getting involved with the Qi family's matters, locked away in her room, lost in thought. Go clean up the entrance. Qi's father finally spoke, getting up to grab farming tools. He still had to work. With so many mouths to feed at home, if they didn't work, they would only be left with the wind. Stop crying and go to work. Qi's father shouted at his daughter and, after Qi's mother finished sweeping, he went to work. He didn't call Yang Hongling because it wouldn't help. She completely ignored him. Besides, Qi's father hoped to rely on Yang Hongling's background and connections to turn things around, so he treated her with some respect. Guohua, you stay home and rest well. Seeing his son looking dejected, Chi's father couldn't help but sigh. He felt like he was dreaming, hoping that when he woke up, all the misfortune would disappear, and his son would still be the most promising young man in the village. With a sigh, Chi's father left, opening the door to a foul smell. Even after cleaning, the stench lingered at the entrance. After gagging a few times, Chi's father held his breath and hurried away. But as he neared the fields, a pack of dogs chased after him, barking wildly and spitting, covering him in saliva.
Get lost.
Darn beasts, I'll beat you to death. Chi's father, furious and embarrassed, grabbed a hoe and swung it at the dogs, but the well-fed dogs were too agile to hit, and they took the opportunity to spit on him again.
Woof.
Retreat. Bai Sui stood nearby, watching, and when the time was right, ordered his pack to retreat. The dogs left quickly, leaving Chi's father covered in saliva, holding the hoe like a warrior, surrounded by a terrible stench. The villagers watched and whispered among themselves, believing the Chi family had done too many bad deeds and were now facing divine punishment. Otherwise, why would the village dogs only target the Chi family? So, as soon as Chi's father entered the fields, everyone scattered like they had encountered a plague, keeping a 10-meter distance from him. He was openly isolated. I wouldn't dare work with him. What if lightning strikes and I get caught in it? Me too. The Chi family is bad luck. Better to stay away. Everyone thought alike, fearing being dragged down by the Chi family. They didn't even avoid Chi's father, speaking loudly enough for him to hear, making his face even darker. Chi's mother and Chi Guochun arrived late, also smelling terrible because they had been spat on by the dogs. This made the villagers even more convinced that the Chi family was facing divine punishment, but they only dared to speak about it privately, not wanting to promote superstitions. Xin Xiao and Tang Niannian walked around the village, and everyone saw them, knowing he was eating at the Tang family's place. They were curious about his identity, and went to ask the brigade leader's wife. He's that wolf cub. You all saw him when he was little. Xiao Shun is now an officer in the army, earning 130 a month. He came to thank Elder Tang for saving his life. The brigade leader's wife, informed by the brigade leader, revealed Xin Zhao's identity, saying he came to express gratitude for Elder Tang Qingshan's help. Oh my, he's that wolf cub. How did he grow so tall? He's taller than my door. He was so short when he was young. What did he eat? He earns 130 a month? How can he spend all that? Does he have a girlfriend? Xiao San's wife. Can you introduce him to my daughter Shanxing? She's pretty, works quickly, cooks well, and she and comrade Xiao Shun are childhood friends. If this match is made, I'll buy you leather shoes. The villagers were shocked by this news, unable to connect the tall and handsome Xin Xiao with the short and dark wolf cub they remembered. It was true that boys grow up and become more attractive. In the author's customs, after a successful introduction, the matchmaker is invited to the wedding and given leather shoes. Some villagers even had their own ideas, wanting to recruit Xin Xiao as their son-in-law, with Tang Shanxing's mother being the most proactive. Tang Shanxing was the brigade leader's niece and considered a standout girl in Tang village. Before the third aunt could respond, Old Lady Tang jumped in. Old Lady Tang came out looking for her granddaughter and Xin Xiao for lunch, and upon hearing someone wanted to steal her family's wall, she was furious and rolled up her sleeves, rushing over to shout at Tang Shanxing's mother, "Your Shanxing is no childhood friend. Xiaoshan doesn't even know who she is. If we're talking about childhood friends, only my Niannian counts. Let me ask you, has Shanxing graduated high school? Does she earn 98 a month? Is she prettier than Niannian? Did she give Xiaoshan food from her family's grain when they were kids? Did her grandfather save Xiaoshan's life?" Old Lady Tang didn't curse, as they were family and she hadn't reached the 5th degree of kinship yet. Shanxing still had to call her second grandmother. She never directed her anger at family, at most raising her voice a bit. She was a reasonable person. However, the questions she asked were sharper than knives, and Tang Shanxing's mother's face visibly darkened. Her fists clenched, but she didn't dare to retaliate. Old Lady Tang was her elder, and she couldn't hit her. "Aunt, that's not a nice thing to say. Everyone knows Niannian is the best girl in the village, but my Shanxing is not bad either. Xiao Shun is not even Niannian's boyfriend, so why are you so anxious? Tang Shanxing's mother argued. Just don't have any funny ideas. You know about social status, right? Xiao Shun earns 130 a month, and your Shanxing has to stretch every penny. Can she really spend that much? Old Lady Tang huffed and raised her head, determined to find her granddaughter and son-in-law. The Tang family is very careful with money. They even divide toilet paper into 4 pieces. Even she can't stand it. How could such a family be good enough for Xiao Shun? Only her own spendthrift granddaughter deserves him. With a salary of 130, that girl would definitely spend it all. Old Lady Tang actually admires her granddaughter. If it were her, she wouldn't know how to spend 130. She would feel bad spending even a little more. If she spent it all, she'd be upset every day. Being able to spend money is a skill, and Tang Shanxing doesn't have that skill. No girl in Zhucheng can spend money like Niannian. Old Lady Tang strutted around like a proud hen, feeling very pleased. If it weren't for her granddaughter telling her not to reveal her relationship with Xiao Shun in the village for now, she wouldn't have been so reserved and would have spread the news widely. Others probably sensed something and stopped suggesting introductions for the captain's wife. Although Old Lady Tang's words were harsh, she had a point. If Shen Xiao really wanted to find a partner in Tang Village who could compete with Tang Niannian, as long as they weren't as blind as Qiguohua, they would definitely choose Tang Niannian. At the foot of the mountain, Old Lady Tang found someone. They had a good catch, bringing back 6 or 7 fat wild rabbits. In spring, wild rabbits were everywhere, digging holes in the mountains and damaging vegetation, so they needed to be reduced in number. Shen Xiao also caught some deer, wild boars, and wild chickens, all stored in the space he had, which had a large grassy area for them. Time to eat. Old Lady Tang called from a distance. Tang Niannian had just delivered a few wild rabbits and some fish to Elder Zhang and the others. The 2 elders looked healthy and rosy, much better than at the beginning of the month. Shen Xiao didn't ask much. As long as Niannian wanted to do something, he would support her. As they came out of the cow shed, they ran into Old Lady Tang. Don't go into the deep mountains. There are wolves. Old Lady Tang warned. 10 years ago, wolves could still be seen on the mountain, but they hadn't been spotted in recent years, likely hiding deep in the mountains. She had seen a village child taken by a wolf when she was young, and all that was found later were clothes and bones. It was tragic. Tang's lunch was still very lavish. The old lady was always generous when hosting guests, bringing out the best food. And the police are here. Just as Old Lady Tang set the table, the captain's voice rang out, sounding very excited. What do the police want? Old Lady Tang's first reaction was panic, but she quickly calmed down. Her granddaughter was a formal worker earning 98, so she wouldn't be involved in anything bad. If the police came, it must be good news. Tang Niannian was also a bit surprised, unable to guess why the police were visiting. The whole family went out, and the captain led Wei Zhongcheng and another male officer, all in police uniforms, into the yard. Comrade Wei, this comrade, please come inside. You haven't eaten yet, so let's eat together. Old Lady Tang was puzzled, thinking it might be about Qiguohua's unresolved issues. She warmly welcomed them while Su Jinfeng went to start the fire, needing to add more dishes for the extra guests. Soon, villagers gathered at the Tang family's door, many holding bowls, curious about the police's visit. It must be about Qiguohua. Maybe there's more to it. Everyone thought so, since Comrade Wei had come to investigate yesterday and was back today, clearly for Qiguohua. Could there be a twist? The Qi family also heard the news and rushed over excitedly. Qiguohua limped to the front, seeing the crowd around the Tang family. He was thrilled and wanted to push through to confront Wei Zhongcheng. I'm not eating. I'm here to present a banner and a bonus to Comrade Tang Niannian. I volunteered for this, after all. I'm familiar with her. Wei Zhongcheng said humorously, while his colleague took out a banner with a red background and golden edges, prominently displaying the words bravery in action. This is a 50 yuan bonus. Our director asked me to convey his thanks to Comrade Tang Niannian for her bravery in capturing the serial killer. Wei Zhongcheng dropped the joking tone and conveyed the director's message seriously. His colleague held the banner with both hands and presented it to Tang Niannian, making the atmosphere suddenly solemn. Tang Niannian instinctively stood up straight, extending her hands to receive the banner and the 50 yuan bonus. Thank you for the recognition and encouragement from the director. I will continue to work hard and will definitely take action if I see any criminals next time. Tang Niannian's voice was loud. She wasn't just being polite. In this peaceful era, she was quite bored and could only relieve her boredom by catching criminals. Not only could she gain fame, but she could also earn a bonus. What a great deal. Good job, Comrade Tang. Wei Zhongcheng couldn't help but give Tang Niannian a hearty pat on the shoulder. If everyone had her awareness, how could society be unstable? In his excitement, Wei Zhongcheng's hand was a bit too strong. Tang Niannian was caught off guard and stumbled to the side. Xin Xiao shot a cold glare at Wei Zhongcheng, making him shiver and awkwardly smile. The other villagers were stunned. Weren't they here for Qiguohua? Niannian actually helped the police catch a vicious serial killer? With the police presenting a banner and a bonus, it must be true. That girl is really brave. The excited captain didn't know where to put his hands and feet. This was not just Niannian's honor, it was the pride of Tang Village. Which team could boast of having a heroic woman? Which team had a girl who received a banner and bonus from the director? None. Only their Tang Village team. In the future, when they went to the commune for meetings, Tang Village would stand out like a crane among chickens. Comrade Wei, I have grievances to discuss with you. Qiguohua's voice came from afar as he finally pushed through the crowd and entered the yard, loudly claiming his innocence. He only called out once before sensing something was off. Everyone was looking at him with disdain, including Wei Zhongcheng. You have no grievances, get lost. If you come out to talk nonsense again, your whole family should leave Tang Village. The captain scolded darkly. Niannian was the pride of Tang Village, and he would not allow anyone to tarnish her name. Niannian has been praised by the police, and they even brought a banner. Your chief family is so despised that even the dogs don't want to be associated with you. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Heaven can't stand it anymore, otherwise, why would all the village dogs be spitting at your house? The villagers chimed in, all scolding Qiguohua. Several dogs eagerly joined in, barking and spitting at Qiguohua, adding to the insults. Qiguohua covered his head and walked away in despair, limping, followed by a few dogs barking and spitting at him. Even the seasoned police officers found it quite a spectacle. Old Lady Tang glared fiercely at her granddaughter, then turned around and warmly invited Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues into the house for a meal, even asking the captain to join them. Wei Zhongcheng wanted to refuse, but Xin Xiao spoke up, let's eat together. We just caught some rabbits in the mountains. Okay, I won't hold back. Upon hearing there were rabbits, Wei Zhongcheng agreed and pulled his colleague inside. When they saw the table full of delicious dishes, they couldn't help but swallow. In the city, they only had this much meat during the New Year. They usually didn't get to eat like this. There was salted meat with bamboo shoots, braised wild rabbit, wild chicken mushroom soup, qingming rice dumplings, steamed snails, dry-fried loach, and steamed potatoes. The potatoes were quite small, but when steamed and mixed with soy sauce, they tasted amazing. Su Jinfeng also stir-fried a large plate of chives with eggs and added 2 braised cushion carp, filling the table. Everyone enjoyed the meal, finishing all the dishes, and even soaking the crispy rice in the soup. The broth from the salted meat and bamboo shoots was milky white and so delicious that it could make your eyebrows fall off. Soaking the crispy rice in it was a unique taste that even a god wouldn't trade for. This soup was definitely the freshest in the world. After a hearty meal, Wei Zhongcheng and his colleague rode their bikes back to the city. Old Lady Tang even picked a lot of vegetables for them, including vegetable shoots, chives, and potatoes, all fresh, insisting they take them back to the city. They wanted to refuse, but they couldn't argue with the old lady. Lil Shun is just like my grandson. He has lived in my house since he was little. You are Little Shun's friends, so you are family too. I can act like your grandma, and send some vegetables for my grandson. Is that okay with your unit? Old Lady Tang was very persuasive and even claimed 2 grandsons. Wei Zhongcheng and his colleague were speechless, just watching as the old lady took out 2 baskets filled with vegetables and hung them on their bikes. The 2 of them felt overwhelmed by her kindness and rode off in a daze. Once they left Tang Village, a cold wind blew, waking them up. They stopped and looked at the overflowing baskets of vegetables, exchanging helpless glances. The old lady was too enthusiastic. But she had a point. The unit had rules against taking anything from the public, but there was no rule against taking things from your own grandma. These vegetables were fresh and couldn't be found in the city. Something feels off. Wei Zhongqing tried to adjust the basket and noticed it felt heavier. When he removed the top vegetables, he found a fat rabbit underneath, and his colleague found the same. They both chuckled and rode away, feeling very positive about the Tang family. When they reported back to the director, they praised Tang Niannian and mentioned the Tang family's good values, saying the old man was a hero from the anti-Japanese war, the old lady was wise, and the granddaughter was remarkable. They were all good people. Thus, Tang Niannian left a very deep impression on the police chief, descendants of heroes, a family of good people. Xin Xiao stayed in Tang Village for 2 nights and prepared to leave before dawn on the 3rd day. The villagers were still asleep. He stayed at the captain's house and quietly got up. After washing up, he went straight to his car but saw Tang Niannian standing gracefully in the moonlight at the village entrance. He had already said goodbye last night, thinking he would let her sleep in. Have breakfast. Tang Niannian held a basket containing 30 Qingming rice dumplings she had steamed to her space, 10 salty and 20 sweet. Xin Xiao had a big appetite. 30 dumplings were just enough to fill him up. He smiled widely and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Eat slowly. I hope you kept the weapons I gave you last night safe. Don't let anyone find out. Remember to drink the spirit water every day, and don't give it to anyone except your uncle. Tang Niannian nagged him, having prepared some suitable weapons for the dense forest and a bulletproof vest, which she handed over to Xin Xiao. I know. When are you going to whose city, Niannian? Xin Xiao finished all 30 dumplings quickly and drank half a pot of water, satisfied with a burp. He also wanted to give all his hidden treasures to Niannian. And he wanted her to see the house he had set up himself. I'll go to whose city once I finish my work here. I'll wait for you. Xin Xiao hugged her tightly, holding her close without doing anything else. After a long time, he finally let go. Tang Niannian got off the car and watched it leave, regretting that she still hadn't figured out how to share her space. Morning arrived. The village buzzed with life, filled with the sounds of roosters, dogs, and people, all the warmth of human life. Tang Niannian had breakfast and then headed to the city to deliver goods to Director Wu. She also needed to visit the parrot. On the way, the villagers greeted her warmly, with a hint of flattery. Nian girl, going to the city for work again. Nian girl is getting prettier. Uncle Qingshan was right. Nian girl is truly blessed. The villagers were eager to curry favor, especially those who had spoken ill of Tang Niannian before. They were like fair-weather friends, quickly changing sides now that Qi Guohua was out of the picture. Tang Niannian nodded at a few elders, ignoring those fair-weather friends. Qi's father approached, carrying a hoe, looking dirty and disheveled. Since Qi Guohua was pulled out of the cesspool, he rarely went out.
Woof.
Spit. A few dogs rushed over, barking at Qi's father. The villagers were used to it, feeling that the Qi family was like the village's stray dogs, hated by all the dogs in the village, who watched them closely. The Qi family's gate was already foul-smelling, almost rotting from waste, and their neighbors were suffering too, constantly cursing. Qi's father frowned and quickened his pace, while a few dogs chased after him, barking. This farce played out daily. The Qi family couldn't go out without being chased by dogs. Tang Niannian watched the Qi family's embarrassment, a smile creeping onto her face, feeling very pleased. It would be easy to make the Qi family suffer, but it wouldn't ease her deep-seated hatred. She wanted to slowly grind them down with this dull knife. The first to suffer would definitely be Qi Guochun. Tang Niannian could already guess Chiguachuan's fate, either sold to a lonely old man in the mountains or to a dim-witted fool. Only then would Chiguachun realize that Tang Laolu was actually a good match. She wasn't in a hurry. She would deal with these enemies one by one. Tang Niannian first went to the woods in the west of the city, a quiet place suitable for taking things from her space. She drove out the truck, and the parts were all processed with a zero defect rate. She also took out a few wild rabbits. The rabbits in her space grew particularly fast, so she needed to eat them soon. She placed the wild rabbits and vegetables in the basket and drove to the Hongxing factory. It was now 9:30 in the morning, and the workshop was bustling with activity. The gatekeeper recognized her and knew she was now a formal worker at the factory director's prized possession. "Nian girl is here." The old man greeted her warmly. "Yeah, here you go." Tang Niannian handed him 2 cigarettes, as she always did when entering the factory. It's important to maintain good relationships, even with seemingly insignificant people. They might come in handy later. Although she didn't like socializing, that didn't mean she didn't understand it. The old man smiled widely, having a very good impression of Tang Niannian. Tang Niannian called the factory director's office from the communication room, asking him to send someone to collect the goods. "I'll be right there." As soon as he arrived at work, Director Wu was waiting for a call. Today marked the 6th day since Tang Niannian had said she would contact him, and sure enough, the call came. The usually composed Director Wu jumped up in excitement. He first called the Quality Inspection Department to get the inspectors ready, then called the workshop to arrange for people to move the goods at the entrance. After making all the arrangements, Director Wu hurriedly rushed to the entrance, taking quick little steps. His thinning hair, which he had carefully styled with a damp comb, was now tousled by the wind, with each strand standing on its own. Normally concerned about his appearance, Director Wu didn't care at all. His heart was ablaze with excitement. He just wanted to touch those precious parts. Those were the key to his promotion. "Nian, you've worked hard. Come to my office for some tea. I even bought cake and chocolate." Director Wu's eyes squinted with joy as he called out, his voice overly sweet. The nearby workers were shocked and rubbed their arms in disbelief. They suspected that the director had been possessed, perhaps by a ghost. But they didn't dare to say anything. Exchanging stunned glances, they silently moved the parts, realizing once again how important Tang Niannian was to Director Wu. Tang Niannian followed Director Wu to the Quality Inspection Department, and after the parts were checked, she planned to leave. After walking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the alley across from the factory, a slight smile on her lips. "Secretary Li, go get the cake and chocolate for my office." Director Wu instructed his secretary to fetch the snacks. He had specifically asked his daughter and learned that girls loved sweet treats. He spent several of his hard-earned savings on them. Tang Niannian didn't refuse. Although she wasn't fond of snacks, she didn't mind free food. After they left, a man in the alley across from Hongxing factory sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Wow, that scared me," he muttered to himself, recalling how the beautiful girl had turned to look at him, her gaze so fierce it almost made him wet himself. "Why does that young girl have such a strong killing intent?" He mumbled quietly, glancing back at Hongxing factory before heading back to report. After days of effort, he had finally uncovered the secret of Hongxing factory. Today, he was there to confirm it. The factory's secret weapon was that beautiful girl. "Director, that girl is named Tang Niannian. Her uncle is a temporary machinist at Hongxing factory, but his skills are lacking. She got involved with Director Wu about half a month ago, and just before the delivery of parts from the shipyard, she brought in a truckload of components." Director Wu was grinning like a fool, flattering her so much he could hardly stand straight. "Tang Niannian must be a level 8 machinist." The man reported honestly, speculating that Tang Niannian was indeed a level 8 machinist. Although she was a bit young, machinist work often depended on talent, and she might just be a genius. Director Qian shook his head. "No, Tang Niannian definitely isn't a level 8 machinist. She's likely a connector." It was highly unlikely for a rural girl to suddenly become a level 8 machinist. The most probable scenario was that Tang Niannian knew several level 8 machinists and acted as a middleman. Director Qian, in his 40s and a few years younger than Director Wu, was tall and thin, with a shrewd look in his eyes filled with ambition. Although Director Wu seemed serious, he was actually quite soft-hearted and indecisive. In contrast, Director Qian, who smiled and appeared easy to talk to, was ambitious and decisive. Find a way to get close to Tang Niannian and invite her to our factory. Just tell her I'll pay double what Hongxing offers. Director Qian quickly made a decision. He had already lost to Hongxing twice. He needed to recruit talent and couldn't let Wu Songyuan feel proud. Moreover, he wanted to advance further, and for that, he needed impressive results. Tang Niannian had to come to his factory. As lunchtime approached, the batch of parts was finally inspected. The results were as expected, all met the standards, and were even more precise than the drawings required. Niannian, you're truly my treasure. Lunch is on me. Director Wu was so excited he rubbed his hands together, and his words became even more overly sweet. The others quietly lowered their heads, shivering at the awkwardness. No wonder they couldn't become directors. They didn't have the thick skin like him. They couldn't bring themselves to call a young girl their treasure. Uncle Wu, I have things to do at noon. Let's eat together another time.
Tang Nian Decalin.
She realized that Director Wu was just putting on a show. In reality, he was broke and couldn't even afford tea. According to the factory workers, Director Wu had a strict wife who controlled him tightly. He only got 5 yuan for pocket money each month, and he had to think twice before buying a pack of cigarettes. She didn't want to eat the money he had saved from his teeth. Tang Niannian wanted to take some newspapers, and Director Wu personally accompanied her to the office, stuffing her with all the newspapers from the past few days. Uncle Wu, here's some game I caught in the mountains. Tang Niannian pulled out 2 rabbits and some vegetables from her backpack, dropping them on the ground, then took the newspapers and left. By the time Director Wu realized what was happening and ran after her, she had already disappeared. That girl runs pretty fast. Director Wu laughed and scolded, putting away the rabbits and vegetables. He planned to have his wife make braised rabbit for dinner, paired with a little wine. Sounds perfect. Tang Niannian went to her uncle's house, where Tang Manhwa was eating lunch after getting food from the canteen. I'll go get some more vegetables. Wait for me, Niannian. Tang Manhwa tried to head to the canteen, but Tang Niannian stopped him. I'm going to eat at a restaurant. I brought some rabbits. Tang Niannian revealed 3 wild rabbits, a wild chicken, and some vegetables, creating a small mountain on the ground. Tang Manhwa was stunned. Uncle, I plan to move you to the electrical group. You don't have a talent for machining, but you've worked as an electrician in the village before, so it should be easier for you to learn. Tang Niannian explained her plan. Tang Manhwa had studied machining for a few years, but was still at a beginner level, clearly lacking talent. In her past life, Tang Manhwa had also become an electrician, finding a good master to learn from. However, he died in an accident while working. At that time, his wife, Jinju, was pregnant and couldn't handle the shock, leading to a premature birth, 1 death, 2 lives lost. Tang Dongqiang, their cousin, had to take on the responsibility, dropping out of school to support his sister as a temporary worker at the factory. But he also faced an accident, and the cheerful Tang Dandan never smiled again after that. As an orphan, Tang Dandan was treated poorly by her in-laws, often facing abuse. Eventually, she couldn't bear the mistreatment and committed suicide. The Tang family seemed cursed in her past life, with no one ending up well. Tang Niannian suspected that Lu Jinglan and the Zhou family were behind it all. She couldn't understand why Lu Jinglan and the Zhou family were so determined to pressure her and the Tang family. This mystery had to be solved. Tang Manhwa had some basic knowledge of electrical work from his time in Tang village, and Tang Niannian believed he would be more suited to being an electrician. Uncle, study hard to become an electrician, and this year I'll help you get a permanent position. Tang Manhwa's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Uncle, I'll go find Master Zhang and transfer to the electrical team. He needed to bring a rabbit as a gift. He had a good relationship with Master Zhang and had helped out in the electrical team before. However, if I go to the electrical team, no one will pay my salary. Tang Manhwa remembered a critical issue. His salary was paid by Xian Jinju's relative, the one with the herniated disc. They needed a machinist, and if he transferred to the electrical team, they definitely wouldn't pay him. Don't worry, I'll talk to Director Wu, and the factory will pay you. Tang Niannian reassured her uncle. This small matter would definitely be fine with Director Wu. Tang Manhwa immediately felt relieved, looking at his niece with admiration. His father was right. The family relied on Niannian to make a living. After giving her instructions, Tang Niannian left Hongxing factory. Her car was still parked at the factory gate, and she started the engine, heading towards the woods in the west of the city. Halfway, a man blocked her path. The man waved his arms frantically in the middle of the road, jumping up and down as if his life depended on it. Tang Niannian slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and leaned out, shouting, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Comrade Tang, I'm here on behalf of Director Qian from the Jinjin factory. He wants me to tell you that if you come to our factory, your salary will be double what it is at Hongxing. Director Qian is waiting for you at the factory." The man rushed over, trying hard to persuade her. If he could bring back the treasure from Hongxing factory, his future would surely be bright. "Director Qian sent you?" Tang Niannian wasn't surprised. She had been expecting this. She knew her collaboration with Hongxing factory wouldn't stay secret for long. Director Qian was ambitious and capable, so he would definitely find out. Plus, she had already prepared her collaboration project with Jinjin factory. She wanted to benefit from both sides. Yes, it's Director Qian who sent me. Comrade Tang, why don't you come back with me now? Director Qian is waiting for you." The man was sweating. He couldn't believe she dared to call the director by his name. This girl was really bold, but she had real skills. Even if she called out to Director Qian, he wouldn't be angry. "Get in the car." Tang Niannian didn't hesitate. She wanted to meet Director Qian, and being shy wasn't her style. The man was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. He thought he would have to make several trips. "Wait, I'll move my bike." The man had ridden over, so he moved his bicycle to the trunk and sat in the passenger seat, admiring the soft leather of the seat. This car was much nicer than the ones at their factory. Tang Niannian started the car and skillfully turned the steering wheel, heading towards Jinjin factory. The man beside her looked increasingly impressed. Her driving skills were better than the experienced workers at the factory. This young comrade Tang had great abilities. No wonder Director Qian wanted to recruit her at a high price. Zhucheng wasn't big. It took only about 10 minutes to reach Jinjin factory. The man called Director Qian from a reception, excitedly saying, "Director, I've brought Comrade Tang. Take her directly to the dining hall's private room. I'll be there shortly." Director Qian jumped up, looking thrilled. He called the dining hall, "Prepare a meal fit for city-level leaders for two." Once everything was arranged, he strode towards the dining hall, his smile growing wider, even wanting to hum a little tune. It was mealtime, and Tang Niannian followed the man to the second floor of the dining hall, to a private room for distinguished guests. Director Qian arrived quickly, extending his hand and warmly saying, "Comrade Tang, I've heard so much about you." Director Qian. Tang Niannian smiled and shook his hand, feeling positively about her first impression of him. He seemed like a person who got things done, unlike Director Wu. Director Wu had a more conservative nature, while Director Qian clearly had an aggressive personality. She preferred dealing with people like him. "Let's eat first. Our dining hall chef is quite good. The braised pork is a must-try. Comrade Tang, you have to taste it." Director Qian didn't mention work right away. As the dishes were being served, he started chatting. "I'm not bragging. No dining hall in Zhucheng can compare to ours. Our chef is someone I specifically brought over from a state-run restaurant. His ancestors were chefs at Luwailu, and he returned to Zhucheng after the war, making excellent Hangzhou cuisine." Director Qian spoke enthusiastically, and he was telling the truth. The food at Jinjin factory was so good that even provincial leaders praised it. The chef, surnamed Zhu, was someone he had lured away from a restaurant in Zhucheng for a high price. He believed that if you wanted the horses to run fast, you had to feed them well. If the food in the dining hall wasn't good, the workers wouldn't be motivated, which would directly affect production efficiency and his performance as a factory director. So, the first thing Director Qian did when he took office was to improve the dining hall. He would frequently inspect it, and anyone who dared to cut corners would be fired without hesitation. He even fired his wife's sister without mercy. To this day, his sister-in-law still gave him a hard time. The dishes were quickly served: braised pork, crucian fish tofu soup, stir-fried greens, and steamed 3 delicacies, 3 dishes and a soup, just enough for 2. The steamed 3 delicacies were delicious, and the soup was also great. During the meal, Director Qian didn't mention work, just encouraging Tang Niannian to eat more and make sure she was full, offering to refill her plate if needed. Tang Niannian was very satisfied with the food at Jinjin Factory. It was indeed better than at Hongxing Factory, especially the braised pork, which was rich but not greasy, lean but not tough, and the sauce was perfect for mixing with rice. The steamed 3 delicacies were also delicious, all handmade and exceptionally fresh. Moreover, Director Qian had excellent dining etiquette, always using serving chopsticks, which further improved Tang Niannian's impression of him. She finished all the dishes. Her appetite was 3 times that of Director Qian. Although he was surprised, he didn't show it, still smiling gently. "Did you eat enough, Miss Tang?" Director Qian's tone became more familiar, switching from Comrade Tang to Miss Tang, which didn't feel out of place. "I've had enough," burp. Tang Niannian couldn't help but burp. This meal was the most satisfying she had since returning. The chef from Lu really knew his craft. Director Qian's smile deepened. He was very perceptive and could tell that Tang Niannian was pleased with the food. He felt confident about discussing business today. "Miss Tang, you're straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. I want to invite you to Jinjin Factory to guide our technology, with a salary that is double what you earn at Hongxing. What do you think? Do you know how much Hongxing pays me?"
Tang Niannian cao de.
"I don't know, but no matter how much it is, Jinjin will pay double. The benefits at Jinjin will only be better than those at Hongxing."
You can rest assured about that.
Director Qian assured her with a smile. There was something he didn't say. With Wu Songyuan's character, he would be lucky to offer Tang Niannian 100 yuan salary. He guessed it was between 80 and 100. Anything more would be too bold for Wu Songyuan. 98 yuan, flexible working hours, at least 50 yuan in bonuses for completing tasks, and I get my own room. Tang Niannian said this honestly, wanting to see how sincere Director Qian could be. "The Forward Factory will give you a salary of 148 yuan, plus an additional 50 yuan in bonuses each month. For completing tasks, you can get at least 100 yuan in bonuses. You can choose any room in the Forward Factory dormitory." Director Qian offered benefits without hesitation. No matter when talent is money. As long as Tang Niannian can bring in business, any cost is worth it. Tang Niannian raised an eyebrow and asked deliberately, "Can I choose Director Qian's house? I'll have someone move out right now to make space for you." Director Qian remained calm. He would even be willing to offer his son if it meant bringing in someone as capable and beautiful as Tang Niannian. If his useless son could get close to such an impressive girl, it would be a huge blessing for the Qian family. Director Qian is quite interesting. I don't need a house, and I have no problem cooperating with the Forward Factory, but I can't stop my collaboration with the Red Star Factory, since I promised Director Wu. Tang Niannian made her stance clear. She had no intention of ending her partnership with Red Star. There are only 2 machinery factories in Zhucheng. Competition drives progress. If she only cooperated with one, how could she gain benefits? Only through competition can the rewards flow in. Director Qian's expression changed slightly. He intended to have Tang Niannian all to himself, but this girl wanted to straddle 2 boats? That's too fickle. "Miss Tang, one should be devoted. If you choose Forward, you can't think about Red Star anymore." Director Qian's tone sounded a bit wronged, looking rather pitiful for a middle-aged man, which felt quite awkward. "I'm full of energy. Even if you combine Red Star and Forward, it won't be enough for me." Tang Niannian explained seriously, as she also wanted to find partners in Zhucheng. Zhucheng was too small to meet her needs. With so many high-precision machines in her space and years of advanced technology, it would be a waste not to utilize them. Although she lacked conscience, she hoped for the country's prosperity and to connect with the international community sooner. Perhaps her small efforts could make a difference? Director Qian looked skeptical. How could one person handle two partnerships and satisfy both? Tang Niannian noticed his doubts, stood up, and said, I heard that the Forward Factory imported 2 large machines, but they have been sitting idle. Is that right? That's correct. These 2 machines are automated, but have been out of order for a long time. Director Qian frowned. Those 2 machines were a mess left by the previous director. He had been the deputy director of the Forward Factory and became the director 4 years ago. The previous director was a military leader who excelled in combat but lacked management skills. The old director had ambitious plans for the Forward Factory, but his efforts fell short. During his tenure, the factory was poorly managed and production efficiency was low, creating a chaotic environment. Those 2 imported machines were a mistake left by the old director, who, in a moment of weakness, spent a fortune on them, claiming they were the most advanced in the world and could process large parts with high precision. It sounded great, but the problem was no one knew how to operate them. The engineers who came to install them spoke foreign languages, and the translators were unhelpful. The 2 operators sent for training were relatives of factory officials, with barely a middle school education, and they couldn't even recognize the letters of the alphabet after a month of training. Once the foreign engineers left, the expensive machines sat unused. Every time Director Qian passed by, it broke his heart. That was a lot of money. When he was still the deputy director, he had been trying to contact major factories in Huqing, hoping they could send skilled workers for training. However, finding operators for such imported machines was difficult and time-consuming. Since they wouldn't come to him, he decided to send some promising young workers to Huqing for training, but something went wrong. After a few attempts, the machines broke down, and when engineers from Huqing came to fix them, they said some parts needed to be sent from abroad. The costs were outrageous, with small parts costing thousands of dollars, not including repair fees. Altogether, it added up to tens of thousands of dollars, which felt ridiculous for repairs. Director Qian held back his frustration, not wanting to let the Americans profit from this situation. He even offered a reward in the factory. Anyone who could fix those machines would receive a bonus of 1,000 yuan, but so far, no one had stepped up.
Sigh.
Now, whenever Director Qian went to the workshop, he deliberately avoided those 2 machines. They were too distressing to look at. After hearing Tang Niannian's words, Director Qian reacted quickly, his face lighting up with hope. Miss Tang, do you have a way to fix these 2 machines? He shared the same thoughts as Director Wu, suspecting that Tang Niannian had connections with skilled workers in Huqing, probably more than 10. Huqing was a small place, making it hard to find a skilled worker, but Huqing was much easier. There might be someone who could fix those machines. I'll take a look. Tang Niannian didn't make any promises, but she was about 80% confident. As an electromechanical engineer, her job involved installation, debugging, and repairs, and she was quite skilled, especially in electrical work, though she was slightly less experienced with machinery. I'll take you there. Director Qian was overjoyed and excited, usually composed, but now he was practically skipping ahead, with Tang Niannian following behind. She walked steadily, keeping a comfortable distance from him. The employees in the cafeteria stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the man smiling so broadly was their usually serious director. He hadn't smiled like this even on his wedding night. They looked at Tang Niannian, puzzled about her background. But one thing was certain, she was definitely not the director's romantic interest. Director Qian wasn't interested in women. He only cared about his position. Director Meng, finish your meal quickly and head to the second workshop. Bring Liu and Wang and the equipment team too. Director Qian called out from a distance. Liu and Wang were the operators, and the equipment team was responsible for maintaining and repairing the factory's machines. Director Meng, who was busy eating braised fish, nearly choked. He quickly finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and rushed to gather everyone, heading to the second workshop. Director Qian and Tang Niannian had already arrived. 2 massive machines took up half the workshop, covered in dust under plastic sheets. Director Qian climbed up to lift the plastic cover. Director, let us do it. Director Meng hurried over. Such dirty work shouldn't be done by the director. He called for help, and together they pulled off the plastic cover, filling the workshop with dust that made it hard to breathe. Tang Niannian stepped outside for fresh air and came back in wearing a mask. Director, should we start it? Director Meng asked. Yes. Director Qian nodded. Just as Director Meng was about to call the operators, Tang Niannian approached the control box and turned the start button. Director Meng's expression changed. This equipment was worth hundreds of thousands. How could a young girl just touch it? What if she broke it? Could she afford to pay? Even he, as the director, wouldn't dare touch these machines. Director Qian slightly shook his head at him, and Director Meng had to keep quiet, feeling even more confused about Tang Niannian's background. In fact, Director Qian was also nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he clenched his fists, his palms sweaty. These machines were far more valuable than his life. If they were damaged, he couldn't afford it either. But he sensed that Tang Niannian wasn't reckless, and her skilled operation didn't seem like a first-time encounter with imported equipment. He decided to take a gamble. If it worked, he would get promoted. If not, he would go home and grow sweet potatoes. Tang Niannian accessed the machine's program. It wasn't fully automatic. These machines used PLC programming, making them semi-automatic. PLC programming is a required course in electromechanical studies. Even in the apocalypse, while most equipment was fully automated, there were still PLC machines. Some underdeveloped countries preferred to buy such machines because they were cheaper and allowed for more labor. After reviewing the program, Tang Niannian realized what happened. An operator accidentally modified the instructions, causing the machine to malfunction. Didn't the foreign engineers tell you not to press this button? Tang Niannian pointed at the button that modified the control program. One operator looked confused, while the other avoided eye contact, making it clear. Master Wang, why didn't you report this when you messed with the equipment? Director Qian understood immediately, furious. He had begged and pleaded for these machines, and now it turned out this idiot was the cause. I didn't mean to. I was just curious and touched it. I didn't know it would break. Master Wang was sweating and stammering in his defense. He had been worried for days about being found out for damaging the imported equipment. Luckily, no one had discovered it until now, and he had begun to relax. But this beautiful girl figured it out in just a few button presses. Master Wang was sweating profusely, terrified of punishment, his legs shaking. Director, I really didn't mean it. I just wanted to see what was inside. I had no idea it would cause a problem. Why didn't you report it? Director Qian suppressed his anger and questioned him. If this idiot had been honest from the start, the engineers from whose city might have fixed it, and these machines wouldn't have been down for over half a year, saving the factory a lot of losses. I was afraid you would scold me. Master Wang's voice got quieter. He was more afraid of being fired. Director Qian was strict. He wouldn't hesitate to fire even his own relatives. He was the pillar of his family, and without a job, his whole family would suffer. He was scared. If you make a mistake, you must take responsibility. If you had come forward, I might have let it go. Director Meng, he can't stay in the second workshop. Director Qian was already considering firing him. Someone who was careless and wouldn't take responsibility couldn't remain in the company. Director, please don't fire me. I really didn't mean it. I've worked hard for over 10 years for this company. Please let me off this time. Master Wang suddenly knelt down, grabbing Director Qian's leg and begging. Take him away. Director Qian's face was grim. Mistakes must be punished. Without rules, there's no order. If he didn't punish Master Wang, others would follow his example, and everyone would become careless. The machines were national property, and any ill-intentioned person could cause great harm. He couldn't be soft-hearted and keep someone with bad intentions. Director Meng called for help and had Master Wang dragged out. The workshop fell silent. Others looked at Tang Niannian with caution. This young girl was impressive. The problem that the engineers from whose city couldn't find, she solved in just a few minutes. Amazing! Xiao Tang, are there any other issues with these machines?
Director Qian asked.
I need to check if the equipment has been maintained, Tang Niannian replied. Having already fixed the program, she climbed onto the machine to inspect it. Before starting, she needed to check if it had oil, if the wiring and parts were in place, and if the screws in critical areas were tightened. Most importantly, she needed to ensure no one was around the equipment. "It's been done. I supervised it myself," Director Meng quickly replied. Tang Niannian finished her inspection and found the maintenance satisfactory. She returned to the control panel, entered the basic operation commands, and pressed the run button. The massive machine started running. Up, down, left, right, spinning. Every movement was smooth, just like when foreign engineers operated them. Director Qian was excited, his eyes shining brightly. After a round of operation, the machines were fine. Tang Nian also fixed the other machine, and both were working perfectly. "All right, this button must never be pressed. It controls the machine's program, just like a brain. If it's tampered with, it will malfunction. Do you understand?" Tang Nian reiterated, her tone cold, just like when she trained the operators before. She hated disobedient operators. As equipment operators, curiosity was the last thing they needed. They just had to follow the instructions strictly. "Director Meng, did you hear that?" Director Qian looked coldly at Director Meng. This month's bonus would definitely be deducted, and there would be fines. As the workshop director, he had to be responsible for his staff. "I understand. I will definitely manage them well." Director Meng was sweating, furious with Master Wang for ruining everything. This month's bonus was definitely gone. "Don't cover it with plastic. The equipment is fine," Tang Nian said casually as she went to wash her hands at the workshop entrance, having gotten some oil on them. There was a faucet at the entrance with soap and sawdust mixed together, which worked well for cleaning, though it was a bit tough on the hands. Tang Nian washed her hands clean and wiped them off casually. "Xiao Tang, thank you for your hard work. Come to my office for a cup of hot tea." Director Qian warmly invited her, looking at her like she was a treasure. No matter the cost, he wanted to bring this girl into the factory. Not only did she have connections with skilled workers, but she was also a gem, someone who could fix imported equipment effortlessly. There were hardly any like her nationwide. The offices of Director Qian and Director Wu have very different styles. Director Wu's office is simple and frugal, with a scratch desk and 2 wobbly legs propped up with cardboard. Director Qian's office is more luxurious, with genuine leather chairs, a brand new desk, a portrait of the chairman on the wall, and shelves filled with quotes and management books. Even Director Qian's tea is premium Longjing, much better than the cheap tea of Director Wu. Both are directors, but the difference is huge. "Xiao Tang, have some tea." Director Qian personally brewed tea and brought it to Tang Niannian. "Thank you." Tang Niannian took the tea and set it on the coffee table to cool before drinking. "Director Qian, I can collaborate with Qianjin Factory. You don't need to worry about conflicts with Hongxing Factory. Your development directions are different." Tang Nian got straight to the point, avoiding unnecessary talk. "Xiao Tang, please explain more clearly." Director Qian showed a humble attitude, eager to learn more. Hongxing Factory mainly uses small machines for small parts. Qianjin Factory has only 2 large machines, but we can develop in that direction. For example, turbine factories often need large parts processed externally. If Director Qian can take on this business, Qianjin Factory's performance will surely improve. Tang Niannian's words were not random. In her past life, she had worked for a machinery factory. That factory specialized in external processing for turbine factories, handling parts several meters in diameter. Few factories can process such large parts due to the high initial investment, which many owners cannot afford. However, the processing fees for these large parts are very high, almost a windfall. Just one bore can cost tens of thousands. If they can secure this work, Qianjin Factory will definitely stand out. Director Qian rubbed his hands together in delight. Tang Niannian's words opened his eyes to new possibilities. Why compete with Hongxing Factory for small profits? He wants to grow big and strong, making Hongxing Factory envious, but unable to imitate. After all, Hongxing Factory lacks large equipment. Director Qian felt grateful to the former director for making a significant change. If it were now, he wouldn't dare to buy such expensive equipment, and the factory couldn't afford it. "Xiao Tang, I can bring in the business, but as you can see, the skill level of my factory's workers is lacking. I can provide training, and I'll handle any equipment issues. Tang Niannian spoke calmly. These were not problems for her. Moreover, for parts that require higher precision, I can help with processing. Tang Niannian threw out another bait, which Director Qian couldn't resist. Sure enough, Director Qian's eyes lit up like diamonds, and he became very excited. He couldn't wait to rush to Hangzhou and Shanghai to discuss cooperation with turbine factories. Xiao Teng, from now on, you are a specially appointed talent at Qianjin Factory, with a salary of 148 and a monthly bonus of 50, plus additional bonuses. Director Qian was much bolder than Director Wu, agreeing to give Tang Niannian her full salary and bonuses this month, along with 1,000 yuan bonus. He had promised 1,000 yuan to anyone who could repair imported equipment. This promise is always valid. Tang Niannian was very satisfied and had a better impression of Director Qian. Director Qian was clearly someone who got things done, had courage, and was generous, making him a good partner for long-term cooperation. Without delay, Director Qian personally took Tang Niannian to the HR department, arranged her work permit, and handed her 1,198 yuan. A thick stack of money made the finance department staff envious, wondering who Tang Niannian was to receive such attention from Director Qian. Director Qian, I look forward to your good news. Tang Niannian left her contact numbers for the Tang Village Committee and her new home, where she usually stays. The landlord of her newly bought house had returned to their hometown, and before leaving, they cleaned the place thoroughly. Tang Niannian didn't change the locks and moved in directly. After a busy day at Qianjin Factory, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. She first went to her place, rested in her space for a while, and then went to find Ba Ge. Miss, I've been waiting for you for several days. I couldn't reach you by phone. Those 2 sock machines sold for 140. Ba Ge sighed in relief upon seeing her. He had been waiting for her. I got the scrap sock machines from Hong Xiu and Li Yun, a total of 100. They are all cleaned up. Where are they? Tang Niannian asked. Ba Ji's yard definitely couldn't fit 100 sock machines. They're at the warehouse. I'll take you there. Ba Ge excitedly led the way. The warehouse was in the suburbs, filled with goods he had collected, with dedicated staff guarding it. The warehouse was large, and the 100 sock machines were neatly arranged and cleaned. Tang Niannian checked them and found they could all be improved. I want 30 machines. You can sell the rest after I fix them, and we'll split the profits as we agreed. Tang Niannian wasn't negotiating with Ba Ge. She intended to take 30 machines back to Tang Village to start a sock factory. Sure, it's your call. Ba Ge agreed without hesitation, even though he felt a bit pained about the 30 machines' cost. But there was no choice. After all, the core technology was in her hands. Plus, with 70 machines left, each selling for 140, he could make nearly 10,000. His share would be 4,000. Besides Zhucheng, there are sock factories in neighboring Shengcheng, Yucheng, Chongcheng, and Hangcheng, adding up to about 1,000 machines. If he could get them all, he would make a fortune. Ba Ge became more excited, imagining stacks of cash flying into his pocket. Tang Niannian was very pleased with his attitude. She didn't like people who were overly calculating. I'll come to pick up the goods at 7 tonight. After fixing them, I'll bring them back. Okay, I'll wait for you at the warehouse. Ba Ge happily agreed. Tang Niannian returned to her place, entered her space to cook, using the firewood she had collected from the mountains. She killed a wild rabbit, made braised potatoes, stir-fried some vegetables, and cooked a pot of rice. She even made meat soup for her dog, and they both finished their meals. At 7 in the evening, Tang Niannian drove to the warehouse, where Ba Ge and several of his men were helping load the sock machines onto the truck, managing to fit in 20 machines. I'll bring them back in 4 days. Tang Niannian calculated the time. She could probably finish the repairs in about 4 days. Many people have asked about them. 30 machines are already reserved. Ba Ge couldn't stop smiling. This was much more profitable than what he made on the black market, and it required less effort. Miss, tomorrow I'll go to Hangcheng to collect more sock machines. Ba Ge shared his plan. You need to move quickly. Others are eyeing this opportunity too. Tang Niannian warned him, reminding him that she wasn't the only one who could fix sock machines. The first person to improve sock machines was a master from Zhucheng. China has no shortage of talent. She wasn't necessarily better than others, just a few years ahead. I've checked the machines improved by others. They can only knit 40 to 50 pairs a day, not as many as ours, Baga said confidently. Tang Niannian's improved machines could knit 60 to 70 pairs a day, making her more efficient, which was his advantage over the competition. Do as you see fit. Tang Niannian didn't interfere. Her job was to improve the machines. Miss, do you remember the serial killer I mentioned last time? They caught him. He's a sanitation worker. That dead dwarf was insane. Baga suddenly brought up the perverted killer He Fashing, who was well-informed and knew more than the average person. Is he still alive? Tang Niannian frowned slightly. Such a heinous criminal should be executed immediately, right? Why was he still alive? Execution? Nonsense. This jerk has a cousin who is the head of the gang, so he's not going to die. He's in the psychiatric hospital, living better than a landlord. Beige sneered, his expression sarcastic. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Beige and his men couldn't help but shiver, looking at her with respect. In that moment, the girl seemed ready to kill. Beige felt lucky that night in the small woods. She must have been in a good mood and spared his life. Can the police not handle the gang? Tang Niannian's tone was harsh. Wei Zhongcheng had told her that He Fashing would definitely be sentenced to death, but now it was clear the police were losing to the gang. Beige scoffed, mocking, those gang members are crazy. They even target children and women. The police have families too. They can't confront these lunatics head-on. He continued, now the head of the gang is He Fashing's cousin, He Jisheng. This jerk has done terrible things and harmed many people. So, the criminal is in the psychiatric hospital now? Tang Niannian asked. Yes, He Jisheng made arrangements for his cousin, giving him a private room and treating him well, Beige said angrily. That's not our concern. It's best to mind our own business and live long. Tang Nian looked indifferent. Beige choked a bit and awkwardly laughed. Right, we just need to take care of ourselves. Let's go. Tang Nian got into the car, slammed the door, started the engine, and quickly disappeared into the night. Beige and his brothers locked up the warehouse and went home. That night, Zhucheng was very quiet. But one place was still brightly lit. The police station. The criminal investigation team was there, along with the chief. Everyone looked grim, especially Wei Zhongcheng, whose face was darker than coal. 9 beautiful girls have been harmed by that jerk, and now he's living well. How can we face the badge on our shoulders? How can we justify the trust the people have in us? Chief, tell me, how am I supposed to explain this to the public? Wei Zhongcheng shouted at the chief, showing no respect. Others wanted to persuade him, but no one dared. At that moment, Wei Zhongcheng was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged, making him look terrifying. Comrade Wei, calm down. The chief's face was also dark. Wei Zhongcheng had just sprayed saliva on him. Did he want to let him go? He was just following orders from above. What could he do? I can't calm down. I feel guilty. Every time I close my eyes, I see those 9 victims. I can't find peace. Wei Zhongcheng yelled hoarsely, his eyes red. He understood that leaders have their own difficulties, but he was still furious. Why was He Fashing, this pervert, still alive? He should have been executed immediately. He was also angry that the leadership was dragging their feet. If they had listened to him, they could have sent him to court that day, had a trial the next day, and announced the execution. Now, He Fashing was already a corpse. But the chief insisted on following procedures, dragging things out to the current situation. I want to take a vacation. Wei Zhongcheng turned to leave, without saying how long he would be gone. The chief didn't dare to say anything. The criminal investigation team relied on Wei Zhongcheng, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Darn it, he felt more useless than anyone else as a chief. Darn it! Wei Zhongcheng stormed out, his heart burning with anger. He wanted to rush to the psychiatric hospital and kill He Fashing right now, but he held back. He was a police officer. He had to follow the law and not act recklessly. As night deepened, the lights in the police station went out, and Zhucheng became unusually quiet. Zhucheng didn't have a psychiatric hospital, but there was one in the neighboring Shaocheng, about 40 to 50 miles away. A motorcycle sped down the dark road. It was Tang Niannian. At this late hour, there wasn't even a ghost on the road, so she could ride her motorcycle without worry. At 2 in the morning, she arrived at the psychiatric hospital. The hospital was dark. Both patients and doctors were asleep. Tang Niannian wasn't familiar with a hospital layout, but that was okay. She could take her time. Dressed in dark clothing and wearing a hood that only showed her eyes, nostrils, and mouth, she was ready. The hospital's walls had electric fences, but that didn't stop her. Tang Niannian put on insulated gloves, took out wire cutters, and cut through the fence, easily climbing over the wall. The hospital had 4 floors, and she went straight to the 3rd floor. Based on the hospital's layout, the 1st floor usually had consultation rooms, and the 2nd floor likely didn't have private patient rooms. In modern hospitals, private rooms were usually on the top floor. The iron door to the 3rd floor ward was locked, but Tang Niannian took out a wire and easily picked the lock. She didn't go inside, because there was a man standing at the iron door, his eyes shining in the darkness. Sky King covers the Earth Tiger. The man suddenly spoke. Pagoda suppresses the river monster, Tang Niannian instinctively replied. Has the organization finally sent you to get me? I'm always ready, and I have secret documents hidden that no one knows about. The man's voice trembled with excitement. Tang Niannian twitched her lips but cooperated, saying, The organization knows your hard work and sent me to check on you. She took out a piece of candy and handed it to the man. The man looked thin and malnourished, clearly not well fed. Thank you for the organization's trust. The man beamed, unwrapped the candy, and stuffed it into his mouth, looking at Tang Niannian with admiration, like a child looking at his mother. The organization wants to know where the new arrival, the one in the private room, is. Tang Niannian thought of a plan. This man surely knew where He Fashing was. 4th floor, I'll take you there. The man led the way, but the 4th floor was also guarded by iron doors. Tang Niannian took out the wire again and picked the lock. Xiaoer, did you come to see me? A voice echoed in the darkness. Another man appeared like a ghost. Here's some candy. The man from the 3rd floor pulled out half a piece of candy and stuffed it into the mouth of the man on the 4th floor. Xiaoer, you're so nice. The 4th floor man was overjoyed, happily sucking on the candy. Tang Niannian almost grimaced. Both of them were named Xiaoer. No wonder they say psychiatric hospitals are full of talent. It's true. She pulled out a handful of candy and 2 chicken legs, giving them all to the men. Xiaoer, I love you. The 4th floor man looked at Tang Niannian with deep affection, his sticky gaze sending shivers down her spine. Tang Niannian felt grossed out and hurried away. She didn't want to mess with the mentally ill. The 2 men divided the candy and chicken legs, directing Tang Niannian to where He Fashing was in the innermost private room. Tang Niannian picked the lock with the wire. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed, and there lay He Fashing, sleeping soundly. Moreover, the private room was clean and tidy, like a guest house. Tang Niannian approached the bed, and He Fashing suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could scream, she knocked him out, hoisting him over her shoulder and striding out. Xiaoer, are you leaving? The man on the 4th floor said reluctantly. Leader, I still have confidential documents to hand over to the organization. The man on the 3rd floor replied mysteriously. Tang Niannian followed him to the 3rd floor. After a while, the man excitedly ran back, holding his treasure, and seriously handed the confidential documents to her. It was a few newspapers chewed up by mice. This document is very important, comrade. The organization has assigned you a new task, Tang Niannian said with a serious expression and tone.
Please tell me.
The man on the 3rd floor puffed out his chest, looking excited. This man is a traitor. I need to take him back to clean up the mess. Please keep this a secret and do not reveal your identity.
Can you do that?
Yes, you can trust the organization. The man on the 3rd floor nodded vigorously, determined to complete the task assigned by the organization. Tang Niannian then took out a large handful of milk candies and handed them over. Activity funds from the organization. The man's eyes instantly lit up, and he hugged the milk candies like a treasure, watching Tang Niannian leave. After she left, he and the man on the 4th floor closed the door to the 4th floor room and locked the iron doors between the 3rd and 4th floors, making everything look normal. As for the milk candies, they divided them and hid them in their secret base. Tang Niannian drove back to Zhucheng and went straight to He Jisheng's house. He Jisheng lived alone in a garden villa that used to belong to a capitalist. Tang Niannian easily opened the iron gate, and 2 fierce dogs rushed at her. He Jisheng raised 2 large dogs, feeding them raw meat every day. The dogs were shiny and well-fed, serving as his bodyguards. The dogs, with their red tongues and bloodshot eyes, silently attacked Tang Niannian from both sides. Tang Niannian stood still and released Bai Sui. Bai Sui crouched down and let out a low growl, instantly calming the 2 large dogs, which lay down on the ground, too scared to move. Tang Niannian first went to the 2nd floor and drugged the sleeping He Jisheng. Seeing his appearance, even with her strong mental fortitude, she was taken aback. His face was covered in burn scars, his nose had only 2 holes left, and his eyes and mouth were deformed. His appearance could scare anyone in broad daylight. The parrot said that He Jisheng had fallen into a furnace as a child, ruining his looks. Like He Fashing, he was not favored at home. After He Fashing started working, he took He Jisheng in and cared for him a lot. Tang Niannian did not harm He Jisheng. He hadn't directly offended her yet. She would deal with him later if he did. He Fashing was awakened by pain. He wanted to call for help but couldn't make a sound because he had lost his tongue. The intense pain made him very alert, and in the dim light of night, he saw a figure in black standing in front of him. Tang Niannian took a few steps back. Behind her were the 2 large dogs, their eyes glowing green in the darkness. Her space was stocked with various medicines since she had collected from several pharmacies. She had just given the fierce dog some medicine. The bright moon hung in the sky, casting a clear light on the grass, while a chaotic battle unfolded. Tang Niannian watched coldly, her expression calm. This was nothing. She had seen much worse in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, strength is revered. The weak are not considered human. Regardless of gender, if you are weak, you can only be slaughtered and humiliated. The moon hid behind the clouds and then reappeared as time passed. Dawn broke. The sound of bells rang from the building. It was 4 a.m. The chaos stopped. Tang Niannian walked in front of the lifeless He Fashing, looking down at him. He Fashing had not lost consciousness. He was in too much pain. Every inch of his skin and every bone ached, stimulating his nerves. He slowly opened his eyes as dawn broke, and he vaguely saw a slender figure dressed in black, her face unclear. Yuh. He Fashing struggled, wanting to ask who this person was and why she was treating him so cruelly. But without his tongue, he could only make muffled sounds, and with every sound, blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, making him look hideous, like a demon. Tang Niannian's lips curled coldly as she took out a bottle of beast lure, a creation from the apocalypse that could attract wild animals, including dogs. She sprinkled the lure on He Fashing, and as soon as she finished, the 2 dogs excitedly pounced on him. Yuh. He Fashing let out a miserable cry, desperately trying to fend them off, but his fists were no match for their 8 legs, especially when the dogs were stimulated. Half an hour later, He Fashing lay still on the ground, lifeless, with no part of him uninjured. His eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair. Voices and car sounds filled the street. It was 5 o'clock. Tang Niannian no longer cared about the corpse on the ground. She had lost track of time. Carrying a body to the park would surely attract attention, so she decided to leave it in He Jisheng's yard. Fortunately, He Jisheng's yard was far from the city, with no neighbors around. At this time, it was deserted. Tang Niannian entered her space, changed into casual clothes, and came out with her bicycle. She rode away, found a secluded spot, and entered her space again to cook a big bowl of egg noodles to eat before going to sleep. She slept until noon, and when she woke up, she made a large pot of wild chicken stew with mushrooms and ate until she was full before leaving her space. In the distance, she could hear a bustling crowd near He Jisheng's house. Tang Niannian didn't go straight there. Instead, she rode her bike to the foot of the nearby mountain and picked a big bunch of bright red azaleas. At this time of year, the azaleas were in full bloom and could be seen everywhere. She placed the azaleas in her bike basket before heading to He Jisheng's house. From a distance, she could see a crowd of people, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. It's terrifying. The bodies are unrecognizable. Those 2 dogs have gone mad. I said long ago that those 2 dogs would cause trouble sooner or later. Now, their owner is getting what he deserves.
Good.
He Fa killed 9 women. He was behind that serial case last year. He should have been executed long ago, but He Jisheng protected him. This death is too easy for him. It's like the gods are punishing him.
Shh. Keep it down.
He Jisheng will hear you. The crowd whispered among themselves, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He Jisheng had bullied the villagers for years, committing many wrongs. The people were angry but afraid to speak out. They wished He Jisheng were the one who had died. My brother is locked up in a mental hospital. How could he be in my yard? Someone is deliberately opposing the party and the people, stirring up class struggle. You police must catch this reactionary. He Jisheng's desperate roar echoed, revealing his fear. The first person to discover his cousin's body was one of his subordinates. Last night, he had slept deeply for the first time in years, waking up just before 10. He was supposed to lead a meeting at 9, but when his subordinates waited and he didn't show up, one of them came looking for him and found the body lying on the lawn. That subordinate was so scared he nearly wet himself, screaming and waking him up. His first reaction upon seeing the body was fear. He suspected the murderer was still hiding nearby, targeting him. Killing his cousin was a warning he could be next. He Jisheng was filled with extreme fear, which turned into anger directed at Wei Zhongcheng and the others. You have so many talented people in your group. Our criminal investigation team is limited and can't solve such a big case. Wei Zhongcheng replied with a sarcastic tone, feeling very pleased. Just yesterday, he had a big argument with the director and was planning to take a few days off. Today, he had a rare lazy morning, even rekindling romance with his wife, only to get a call from the director telling him to hurry back to investigate. He was about to complain when the director said, He Fa Sheng is dead, found in He Jisheng's house. Wei Zhongcheng perked up immediately, returning to work without hesitation. Upon arriving at the crime scene, his mood improved even more. He Fa Sheng had died a terrible death. What a relief! Wei Zhongcheng and his colleagues felt great. Even knowing the means were illegal, the outcome was satisfying, and they didn't want to investigate this case. So, when they heard He Jisheng's angry shouts, Wei Zhongcheng didn't hold back and retorted, even threatening to quit. Director He, you've taken our cases before, so why don't you handle this one yourself? We're just not capable enough to manage it. Wei Zhongcheng snorted and called his colleagues to leave. He Jisheng's expression changed, his teeth grinding in frustration. He wanted to kill Wei, but he needed him to solve the case. Wei was the best investigator in the city. He had to catch the murderer and get revenge for his cousin. Captain Wei, please don't be angry. I was rude just now. I'm very close to my cousin, and I feel terrible about his brutal death. I lost control of my temper. Please forgive me. He Jisheng softened his tone, sounding pitiful. Those who didn't know the truth might actually feel moved by their brotherly bond. Captain, the murderer is 2 dogs. The wounds on Wei Zhongcheng were caused by dogs. The coroner stood up to share his findings. However, he withheld some details. For instance, the victim's tongue was first cut off with a sharp object and then bitten to pieces by the dogs. Also, there was a scent on the victim's body that excited the dogs, which was the main reason they went wild. The coroner didn't want to elaborate. He hadn't eaten enough breakfast and was tired. Wei Zhongcheng shrugged and said loudly, Director He, did you hear that? The murderers are your 2 dogs. This case is closed.
Impossible.
My dogs are very well behaved. They wouldn't bite my cousin. Besides, my cousin is locked up in a mental hospital 30 to 40 miles away. How could he be in my yard? He Jixing's voice rose, and his anger grew. These people were treating him like a fool. It was infuriating. I don't know if he Fa Sheng was in the mental hospital or at your house. Logically, he should be in prison. Director He, this is all we could find. The murderers are your two dogs. Wei Zhongcheng said coldly, mocking him. He knew it was suspicious for He Fa Sheng to suddenly appear in that yard, but it was none of his concern. He Fa Sheng should have been executed anyway. This outcome was great. He didn't care about the process. He was too full from breakfast and tired. Let's wrap this up, Director He. Will you send the body to the crematorium, or should I send someone? Wei Zhongqing asked politely. He was in a good mood and willing to help. No need, Captain Wei. He Jixing gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Wei Zhongcheng left happily with his colleagues. The onlookers dispersed, eager to share this big news with friends and family. They could talk about it for at least half a month. Tang Niannian rode her bike slowly, the big bunch of azaleas at the front contrasting beautifully with her lovely face, making her stand out in the crowd. He Jixing spotted her immediately, his eyes filled with greed. He couldn't believe such a beautiful young woman existed in Zhucheng. How had he never noticed her before? Captivated by Tang Niannian's beauty, He Jixing quickly forgot his anger over his cousin's death and only wanted to pursue her. Director, should I go find out more about her? One of his loyal subordinates, good at reading the room, immediately offered to help. Sure, be polite. He Jixing nodded slightly, showing patience for beautiful women. He looked back at Tang Niannian, his face twisted with greed and lust, making him look disgusting. Tang Niannian sensed his gaze, turned around suddenly, and met the ugly man's eyes. She felt his vile intentions but wasn't afraid. She just felt disgusted. If that ugly man dared to approach her, she would welcome it. It would be a good opportunity to practice. Tang Niannian silently sneered, plucking an azalea, biting off the stamen, and spitting it out. She ate the petals, which were sour and made her frown, but it reminded her of her childhood. Miss Tang. As they approached the city, Wei Zhongqing saw her and waved, calling out, Captain Wei, what are you doing here? Tang Niannian pretended to be surprised and rode over to Wei Zhongqing and his colleagues. Did you go up the mountain because your tire blew? Wei Zhongqing asked with a smile. With so many rhododendrons, she must have gone to pick them. Young girls love flowers and plants. Yeah, I picked some rhododendrons for a vase. Do you have a tire repair kit? I'll go get it. It will be here soon. Next time, go to the mountain in the east for rhododendrons, not the west. It's not safe there, Wei Zhongqing advised. He was worried about Tang Niannian because He Jixing lived in the west. That guy was like a dog seeing a bone when he spotted a pretty woman, and Wei was concerned he might harm her. Okay, I'll go to the east next time. Tang Niannian obediently agreed, but she would still find time to go to the west. She needed to give He Jixing a chance to make mistakes. I have good news. He Fashing is dead, Wei Zhongqing said cheerfully. I just saw that. Bad people get their comeuppance. Captain Wei, do you want some rhododendrons? They're really tasty. Tang Niannian remained calm and insisted on giving some rhododendrons to Wei Zhongqing and his colleagues. She picked a few for herself, pulled off the petals, and stuffed them in her mouth. At first, they were a bit sour, but then they turned sweet and were quite tasty. Only young girls like this stuff. I don't eat flowers. Wei Zhongqing found it amusing. A grown man eating flowers was ridiculous. They look great in a vase. Let's go. Tang Niannian waved and rode away. Brother Wei, is that the girl who caught He Fashing that night? She's really pretty and brave. One colleague laughed. She can curse too. I think she was trying to lure him out that night. Another colleague, who was at the scene that night, felt that Tang Niannian seemed to be intentionally drawing the killer out. After all, what pretty girl would be out walking at night? Since the murder case, girls in Zhucheng were afraid to go out during the day, let alone at night, unless they had to work night shifts. Holding the rhododendrons, Wei Zhongqing's expression suddenly changed as he had a thought. He looked deeply in the direction Tang Niannian had left, his gaze becoming serious. Many killers like to return to the crime scene. Could it be that Tang Niannian was one of them? Wei Zhongqing's heart raced, and he shouted at his two colleagues, "What do you mean she was fishing for him? She's just a young girl. She wouldn't have that kind of courage." "Don't say that again. If He Jisheng hears it, it could be dangerous." "We won't say it again." The two colleagues quickly shut up, realizing how beautiful Tang Niannian was. If He Jisheng set his sights on her, it would be a disaster. And Wei was right. No matter how brave a girl was, she wouldn't dare to confront a serial killer in the middle of the night. It must have been a coincidence that night. Back at the office, Wei Zhongcheng gave the rhododendrons to a female colleague and went to report to the director. The killer is two dogs raised by He Jisheng. He Fashing's fatal injury was to his throat, where the dogs bit through his artery, causing him to bleed to death. Why was He Fashing in He Jisheng's yard? The director wasn't easily fooled and asked directly. Wei Zhongqing shrugged. Who knows? Maybe He Fashing was never sent to the mental hospital and was living with He Jisheng all along. The director gritted his teeth and whispered angrily, "Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think He Jisheng is? You come up with such a poor excuse? This is the truth. Otherwise, how do you explain it?" Wei Zhongqing rolled his eyes, showing no respect for the director. If the criminal investigation team couldn't handle it, he would go to the armed forces. If he wasn't welcome here, he would find another place. Enough, just get out. The director waved his hand impatiently, wanting him gone. Then I'll write the case report? Wei Zhongqing stood up. Get lost. The director clenched his teeth, grabbing a teacup, wanting to throw it but hesitating because it cost him money. Wei Zhongqing walked out confidently. When the director said to leave, it meant he agreed. As for how to report to higher-ups, that was the director's business. Neither the director nor Wei Zhongqing knew that He Jisheng had gone to the mental hospital. His cousin wouldn't just run away. It was likely that someone inside the hospital was in cahoots to help him escape. The director called in the doctor and nurse on duty that day, along with two patients who often wandered at night. If Tang Niannian were there, she would recognize these two as the troublemakers from the 3rd and 4th floors. I won't give in. Even if you kill me, I won't betray my comrades. The man from the 3rd floor held his head high, fists clenched, refusing to yield. You bullied my friend. I'll fight you. The man from the 4th floor trembled violently upon seeing He Jisheng, recalling something terrifying. He lunged at He Jisheng in a fit of rage. The doctor and nurse on duty said it had been a calm night with no incidents. As for the cut electric fence, the mental hospital had its own explanation. Our hospital has all kinds of talents, from pilots to tank drivers, and even those who can make explosives. Don't underestimate us. Last year, a patient almost blew up the hospital. Director He, please accept my condolences. He Jisheng returned defeated. He could only bully people in Zhucheng. The mental hospital belonged to Shaocheng, and he had no authority there. Tang Niannian stayed in the city for 4 days, mostly fixing her sock machine in her space, without stepping outside. She was unaware that He Fashing's death was the talk of the town, with various versions circulating, but the main storyline was consistent. Bad people get their comeuppance. He Fashing did many evil deeds, and heaven couldn't stand it, so it sent 2 dogs to enact justice. Don't say such things. Superstition is not good. We're just talking among ourselves. You won't report me, right? If anyone dares to report me, I'll say you all said it. We won't. If anyone reports, they'll marry a wife with a beard and have sons without skin. Everyone swore an oath and then happily gossiped. Beige also heard the news and learned that He Fashing died in He Jisheng's yard, killed by the 2 dogs he raised. Upon hearing this, his first thought was that Tang Niannian was involved. 4 days ago, when he mentioned He Fashing to Tang Niannian, she had asked about He Jisheng. He told her everything. Then that night, He Fashing died, and it was gruesome. If this had nothing to do with Tang Niannian, he'd eat dog poop upside down. Standing in the yard, Beige felt a chill despite the bright sunshine. Tang Niannian was even more ruthless than he had expected. Even the small leader of the Axe gang he once joined wasn't as fierce as she was. If she had been born before liberation, those traitors and devils would have had no place to hide. Beige let out a long breath, grateful that Tang Niannian hadn't gone all out that night and spared his life. From now on, he would do whatever Tang Niannian said, never daring to have any second thoughts. He would just hold on tight to her and follow her wherever she went. "Brother Ba, Miss Tang called and asked us to go to the warehouse." A brother ran over, excited. Brother Ba perked up and called his men to head to the warehouse, where he spotted Tang Niannian's truck from a distance. "Is it fixed?" Brother Ba's eyes lit up. With 20 sock machines, they could earn another 2,008. This deal was too profitable. "Yes, have them unload it, then load up 20 more." Tang Niannian's expression was calm. "Hey, miss, please sit down, have some tea and snacks." Brother Ba's respect grew even more, overly flattering. He personally brewed tea, brought out snacks, and offered his special recliner to Tang Niannian. Tang Niannian glanced at him and lay down without hesitation, sipping her tea. While the brothers unloaded the sock machines, Brother Ba quickly reported on their recent performance. "I went to Hangzhou and contacted 2 sock factories. The people there are tough. They won't settle for 10 but insist on 20. I'll negotiate for 15. As long as the cost stays under 100, there's profit. Once these sock machines hit the market, the factories will definitely raise prices. Get all the machines you can." Tang Niannian thought 20 was acceptable. Prices would surely rise later. Sock factories weren't foolish. "Okay." Brother Ba nodded. Even at 100 cost price, there was still a 40 profit, which was quite good. "Miss, there's one more thing. He Fa Xing died 4 days ago." Brother Ba said this, while observing her closely. "That's good news." Tang Niannian didn't even flinch, calmly sipping her tea and taking a bite of cake. "Exactly. That scoundrel got what he deserved." Brother Ba quickly agreed, secretly admiring her composure. This was definitely the daughter of the Axe gang leader, raised with courage and skill. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such guts. Once the sock machines were unloaded, Tang Niannian finished her tea and stood up. "Deliver them in 4 days." Tang Niannian drove away. Brother Ba stroked his chin, gazing obsessively at the 20 repaired sock machines, his eyes shining brighter. Tang Niannian drove to the woods first, parked her car, and rode her bike back home. From a distance, she saw Tang Man-in pacing at the door. After moving in, Tang Niannian had brought her uncle to see the place, but didn't mention it was hers, saying it belonged to Xin Xiao. Grandma Tang also knew about the house and had a better impression of Xin Xiao because of it. "Finally, Niannian, you're back. I couldn't reach you on the phone. Director Wu is looking for you urgently. Hurry." Tang Man-in sighed in relief upon seeing her and pulled her along. Director Wu had been searching for his niece. He called 3 times but couldn't reach her, so he came to find her himself. "What's the urgent matter?" Tang Niannian remained calm and had a hunch. Her collaboration with Director Qian couldn't have escaped Director Wu's notice. He was likely looking for her about that. "I don't know. Director Wu just asked me to find you. He doesn't look happy. His face is as dark as coal." Tang Man-in was anxious, worried his niece might get into trouble. He couldn't help but ask, "Niannian, you haven't done anything bad, have you?" "Uncle, what bad thing could I do?" Tang Niannian rolled her eyes at him. How could someone as kind as her do anything wrong? Tang Man-in choked back his words. He wanted to mention her mischievousness as a child but didn't dare, so he reluctantly fell silent. This girl had always been trouble, getting into mischief. If he counted, he couldn't even remember all the bad things she had done. For example, there was a gossiping woman in the village who often spoke ill of his mother. One time, while that woman was in the toilet, this girl threw a stone into the pit, splashing foul water everywhere. The outdoor pit in their rural home was quite deep, about 10 meters. Also, this girl had a daring side. During the New Year, while other kids lit firecrackers by the river or the pit, she chose to light them by her mother's pickled vegetable jar, which was her mother's favorite. It exploded into pieces, making her mother so angry she didn't eat for 3 days. If he counted, there were countless incidents. Tang Man-in sighed. Anyway, the director is in a bad mood. Just be careful. Tang Niannian didn't respond. Director Wu's mood had nothing to do with her. She wasn't a professional at comforting people. She wanted to discuss a raise with Director Wu. At Hongxing Factory, although Tang Man-in feared Director Wu, he still mustered the courage to accompany his niece to meet him, thinking he could intervene if the director got angry. Director Wu paced in his office, hands on his hips, his hair unkempt and messy. He had just learned that Tang Niannian had gone to Tianjin Factory, not only dining with Director Qian but also fixing 2 imported machines there. He also found out that Tang Niannian was now a specially appointed talent at Tianjin Factory. This girl was playing both sides. What about his reputation? Director, Miss Tang has arrived. The secretary reported. Let her in. Director Wu took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. He couldn't be mad. Tang Niannian was a talent, and he needed to win her over. Tang Niannian strode in confidently, completely unfazed by Director Wu's dark expression, and sat down casually. Uncle Wu, did you need something? Niannian, don't you have anything to say? Director Wu was initially furious, but seeing her changed his anger into a sense of grievance. His gaze was more sorrowful than a concubine who had been in a cold palace for 20 years, looking at Tang Niannian as if she were a heartless person. Tang Niannian shivered and rubbed her arms, bluntly saying, Uncle Wu, please speak properly. An oily, bald old man acting like a white lotus was unbearable. Director Wu gritted his teeth and said irritably, You just left Hongxing and went to Tianjin. Tang Niannian, you're playing both sides. Tang Man-in, who had been quietly observing, widened his eyes in disbelief. His niece went to Tianjin?
How did he not know?
Did Tianjin also offer a salary of 98? Uncle Wu, have I delayed any production tasks at Hongxing? Tang Niannian asked directly.
Well,
not really, but you're part of Hongxing. Director Wu's expression was still sulky. He felt betrayed. I'm a person of the country, Uncle Wu. You need to think bigger. Tang Niannian criticized him without reservation. Don't give me that. I'll raise your salary if you focus on Hongxing. Your uncle will get a formal salary next month, and he'll be officially confirmed in July.
How about that?
Director Wu wasn't falling for it. To keep Tang Niannian, he rarely showed determination and promised a bunch of benefits. Tang Man-in, who had only sat on half the chair, nearly fell off, his eyes shining. He could finally be confirmed? After 5 years of dreaming, it was finally coming true. Excited and surprised, Tang Man-in wished he could agree for his niece, but he stayed silent. He knew he couldn't decide for her. Tang Niannian calmly said, Director Qian offered me a salary of 198.
Bang!
Tang Man-in finally fell off his chair, his eyes wide. He now had only one thought. Should he go to Tianjin with his niece? Director Wu was also shocked. He guessed that the salary from the forward factory wouldn't be low, but he didn't expect it to be so high. 198 yuan was even more than Director Qian's salary. That Qian really knows how to spend money. He looked at Tang Niannian in surprise, not understanding why Director Qian would offer such a high salary. Although this girl knows a lot of skilled workers, she is just a successful intermediary, right? Why such a high salary? Tang Niannian saw through his confusion and calmly said, The forward factory has 2 imported machines that broke down. I fixed them, and Director Qian thinks I'm a rare talent, so he offered me a high salary. He also said he wouldn't stop me from collaborating with the Red Star factory. It's all for the country's development. Just as Tang Man-in sat down, he fell again. His niece can fix imported machines? Is this girl really going to the top? Director Wu was so shocked that his few bald spots stood up. He blurted out, You fixed that machine? You didn't just find a master to do it? He only heard that the machine was repaired and thought it was a master from whose city that Tang Niannian hired, but it turned out she did it herself. Could this girl really be a level 8 electrician? Director Wu was startled by his own thoughts. This girl is only 17. Even if she learned electrical work in her mother's womb, she couldn't possibly reach level 8. But the fact is right in front of him. This young girl fixed the imported equipment. At first, Director Qian even invited a master from whose city to repair it, but there was no result. This girl is even better than the engineers from whose city. Director Wu suddenly understood why Director Qian offered a salary of 198. Such a valuable talent is worth any amount. Uncle Wu, working at Forward, doesn't conflict with Red Star. The two factories have different development directions. Tang Niannian repeated the reasons she gave to Director Qian. Red Star mainly processes small parts and can't handle large ones, while Forward will focus on large components. There won't be any conflict between the two factories. Our Red Star can also process large parts, Director Wu insisted, not wanting to back down. Does Red Star have large equipment? Tang Niannian shot back, shutting him down. With nothing to back it up, he was being unrealistic. We can buy it later. Director Wu muttered quietly, but he lacked confidence. Tang Niannian didn't bother with him. A large piece of equipment isn't cheap, and Director Wu doesn't have the guts for it. Uncle Wu, if you can make small parts precisely, you can have a place in the machinery industry. Your goals and Director Qian's are different. There's no need to compare. How are we different? Director Wu was curious and couldn't help but ask. Director Qian wants to build an empire. You want to be an official. Tang Niannian bluntly pointed out that Director Qian is ambitious, wanting to be the leader in the machinery field, while Director Wu just wants to be an official, using the factory as a stepping stone. Thud. Tang Manhwa fell again. He was too lazy to move and sat on the ground, burying his head in his lap like an ostrich, trying to minimize his presence. That girl is so bold and disrespectful, he couldn't manage it anymore. Director Wu's face turned from green to white, a mix of embarrassment and anger. He did want to be an official. He dreamed of it. But why does Tang Niannian give Director Qian such high praise? This girl is just like the former director, lacking vision. Director Qian wants to be an official too. You're young and easily fooled by him. Director Wu said sulkily. You all want to be officials. I just want to make money. Tang Niannian clearly expressed her thoughts. If Director Wu didn't understand, they could end their cooperation. Of course, Director Wu wasn't that foolish. He realized that since their interests with Forward didn't conflict, he might as well let Tang Niannian be. I'll raise your salary to 138. Don't think it's too little. Your uncle will be officially employed next month. Okay, I won't delay the production tasks at Red Star. Uncle Wu, you can take on more precise work. I can handle it all. Tang Niannian was quite satisfied with Director Wu. Now her total salary is 336 yuan, plus bonuses and income from the other side. Once the Tang Village sock factory is up and running, earning over 10,000 a month will be no problem. After going to whose city, she can buy more houses, including some in the capital. They are all golden eggs. Tomorrow I'll go to whose city to take on work. In the future, our Red Star's tasks will definitely prioritize Forward. Director Wu said, sounding like a concubine vying for favor. Of course, first come, first served. Tang Niannian sincerely agreed, and Director Wu finally smiled. As the uncle and niece left the director's office, Tang Manhwa's legs felt weak, and walking on the cement floor felt like walking on cotton. He felt like he might float away.
Niannian, pull me.
Tang Manhwa grabbed his niece's hand, afraid of floating away. Really officially employed?
Haha.
I'm a formal worker now. At first, Tang Manhwa only dared to mumble softly, but he got louder, like Fan Jin winning a degree, almost losing his mind. Smack! Tang Niannian slapped him without mercy, leaving 5 red fingerprints on his face, and he fell back down.
Why did you hit me?
I'm your uncle. Tang Manhwa covered his face, feeling the sting. This girl didn't hold back at all. You were acting crazy just now. Grandma said a slap would make it better. Tang Niannian said confidently, bringing up Grandma Tang. Your grandma just talks nonsense.
Ugh.
Don't listen to her. Tang Manhwa was both angry and in pain. This girl is really strong. When we get home, I'll tell Grandma you said she talks nonsense.
Tang Niannian húc phét.
Tang Manhwa's face hurt even more, and he quickly smiled. I was just talking nonsense, Niannian. Don't tell Grandma. Uncle is officially employed now. I'll buy you leather shoes. If his mother found out, she would definitely beat him with a stick. She doesn't care how old he is. She would just hit him. Last year, she chased him around the village 3 times. She didn't give him any face at all.
Buy some for Dan Dan.
Don't give away all the good things at home. Tang Niannian really couldn't understand her uncle and aunt's thinking. They give all the good things to others while living frugally themselves. What's the point? Not giving away anymore, I won't give anymore. Tang Manhwa smiled so widely he could hardly close his mouth. Before, he gave gifts to get promoted, but now that he's a formal worker, he doesn't need to give anything. Make sure to study your electrical skills well. Tang Niannian reminded him again. Tang Manhwa nodded vigorously. He now admires his niece immensely. Even if she told him to run into a wall, he wouldn't hesitate. Being with his niece means he can be officially employed and live a good life. That's Tang Manhwa's realization. Tang Niannian didn't stay in the city and rode her bike back to Tang village. Today is April 6th. In the book, old Zhang got caught in the rain and will have a fever tonight. Lu Jinglan went to the cowshed to deliver medicine and became old Zhang's student. Although old Zhang is still in good health, she fears the plot might repeat, so she must go back and keep an eye on things, not giving Lu Jinglan any chance. Spring in Jiangnan is unpredictable. It was sunny in the morning, but by afternoon the weather changed. Zhang Xueqing was on the hillside tending to cows and cutting grass, but after cutting only half, the weather turned, and soon it started to rain heavily. Old Zhang, you go back first. I'll handle it. Deng Changsheng, wearing a raincoat and a straw hat, hurried over and brought a set for Zhang Xueqing as well. The raincoats and hats were sent by Tang Niannian for them to wear in the rain. As a child, he loved wearing raincoats. They felt very warm. Let's do it together. Zhang Xueqing put on the raincoat and went to herd the cows. You're weak, hurry back. I'm in good shape. Deng Changsheng wanted him to go back, but Zhang Xueqing refused. Usually, Deng did most of the work, and now that Zhang was feeling better, he couldn't be lazy anymore. Deng Changsheng had no choice but to follow him. The two went to lead the cows, but the cows loved the rain and wouldn't go back to the barn. They tried their hardest, but the 2 cows stood still, leisurely swishing their tails. Just as the 2 elders were at a loss, a small figure rushed over. Also wearing a raincoat, it was Jiojin. I'll do it. The little girl patted each cow and shouted, "Go home." Miraculously, the cows moved, slowly following Jiojin. The 2 elders were stunned. Did the cows only listen to the villagers? They didn't know that before they arrived, the barn had been empty for a while. During that time, old Tang Qingshan had been herding the cows, and Jiojin had followed him since she was little, so she knew the cows well. Listening to her sister's instructions, Jiojin kept an eye on the barn. Her sister said not to let the 2 elders get wet, and although Jiojin didn't understand why her sister cared so much about the old men, it didn't stop her from obeying. She was her sister's most obedient little sister. Even the 3rd sister had to take a back seat. Holding 1 cow with each hand, the little girl walked quickly up the hill. 1 cow stopped to munch on the fresh grass, and the little girl turned around and scolded, "Hurry up, or I'll give you a beating." Moo the cow mooed lazily and obediently climbed the hill, chewing the grass. The 2 heavy cows behaved like sheep in front of Jiojin. Before long, she had led them into the barn and neatly tied the ropes. Wiping the rain off her face, she looked seriously at the 2 elders and said, "Don't go out in the rain." My sister said so. Your sister is Tang Niannian? Zhang Xueqing suddenly understood. Besides Niannian, no one else would care about them like that. Yes, don't go out and get wet. Jiojin proudly nodded and reminded them again before running off. She still had pig grass to gather in the rain. Wait, I'll make ginger soup. Zhang Xueqing chased after her, wanting to make ginger soup for the little girl, but Jiojin ran very fast and soon disappeared into the rain. This child. Zhang Xueqing smiled and shook his head. He took off the raincoat, feeling a bit wet, with his pants soaked. Normally, he wouldn't mind, but after Jiojin's scolding, he thought he should drink a bowl of ginger soup to ward off the cold. Better safe than sorry. He couldn't let down Niannian's good intentions. Besides, they had plenty of brown sugar. Tang Niannian had brought a bag before, and there was also ginger. The ingredients were all ready. He just needed to cook them. Zhang Xueqing got to work, slicing the ginger into thin strips, starting a fire and boiling 2 bowls of strong ginger water. He and Deng Chongqing each took a bowl. I don't need to drink. I'm very healthy. Deng Chongqing felt bad about using the brown sugar. It was precious, and he thought it would be a waste for a rough man like him. Even if you're healthy, you're not young anymore.
Drink it.
Niannian reminded us many times. We need to take care of our health. Zhang Xueqing patiently persuaded him, pulling over a small stool to sit at the door, sipping ginger soup while enjoying the rain outside. The rain fell harder, cascading down the eaves, dense like a waterfall, splashing on the ground and creating little water flowers. The distant grass and trees looked wrapped in a thick layer of mist, adding a touch of dreamy beauty. Spring rain fills the fields, new rice sprouts, the bed is warm, and the calves sleep. Watching clouds connect the wheat rows, snow piles up in silkworm clusters. Excerpt from Xian Qiji's Man Jianghong, mountain dwelling. After finishing a big bowl of ginger soup, Zhang Xueqing felt warm all over and suddenly felt inspired, loudly reciting the poem. Deng Chongqing also brought over a chair to sit down, holding his ginger soup, which he hadn't drunk yet. He wasn't used to hot food and preferred it cool. Listening to his old friend recite poetry, even though he didn't understand it, he found it quite nice. Old Zhang, what does this poem mean? Deng Chongqing humbly asked. He admired educated people. It means that spring brings plenty of rain, and the newly planted rice has grown green shoots. There's not much work to do, so it's quite leisurely, and the little yellow cows are lazily napping. Zhang Xueqing patiently explained. Deng Chongqing listened with great interest. Although he couldn't read many characters, he was eager to learn, and the words he knew were self-taught during his spare time. This poet really understands rural life. Now we can let our cows rest well. Deng Chongqing admired the poet greatly, praising him endlessly. Zhang Xueqing smiled. The poet is Xian Qiji, an official who cares about the country and the people, so he naturally understands the lives of the common folk. He felt that whether they were writers, artists, or scientists, they needed to be grounded. Those who sit high above and talk grandly are not experts, they're a nuisance. He glanced at the ginger soup in Deng Chongqing's hand and reminded him, drink the ginger soup while it's hot. If it cools down, it won't ward off the cold. It's too hot to drink. Let it cool down. The steam is gone. Hurry up and drink it. You nag more than my wife. Unable to resist Zhang Xueqing's persistent reminders, Deng Chongqing finished the ginger soup in one go. The two of them didn't want to move, cherishing this rare leisurely time. They sat on the small stools, holding their empty bowls, enjoying the rain and chatting a bit. This kind of comfort was something they couldn't have imagined a month ago. It was all thanks to Niannian. Due to the heavy rain, work in the village stopped, and both villagers and young workers took a break. In Jiangnan, the spring rain seemed never-ending. Tang Niannian was still on the road, 10 miles away from Tang Village, and the rain intensified. She didn't want to stop to put on a raincoat, especially since she was already wet. Wearing one wouldn't make much difference. Facing the heavy rain, Tang Niannian pedaled quickly, the cold rain hitting her face, making her feel particularly excited. She even stuck out her tongue to taste the rainwater, which was a bit sweet. In the apocalypse, rainwater was polluted. Not only could you not drink it, but getting wet could also corrode your skin. By the time she rode home, she was soaked through. Tang Niannian rushed into the yard, skidding to a stop and jumping off the bike in one smooth motion. Why didn't you avoid the rain?
Didn't you bring a raincoat?
Old Tang rushed out, seeing her looking like a drowned rat. Furious. I brought one. Tang Niannian unfastened the basket from her bike, which contained a bag of rice and about 10 pairs of socks she had woven in her space. The top of the basket was covered with the raincoat, keeping the rice and socks dry. Why didn't you wear the raincoat? Are you being lazy again? Old Tang was even angrier. It wasn't good for a girl to get wet in the rain. This lazy girl was really pushing her luck. However, seeing the rice and socks completely dry, her anger dissipated, replaced by a feeling of guilt and self-reproach. It turned out this girl was worried about the rain wetting the rice and socks, which was why she got soaked herself. She had scolded her wrongly. "I'll go make ginger soup. Hurry and change your clothes." Old Tang's tone was a bit awkward. She was used to scolding and couldn't find the right words to express her concern. Old Mrs. Tang didn't know that Tang Niannian was just lazy. She had plenty of raincoats in her space, but didn't want to bother putting one on. Old Mrs. Tang quickly started a fire to make ginger soup and boiled 2 eggs, adding 3 spoons of brown sugar. Back when Su Jinfeng was in confinement, she only used 1 spoon of brown sugar and 1 egg. Everyone is grown up but still likes to get caught in the rain. When it rains, they should find a place to hide. The pigweed on the mountain won't run away, and if the rice gets wet, just dry it out. Everyone's brains are getting duller. The old lady kept complaining, first about her granddaughter getting wet, and now about her second granddaughter. Neither of them was easy to manage. Luckily, they had plenty of brown sugar at home. Otherwise, what would they do? "Grandma, I want to wash my hair and take a shower." Tang Niannian was soaked, feeling uncomfortable with her wet clothes, so she decided to take a hot shower. The Tang family stove had 2 pots and 2 hot water jars. When cooking, the water would heat up, allowing for washing faces and feet. Previously, old Mrs. Tang had boiled pig food, so the water in the jar was still hot. "I'll heat water for you. You wash your hair first." Old Mrs. Tang filled a pot with water and started heating it. Similar stoves had 2 hot water jars in the middle. Tang Niannian washed her hair first. In her space, she used shampoo, but now she could only use hair wash, which worked just fine. However, many people in the village didn't use hair wash because they didn't want to spend the money. Instead, they used soap pods, soap, hibiscus leaves, or a type of nameless water plant by the river that produced foam when crushed. They could use it for washing hair and clothes. She was too lazy to go up the mountain to gather them and just bought hair wash. When she was little, she used this. Tang Niannian didn't want to bend down to wash her hair. She thought for a moment and called out to Jiujin, "Help me wash my hair. I'll give you a dime." "I'm coming." The little girl ran over with bright eyes, rolled up her sleeves, and eagerly asked, "Second sister, how do I wash it?" "Just like this. Make sure it's clean." Tang Niannian moved the old man's favorite chair to the eaves, lay down with her head facing outside, so the water could flow directly into the yard. Jiujin was smart and understood immediately. With confidence, she said, "Second sister, you lie down, and I promise it will smell great." A dime could buy a lot of candy, and her second sister was so nice. Tang Niannian lay back in the chair, smiling as she enjoyed the little girl's immersive head-washing service. To be honest, the little girl had a talent for it. It felt really nice. "Second sister, is it comfortable?" the little girl occasionally asked, being especially caring. "Very comfortable. Jiujin is amazing." Tang Niannian praised her generously, and Jiujin worked even harder, as if she had been energized. Old Mrs. Tang finished making the ginger soup and came out to see this eye-catching scene. She was so angry she wanted to scold them, but the guilt from earlier held her back. Moreover, old Mrs. Tang thought of a good thing and decided not to scold them. She kept the ginger soup warm in the pot and took the hot water to the bathroom, so Tang Niannian could wash up soon. After Jiujin finished washing her hair, she diligently dried it, even wiping inside her ears. Tang Niannian happily took out a dime and gave it to the little girl. She did a great job. She would hire Jiujin again next time. "Second sister, you're so nice. I love you so much." Jiujin beamed with joy, her little face shaking with excitement, her eyes shining like a little money lover. Tang Niannian wrapped a towel around her head and went to take a shower. As soon as she stepped into the bathroom, old Mrs. Tang walked up to Jiujin and snatched the dime away, acting more like a bandit than a grandmother. "Grandma, that was given to me by second sister," Jiujin bravely explained, as this was her money. "What does a child need so much money for?"
"Here, take a dime."
Old Mrs. Tang glared at her and shoved a dime into Jiujin's pocket, sternly warning, "Don't spend money recklessly." "Okay," Jiujin replied weakly, feeling as deflated as a wilted eggplant. She was unhappy but dared not protest, watching helplessly as her grandmother took away her hard-earned money.
Wah.
Her money was still warm, and now it had turned into a dime. When Tang Niannian finished her shower, old Mrs. Tang handed her a bowl of ginger soup. Drink it while it's hot. She placed the ginger soup on a stool by the door, then sat on a small stool to sip the soup while watching the rain. She loved spring rain because it meant another year of good harvests. She couldn't eat both eggs, so she called for Jiojin to help. Jiojin came over with a long face. Not even the 2 eggs could cheer her up. What's wrong? Tang Niannian was curious. This little girl usually smiled all the time, and she had just earned a dime. Did a mouse eat her money? Grandma took a dime and exchanged it for my 5 cents. Jiojin murmured quietly, holding up her chubby fingers one by one to show how cruel old Mrs. Tang was. Tang Niannian twitched her mouth. Her grandmother could indeed do something like that. Here, don't let Grandma know. She quickly took out a dime and stuffed it into the little girl's pocket. Jiojin instantly grabbed her pocket like lightning. Her previously gloomy face lit up like a flower, glowing with happiness. After thinking for a moment, she took the money out of her pocket and stuffed it into her sock, feeling that was the safest place. Second sister, I like you the most. Little Jiojin ate the eggs eagerly, mumbling her love. This was the phrase she had said the most over the past month. Tang Niannian gently patted her head, stood up, and went outside, reaching out to catch the raindrops falling from the eaves. The cold raindrops splashed in her palm, looking beautiful like flowers. Just took a shower, and now you're playing in the water? Are your hands itching? Hurry up and come in. Old Mrs. Tang saw her and started scolding again. Tang Niannian puffed her cheeks, unable to explain her little indulgences to the old lady, who only knew that farming was tough.
Dong dong dong.
The clock struck 5 p.m. It got dark quickly on rainy days, and it was already quite dim outside. Smoke rose from every household as old Mrs. Tang began preparing dinner, steaming salted meat, stewing wild chicken with potatoes, stir-frying melon heads, and steaming snails and potatoes. Under Tang Niannian's supervision, the Tang family's meals had improved significantly lately, not only in variety, but also in oil. Old Mrs. Tang had gone from feeling pain to getting used to it, and now she was too numb to complain. Oldest, go pick some green onions from the garden. Old Mrs. Tang called out, then shouted at the door, it's getting windy. Don't just stand there like a door god. Come in quickly. Okay. Tang Niannian shook her hands and wiped them on her clothes as she went inside. Tonight, Lu Jinglan would come to deliver medicine, probably around midnight. She would check on the cow sheet soon. Tang Manjin returned with a handful of green onions and placed them on the stove before leaving. Aren't you going to wash them? Just throwing them in the pot like this? You're so lazy. Is that all your hands know how to do, eat? Old Mrs. Tang got angry when she saw the dirty onions and scolded her eldest son harshly. Tang Manjin dared not say a word and obediently cleaned the onions until they were spotless, handing them to old Mrs. Tang. Old Mrs. Tang huffed heavily, glared at him, and quickly chopped the onions, the sound of the knife ringing in the kitchen, filling the air with the aroma of cooking and the warmth of home. After dinner, the rain stopped. Tang Niannian made an excuse to go fishing by the river and took a stroll around the cowshed. Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng were both doing well, looking healthy and energetic. Tang Niannian felt relieved and cast a net by the river, catching a few fish to take home for soup tomorrow. At the youth point, Lu Jinglan was restless all day, waiting for nightfall. In her past life, Zhang Lao had a high fever tonight, so she needed to go over early. She couldn't let that Tang Niannian steal her opportunity again. It was late at night, and all the lights in Tang village were off, sinking into silence. The sound of the river at the village entrance was particularly pleasant. The whole village was shrouded in mist, and the fresh air carried the scent of grass. Lu Jinglan had not closed her eyes. She was waiting. Time seemed to pass slowly as she checked her watch repeatedly. It felt like time had stopped, and the hands of the clock didn't move. Finally, it reached midnight. Lu Jinglan let out a sigh of relief, her expression turning excited. Old Zhang must be suffering from a high fever now, with no medicine, and the cowshed is cold and damp. She brought medicine and nutritional supplies, which would surely leave a deep impression on him and rescue him from his suffering. She couldn't mention any benefits, and she had to act as if she had no selfish motives. She just couldn't bear to see him suffer, which was why she was risking herself to help, just like Tang Niannian in her past life, who made no demands and moved old Zhang so much that he took her as a student, even providing her with textbooks and exam papers. Otherwise, she would never have been able to get into Fudan. Moreover, after old Zhang returned to the city, he became the head of a confidential military project and provided that girl with many resources. Tang Niannian's success was largely due to him. All of this should belong to her. She was the destined heroine. Otherwise, why would she have been reborn? Lu Jinglan firmly believed she was special and luckier than Tang Niannian. The youth commune was dark, and everyone was sound asleep. Lu Jinglan took out a bag of malted milk powder she had brought from the capital, which she had been saving, along with 10 eggs and some fever medicine. She wrapped her scarf tightly, put on her cotton coat, stuffed the items into her clothes, and didn't dare to use a flashlight for fear of being discovered, making her way up the mountain carefully. There was no moon tonight, and the night was dark. It had just rained, making the mountain path very slippery. Lu Jinglan fell several times, getting covered in mud and feeling quite embarrassed. Hang in there. After tonight, you will become old Zhang's student, and all resources will be yours. Tang Niannian will never compare to you. Lu Jinglan silently encouraged herself, her spirits lifting as she headed towards the cow shed on the hillside. Inside the cow shed, a fire was burning brightly, and there were thick blankets. Zhang Xueqing and Deng Chongsheng were sleeping soundly. A hurried knock on the door startled them awake. Deng Chongsheng quickly got up and nudged Zhang Xueqing. Old Zhang, I'm here to deliver something. Open the door. Lu Jinglan whispered at the door, still catching her breath. Put the things away. Deng Chongsheng quickly jumped out of bed and, with the light of the fire, stuffed the newspapers and oil lamp that Zhang Xueqing had been reading under the bed, covering them with a board and dirt. He took out a worn cotton blanket and spread it over the thick blanket, making it look as shabby as before. They had practiced these actions countless times and could do them with their eyes closed. In no time, they were ready. Old Zhang, I brought you something. I know you have a fever, and I have medicine. Lu Jinglan waited for a long time without a response and grew anxious, knocking harder on the door. Zhang Xueqing frowned. This woman must have bad intentions. He was perfectly fine. What fever was she talking about? Someone cursing him at midnight was definitely not a good sign.
Who are you?
Deng Chongsheng asked, leaning against the door. The cow shed rarely interacted with the village. Usually, letters and packages were delivered by the team leader and other villagers, and youth avoided them during the day, as if they were ghosts. This young girl showing up at such an hour, claiming to bring medicine, seemed suspicious. I'm the youth Lu Jinglan. I saw you both caught in the rain during the day, so I came to bring you medicine. Lu Jinglan was getting impatient. How could these two old men be so ungrateful? She came all this way at night to bring them medicine and fell several times in the process. Why were they asking so many questions? She was freezing outside. Deng Chongsheng's body tensed, his eyes sharp. This was the bad woman Lu Jinglan that Niannian had mentioned. She was definitely up to no good, showing up at midnight. She was either a ghost or a schemer. No need. Just go away. Deng Chongsheng refused to open the door, convinced that this bad woman had discovered Niannian's connection with them and was trying to find evidence. He would not give her a chance. I'm not sick, just leave. Zhang Xueqing was also cold in his tone. Old Zhang, I know you're sick. I mean no harm. I just admire you and want to help. I'll leave the things at the door. Lu Jinglan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Darn old man, even after being sent to the cow shed, he still acted so proud. He deserved to be challenged. She didn't dare to show any complaints in her tone, placing the items at the door. Old Zhang, I really just want to help you. Please remember to take your medicine and take care of your health. Are you sick? I'm perfectly fine. I don't need any medicine. Take your things away. Zhang Xueqing was furious. With her constant talk of sickness and medicine, he could run to the top of the mountain without losing breath. He was much stronger than before. This woman had ulterior motives. Lu Jinglan naturally didn't believe him. In her past life, old Zhang had a high fever and nearly died until he took the medicine Tang Niannian brought.
How could he not be sick this time?
She didn't know how Tang Niannian got into the cow shed in her past life. These two old men were too vigilant to even let her in. Lu Jinglan was freezing, so she turned to head back down the mountain. She had left the items. Old Zhang would surely use them. She would come back in a couple of days to build a connection. As she reached the foot of the mountain, she suddenly realized that perhaps in her past life, Tang Niannian hadn't entered the shed either. She just left the medicine at the door. These two elders had experienced great changes and would not trust anyone anymore. She needed to be patient and slowly win over old Zhang. Lu Jinglan felt much better, and she wasn't as cold anymore as she walked back to the youth commune. After a while, old Zhang and Deng Changsheng finally opened the door and saw the items on the ground. A bag of malted milk powder, 10 eggs, and a few pieces of medicine. Old Deng, what should we do with these? Zhang Xueqing frowned, holding the items as if they were hot potatoes. I'll give them to the team leader tomorrow. Let's sleep. Deng Changsheng had already made plans. No matter where Lu Jinglan came from, he wouldn't deal with it. He would let the team leader handle it. The next morning, a light rain began to fall again, and the team leader announced a day off work over the loudspeaker. Tang Niannian was sleeping in. She had worked late the night before fixing sock machines, managing to repair 10 in one go, leaving her so tired that she couldn't keep her eyes open. This morning, Grandma Tang was shouting in her ear, but couldn't wake her. Not working today, and you're still sleeping so soundly? Did you dream of building the Great Wall? Grandma Tang grumbled as she slapped the blanket and went out for breakfast. Tang Niannian was awakened by the smell of lunch, lazily lying in bed and not wanting to move. Are you awake? Did you go build the Great Wall last night? Hurry up and get up for breakfast. Grandma Tang appeared at the door, complaining loudly. Grandma, I want to eat in bed. Tang Niannian shouted her request, not wanting to wash her face or brush her teeth, just wanting to eat and then go back to sleep. Ancient people said that spring sleep is deep, indicating that spring is the season for sleeping, and one should follow the will of heaven. Why don't you just poop and pee in bed? I see you're just lazy and itching for a beating.
Get up now.
Grandma Tang charged in with a kitchen knife, scolding her mercilessly. Tang Niannian felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to argue. She obediently got dressed and went to wash up. While brushing her teeth in the yard, a gust of wind blew by, bringing a strong, foul smell. Tang Niannian held her breath and quickly finished brushing her teeth. She dipped a towel in the basin, wrung it out carelessly, and wiped her face with it, thinking she was done. Old Lady Tang, who was picking scallions, saw this and rushed over, snatching the towel from her. She washed it vigorously in the water, wrung it out hard, and then scrubbed Tang Niannian's face as if she were mixing cement. Is this how you wash your face? Even a cat would do a better job. With just a few splashes of water, you might as well not wash at all. You're grown up now, and you can't even wash your face properly. What else can you do? Tang Niannian was caught off guard and felt her face being pressed down, scrubbing painfully. She was sure her skin was getting rubbed raw. Her fists clenched, then relaxed. She constantly reminded herself that this was her grandmother who raised her, so she couldn't hit her. I washed it! Tang Niannian shouted angrily, her voice strained. She had been washing her face like this for years, and it was always clean. She didn't understand why it had to be done with such force. Was this washing her face or scraping off skin? You call that washing? Even a 9-pound baby knows better. Old Lady Tang scrubbed her face a few more times, then rinsed the towel in the basin, wrung it out, and hung it up. Seeing Tang Niannian's face red from scrubbing, she finally felt satisfied and turned to prepare lunch. There was a mirror above the sink, and when Tang Niannian looked at her reflection, her skin was all red and raw. She gritted her teeth, thinking that if it were anyone else, she would definitely have broken their neck. Jiojin, nearby, was laughing so hard she was in tears. Tang Nian gave her a hard flick on the forehead. Watching the little girl hug her head with teary eyes made her feel better. Grandma, who is boiling urine eggs. It stinks. Another wave of foul smell hit her, making Tang Nian lose her appetite. She recognized the smell immediately. It was the infamous urine eggs. In Zhucheng, there is a custom of boiling urine eggs around Qingming Festival. They pour boy's urine into a large pot without adding any water or seasoning, then add duck or chicken eggs to boil. Once the urine evaporates, the eggs turn a deep brown, resembling tea eggs, and they are very salty. If you didn't know they were urine eggs, you'd think they were tea eggs. Honestly, they taste pretty good, salty and fragrant, as long as you don't know the ingredients. It is said that urine eggs have benefits for boosting vitality and nourishing the lungs. Where's the stink? It smells great. I didn't get any urine. Old Lady Tang sounded disappointed. She had arrived too late, and the boys' urine from a youth class had been taken by others, but she had reserved some for the day after tomorrow. Grandma, are you going to boil them too? Tang Nian made a face, unable to imagine the scene of the house filled with that smell. If her grandma boiled eggs, she would run away from home. I'm boiling them tomorrow. I've arranged it with the school. All the boys' urine for the day after tomorrow is reserved for me. I'll boil about 100, eat half, and give half away. Oh, and send some to Director Wu too. Old Lady Tang had it all planned out. Urine eggs were great gifts. Tang Nian's mouth twitched, but she didn't refuse. In Zhucheng, they really were considered a good thing. Besides, both Director Wu and Director Qian seemed a bit bald, so sending them some urine eggs might help. However, she was definitely going to run away when the time came. The smell from boiling urine eggs could knock out an elephant. Old Lady Tang went to the vegetable garden next to the house to pick scallions and saw the captain striding over. Xiao-san, where are you going at mealtime? Old Lady Tang called out. The captain stopped. He was holding a bag of things that Lu Jinglan had sent to the cattle shed. Just then, Deng Chongsheng had found him and told him about last night's events. We never deal with the villagers, and the educated youth won't pay attention either. I don't know what Lu Jinglan means by coming here at midnight to deliver things. Captain Tang, we can't accept these. Please return them to Comrade Lu Jinglan and thank her for her kindness, but don't let her come here again. As soon as the captain heard Lu Jinglan's name, he immediately started to overthink. The person who sent Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng had said something meaningful. No need for special care. If there's an issue, call immediately. Don't delay. The captain had been pondering this sentence for 3 days. No special care, but if there's an issue, call immediately and don't delay. The leader's words seemed contradictory. He thought deeper and realized that these two old men were definitely not ordinary people. Understanding this, the captain had been very cautious over the past 2 years. The food distributed to the two elders was strictly according to regulations, 20 pounds, no more, no less. Even if he wanted to give more, he couldn't. The team was short on food. However, the captain strictly forbade the villagers from interacting with the two elders, so they had lived relatively peacefully for the past 2 years. But now, with Lu Jinglan suddenly appearing, the captain's nerves were on edge. He had no good impression of Lu Jinglan. A woman who only knew how to charm men couldn't be trusted. Lu Jinglan showing up at midnight to deliver things definitely had bad intentions. Perhaps these items were poisoned, and if Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng ate them, they would die in agony. The captain was scared by his own overthinking. If Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng died in his village, he would definitely lose his position as captain and might even face punishment. He had to keep a close eye on Lu Jinglan and, if necessary, send her to the farm. I'm going to the educated youth point. The captain was anxious and quickly walked away. Old Lady Tang didn't pay attention and returned to the house with the scallions to cook. At the educated youth point, they were also cooking. Lu Jinglan was cooking alone since Yang Hongling was not there. In a good mood, Lu Jinglan made stir-fried chives with eggs, braised tofu, and steamed sausages. 3 dishes, quite a feast. Just as she was about to eat, the captain arrived. Captain, have you eaten? Come, Eat with us." The young people eating in the yard stood up and greeted him warmly. They were quite grateful to the captain. The atmosphere in Tang village was good. Aside from a few troublemakers, most villagers were nice. The captain was fair in his work, and as long as they worked hard, they generally wouldn't have any issues. Unlike some of their classmates, who went to villages where it felt like being among bandits, and pretty young women were even bullied. After hearing about these things, they felt lucky, and were even more thankful to the captain. "You all eat. Where's Lu Jinglan?" The captain frowned, not seeing Lu Jinglan. She went inside to eat. The young people pointed to Lu Jinglan's room and gathered around to see what was happening. The captain was clearly angry, so Lu Jinglan must have done something wrong again. The captain knocked hard on the door, each knock filled with anger. When Lu Jinglan opened the door and saw him, her heart sank and she quickly smiled, asking, "Is there something wrong, Captain?"
Come out.
The captain didn't want to enter the room. He believed in keeping boundaries between men and women. Lu Jinglan felt a chill run down her spine, sensing something was wrong. She stepped outside and saw the bag in the captain's hand, her vision darkening as cold sweat broke out. "You all listen too." The captain's expression was serious as he called all the young people over and scolded. "When you came here, I told you not to interact with those in the cow shed. They are here for labor reform, not to make friends. Did you think my words were just empty talk? Captain, we didn't interact with them. We went to chop wood on the mountain and avoided the cow shed. I don't even know what the people in the cow shed look like." The young people protested, feeling very wronged. This was truly an undeserved disaster. It was all Lu Jinglan's fault for causing trouble and dragging them into this. Lu Jinglan was sweating profusely, her mind in chaos. She didn't understand why this was happening. In her past life, Tang Niannian succeeded and became a student of Elder Zhang. Why would Elder Zhang complain to the captain about her? Heaven had given her a second chance, so why not this small opportunity? "Lu Jinglan, stop pretending."
I'm talking about you.
"What were you sneaking around the cow shed for in the middle of the night? And bringing these things? Do you want to be friends with those people?" The captain's tone was stern, each word piercing. "No, Captain, I didn't want to be friends with them. I just felt sorry for them and wanted to bring them something. I had no other intentions." Lu Jinglan hurriedly defended herself, but the sudden change caught her off guard. Her thoughts were jumbled, and her words were contradictory and unconvincing. The other young people quietly stepped back, clearly showing their stance. They still wanted to return to the city and definitely couldn't get involved with those people. Feeling sorry for them? They are here to follow the orders of the leaders above and are here for labor reform. What's there to feel sorry for? Are you unhappy with the policies from above? The captain's face darkened further. He hadn't mistreated the people in the cow shed. He had been quietly watching over them. Last year, when Elder Zhang fell ill, he was the one who got the medicine. Last month, he was going to deliver food but saw Nian girl had brought a wild rabbit, so he let it go. He trusted her to be clever enough not to get caught. Lu Jinglan's implication seemed to suggest he was mistreating the people in the cow shed. She was clearly not a good person. "No, I'm not unhappy, Captain. I know I was wrong. I won't go to the cow shed again. Please give me another chance." Lu Jinglan slowly gathered her thoughts and decisively admitted her mistake. She couldn't get involved with those people. That darn captain was deliberately framing her, surely under Tang Niannian's orders. Suddenly, she realized that if she could be reborn, so could Tang Niannian. After Tang Niannian fell into the water, her personality changed drastically, and she faced many difficulties. Perhaps that wretched girl was reborn at that time. I hope you remember what you said today. If you make another mistake, you'll go to the farm for reform. The captain issued his final warning. Lu Jinglan turned pale, cold sweat forming beads on her forehead, rolling down her cheeks. "And you all, if anyone dares to break the rules of Tang Village, don't blame me for being unkind." The captain sternly warned the young people. They all promised not to do anything foolish that would break the rules. The captain was still reassured by them. Since coming to the village, they had worked honestly, without causing trouble. The least honest were Lu Jinglan and her sister, along with the little glasses wearer. The captain shot Lu Jinglan a fierce glare, placed the bag on the ground, and left in big strides. Lu Jinglan stood there in a daze. When she came to her senses, she found the young people had dispersed. Looking at the bag on the ground, she lost all appetite. Tang Niannian had also been reborn. No wonder she threw Qi Guochun into the river, barged in to steal the jade gourd, sent He Guoqing to the farm, and caused Qi Guohua to be bitten by a snake and become disabled. She should have figured it out earlier. That wretched girl must have known Elder Zhang would have a fever last night and had prepared for it, waiting for her to deliver, then letting the captain come to humiliate her and label her as one of those people. What a wicked heart! Lu Jinglan gritted her teeth, her fingers digging deep into her palm until it bled, but she didn't feel the pain. Now that she was targeted by Tang Niannian, and Tang Village was that wretched girl's territory, she definitely couldn't win and might even be sent for labor reform. She couldn't just sit back and wait. And then there was Zhou Siren. She had to take the initiative. Lu Jinglan perked up. She hadn't lost yet. As long as she married Zhou Siren, she could win. In her past life, Zhou Siren came to Tang Village in the fall. She had to find a way to return to the capital and make things happen with Zhou Siren, leaving no chance for Tang Niannian. Regarding the rumors in Tang Village about Tang Niannian dating Xin Xiao, Lu Jinglan didn't believe it at all. That charcoal black man, whom she hadn't even seen in her past life, was definitely not an important figure. The best man was Zhou Siren, and as long as she held onto him tightly, she could completely defeat Tang Niannian. Lu Jinglan regained her confidence. She needed to go to town to make a phone call and ask her mom to send a telegram saying she was critically ill and needed to return quickly, so she would have a reason to take leave. After lunch, Tang Niannian went up the mountain to gather wild vegetables and casually visited the cow shed. Nian girl, that Lu Jinglan really has bad intentions. She came in the middle of the night to deliver things. Humph, old Zhang, and I won't be fooled. I didn't open the door for her, and just now I took the things to the captain. Deng Changsheng was particularly proud. Although he was old, his vigilance hadn't diminished. Nian girl, you need to be careful of Lu Jinglan. Zhang Xueqing expressed his concerns, fearing Tang Niannian would be at a disadvantage. It's fine. I'll send her to the farm in a few days. Tang Niannian's expression was cold. She had already let Lu Jinglan be comfortable for a month. Once He Guoqing and Tang Wujin got their certificate, she would find an excuse to send Lu Jinglan for labor reform. And also to annoy Tang Wujin. Watching her husband care for another woman every day, if Tang Wujin could still be generous, she would stand on her head to wash her hair. Border in the dense forest, gunshots rang out continuously, accompanied by the voices of men speaking a difficult dialect. A figure dashed out of the woods like lightning. Night Owl is ahead. Capture him alive. A group of men followed, all with dark skin and short stature, resembling monkeys. They were soldiers from a neighboring country, ordered to capture Night Owl alive. Xin Xiao carried someone on his back, his speed unaffected, running faster and faster. The forest was his territory. If it weren't for saving Zhou Xiliang, who was a burden, he would have easily left them behind. Although Uncle Ming said not to worry about Zhou Xiliang's life or death, Xin Xiao asked again. A living Zhou Xiliang was worth more than a dead one. If he saved him alive, the reward was 1,000. If he carried back a corpse, it was only 200. Without hesitation, Xin Xiao chose to save him alive. But Zhou Xiliang was useless. He had been shot in the leg and couldn't walk, forcing Xin Xiao to carry him, wasting a lot of his time. Zhou Xiliang groaned in pain, his body trembling. Xin Xiao felt it but didn't stop or ask. If he could make a sound, it meant he was still alive. He just needed to keep him alive. More gunshots rang out, and the enemies continued to pursue. Xin Xiao was their #1 enemy. He had killed many of them over the past 2 years, creating a deep-seated hatred. Zhou Xiliang groaned again, this time louder, because he had been shot again. He had originally only been shot in the leg, but now he had a bullet in his back and another in his butt. He worried that if they kept running like this, he might not survive to get out of the forest.
Shen.
Xiao, put me down.
I can walk. Zhou Xiliang gritted his teeth and trembled as he pleaded. If he could walk, there was a chance of survival. Letting this jerk carry him meant only death. He doubted Shen Xiao was not using him as a shield against bullets. Moreover, their relationship was not good. Why would this guy kindly come to save him? It must be revenge. The only response was the howling wind. Shen Xiao remained silent and didn't stop, running even faster, as if he were on a whirlwind, with trees flying past him.
Shen Xiao. Put me down. Ah.
Zhou Xiliang cried out in pain. He had been shot again, this time in the ribs. He finally fell silent, not because he didn't want to resist, but because he had no strength left. Before losing consciousness, Zhou Xiliang vowed through gritted teeth that if he survived, he would make Shen Xiao pay. The gunfire and the enemy's shouts gradually weakened. Shen Xiao increased the distance between them, running for dozens of miles until he finally lost the enemies and returned to Chinese territory.
Safe.
Shen Xiao slowly slowed down and stopped, finding an open patch of grass. He casually tossed Zhou Xiliang onto the ground. Zhou Xiliang landed heavily without making a sound, lying still, his face pale like a corpse, with a hint of blue.
Shen Xiao's heart sank.
He quickly bent down and checked for breath under his nose. There was still some, and he felt relieved. He didn't check on Zhou Xiliang any further, sitting on the grass, unscrewing his water bottle, and gulping it down in one go. He didn't give Zhou Xiliang a drop, as he had mixed a few drops of precious water into it and didn't want to waste it. After drinking, Shen Xiao felt revitalized, his energy restored instantly. He took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky, then sat and waited for reinforcements. The Zhou family in the capital was anxiously awaiting news. The military district said they had sent Night Owl to rescue him, and Zhou Xiliang was likely to return safely. But without seeing him alive, they couldn't relax. The Zhou family had built their fortune through warfare, but among the younger generation, although many joined the military, Zhou Xiliang stood out the most, with the brightest future. Old Master Zhou valued his grandson, Zhou Xiliang, the most, and had high hopes for him. Now, with Zhou Xiliang's fate unknown, the entire Zhou family was uneasy. Finally, the military district called to inform them that Zhou Xiliang had been successfully rescued and was out of danger after emergency treatment at the Southwest Military Hospital. Old Master Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that his grandson was safe.
Old Chief, Xiliang.
The person on the phone hesitated, causing Old Master Zhou's heart to race again. He said sternly, "Just tell me. I can handle it." Xiliang's sciatic nerve was hit by a bullet. The doctors said he might not be able to stand. Is it a possibility or a certainty? Old Master Zhou's voice was calm, but his hand that held the phone tightened into a fist, exuding a chilling aura. The doctor said the chances of standing again are very slim, and Xiliang was hit by 2 bullets in the lungs, suffering severe injuries. Even if the bullets are removed, his body will be affected. In short, Zhou Xiliang had become disabled. I understand. Take good care of Xiliang. Old Master Zhou hung up the phone, his expression cold. He sternly addressed the Zhou family members in front of him. Xiliang has been rescued, but the situation is not good. You all behave in the capital and don't cause trouble.
Dad, what happened to Xiliang?
Didn't they send the best people to rescue him? How could he get hurt? A middle-aged woman cried out. She was Zhou Xiliang's mother. I'm going to the Southwest Military District tomorrow. Old Master Zhou ignored her. He needed to see Xiliang for himself to understand the situation. If someone had intentionally harmed his grandson, they would not escape his wrath. Ruining Xiliang meant cutting off the Zhou family's legacy. This was a grudge that could not be forgiven. The next day, Old Master Zhou took a helicopter to the Southwest Military District and saw his grandson lying in a hospital bed, already awake. Grandpa, it was Shen Xiao. He harmed me on purpose. Zhou Xiliang gritted his teeth and complained. He didn't yet know he had become disabled, but he vaguely sensed something was wrong. After the surgery, he couldn't move at all, especially his legs, which felt numb like wood. But he still didn't think the worst. He assumed it was just the effects of the anesthesia, and once he recovered, he would surely be the best in the military again. Yet he hated Shen Xiao deeply. If it weren't for this jerk using him as a human shield, how could he have taken so many bullets? Zhou Xiliang exaggerated his experiences in the forest, and although old Master Zhou's expression didn't change, his eyes grew colder. Is he the child from the Shen family who has been wandering for years? That's him. He must hold a grudge against me for teaching him a lesson before, so he's taking revenge on me, Zhou Xiliang said through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. When Shen Xiao was first brought back to the Shen family, he was dark and thin, not talkative, and looked gloomy, not likable at all. Even the Shen family didn't like him. At that time, the children in the courtyard, led by Zhou Xiliang, bullied Shen Xiao like a tyrant. They were numerous, and even if Shen Xiao was strong, he couldn't fight against a group, often ending up bruised and beaten. Initially, Zhou Xiliang was afraid the Shen family would retaliate, but when nothing happened, he grew bolder and bullied others even more. But later, Shen Xiao grew taller and became better at fighting, and they could no longer take advantage of him. Instead, they would get beaten. Afterward, when Zhou Xiliang joined the military, although he was 2 years older, he was still suppressed by Shen Xiao, which deepened his resentment. After leaving the hospital, old Master Zhou called the Shanghai military district, and the person who answered was Ming Jinqing. Old Chief, the situation was very dangerous at that time. To put it bluntly, if it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have saved Xiliang. Only someone like Shen Xiao could bring him back alive. Ming Jinqing didn't fully understand the situation back then, but he felt the Zhou family was being unreasonable. Shen Xiao risked his life to save someone, and no matter what, he brought him back alive. Why weren't they grateful? They were acting like ungrateful wolves. But he didn't dare to say that out loud. The Zhou family held a significant position, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Xiliang is ruined, the old man said solemnly. He believed in his grandson and thought Shen Xiao had better options, but chose the worst one for his grandson. He had to take revenge for his grandson. Old Chief, with modern medicine, Xiliang will definitely be able to stand again. Don't be so pessimistic. Ming Jinqing quickly tried to comfort him, but inwardly he was complaining. At first, no one said he had to come back in perfect condition. Now that he's saved, they're being picky and blaming my Shen Xiao? Is Shen Xiao hurt? Old Chief Zhou asked again. Ming Jinqing's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, that kid got hurt too. In such a dangerous situation, how could he come back unscathed? But he's always been lucky and tough. No matter how serious the injury, he hates going to the hospital and just treats himself and rests for a few days. In reality, Shen Xiao hadn't even lost a hair. All the blood on him was from Zhou Xiliang. But Ming Jinqing knew that if he told the truth, the petty Zhou family would overthink it again. Shen Xiao is a good kid. Xiao Ming, why not let him come to the capital? Old Chief Zhou praised him and suddenly made a request. Old Chief, please don't praise him. That kid has a terrible temper and hasn't mastered his skills. I can't let him go out and cause trouble for other military districts. It's better to let him mess around here until I can train him properly before sending him to you. Ming Jinqing laughed it off, refusing to engage. He was joking. Shen Xiao was his treasure, and he wouldn't give him up for anyone. Besides, the Zhou family wanting Shen Xiao to go to the capital surely had bad intentions. A strong dragon can't fight a local snake. No matter how much Shen Xiao couldn't stand it, if he went to the Zhou family's territory, he would suffer greatly. He still wanted to rely on Shen Xiao for face, so he couldn't send him into the lion's den. Jinqing, you really take good care of this kid. Old Chief Zhou smiled, but he wasn't a fool. He could hear that Ming Jinqing was defending Shen Xiao. Old Chief, you always taught us to treat our soldiers like our own children. I have always remembered your teachings. Ming Jinqing's words were a mix of humor, flattery, sarcasm, and a bit of foolishness. He had served under Old Chief Zhou for a short time, so their bond wasn't deep. Old Chief Zhou chuckled a few times, realizing Ming Jinqing wouldn't compromise and changed the subject. chatting for a bit before hanging up. Ming Jinxing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself, "Darn it, scheming is really exhausting. I'd rather go to war." "Xiao Zhang, call that brat Shen Xiao over." Ming Jinxing shouted outside, and his aide Xiao Zhang ran off to fetch him. An hour later, Shen Xiao arrived. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, he looked handsome and serious, attracting the attention of many female soldiers along the way. "When will the bonus be given?" Shen Xiao asked as soon as he entered. He had been back for 2 days, and the 1,000 yuan bonus still hadn't arrived. Ming Jinxing was so angry he laughed, gritting his teeth. "So you went to save Zhou Xiliang just for the money?"
Yep.
Shen Xiao answered honestly. He and Zhou Xiliang weren't close friends. Ming Jinxing was frustrated but couldn't do anything about it. After all, this brat was his treasure. Shen Xiao would be a treasure in any military district, but without him in the Shanghai military district, Ming Jinxing couldn't show off. Old Chief Zhou just called and said Zhou Xiliang is ruined. "Okay." Shen Xiao replied calmly. If he was ruined, he was ruined. At least he was still alive. "Don't you want to say something?" Ming Jinxing felt a bit annoyed. Although the Zhou family was a bit ungrateful, he suspected this kid hadn't given his all. Otherwise, with Shen Zhao's skills, Zhou Xiliang wouldn't be in such a bad state. "Zhou Xiliang is still alive." Shen Xiao emphasized that he had completed his mission successfully. Ming Jinxing twitched his lips, too lazy to scold him further. After all, Zhou Xiliang was indeed alive, and the mission was accomplished. "I'll hurry up the bonus, and you can take 3 days off to rest." Shen Xiao stood up and tossed a paper package onto the table. It was the cigarettes Tang Niannian had given him. Ming Jinxing liked to smoke, but Mrs. Ming was strict and forbade him from smoking, so he could only sneak it. He looked quite pitiful. "What's this?" Ming Jinxing was taken aback and curiously picked it up. It felt light. Shen Xiao had already left the room and ignored him. Ming Jinxing opened the package, revealing dozens of cigarettes. The rich tobacco aroma filled the air, and his eyes lit up as he carefully placed them in his drawer. "You little brat." Ming Jinxing happily lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke, feeling both love and hate for Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao returned to Zhucheng that day. With 3 days off, he needed to find Niannian. Tang Village Tang Niannian was playing on the mountain. Many people from Tang Village were up there digging for spring bamboo shoots. At this time, the shoots were big and tender, weighing over 10 pounds each. After bringing them home, they would be sliced, cooked, and dried for sale at the county's collection station. Every year, apart from earning work points in the fields, Tang Village relied on spring earnings. Early tea, dried bamboo shoots, and Mao bamboo were all extra income. The mountain was particularly lively these days, with almost all the men from the village digging for bamboo shoots to bring home, while the women cooked and dried them. The division of labor was efficient. Selling dried bamboo shoots earned much more than working in the fields. If done well, one could earn dozens of yuan in a single spring. Tang Niannian was picking mushrooms on the mountain, leisurely wandering with Bai Sui and Jiujin, carrying a basket. The educated youth were busy trying to earn extra money, and Lu Jinglan was also there. But she was distracted, constantly glancing at Tang Niannian, growing more suspicious that this annoying girl had been reborn. Taking advantage of Tang Niannian being alone, Lu Jinglan quickly ran over and whispered, "Changyuan Trading Company. Good dogs don't block the way." Tang Niannian pushed her away and rolled her eyes. She had never heard of Changyuan Trading Company. Lu Jinglan was sneaky, clearly up to no good. "You don't know Changyuan Trading Company?" Lu Jinglan's voice rose, sounding a bit excited, but her expression was doubtful. This was clearly a company founded by Tang Niannian in her past life. How could she remain indifferent upon hearing it? "Is it your family's? So you're a capitalist princess." Tang Niannian truly hadn't heard of Changyuan Trading Company and didn't understand why Lu Jinglan was asking, but that didn't stop her from labeling the woman. She deliberately spoke loudly, and people on the hillside turned to look, their expressions filled with excitement, as if they were about to witness a big event. It was big news that the educated youth Lu Jinglan was actually the daughter of a capitalist. The villagers stopped digging bamboo shoots, put down their hoes, and gathered around Tang Niannian and her friends. Niannian, who is the capitalist's daughter? Someone asked on purpose. Her. Tang Niannian pointed at Lu Jinglan. I'm not. You're talking nonsense. My whole family is working class. Lu Jinglan's eyes were panicked, and her usual soft voice turned sharp and piercing. Tang Niannian had a thought. This was the second time. Every time her background was mentioned, Lu Jinglan would panic, clearly feeling guilty. It was time to investigate the Lu family. Then why were you just talking about Changyuan Trading Company? My family is poor. I've never heard of any company. If you're working class, why do you always show off Changyuan Trading Company in front of me? Tang Niannian's argument made sense to the villagers. They hadn't heard of Changyuan Trading Company either. Their families had been farmers for generations and knew nothing about companies. Maybe Changyuan is her family's business. Since she arrived, she hasn't done any work, acting like a spoiled capitalist daughter. Just look at her face. It's even whiter than the landlord's wife. The landlord's wife works hard. This woman weeds like she's scratching an itch, can't tell weeds from seedlings, and spills half a bucket of water every time she goes to fetch it. The working class isn't as delicate as her. She changes clothes every day. Her waist is as tight as a girl from a brothel. I even saw her washing her hair with eggs. Who but a capitalist's daughter would do that? The villagers all chimed in, not giving Lu Jinglan a chance to speak, and she was indeed feeling guilty and didn't dare to retort. Lu Jinglan wasn't too panicked. Her family was indeed working class, and even if they investigated in the capital, they wouldn't find anything. She was in the right and sat straight, not afraid of Tang Niannian's accusations. But how could Tang Niannian not know about Changyuan Company? Wasn't she supposed to be reborn? But why was this Tang Niannian so different from her past self? Lu Jinglan's head throbbed with confusion, and the villagers' annoying chatter made her feel irritated. She lost control and shouted, Tang Niannian, don't think you can slander me. I won't let you get away with it. After shouting, she realized her mistake and regretted it. She should have kept her cool. Are you crazy? Tang Niannian rolled her eyes and pushed her away. Lu Jinglan stumbled back several steps, lost her balance, and rolled down the grassy slope. It had rained yesterday, and the grass was wet, splashing water all over her. Her hands and face were cut by sharp blades of grass, leaving streaks of blood. Tang Niannian, are you a mad dog, biting everyone you see? Lu Jinglan was both pained and angry. She struggled in the grass for a bit before finally crawling out, looking disheveled. Bai Sui. Tang Niannian snorted, and a yellow shadow dashed out. Before anyone could react, Bai Sui knocked Lu Jinglan down into the grass. Bai Sui's sharp teeth were against Lu Jinglan's delicate neck. One bite could break it. This is what biting looks like. Tang Niannian walked over to Lu Jinglan and stepped on her face, gradually applying pressure. Let me go. Tang Niannian, are you insane? Lu Jinglan screamed, too scared to move for fear of being bitten by Bai Sui. But having her face stepped on with such force was humiliating. Since her rebirth, everything had gone smoothly for her, but she had suffered greatly at the hands of this wretched girl.
Captain.
Lu Jinglan wanted to call for the captain, but Tang Niannian didn't give her the chance and pressed harder, knocking her chin. Are all the women in your family this cheap? You and Yang Hongling really are good sisters. Tang Niannian switched to the other side of her face, preferring symmetry in her actions. The villagers didn't intervene. They knew where they stood, and since Lu Jinglan usually looked down on them, they were happy to watch the show. However, they also became more wary of Tang Niannian, deciding they shouldn't offend her in the future. Tang Niannian thoroughly humiliated Lu Jinglan, leaving her face deformed with symmetrical shoe prints that looked quite striking, though a bit dirty.
Get lost.
Tang Niannian lifted her foot, and Lu Jinglan struggled to get up, her eyes filled with hatred. She wouldn't forget this humiliation. She would repay Tang Niannian 100-fold in the future. The captain appeared right on cue and scolded. Aren't you all supposed to be working? Can you earn points by standing around? Do you want to starve? The villagers scattered and resumed digging bamboo shoots. Captain, Tang Niannian bullied me. pushed me into the grass, and stepped on my face. Lu Jinglan choked on her words, tears hanging on her eyelashes, looking somewhat pitiful. Unfortunately, her face was ruined by the shoe prints. The captain almost laughed when he saw her face. He forced a serious expression and sternly asked, "Tang Niannian, is what she said true?" "She's lying." She rolled down the slope herself and landed at my feet, almost tripping me. I haven't even settled the score with her, and she's already playing the victim, just like Yang Hongling. Tang Niannian denied it and turned the blame back on Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan trembled in anger, pointing at the villagers and saying, "They all saw it. It was Tang Niannian who pushed me and stepped on my face. I didn't see anything. I was focused on digging bamboo shoots, saw nothing. Digging bamboo shoots is more important. We're earning points, saw nothing." Niannian pushed Lu Jinglan? I didn't know. The villagers shook their heads, claiming they saw nothing. Lu Jinglan's face turned pale with anger. She had never seen such a shameless village. Everyone was in cahoots with Tang Niannian. "Lu Jinglan, I told you last time to behave and work hard, not to cause trouble. Didn't you hear me?" The captain scowled and reprimanded her publicly, giving her no face at all. "I will behave, Captain. I'm injured and need to go back to rest." Lu Jinglan gritted her teeth and spoke each word clearly. She would remember this grudge and make them all pay later. The captain looked annoyed and said, "You can take a 0 for today. Go home." "Thank you, Captain." Lu Jinglan bit her lip, showing no signs of dissatisfaction, and left with her head down. She had to endure. Once she married Zhou Siren, she would be able to hold her head high. She planned to go to town today to call home. If all went well, she could return to the capital in a few days. Lu Jinglan comforted herself and felt a bit better. She was confident about winning Zhou Siren over. After her rebirth, she had created several chances to meet him, and they had become friends. After coming to the countryside, they exchanged letters frequently. Originally, she hoped it would happen naturally, but now that the situation was urgent, she had to use some tactics. This time, she would not let Tang Niannian win. Zhou family in the capital. As soon as old Master Zhou returned, he called a family meeting attended by the 3 generations of Zhou men. Zhou Siren was also there. He and Zhou Siling were cousins and had a good relationship. Since childhood, he had always followed Zhou Siling around. Learning that his cousin had become disabled made Zhou Siren very upset, and he deeply hated Xin Xiao. Siling must not leave the army. The Zhou family needs a successor. Old Master Zhou spoke firmly. Among his grandsons, only Zhou Siling had the best talent, while Siren was a bit lacking and not interested in the military. He also didn't have the energy to train anyone else. The best solution now was to heal Siling. "Dad, I asked the hospital, and the hope is very slim," the eldest son of the Zhou family said cautiously. He was Zhou Siling's father and also in the army, but his abilities were average, holding a not-so-important position. The eldest son wanted his son to recover, but he had already consulted the best doctors in the capital, and the chances of recovery were minimal. So he thought the best way was to train a new successor and not waste time on Siling.
"Dad, we can let Siren go to the army."
The second son of the Zhou family was in a good mood. He was also in the army, but slightly more capable than the eldest brother. However, old Master Zhou always favored the eldest son, which he found unfair. He felt sorry for Siling, but everything should be for the greater good. His son, Siren, was also quite capable. "I don't want to go." Zhou Siren strongly resisted going to the army. He longed for freedom and disliked a constrained life. Once in the army, everything would be regulated, and he couldn't stand that. "What does it matter to you what adults decide?" The second son glared at him, secretly cursing his son for being foolish and not seizing such a good opportunity. As long as he won over old Master Zhou, he could become the successor of the Zhou family, and the second branch could finally hold their heads high. Zhou Siren looked displeased, but didn't dare to speak up again. Old Master Zhou watched his 2 sons secretly compete with each other. Though he didn't show it, he was already furious inside at these 2 useless sons. "Siren will not go to the army for now. He has another task. He will go to Tang Village in Ja Province the day after tomorrow to support construction. Go home and pack your things. Dad, why suddenly send Siren to the countryside? He has never worked a day in his life. How can he handle it? The second son was shocked. This news was too sudden. Get out. I need to talk to Siren alone. Old Master Zhou's face turned cold, and the two sons obediently left, leaving only the grandfather and grandson in the study. Do you know why I'm sending you to the countryside? I don't know, but Grandpa must have his reasons. Zhou Siren shook his head, though he felt the name of the place was somewhat familiar. There is a secret medicine that can heal your cousin, and it is likely in Tang Village, Old Master Zhou said. Grandpa, you want me to go there to find the medicine? Who should I ask? Old Master Zhou took a photo from the drawer. It was of a beautiful girl, Tang Niannian. This was the photo she submitted when applying for a job. There's a rumor about the Tang family in Hu City. They have a secret medicine that can bring people back to life, no matter how severely they are injured, Old Master Zhou said lightly. Grandpa, do you really believe such legends? It must be fake. There's no such thing as a life-restoring medicine in the world. Zhou Siren was amused and thought his grandfather was a bit delusional. No, it really exists. Old Master Zhou smiled mysteriously because he had seen it with his own eyes. I have dealt with the Tang family before. Their eldest son was weak and sickly at birth, and many doctors declared him dead. However, after 100 days, he suddenly became healthy, just like a normal child. The Tang family claimed they found a Western doctor, but they actually used their ancestral secret medicine. Old Master Zhou had always been very interested in the Tang family's secret medicine. Others didn't believe it, but he was convinced. He had seen the Tang family's eldest son, who was skin and bones, barely hanging on to life. No Western doctor could save him. Only that legendary secret medicine could. Grandpa, where are the Tang family now? Zhou Siren kept glancing at the photo in his grandfather's hand, feeling curious. He really wanted to take a look at it. The Tang family has escaped, but they left behind a young girl, this one. When you go to Tang Village, get close to her, win her favor, and find out where the Tang family's treasure is. The secret medicine is likely there. Old Master Zhou handed the photo to his grandson. Although it was black and white, Tang Niannian's bright eyes and charming smile made her stunningly beautiful. Zhou Siren was captivated. As a young master of the Zhou family, he was used to being around attractive girls, but none compared to the girl in this photo. If she looked this beautiful in a photo, how stunning would she be in person? If you like her, marrying her is fine, but the Tang family treasure must be the dowry. Old Master Zhou spoke dismissively. A capitalist's daughter? If it weren't for the treasure, he wouldn't agree to his grandson marrying her. But for Siling's health, he had to temporarily compromise with Siren. Grandpa, does she know where the treasure is? Zhou Siren asked excitedly. Now his thoughts had changed, and he couldn't wait to go to Tang Village to meet this beautiful girl. She probably doesn't know. The Tang family went to the other side 17 years ago, when she was just born. The Tang family entrusted her to the locals, but they must have left clues. Besides, Tang Village is the Tang family's ancestral home, so the treasure must be there. Old Master Zhou had long been tempted by the Tang family's wealth. The Tang family had been in business since the previous dynasty, accumulating immense wealth over generations. Besides the secret medicine, there should be plenty of treasures that would eventually belong to the Zhou family. Although he was envious of the Fu family's wealth, he knew he couldn't obtain it. The Tang family was not inferior to the Fu family, and as long as he could get it, the Zhou family would surely thrive. An hour later, Zhou Siren came out of the study, remembering his grandfather's words. The girl's name was Tang Niannian, and she was 17. His task was to marry Tang Niannian and use the Tang family treasure as a dowry. This was a task he liked. Zhou Siren eagerly returned to pack his bags. He felt that the day after tomorrow was too late and should leave tomorrow instead. He couldn't wait to meet Tang Niannian. Tang Village, Lu Jinglan was supposed to go to town to make a phone call, but the weather turned bad, and it started to rain. The road to town would surely be muddy, and she disliked walking on such muddy paths, so she decided to wait for the rain to stop. However, the rain lasted for 2 days. When Lu Jinglan finally went to town to make the call and returned home, she learned that Zhou Siren had gone to the countryside. Why did he suddenly go to the countryside? Where did he go? Lu Jinglan was anxious. Why was this different from her previous life? Clearly, Zhou Siren went to the countryside in autumn in her past life. Was she not reborn, but just having a nightmare? Were the events of her past life merely scenes from a dream? The Lu family didn't know where Zhou Siren had gone, only that he had left the capital. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinglan felt lost. With Zhou Siren gone from the capital, she had no reason to return. What would she do if Zhou Siren went to another place? Deeply affected, Lu Jinglan lost her spirit and stayed in her house for several days without coming out. Tang Niannian was unaware of this. She was in the county town playing with Xin Xiao. Actually, they didn't go anywhere. They mostly stayed in their space. Xin Xiao was busy farming and building, while Tang Niannian comfortably lounged around, occasionally giving him kisses as rewards. With kisses as motivation, Xin Xiao worked even harder, often coming over to ask for more kisses. This time, Xin Xiao brought a whole box of shiny jewels, just a third of his collection from the past years. Red, white, green, blue, pink, purple. Colorful gems that made Tang Niannian's heart soar. She stored them in their space. Xin Xiao specially made her a gem storage house and was preparing a jewelry box with compartments for organizing the gems. He was busy with that now. Is Zhou Xiliang really out of the picture? Tang Niannian asked happily. Zhou Xiliang was the main culprit who attacked Xin Xiao in her past life and was responsible for his death. Good riddance. Yes, he's out. The bonus hasn't been given yet. I'll give it to you when it comes. Xin Xiao was unhappy. This bonus was delayed, and he decided to take his time with future tasks. Don't rush to take on tasks anymore. We're not short on money now. Look, this is what I just earned. Tang Niannian pulled out a large stack of cash from her bag, her share from selling sock machines, several thousand. When the sock factory is up and running, I'll earn even more and can support you. She revealed all her savings, with cash totaling over 20,000, plus Xin Zhao's salary, making it over 30,000. In this era, that was definitely a fortune.
Great.
Xin Xiao didn't refuse or feel embarrassed about being supported by a woman, but he still wanted to take on tasks. Not just for the money. He wanted to rise higher, to a position where even the Xin family would look up to him, to avenge his mother and himself, and to protect Niannian and his uncle. Only by being in a high position could he protect those he cared about. What do you want for lunch? Tang Niannian got up to prepare lunch. Braised pork and white-cut chicken. Xin Xiao named 2 of his favorite dishes. The little chickens in their space grew quickly, 3 times faster than outside, making it perfect for white-cut chicken. Tang Niannian caught a small hen and picked some strawberries. She had planted a small patch from seeds she collected from the apocalypse, and they were already bearing fruit. Her space was great, except for not being able to farm on its own. Plants and animals grew almost 3 times faster, and as long as she didn't pick the fruits, they would stay fresh forever. The small hen weighed about 3 to 4 pounds. After plucking and cleaning it, she steamed it, then killed a rabbit for spicy rabbit pieces, made a large bowl of braised pork, stir-fried some greens, and prepared a loofah and egg soup. Once the dishes were ready, Tang Niannian mixed a bowl of sauce. Time to eat, she called out. The dining table was a nice round table left by the landlord. Xin Xiao rode over on a cow. The little calf they had collected had grown a lot and could carry a person now. Tang Niannian took out a large basin specially for Xin Xiao, slightly smaller than a wash basin, filled it to the brim, and then brought out a large bowl, the same size as Xin Zhao's, filled with rice, adding meat soup and some vegetables for a balanced meal. Woof.
No vegetables.
Bai Sui protested, wondering why it always had to eat grass. It wasn't a sheep. If you don't eat vegetables, your mouth will smell bad, and there will be no kisses from female dogs in the future. Tang Niannian's words silenced Bai Sui. It stood still, thinking for a few minutes, its mind in turmoil. Kisses or meat, which was better? A few minutes later,
Woof.
Add some vegetables. Bai Sui asked for more. It ate meat every day, but hadn't tried kissing yet. Tang Niannian smiled, thinking, look at you, I'm an intelligent scholar. I can handle a dog. She added a big handful of vegetables to the basin, mixed it up, and instinctively brought it to her mouth before realizing. Her face turned dark. She had picked up the habit of feeding herself like a baby. Indeed, one is influenced by their surroundings. This had to change. Tang Niannian tossed the chopsticks aside, grabbed another pair, and asked Shen Xiao, Zhou Xiliang is out. The Zhou family will definitely hold a grudge against you, so be careful. Not afraid. Shen Xiao focused on eating. The Zhou family's influence was in the capital and couldn't reach Hu City. Moreover, the Zhou family was on the decline. The old man was aging, both sons were useless, and only Zhou Xiliang was slightly capable, but now he was out of the picture. The rest were not a threat. Though Shen Xiao wasn't one to think too much, it didn't mean he lacked intelligence. He was climbing up while the Zhou family was going down. He would eventually surpass them. He certainly wouldn't underestimate them now. Tang Niannian didn't say anything more. Shen Xiao was quite capable in both strategy and strength, so she didn't need to remind him much. Do you have contacts in the capital? I want to investigate a household. I'll look into it. Which family? Tang Niannian mentioned Lu Jinglan's suspicious behavior. I suspect her family has issues. This woman is always targeting me. I need to deal with her first. I know about the Lu family. Shen Zhao's expression turned serious. He would get to the bottom of it. For the next 3 days, they stayed in their space. Tang Niannian occasionally went out to check for phone calls. They enjoyed their time in the space, and 3 days flew by. Shen Xiao had to return to his team, and Tang Niannian filled him with a jar of spiritual spring water and added some weapons before sending him off with peace of mind. Without Shen Xiao in the space, Tang Niannian didn't want to stay any longer. She took the repaired sock machine to Brother Ba and picked up another batch. Brother Ba had brought over about 100 scrap sock machines from Hang City, buying them at 15 each. Someone has already gone to intercept. I need to hurry, Brother Ba said angrily. You can't run out of money.
Dan Niannian advice.
The business acumen of the Chinese is ingrained in their genes. She remembered a Japanese restaurant in Europe owned by people from Wenzhou. The locals, feeling competitive, claimed they would open an authentic Japanese restaurant, but ended up losing everything and leaving in disgrace. Brother Ba's success wouldn't stay hidden for long. It was normal for others to follow suit and try to grab business. There's enough money to be made together. Eating alone isn't fun. Keep my 30 machines separate. I'll come to pick them up later, Tang Niannian instructed. The captain was finalizing the paperwork, and once everything was in order, they could set up the factory. She wanted to bring a few sock machines and acrylic back to Tang Village for her second aunt to start teaching. For now, they didn't need a skilled sample maker. Her second aunt could handle making simple pattern socks. Once the factory was stable, they could hire a skilled sample maker to produce new styles. Brother Ba had no problem with that. He now respected and feared Tang Niannian, not daring to have any small thoughts, having seen what happened to He Fashing. His son had just turned 1. He wanted to live a few more years. When Tang Niannian returned to her place, the telephone booth lady said someone named Qian Yuanyuan and called for her to return. Qian Yuanyuan was the full name of Director Qian. Every time she heard that name, Tang Niannian wanted to laugh. The cute name Yuanyuan was hard to connect with the ambitious Director Qian. Tang Niannian called Director Qian back. The phone rang once before it was answered, and Director Qian's loud voice came through. Hello, this is Qian Yuanyuan. Director Qian, it's Tang Niannian. Tang Niannian couldn't help but smile.
Little Tang.
Director Qian's voice suddenly got much louder, sounding very American, like a booming bell. Tang Niannian stayed quiet, listening to what Director Qian had to say next. Little Tang, do you have time now? Come to the factory. We have big work. Director Qian said excitedly. After his persistent efforts, with worn-out shoes and a dry throat, he finally got in touch with the turbine factory in Hangcheng. If they did well this time, big jobs would keep coming. Having gained insight from the turbine factory, Director Qian now fully agreed with Tang Niannian's views. Small jobs were nothing. Big jobs were what mattered. From now on, he wouldn't bother competing with that scoundrel Woo Sung-yuan. The Red Star factory had its struggles too, so he would let them handle the small jobs. He couldn't enjoy the meat from the Jinjin factory and also drink the soup. One must be kind. At that moment, Director Qian's demeanor changed significantly, and his forehead seemed to shine with a holy light. As long as he secured the turbine factory, he could get a promotion in 3 years. He would then be Woo Sung-yuan's boss, so he needed to be broad-minded and generous. He couldn't be petty like before, fussing over small matters. So embarrassing. I'll come over now. Tang Niannian hung up and gave the phone booth lady 2 dimes. Was that a call from your workplace, little Tang? The lady was very curious. This pretty girl had bought a house from Teacher Wang and had moved in but was rarely seen, making her seem mysterious. However, many men had called looking for her, which made the lady wonder, but she didn't dare to say anything. First, Tang Niannian looked tough. Second, the man in military uniform next to her seemed even tougher.
Yes.
Tang Niannian didn't deny it. It was indeed a call from her workplace. Why aren't you at work? The lady was even more curious, as she had never seen this girl working a 9 to 5 job. She always stayed indoors. I'm a special talent. I only go when needed. Tang Niannian briefly explained, and then left. Just then, a few nearby aunties arrived, each carrying a basket full of vegetables, just back from shopping. They saw Tang Niannian's back and their eyes lit up, rushing to ask the phone booth lady, "That girl has a phone again?" It was a call from her workplace, telling her to go to work. The lady replied honestly, "Uft, she's just talking nonsense. She stays locked up all day. How could someone working have so much free time?" One aunt scoffed, looking very disdainful. "They say she's a special talent and only goes when needed," the lady explained. Special talent? More like a kept woman. All the calls are for men. She doesn't work, yet she can afford a house and a brand new car, dressed up all fancy. Where's she getting the money from? This sharp-tongued Aunt He, spoke badly about Tang Niannian because she had offended her when she moved in. Aunt He's son worked at the same school as Teacher Wang, the previous owner of Tang Niannian's house. Teacher Wang's family was honest and cautious, not wanting to offend anyone. Aunt He's house was small with many people, so she asked her son to discuss with Teacher Wang about storing some of their things in his house. Teacher Wang agreed. However, those items stayed for years and were never moved, even after the house was sold. Teacher Wang tried to negotiate with Aunt He's family but couldn't win the argument, and in the end, he and Tang Niannian had to apologize and even offered to reduce the price by 100. Tang Niannian didn't lower the price. She could resolve such a small matter in an hour. After moving in, she moved Aunt He's things to the doorstep and informed them they had to take them away that day, or there would be consequences. Aunt He's family ignored her, thinking they could bully a delicate young girl. The next day, Tang Niannian called a tricycle driver to take the items to the recycling station. No matter how much they sold for, it would be the driver's gain. Although the items were old, they could still fetch a few bucks. The driver was thrilled, and in less than an hour, he cleared away the mountain of junk and cleaned up Tang Niannian's doorstep. Aunt He came over, causing a scene and cursing, but Tang Niannian only used one tactic. She brought out a basin of foot-washing water she had saved for the night and splashed it on Aunt He, soaking her completely. In March, Jiangnan was still quite cold, and Aunt He caught a cold after returning home, spending a few dimes on medicine and lying in bed for several days. When she recovered, she tried to cause trouble again but was scolded by the neighborhood office. Since then, Aunt He had hated Tang Niannian and spread bad rumors about her. She wears new clothes every day. If she doesn't work, where does she get the money? It must be from men. She probably has a new man every day. How shameless. How can someone like her live in our alley? Aunt He became increasingly outrageous, and others didn't dare to respond, looking awkward. Tang Niannian was clearly not someone to mess with. Her eyes looked like they could kill, and they didn't want to offend her. Moreover, Aunt He's family was in the wrong. Teacher Wang's family was accommodating, allowing them to store things, but that didn't make it right. Aunt He's family was indeed a bit excessive. Why are you all afraid of her? She's just a loose woman. If she annoys me, I'll report her and get her paraded through the streets. Aunt He was very unhappy with the lack of support from the others, and her words became sharper.
Ah!
Aunt He suddenly screamed, then stopped abruptly, unable to make a sound. Because something was stuffed in her mouth. At first glance it looked like poop, and upon closer inspection, it still looked like poop, but no one knew whose it was. Everyone stepped back, covering their noses. The smell was terrible, clearly from someone who ate meat every day. What a strange sight. How could poop fall from the sky in broad daylight? Not far away, Tang Niannian threw the wrapped poop into the trash can, pinching her nose with the other hand. She had to make sure Bai Shui ate vegetables. Eating meat every day made his poop stink.
Wang.
Does your poop smell good? Bai Shui sensed his owner's disgust and barked in protest. Who doesn't have smelly poop? Not as bad as yours. Sweet potatoes or cabbage, choose one. Tang Niannian said with a straight face, setting a trap for Bai Shui.
Wang.
Sweet potato. Bai Shui quickly chose the sweet potato, not wanting cabbage. But he soon realized he had been tricked again. He could have chosen nothing at all. 1 sweet potato a day. Bai Shui, you are the trustworthy dog king. Be a good example for Xiaohua and the others. Tang Niannian smiled, her eyes full of laughter. She had used the same trick for 3 years, but it still worked on Bai Shui. What a silly Bai Shui.
Wang.
Good for you, sis. Bai Shui turned his head away, not wanting to talk. He was exhausted. In the distance, Aunt He could be heard vomiting. She had dug out Bai Shui's poop and even swallowed some, bringing up last year's meals. Tang Niannian felt great and rode away on her bike, quickly arriving at the Jinjin factory, heading straight for Director Qian's office. Xiao Tang is here, come sit. Director Qian was as excited as if he had seen a fortune god. He personally helped Tang Niannian sit down, then made her a cup of premium Longjing tea, and placed a pack of trendy gold coin chocolates on the coffee table. Gold coin chocolates were introduced to Shanghai in 1974, so don't say they didn't exist in the 70s. He had heard that Wu Songyuan, that shameless guy, kept snacks like egg cakes and chocolates in the office just to flatter Xiao Tang. The chocolate wafers bought by Director Wu were just regular chocolates. He wouldn't treat Xiao Tang with such ordinary things. He would get something high-end. So, Director Qian specially spent a lot to buy gold coin chocolates, something he wouldn't even buy for his own daughter. Tang Niannian glanced at them, a bit surprised to see gold coin chocolates. This box must not be cheap. Director Qian was indeed generous. Xiao Tang, if you like chocolate, I'll buy you imported ones next time. Director Qian pushed the chocolates toward Tang Niannian. Thank you. Tang Niannian took a piece to try, as she hadn't tasted chocolate from this era before. The chocolate had a rich flavor, slightly bitter at first, but very sweet afterward, and it was delicious. It's good. Tang Niannian complimented it because Director Qian was eagerly watching her, wanting praise. As long as it's good, I'll buy more in the future. Director Qian sighed in relief. As long as Xiao Tang liked it, he would tell the purchasing department to buy some chocolates every month and charge it to the factory's account. Xiao Tang was the factory's treasure. If she was happy, she would work well and lead the team to success. Tang Niannian smiled and didn't refuse. It was just chocolate. She could handle it. What she brought to the team was far more valuable than chocolate. Director Qian brought out the blueprints for a big project he had just taken on, a large turbine with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters. The blueprints were large, A1 size, and he spread them out on the table while Tang Niannian stood to look. An A1 sheet is equivalent to 8 A4 sheets. She focused on the processing precision requirements and the processing technology, which were the most important points. Generally, the precision requirements for large parts aren't too high. They are rougher than small parts, but large parts are complicated to operate and can easily lead to accidents, requiring high standards for the machine tools. This job can be done with those 2 large machines. After a quick look at the blueprints, Tang Niannian felt confident. Director Qian rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, Our machines can definitely do it, but we need skilled operators. Can you handle it, Xiao Tang?
Yes.
Tang Niannian nodded. The requirements on the blueprints were not difficult for her. She thought for a moment and added, "Find a few smart high school students to help me out. I want to see if they can learn." She didn't want to do the simple tasks herself. She needed to teach a few apprentices, and I want to recommend someone, a temporary worker from the first workshop named Tang Jiangwo. He's my cousin. Tang Niannian straightforwardly made her request. Tang Jiangwo was the eldest son of the team leader and had been a temporary worker for 3 years without getting a permanent position. It wasn't that Tang Jiangwo lacked skills. It was just that getting a permanent position was very difficult with so few opportunities. She had a good impression of the team leader's family and wanted to help them out. "Okay, I'll arrange that right away." Director Qian agreed, without hesitation. Even if Tang Jiangwo were illiterate, he would still help him get a permanent position. There were enough positions in the factory. Even if they said they were lacking, they could definitely arrange a few people. Tang Niannian was very pleased with Director Qian's decisiveness. She liked straightforward people. "When can you arrange it?" "An hour." Director Qian planned to personally select the candidates. Besides Tang Jiangwo, he would choose the others himself, making sure not to pick any more connections. The last 2 operators he chose were connected to someone, and they were both incompetent, ruining his work. In the workshop, the machines were running loudly, making it hard to hear even when talking face-to-face. Tang Jiangwo was working on a piece. He had learned how to operate a boring machine for 3 years and was quite skilled. However, he never got a chance for a permanent position. He wasn't discouraged, as his uncle had been a temporary worker for 5 years without getting promoted. "Tang Jiangwo, the director is looking for you." The workshop director shouted from a few meters away, but the noise from the machines drowned him out, and Tang Jiangwo didn't hear. "Tang Jiangwo, the director is calling you." Someone nearby heard and shouted in his ear. Tang Jiangwo turned off the machine and ran over to the workshop director. "Director, did you need something?" "The factory director is looking for you." "You've done well, huh? You've quietly built a connection with the factory director." The workshop director spoke sarcastically. Just moments ago, the factory director's secretary had announced that they needed a list of high school students in the workshop under 30. Besides Tang Jiangwo, he was specifically requested by the factory director. The workshop director had always suppressed Tang Jiangwo because he was skilled and well-liked, making him more influential than the director. So, every time a permanent position opened up, he never included Tang Jiangwo's name on the list. Unexpectedly, this time, the young man had a chance to stand out. "Director, are you joking? I'm just a temporary worker. How could I know the factory director?" Tang Jiangwo responded calmly, not getting upset by the director's sarcasm, as it wouldn't help. He was just a small temporary worker and couldn't compete with the workshop director. He didn't expect to get a permanent position anymore. He just wanted to learn his skills. His second uncle, Tang Qingshan, often said that everything else was superficial. Only good skills were real. "Enough. Stop pretending in front of me. Hurry to the second workshop." The workshop director looked annoyed and didn't dare say more. He couldn't afford to offend Tang Jiangwo now and needed to stay on his good side. If he had known this kid had a connection with the factory director, he wouldn't have made any trouble behind his back. "Tang Jiangwo, I've taken care of you these 3 years, right? If you succeed, don't forget me." The workshop director couldn't help but say, fearing that Tang Jiangwo would rise and seek revenge. Fortunately, only he knew about the little schemes he had, and Tang Jiangwo likely didn't. "Director, are you joking again?" Tang Jiangwo was even more confused. The workshop director seemed off today, acting strangely. He went to the second workshop where he recognized a few people. "I know what's going on. The factory just hired a skilled master who fixed those 2 foreign machines last time. The factory director brought in a big project, and this master will teach apprentices, selecting from among us." A young man excitedly explained. His uncle was the director of the second workshop and knew a lot of insider information. But he didn't know that the skilled master was a young woman. His uncle hadn't said, as the factory director required strict confidentiality about any information regarding Tang Niannian to prevent outsiders from poaching. Oh, if only I could learn to operate those foreign machines. I hope the master picks me. I think they only need 4. Everyone was excited, hoping to be chosen. The factory has a few imported machines, and the people who maintain and repair them earn higher wages. If they learn how to operate them, their salaries will definitely increase, and it will look impressive to others. Tang Jiangwo was also very excited, but he kept it to himself and waited quietly. They're coming. A young man named Meng Ran, who was well-informed, peeked around the workshop door and spotted Director Qian from a distance. He quickly ran back, and everyone else fell silent, standing straight and waiting for the director's review. Director Qian arrived with Tang Niannian, walking side by side. One was a middle-aged man with a bit of a bald head, and the other was a beautiful young woman, stunningly attractive. The selected candidates were all young boys, and when they saw such a pretty girl, they couldn't help but widen their eyes, secretly wondering if the director had hired a new secretary. Tang Jiangwo's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wasn't that his cousin? He had heard from his father that she was working as a special talent at Hongxing Factory, earning 98 yuan a month. He could hardly believe it and was looking forward to discussing it with her later. Jiangwo, don't act like that. You have a wife. Meng Ran nudged him, reminding his friend not to go overboard. Even though the new secretary was beautiful, it was rude for a married man to stare. You don't understand anything. Tang Jiangwo shot him a glare. This was his cousin. Tang Niannian spotted her cousin from a distance and nodded at him. Tang Jiangwo had a million questions, but he stayed quiet and focused on listening to the director's speech. This is Master Tang, our specially appointed technician who operates these 2 imported machines. I will select 6 of you to learn from Master Tang. Whether you succeed depends on your own abilities, understood? Director Qian raised his voice, and everyone shouted in unison, understood. There were 12 people in total, all excited. Most were temporary workers, and although the director didn't say it outright, anyone who learned to operate the machines would surely get a permanent position. Some doubted Tang Niannian's abilities, thinking she looked only 17 or 18. Could a young girl really operate such large machines? Was this just a joke? Though Tang Niannian didn't speak, she observed everyone closely. 2 of them showed disdain, and she quietly marked them off her list. After Director Qian finished speaking, he smiled at Tang Niannian and said, Xiao Tang, you choose. Tang Niannian pointed at Tang Jiangwo. Come here. Tang Jiangwo stepped forward immediately, standing behind his cousin. At that moment, he finally understood what the workshop director meant. No wonder the director called him out. It was for his cousin's sake. Tang Jiangwo felt a rush of emotions, and more questions filled his mind. How could his cousin, a special talent at Hongxing Factory, also be a specially appointed technician here? Was she juggling 2 jobs, or had someone poached her? Tang Niannian had the remaining candidates stand by the machine. She briefly demonstrated on the control panel, performing the most basic operations. However, since these were imported machines, the control panel had a lot of foreign text, and being semi-automatic made it more complicated than regular machines. She didn't slow down her movements during the demonstration, wanting to identify those with real talent. Everyone was dazzled, hardly daring to blink. They saw her delicate fingers quickly pressing buttons. 1 minute felt like an hour, and they were sweating nervously. Now you all demonstrate in my order, Tang Niannian said coldly. She didn't turn on the power, so even if they pressed the buttons, the machine wouldn't start. The others lined up to demonstrate one by one. However, since Tang Niannian's movements were too fast, they couldn't remember much, and the foreign text on the control panel made it even harder to recall. Still, some managed to remember a bit and attempted to operate based on their memory. Tang Niannian watched with a cold expression, making them anxious, thinking they had no chance, and cold sweat began to pour down. Tang Jiangwo also volunteered to demonstrate. He didn't want people to think his cousin was showing favoritism. He hoped to prove his skills and silence the others. He had been watching her closely during her demonstration and remembered some of it. Tang Niannian nodded, allowing Tang Jiangwo to try. Regardless of the outcome, she would teach him. She wouldn't bother teaching outsiders, but she would help her own. Tang Jiangwo performed even better than she expected, ranking among the top in the group. Tang Niannian announced the results. Tang Jiangwo, 2 mistakes. Meng Rand, 3 mistakes. Zhang San, 4 mistakes. Li Si, 6 mistakes. The first 6 did relatively well, remembering most of the actions, while the others made mistakes right from the start. The best performers were Tang Jiangwo and Meng Ran. Director Qian quickly assessed the situation and kept the 6 with the best scores, sending the others back to the workshop. She demonstrated so quickly, afraid we'd learn. One of the eliminated candidates muttered, feeling disgruntled. Why did Tang Jiangwo get to step forward first? She's playing favorites. Another pointed out Tang Niannian's special treatment of him. Director Qian's face darkened, ready to reprimand them. But Tang Niannian spoke first, her voice clear and firm. Tang Jiangwo is my brother. If you have a problem, keep it to yourself. Even if he's your brother, he shouldn't get special treatment. Director, aren't you going to do anything? The eliminated 6 grew bolder, openly challenging her. They didn't take the young woman seriously, dismissing her as just a special talent, perhaps even the director's favorite. Tang Niannian's expression turned cold, and she looked at Director Qian.
What are you arguing about?
If you lack the skills, blame no one but yourselves. Tang Jiangwo made only 2 mistakes, while you all made enough to make your ancestors jump out and scold you. Get back to the workshop, or I'll send you home to farm. Director Qian shouted, and the group fell silent, obediently returning to the workshop. The 6 chosen candidates were thrilled, secretly vowing to master their skills. I'm not patient, and I have a bad temper, so be sharp. Tang Niannian warned them up front, as she was not keen on teaching apprentices. The 6 felt a jolt of anxiety and focused intently. The turbine factory had brought in big jobs, stored in the warehouse, 6 pieces in total. Director Qian wanted the technician to move the parts, but Tang Niannian refused. I'll move them myself. Time to show off some skills. Today, Tang Niannian wore a khaki trench coat, a new stylish piece she bought for 38 yuan from a department store. She took off the coat, changed into her work uniform, and put on a hat, tucking her hair inside to follow safety regulations strictly. There was a forklift in the workshop. Tang Niannian hopped on, skillfully starting it. To everyone's astonishment, she drove it out of the workshop and headed towards the warehouse. Jiangua, is she really your sister? Meng Ran looked at her with admiration. She was the girl of his dreams. Is there a fake sister? She's my cousin. Tang Jiangua glared and rushed over to help, feeling uneasy inside. His cousin was known for being lazy, so lazy that one spring day, when the sun was shining and warm, everyone took off their heavy clothes. Suddenly, it started snowing in the afternoon, and everyone had to put their thick clothes back on. But Tang Niannian refused to wear them, sticking to her thin clothes even though she was shivering and had a runny nose. When asked why she wouldn't change, she replied, I'm too lazy to dig through the closet. As a result, she got scolded by their aunt, who forced her to wear the thick clothes. There were countless instances of her laziness, and Tang Jiangua couldn't understand when she learned all these tricks. Could it be that their great-uncles secretly sent her to the city to learn? Tang Jiangua felt he was onto something. Their great-uncle often said that Tang Niannian's fortune was in the city, and it seemed that was true. Together with Meng Ran, Tang Jiangua loaded the parts onto a forklift. Tang Niannian drove it back to the workshop, instructing the crane operator to lift the parts onto the machine for securing. In the mechanical workshop, there were specialized crane operators for lifting large parts, and the second workshop had them too. Under Tang Niannian's direction, the crane operator accurately lifted the parts onto the machine. Tang Niannian secured them, ensuring the screws were tightened. These large parts weighed several tons, and if the screws weren't tight, they could fly off during operation, causing a serious safety accident. The 6 of them watched intently as Tang Niannian worked. First, check the blueprint for the process and precision requirements. Then, Tang Niannian spoke steadily and clearly, explaining each step while the 6 listened carefully and took notes. Once the initial preparations are done, check again, close the protective cover, and press the start button. Remember, during processing, you must not open the protective cover. If you have to, pause the operation first. Make sure you remember this. Tang Niannian emphasized the safety rule because she had seen someone get hurt before. When the machine was running, someone forced open the protective cover and an accident happened. The factory even demanded compensation from the machine company, which later learned its lesson and set up an alarm system. Now, if the protective cover was opened while the machine was running, it would sound an alarm and stop processing. Since these two machines didn't have the alarm system, Tang Niannian checked them, which is why she stressed the point. She planned to research and install an alarm device on these machines to prevent future accidents. The 6 of them diligently noted down, "Do not open the protective cover while running." Tang Niannian pressed the start button, and the machine roared to life. The massive part began to turn inside the protective cover, and the cut-off cast iron curled up like a flower. Director Qian hadn't left. He wanted to witness the factory's bright future and this historic moment. After running for half an hour, the machine stopped. Tang Niannian grabbed a large caliper and climbed onto the machine to measure the precision. It was still a bit off from the blueprint requirements, so another half hour of cutting would be needed. For such large parts, the precision allowance is usually wider, as they would undergo fine processing at the turbine factory later, making it not too difficult to operate. After another half hour, Tang Niannian called the inspector to measure, and the precision was completely up to standard. They had done the work quickly and beautifully. They processed another part, and when it was time to leave, Tang Niannian finished on time. She wouldn't work overtime. She was lazy. "Come back tomorrow. We can finish the rest. Don't touch these machines until it's your turn." Tang Niannian warned the 6, noticing some of them itching to try operating the machines. If the machines broke, it was a small issue. If someone got hurt, it was a big deal. The 6 shook their heads in unison. They didn't dare. These machines were precious. If they broke them, they couldn't afford to pay for the damages. "Thank you, Xiao Tang. Let's have dinner together tonight." Director Qian smiled widely. Xiao Tang was impressive. In the future, they would be leaders in the Southeast machinery industry.
Sure.
Tang Niannian readily agreed. The braised pork in the factory cafeteria was delicious. "Big brother, I'll find you later," Tang Niannian said to Tang Jiangua and walked away with Director Qian. Once they were far away, everyone came alive, surrounding Tang Jiangua with questions. "Jiangua, how can your sister be so capable? She can even operate foreign machines. Why didn't you mention this before? How old is your sister? Does she have a boyfriend?" "Jiangua, look at me. I'm 20, my parents both work, and we have 3 rooms at home." All 5 young men were still single and from dual-income families, so they had high standards for partners. At that moment, they felt Tang Niannian was a gift from heaven. Beautiful, capable, educated, she met all their criteria. "My sister has a boyfriend, a military officer." Tang Jiangua's words silenced everyone. He had called home a few days ago, and his father said Niannian's boyfriend was a childhood friend who is now a military officer. Quite impressive. The 5 of them looked disappointed. Although they thought they were decent, they couldn't compete with a military officer.
Sigh.
Just as budding love was beginning, it was abruptly cut off. After finishing her meal, Tang Niannian enjoyed her favorite braised pork and steamed seafood, which tasted amazing. Feeling good after eating, she told Director Qian, "We can also bring in larger parts. I have connections."
Great.
Director Qian was thrilled. When he got home, he would enjoy a drink with some peanuts. As for showing off to Director Wu, he hadn't even thought about it. In the future, he would definitely be Wu Songyuan's boss. He needed to think big and embrace the ocean. After eating, Tang Niannian went to the dormitory to find Tang Jiangua. He was married. His wife was a private teacher in Tang Village, and they usually lived with her family in town. They had a 2-year-old son who stayed with his mother, and the couple only returned to Tang Village for a few days during holidays. Tang Jiangua lived in a shared dormitory with 4 people in a room. He had already eaten and was waiting downstairs. "Niannian, why are you at Tianjin? Did you leave Hongqing?" Tang Jiangua asked quietly. "I'm working at both. It doesn't affect anything. Big brother, here, take this and study it well." Tang Niannian handed him a piece of paper with the operation steps and diagrams she had noted down. In her past life, the Tang family had fallen apart, and Grandma Tang was bedridden, cared for by the brigade leader's family. Tang Jiangua had even personally looked after Grandma. Niannian, how did you learn to operate foreign machines? When did you learn? Someone taught me. I'm smart. Tang Niannian didn't want to make up excuses anymore and casually brushed it off. Tang Jiangua believed her. It matched his guess. It was indeed their great-uncle who secretly hired someone to teach her. Niannian had always been clever, so it made sense she could learn. Niannian, can I show this notebook to others? Tang Jiangua asked for permission, wanting to share it with a few friends. Do as you wish. Tang Niannian didn't mind. Once she gave something away, she wouldn't worry about it anymore. Niannian, where are you staying tonight? I can find you a guest house. Tang Jiangua offered. No need, I have a place. I'm leaving. Tang Niannian turned and walked away, grabbed her bike from the parking shed, and rode back to her place. She needed to finish processing the remaining 4 parts tomorrow before heading back to Tang Village. Her grandma's clear urine egg should be ready by now, right? The next day, Tang Niannian went to the factory to finish processing the last 4 large parts. Everything met the required standards, and Director Qian was very happy. He called the turbine factory to send someone for inspection. Once this batch passed inspection, he would have the confidence to request larger parts. I'm heading home now. Call me if you need anything, Tang Niannian said as she changed out of her work clothes and into a trench coat, preparing to return to Tang Village. Do you want me to send a car for you? Director Qian asked with concern. No need. I'll ride my bike, she replied. There was only one old car in the factory, a Shanghai SH760, which was in terrible condition. Director Qian usually hesitated to drive it for fear of breaking it further. She reminded her 6 apprentices to study hard. Tang Jiangwo had shared her notes, and if they truly applied themselves, they would surely learn. The apprentices' attitudes had changed significantly. They were respectful now, unlike the playful demeanor they had yesterday. Although Tang Niannian was younger and a woman, her real skills earned their respect. As she reached the parking shed, light rain began to fall, pleasantly cool against her face. She didn't bother with a raincoat, it was just a bit of drizzle. However, as soon as she reached the factory gate, she heard a horn from the precious little car behind her. Comrade Tang, Director Qian asked me to take you home, said the factory's dedicated driver, Master Xiao Mao, leaning out of the car. He was very polite. After all, the beautiful girl in front of him was the director's favorite. No need to trouble yourself. I'll ride my bike, Tang Niannian insisted, not wanting to ride in the car because she found it too shabby. She had plenty of luxury cars in her space, all brand new, but she couldn't take them out, so she could only enjoy them in her space. It's raining. The director insists on taking you home to keep you dry, Master Xiao Mao said with a forced smile. The director had ordered him to ensure that Comrade Tang return home without getting a drop of rain on her, fearing she might catch a cold, which would mean trouble for him. Understanding his predicament, Tang Niannian agreed to get in the car. She placed her bicycle in the trunk, but the lid wouldn't close, so it remained open. Master Xiao Mao drove steadily, but no amount of skill could compensate for the poor road conditions. Once they left the county, the road was bumpy, making Tang Niannian uncomfortable. Finally, they reached a fork in the road, about 10 miles from Tang Village, and she sighed with relief. The rain had picked up, and as she prepared to roll up the window, she spotted Tang Lujin walking quickly ahead, carrying a yellow-green patched backpack that was bulging, along with a bag in hand. Tang Lujin didn't have an umbrella. In fact, the Tang family didn't own such a luxury. They had an oil paper umbrella, but it was inconvenient to carry. Even in Tang Village, finding an umbrella was nearly impossible. On rainy days, wearing a raincoat was sufficient. There was no need to waste money on an umbrella. Lu Jin, Tang Niannian called out, asking Master Xiao Mao to stop. Tang Lujin turned and was surprised to see her second sister in the car. How did you get in a car? What are you waiting for? Get in, Tang Niannian urged, and only then did Tang Lujin react, cleaning the mud off his shoes on the grass before getting in. Wipe your face. Tang Niannian handed him a handkerchief, which he used to clean his face. Master Xiao Mao started the car again and continued toward Tang Village. After driving less than a mile, Tang Niannian spotted another familiar face, her quirky uncle, Tang Mantong, jogging ahead with a large bag slung over his shoulder, dressed in a brown jacket, with curly hair and wide-leg pants splattered with mud. His outfit was quite a fashion statement at that moment. Tang Niannian guessed he must have been wandering around Yangqing for the past 6 months. "Uncle, get in." She called to Master Xiao Mao to stop again. Tang Mantong turned around, revealing a handsome face with thick eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked charismatic, but at 25 years old, he was still unmarried. "Niannian? Lu Jin? How did you end up in a car?" he asked, grinning widely as he placed his bag in the trunk and cleaned his shoes in the grass before getting in. As soon as he got in, he pulled out a pack of peony cigarettes, which cost 50 cents, a high-end brand at the time, and offered one to Master Xiao Mao. "Thanks for your hard work. What's your name?" "Not a problem. My last name is Mao," he replied. Tang Mantong was a natural conversationalist and soon struck up a lively chat with Master Xiao Mao, even learning that the driver's mother was about to celebrate her 60th birthday. Tang Niannian admired her uncle. He was a born salesman, outgoing, confident, articulate, and a bit educated. Tang Mantong was a high school graduate, which made him somewhat of an intellectual in those times. They were still 5 or 6 miles from Tang Village, passing through Luoxia Village, which had a primary school that children from nearby villages attended, including those from Tang Village. The school was right by the road, and as the rain lightened, Tang Niannian found the car stuffy and opened the window. A refreshing, cool breeze rushed in, but it was quickly followed by a strong smell of urine. Then came a familiar voice shouting, "You shameless old hag. Stealing urine? Do you drink it 3 times a day? You should be ashamed." That familiar voice belonged to her beloved grandmother. Tang Niannian leaned out to see her grandmother, hands on her hips, fiercely shouting at a skinny old woman next to 2 large buckets of urine. "You're the shameless one. I didn't steal your urine. What's it to you?" The skinny old woman shot back, equally fierce. "That's my urine. I already made arrangements with the school. If you love urine so much, I'll give you some every day," her grandmother yelled. Tang Niannian couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the crude exchange. She figured out what was happening. Her grandmother's urine, which was supposed to be collected by the school, had been intercepted by the skinny old woman. This wasn't unusual. Every year around this time, the school's urine became a hot commodity, and fights over it were common. Tang Mantong asked Master Xiao Mao to stop the car, so he could support his mother. "Mom, who's bothering you?" he asked, towering over the skinny old woman. "That shameless old hag stole my urine," her grandmother exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of her son, standing tall and proud. "Nai, who stole your things?" Tang Niannian asked as she got out of the car, her cool voice drawing the attention of all onlookers. "Wow, she's in a car? She's not someone to mess with." Grandma Tang looked surprised and wanted to ask her granddaughter how she got to ride in a car, but she held back. She would ask later. Right now, she needed to get her urine back. The old lady stood up straighter and shouted, "It's this shameless one who stole my urine for 2 days." The thin old woman's face changed dramatically. She hadn't expected Grandma Tang's granddaughter to arrive in a car. She must be someone important in the city, and she didn't want to provoke her. "Who stole your urine? It doesn't have your name on it. Call it and see if it responds." The thin old woman's voice weakened, but her attitude remained tough. After all, she couldn't bear to part with 2 big buckets of urine. "Does your urine talk? Do you have to call out a few times before you can go? If you had any sense, you wouldn't say such stupid things." Grandma Tang rolled her eyes, and every word was filled with insults. Tang Niannian felt like she could smell something unpleasant. "You're the one who's foolish. Fine, I'll give you 1 bucket." The thin old woman backed down, not wanting to offend the granddaughter, who arrived in a car. "Do I need your charity? Those 2 buckets of urine are mine." Grandma Tang jumped up, furious at the shameless old woman who treated her urine like a favor. How could she be so brazen? Tang Man Tong felt overwhelmed and didn't want to argue over 2 buckets of urine, so he said, "Mom, I'll just produce more. It's just some young boy's urine. He has plenty of it. He goes 8 times a day." Tang Niannian and Grandma Tang both looked at him with the same doubtful expression. "You don't have anything, so stay out of this." Grandma Tang slapped her son, clearly disgusted. Even though he was her son, she didn't believe he was still a pure girl, especially since he was always out and about. How could he possibly stay pure? The thin old woman had a strong grip, and her slap made Tang Man Tong wince in pain. He obediently stepped aside, looking disgruntled. He rarely spoke the truth, and yet his mother didn't believe him. Seeing Grandma Tang and the thin old woman about to argue again, Tang Niannian stepped in between them and said coldly, "Stop arguing. Grandma, you go to the car first. What about the urine?" Grandma Tang reluctantly pointed at the buckets, wanting to make her special dish with the urine.
I'll help you carry it. Tan Nian pull me.
Grandma Tang hesitated, but eventually got into the car, sticking her head out the window to keep a close watch. Facing Tang Niannian, the thin old woman's confidence weakened, and she wasn't as aggressive as before. "Even if you're important, you can't just take my urine for no reason." The thin old woman gathered her courage. She had made a deal to take the 2 buckets back, and someone was supposed to give her 50 cents for it. Her grandson was waiting for that money to buy meat. Tang Niannian shifted her body to block Grandma Tang's view and quickly pulled $1 from her pocket, handing it to the thin old woman. "Is this enough?" Tang Niannian asked kindly, not wanting to take advantage of the poor. The thin old woman's clothes were patched up, and she looked pale, clearly struggling financially. Perhaps she really needed those 2 buckets of urine. It seemed unfair to expect someone to uphold morals when they were barely surviving. Most importantly, Tang Niannian didn't want to get involved over 2 buckets of urine. It felt beneath her. The thin old woman's expression changed, and she looked anxious as she stared at the money in her hand, afraid to accept it. It was too much. She feared something bad would happen if she took it. "Just give me 50 cents, the thin old woman said quietly. 50 cents would be enough. "My grandma is coming," Tang Niannian exclaimed, and the thin old woman quickly stuffed the money into her pocket and hurried away, disappearing in no time. "Uncle, you carry it back." Tang Niannian went to the roadside to clean her shoes. It was troublesome in the rain, and her feet were muddy. "I'm wearing all new clothes." Tang Man Tong looked disgusted. His clothes were the latest style, and he hadn't even had a chance to show them off. How could he carry urine? "Grandma, Uncle won't carry the urine." Tang Niannian openly complained, and Grandma Tang shouted from the car, "You're young and won't carry it, and you want me, an old woman, to do it? I raised you with my own hands, and you can't even do this little thing? It would be better to raise a pig. At least they're useful." "I'll do it. Stop nagging." "I'll do it." Hearing that familiar reprimand, Tang Man Tong felt his head spin. He glared at his niece, rolled up his pants, and obediently went to carry the urine. "If you spill it, I'll smack you." Grandma Tang got out of the car, picked some grass from the roadside, and quickly tied 2 bundles to hold 1 bucket each. In the past, when people carried water or waste, they would put grass on top to prevent spills. It was quite effective. "Mom, I'm grown up now. Don't hit me in public. Give your son some dignity." Tang Man Tong felt embarrassed and quietly reminded his mother, "You're not married, you don't earn any points, and you can't rely on anyone. You still want dignity?" Grandma Tang snorted, glaring at him without leaving any room for pride. What a useless child. If he weren't her own, she wouldn't even look at him. Tang Man Tong sighed and resigned himself to carrying the urine, walking away. After Tang Niannian got into the car, Driver Mao started the engine. Grandma Tang looked around the car, occasionally touching the seats, clearly fascinated. She had lived for over 60 years and had never ridden in a car before. In the author's hometown, many things have the word foreign in them. Matches are foreign matches, umbrellas are foreign umbrellas, and cars are foreign cars. This car is really comfortable. I won't get wet in the rain. Yan Yan, where did you get this car? It started to rain, and the factory manager sent a car to make sure I didn't get wet, Tang Niannian explained. Manager Wu? He's such a good person. Grandma Tang instantly felt very fond of Manager Wu, praising him several times. Driver Mao hesitated, wanting to clarify that it was actually their factory manager who did the good deed, not Manager Wu. Yeah, Grandma, just sit back. It's more comfortable that way.
Tang Nian ziplit vaguli.
She hadn't told Grandma Tang about her part-time job at the factory, and she had also instructed Tang Jiangwo to keep it a secret from the brigade leader. It was okay to show off a little, but not too much. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Grandma Tang was indeed distracted. She leaned back and sighed comfortably. No wonder everyone wants to be an official. Riding in a car is so nice. How much did you give her just now? Grandma Tang suddenly asked. $1. I didn't give her any money. Tang Niannian blurted out without thinking, but she quickly corrected herself, though it was too late. She looked up and met Grandma Tang's piercing gaze. Have you got too much money? 2 buckets of urine for $1? Your uncle could easily earn that back in a few days. You spendthrift. No amount of gold or silver is enough for you to waste. Since there were outsiders in the car, Grandma Tang lowered her voice. If they were at home, she would have scolded her more. $1 hurt her more than losing a piece of her heart. A few dimes would have sufficed, but she was given a whole $1. After a few days without scolding, that girl got a little too bold. Isn't your uncle incapable? Tang Niannian spoke honestly. Tang Mantong was already 25. How could he still be a pure girl? Keep your voice down. Give your uncle some face. Grandma Tang shot her a glare. As a young lady, she shouldn't speak so openly. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. Grandma was really double standard. She had shouted louder than anyone before. With that distraction, Grandma Tang successfully forgot about the $1 and didn't mention it again. Actually, she didn't have the energy to bring it up because she was feeling car sick. The car smells nice, but I feel a bit dizzy. At first, Grandma Tang thought the scent in the car was pleasant, but after a while, her head started to feel heavy and her stomach was churning. She thought she might throw up the vegetable porridge she had for breakfast. She held it in, not wanting to waste it. Grandma, pinch the web between your thumb and index finger. Tang Niannian instructed her to pinch that spot to help with the nausea. Grandma Tang pinched hard, and it did help ease her discomfort. She leaned back in her seat, too weak to say anything. No energy. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Tang Village. As they reached the village entrance, Grandma Tang insisted on getting out of the car, so Tang Niannian asked Master Mao to stop. Master Mao didn't want tea, but needed to use the restroom, so he stopped the car. As soon as the car came to a stop, villagers working nearby rushed over, curious as if they were seeing a rare sight. When they saw the Tang family getting out of the car, it was like stirring a hornet's nest. Aunt, how did you come back in a foreign car? Nian, is this foreign car yours? Aunt, what's it like riding in a foreign car? The villagers surrounded Grandma Tang, chattering nonstop, their eyes filled with envy. There was no jealousy left. The goal was too far away for them to be jealous. They could only feel envy. Don't crowd around me. Let me catch my breath. Grandma Tang weakly waved her hand, asking them to disperse. She took a few deep breaths of fresh air and felt much better. Nian Lu Jin, take Master Mao home first. I'll rest here. Tang Nian glanced to her grandmother and saw through her little scheme, but didn't say anything. This was her grandmother's only source of joy. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, Grandma Tang's loud voice rang out. Oh, riding in a foreign car is quite comfortable, but I can't stand that smell. I felt dizzy and almost threw up my breakfast. No wonder they sing in the plays, wearing a dragon robe doesn't make one a prince. My old bones can't enjoy such luxury. Aunt, you can still throw up after riding in a foreign car? Really? I don't throw up when I ride in a tractor. Are you silly? A tractor has fresh air all around. How can it compare to a foreign car? No wonder those officials eat less than cats. They must be afraid of throwing up in the car. The villagers felt like they had discovered something new, and their discussion grew louder. Soon, the topic shifted back to the foreign car under Grandma Tang's insistence. She proudly boasted, "Director Wu values my Niannian." It started raining, and he was worried Niannian would get sick, so he specially sent a driver to bring her back. I was just going to school to collect urine and happened to run into them. Mantong is carrying it, and today is quite a coincidence. We met on the road, riding on my Niannian's good fortune. I can say I've ridden in a foreign car in my lifetime. Grandma Tang's dizziness was completely gone, and she felt energetic, enjoying the praise from everyone. They all praised her good fortune and her capable granddaughter. No one in the whole commune could match her luck. Grandma Tang loved hearing such compliments, her face beaming with joy. But then an untimely voice interrupted, "Aunt, has Mantong found a good partner yet? He's already 25, right?" The flowers on Grandma Tang's face instantly wilted. She glared at the woman who spoke and coldly replied, "Mantong isn't in a hurry to find someone. It's not that he can't find one. He just has high standards. Niannian has a good relationship with her uncle and has always said she wants to find a suitable aunt. He wouldn't be interested in just any girl." How rude of that woman to bring up such a topic, clearly trying to poke at her heart. Before the woman could respond, Grandma Tang quickly countered, "I remember your Xiaofang is already 21 and still hasn't found a partner? Although she looks decent, a girl shouldn't be kept too long. If you wait too long, even widowers won't want her." Successfully putting the troublemaker in her place, Grandma Tang felt great. She tilted her head, held it high, and let out a huff through her nose, striding away. She needed to go back and entertain Master Mao, with no time to deal with such people. Tang Niannian took a wild rabbit and a wild chicken out of the cage. She had brought plenty from her space and could kill them whenever she wanted. Just as she finished preparing, Grandma Tang returned and started bustling in the kitchen. Master Mao sat awkwardly in the living room, sipping tea. He didn't even know why he stayed. He had just said he was leaving, but when Tang Niannian looked at him, he found himself agreeing to stay for dinner. Fortunately, Tang Mantong returned, changed into clean clothes, and kept him company. They quickly got into a lively conversation. Lunch consisted of braised wild rabbit, wild chicken soup, and a bowl of steamed 3 delicacies, which Tang Niannian had bought the ingredients for and had the master chef at the factory cafeteria prepare. The payment was 3 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. There were plenty of Zhonghua cigarettes in her space. Tang Niannian tore off the outer packaging, took out the cigarettes, and wrapped them in newspaper to give away, claiming she had acquaintances at the cigarette factory. The cafeteria chef had no doubts. Cigarettes from the factory were definitely loose, and packaging didn't matter as long as they tasted good. With 3 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, the chef and Tang Niannian became good friends. Her influence was even greater than that of the factory director. Master Mao was a bit surprised. Such a rich meal was something he only saw during the New Year. Usually, having a meat dish was already impressive. Has the food in the countryside improved so much now? Master Mao ate heartily, and his impression of Tang Niannian was excellent. Director Qian had given him side jobs before, but no one had been as generous as Tang Niannian. Just offering him a cigarette was considered polite. After resting for a while, Master Mao said his goodbyes. He had to return to the factory. Tang Niannian didn't say much. She grabbed 2 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, and 2 bags of sweet potato chips from the cage. Her aunt had just dried them, and each bag weighed about 2 pounds. She stuffed everything into the car and told Master Mao, "Half of this is for Director Qian. Please give it to him." That's too much, Tang Master. You're too kind." Master Mao stumbled over his words. He didn't dare take so much. "They're from the mountains, no charge. Be careful on the road." Tang Niannian was brief. She tossed the items in and closed the car door. The sweet potato chips were the only valuable items. She had plenty of wild rabbits and chickens in her space and needed to give some away. Master Mao opened his mouth, feeling guilty. Earlier, he was a bit annoyed because of the rain and all the people coming up. Even though he wiped his shoes in the grass, he still got dirt on the car. He would have to wash it when he got back, which was a hassle. Now he felt uneasy. It was just washing a car. It was part of his job. Why should he be bothered? Tang Master was so generous. If he kept complaining, was he even human? Tang Master, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. Master Mao looked determined to repay Tang Niannian's kindness.
Sure.
Tang Niannian didn't hesitate. Nowadays, drivers are seen as high-status professionals, and some people even take pride in knowing a driver. At first, she didn't want to hitch a ride in the factory car, thinking it would be a hassle. But after hearing Grandma Tang bragging at the village entrance, she changed her mind. Since Grandma liked it, she might as well ride a few more times. The news of Grandma Tang taking a car home spread quickly in the village during lunchtime. In the afternoon, when Grandma Tang went to work, everyone surrounded her with questions, and she boasted again. Tang Mantong had been on the train for days, feeling tired and sleepy. After lunch, he took a shower and went to sleep, only to be woken up by Grandma Tang's loud slap. Sleeping all day. Even pigs aren't this lazy. You better go to work tomorrow. If you dare run off again, I'll send your father to teach you a lesson in your dreams. Grandma Tang, holding a feather duster, scolded her youngest son. Tang Mantong was born when she was 38, so she spoiled him a bit too much. He was more obedient when his father was alive, but after his father passed away, he became like a mischievous monkey, always out and never home. Now nearing 30 and still single, Grandma Tang was both angry and worried. She feared she wouldn't see her son get married before she closed her eyes. If that happened, how could she face her husband? Mom, be gentle. I brought you something good. Tang Mantong quickly jumped out of bed and rummaged through his old clothes until he pulled out a paper package containing a stack of money he earned over the past few months. Grandma Tang snatched the money, counted it quickly, and found it was over 520 yuan. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly closed the door and asked quietly, "Did you get involved in shady business again?" "Mom, don't worry about what I do. This money is real. You can spend it." Tang Mantong was quite bold and didn't feel ashamed about his dealings. In this day and age, how much money can you make by farming honestly? No one ever got rich from farming. The wealthy are either officials or merchants. He would rather be called lazy than toil in the fields. Grandma Tang quickly stuffed the money into her pocket and warned him, "You better behave and stay away from illegal activities. What if you get caught? I'll find you a nice girl with this money, and we can have a wedding by the end of the year." "Mom, I don't want to marry a country girl." Tang Mantong protested. He wanted to marry a cultured city girl. A slap landed on his head, making his head spin. "What's wrong with country girls? I'm from the countryside, and so are you. Do you look down on them? With your laziness, country girls wouldn't even want to marry you." Grandma Tang scolded fiercely, determined to correct her son's misguided thoughts. Tang Mantong protected his head and remained silent. If he spoke up, his mother would surely hit him harder. But he wouldn't give in. He was determined to marry a delicate city girl. He would make it happen. Grandma Tang scolded until her throat was dry before stopping to prepare dinner. However, her hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Tang Mantong's waistband, making him shout, "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm 25. Let go. Are you going to hand it over, or do I have to take it?" Grandma Tang wouldn't let go and tugged at his waistband. "Mom, I really don't have any more." Tang Mantong's voice grew softer until he reluctantly said, "Mom, turn around." Grandma Tang smugly huffed, turned around, and started counting 1, 2, 3.
Done.
As soon as she finished counting, she turned back. Tang Mantong's hand was still in his pants, his face flushed with shame. He couldn't scold her, so he had to obediently pull out the money from his pocket, roll it into a tube, and tie it with a rubber band. Grandma Tang snatched it, counted it, and found it was exactly 200 yuan. "Still trying to play tricks in front of me? I know exactly what you're up to." Grandma Tang was very pleased, leaving with 720 yuan, and she didn't forget to shout, "Why are you still lying in bed? Get up and stack the firewood in the yard."
Got it. Tang Mantong replied irritably.
Once his mother left, he quietly closed the door and pulled out 2 rolls of money from under his socks, totaling 200 yuan. "Good thing I was prepared." Tang Man-tong searched his room for a while and finally found a good hiding spot, a wall hole under the bed. He still had a few dozen yuan left for pocket money. He would keep this 200 yuan as capital and rest at home for a few days before heading out again. Money was easy to make outside. This time, he planned to go to Pingcheng, which is close to Xiongjiang, where fresh goods were abundant. He needed to stock up and make some money before leaving. Tang Man-song hid the money and took out a few electronic watches, 10 packs of Warrior cigarettes, a red scarf, a box of cookies, and a bag of peach crisps from his bulging bag before heading out. Warrior cigarettes cost 1.3 yuan a pack and are of average quality. His older brother loves to smoke them, while the expensive peony Chinese brand he bought a year ago has gone moldy without being touched. "Uncle, what good stuff did you bring?" Tang Jiojin shouted the loudest, running over and jumping into his arms. Tang Man-song laughed and asked, "Do you want some cookies?" "Yes." Tang Jiojin was thrilled. Recently, her meals have been good, and her little face is chubby and adorable when she smiles. Tang Man-song pinched her cheeks and complained, "You've gained some weight. What have you been eating?" He had only been away for 2 or 3 months, yet his niece had grown so plump. "Is the food at home that good?" "I've been eating meat, chicken cake, peach crisps, meat buns, and milk candy. Second sister bought them." Tang Jiojin proudly counted on her little fingers one by one. Where did Niannian get the money? Tang Man-song was surprised, recalling the small car he took back. It seemed Niannian had made quite a bit of progress recently. Second sister earned it, 98 yuan. The little girl held up her thumb and index finger, then added another finger, indicating that her sister made a lot of money. Tang Man-song almost choked on his own saliva. "Niannian earns that much? Is it true?" He quickly set down Jiojin, stuffed the cake into her arms, and rushed out to ask his brother and sister-in-law. A child like Jiojin couldn't explain it clearly. Tang Man-song found his brother, Tang Manjin, chopping firewood in the yard, while Su Jinfeng was cooking in the kitchen. Tang Lu Jin was washing clothes. The Tang family was hardworking, with everyone busy except for Tang Niannian and Tang Man-song, who were both a bit lazy. Tang Niannian had brought a small stool to sit under the eaves, cracking sunflower seeds while chatting with Tang Lu Jin about school. "Niannian, you earn 98 yuan a month?" Tang Man-song also sat down beside her, grabbing half of her sunflower seeds. "Yeah." Tang Niannian took back her seeds, not wanting to get up to grab more from inside. "What job do you have?" Tang Man-song was now very curious and stopped fighting her for the seeds. "I'm a special talent." "Uncle, is this an electronic watch?" Tang Nian noticed the watch in his hand and put one on. Electronic watches appeared in the 1950s and became popular in the 1980s. "I'll set the time for you." As soon as Tang Man-song finished speaking, he saw his niece easily adjust the time, her mouth dropping open in surprise. His niece has always been smart and learns quickly. Aside from being lazy, she has no faults. Earning 98 yuan is quite normal for her. Tang Nian admired the watch on her wrist. Although it was simple in style, it looked nice. Department stores sold them, but they were expensive, with the cheapest costing around 18 yuan. "Uncle, how much did you pay for this?" Tang Nian figured it was probably a knockoff and shouldn't be too expensive. She knew many wealthy people made their fortunes from knockoffs. Thinking of Tang Man-song's tragic fate in her past life sent a chill down her spine. If it weren't for Lu Jinglan and others secretly plotting against him, Tang Man-song could have also become wealthy. It was really cheap, only 1.8 yuan wholesale. Tang Man-song didn't hide it. He and Tang Nian had a good relationship since childhood. He was 9 years older than her and they played together growing up, so they were closer than some of his other nieces and nephews. "Do you want to sell them in the city?"
"That Nian Frau Win."
She remembered that Tang Man-song got into trouble selling things in the county and ended up in labor reform, where he was killed in a fight. The family never even saw his body. In this life, with her around, Tang Man-song would be fine, but she needed to be cautious. "I'm not going to the county. I'm going to sell them in Hu City, where there are more rich people." Tang Man-song had a plan. He had brought over 200 electronic watches, and he doubted they could sell in Zhucheng, but whose city would definitely work. Tang Niannian didn't ask more. Her uncle was bold and quick-witted. If it weren't for Lu Jinglan's deliberate schemes, he wouldn't get into trouble. Now that Lu Jinglan was in a tough spot herself, if she kept a close watch, her uncle would be fine. Tang Monsong began distributing gifts: 10 packs of warrior cigarettes for his brother, a red scarf for his sister-in-law, and electronic watches for his nieces and nephews. He would give his second brother's family their gifts when they came to the city. "Where's Wu Jin?" Tang Monsong finally noticed something was off. Tang Wu Jin hadn't shown up. Although he didn't like his not-so-bright niece, he hadn't forgotten her gift. Tang Monjin's expression changed, and Su Jinfeng's eyes turned red. She had secretly gone to the farm a few days ago and saw her eldest daughter, who had aged terribly in just a few days, dark, thin, and dirty. She heard from the farm workers that Tang Wu Jin was well-fed and taken care of by the little glasses-wearing boy, while she herself was eating only scraps and doing heavy labor. If this continued, her health would surely decline. Su Jinfeng felt heartbroken but didn't dare go against her mother-in-law's wishes. She could only watch from a distance, wiping her tears as she returned home. Old Lady Tang's face darkened as she coldly said, "This ungrateful child is no longer a Tang family member. Don't mention her again." She briefly explained what had happened, including the matter of Qi Guohua breaking off the engagement. Tang Monsong's expression changed from surprise to anger, and finally to fury. "Qi family has some nerve, thinking they can bully the Tang family when I'm not home. Taking advantage of his absence to bully his family, how shameless." Tang Monsong's face darkened as he grabbed the thickest piece of firewood from the pile and stormed out. "Monsong, come back." Old Lady Tang chased after him. The Qi family was now hated by everyone. Qi Guohua had fallen into a cesspit and broken his leg, not even daring to show his face. There was no need to cause more trouble. But Tang Monsong acted as if he didn't hear her and quickly reached the Qi family's door, stopped by the strong stench. What the heck? Has the Qi family turned into a cesspit? Seeing the pile of dog waste at the Qi family's entrance, Tang Monsong didn't want to use the front door and climbed over the wall instead. The Qi family was having dinner, still eating boiled vegetables and steamed pickled vegetables with no oil in sight, and a watery sweet potato porridge that reflected their shadows. The atmosphere in the Qi family was heavy, with no one speaking, only the sound of slurping porridge. Yang Hongling didn't come out. She was lying in bed. She couldn't swallow such bland food, and took the chance to sneak back to the youth point to eat with Lu Jinglan while the Qi family was out working. It was Lu Jinglan who insisted she marry that useless Qi Guohua, and she needed to make her cousin pay for this loss. In just a few days, Qi Guohua had lost so much weight he looked like a ghost. Ever since he mysteriously fell into the cesspit and broke his leg, he had become this way. He must take revenge. Shen Xiao and Tang Niannian were waiting for him.
Bang!
The slightly open door was kicked open with a loud bang, startling the Qi family, who all turned to look at the entrance. Seeing the fierce-looking Tang Monsong, the Qi family was terrified. This troublemaker was not to be messed with. "While I'm away, you monkeys dare to act like kings. Bullying my family as if I'm dead? I'm out, not gone." Tang Monsong flipped the dining table, spilling the bland food everywhere, and grabbed Qi Guohua, punching and kicking him. Qi Guohua, even with his injured legs, was no match for Tang Mantong. Now, with his weakened body, he couldn't fight back at all, and soon ended up with a bruised face. Qi's mother could only cry, while Qi's father tried to intervene but ended up getting hit too. Qi Guochun had already run to a corner to hide. The commotion at the Qi family home attracted villagers who were curious. Recently, the Qi family's door had been quiet, as villagers preferred to take a longer route to avoid bad luck. Man Tong is back. With his temper, he will definitely take action. The Qi family brought this on themselves. No wonder they've been living off others for generations. The Qi family is both foolish and malicious, unable to enjoy the benefits that come their way. The villagers spoke with disdain, looking down on the Qi family, and no one bothered to break up the fight. They just watched the spectacle. Tang Mantong only targeted Qi Guohua, and the leg that had just started to heal was broken again. Qi Guohua lay on the ground like a dead body, filled with hatred. Useless trash. Tang Mantong snorted and spat at Qi Guohua, thinking he was not worthy of his niece. He shot a cold glance at Qi's parents and walked away, easily climbing over the courtyard wall. The villagers didn't linger to watch. The fight was over, and there was nothing left to see. But they knew the Qi family had no chance of recovery. They had once hoped Qi Guohua would get promoted, but now he was useless, even worse than Tang Laolu. Such a family was clearly at its end, and there was no need to make connections. The Qi family was in disarray, with water and broken pottery scattered everywhere. Qi Guohua lay on the ground, staring blankly, as if he had lost his mind. Qi's mother cried mournfully, feeling they could no longer live like this. Qi's father sat on the ground with a dark expression, losing faith in the future for the first time. Heaven really seemed to want to destroy the Qi family. "Dad, take me to the city tomorrow." Qi Guohua suddenly spoke, having made up his mind. A man must be ruthless. He hoped his sister wouldn't blame him for being heartless. "Why go to the city?" Qi's father asked, looking sorrowful, as the family had no money left. "Let's talk inside." Qi Guohua glanced at his sobbing sister in the corner and asked his father to help him up. He limped into the house, dragging his injured leg. "I found a husband for Guochun, Director He Jisheng from the Tail-Cutting Society. If Guochun marries him, our family won't have to fear the Tang family anymore." Qi Guohua hadn't wanted to do this, but now that he was at a dead end, he had to sacrifice his sister. He had met He Jisheng once and knew his peculiar interests, and he was well aware of what would happen to his sister if she married him. But he had no other choice. Guochun's reputation was already ruined. Marrying He Jisheng was better than going to the mountains, as it could secure a bright future for their family. Qi's father looked delighted. "You know the director of the Tail-Cutting Society. Why didn't you say so earlier? Can he marry Guochun? I'll find a way." Qi Guohua wasn't sure, but this was the only path left. He would do everything he could to make this marriage happen. "All right, we'll go to the city tomorrow. It's a pity we have no money. Otherwise, we could take you to the hospital to fix your leg." Qi's father sighed, feeling sad that his son was now useless. "Sell this watch." Qi Guohua pulled out a watch from his pocket, one that belonged to Yang Hongling, which he had taken from the box. Qi's father immediately looked happy. Heaven hadn't abandoned the Qi family. The next day, before dawn, Qi's father dragged a cart toward the county town. Tang Mantong didn't go to work and wandered around the village, boasting about the latest news. Many young villagers gathered around him, eager to hear stories from the outside world, as they had never left home or ridden a train. "What's a train?" "Now, we have airplanes." "Do you know what an airplane is?" "I know. It's a metal bird that flies in the sky. Back then, the little devils used it to drop bombs. My relatives in the city all died in the explosion, leaving only a 3-year-old child. So sad." Mentioning the little devils darkened everyone's mood. Zhucheng had once been invaded by the little devils and many innocent people were killed. Many strong young men were taken as laborers, with few returning alive. In the neighboring town of Lipu, there had been a massacre, and these bloody memories were a pain in their hearts. Those little devils had fighter planes. I'm talking about airplanes, big ones that can carry hundreds of people. It takes just an hour to fly from our Tang village to Yangcheng. Tang Mantong changed the subject, and the atmosphere lightened again. The young villagers looked at him with admiration, wishing to see the world, but they lacked his courage. "Mantong, have you ever been on a plane?" a curious ant asked. Tang Mantong's smile faded a bit as he stammered, "Not yet, but I will definitely get to ride one in the future." "Mantong, your sister is doing well now, earning 98 yuan a month. How much have you made these past 2 months?" Someone else asked. "Not much. Niannian has always been smart." Tang Mantong smiled proudly. "When are you going to find a partner?" "In a year, you'll be 26, and many people your age in the village already have 3 kids. Second aunt just went to find a matchmaker for you. She must be looking for a partner." Everyone chimed in, and the noise made Tang Mantong's ears hurt. He found an excuse to leave, stepping away a bit and looking back at the busy villagers, feeling a bit emotional. He, Tang Mantong, would not stay in the countryside for his whole life. He wanted to leave Tang village and head to the big city. His future children would be city dwellers from birth, starting off ahead of others. Tang Lu-jin stayed home for 2 days before returning to school. Tang Niannian packed her a bag of rice, a lunchbox of rabbit meat, a large bag of sweet potato chips, and some egg cakes and cash. Don't skimp on food, and don't go to the construction site.
Tang Nian won nở con ly.
I know, second sister. I won't go to the construction site, Tang Lu-jin replied, puzzled about why her sister kept mentioning it, but she didn't ask further since she wouldn't go anyway. She had no time for that. As for her eldest sister, Tang Lu-jin didn't visit her at the farm, as their relationship had never been close. When they were young, Tang Lu-jin often spoke ill of their second sister, which led to their arguments. Later, after being scolded by their grandfather, Tang Lu-jin learned some lessons and understood their grandparents better after going to school in the city. Their second sister had always lived a life of luxury, which seemed extravagant to them, but for her, it was a struggle. Moreover, their family owed a debt of gratitude to their second sister's parents, so treating her well was only right. Tang Lu-jin had even tried to persuade Tang Wu-jin, but it didn't work. After growing up, Tang Wu-jin became even more extreme, constantly arguing with their second sister, and later became infatuated with He Guiqing, even stealing cookies from her and Jiu-jin to curry favor with the little glasses. Since then, Tang Lu-jin had seen through her eldest sister's character and was not surprised by the current situation. Second sister, the 2 books I have left, my teacher said a friend has them. I'll bring them back next time, Tang Lu-jin said. Okay, study hard, Tang Niannian replied. Tang Niannian caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken from the cage, tied them with a rope, and put them in a bag for Tang Lu-jin to take to her teacher. This teacher seemed quite nice. Tang Mantong rode his bike to take his niece to school. By the time he returned, it was already afternoon, and his stomach was growling. Tang Niannian had prepared a large plate of stir-fried vegetables and 3 fried eggs for him. Uncle, I have a job that suits you. While Tang Mantong was eating, Tang Niannian mentioned the sock factory. Tang Mantong almost choked and quickly drank some water. He asked carefully and learned that his niece had acquired 30 sock machines, which produce socks twice as fast as regular machines. His mouth dropped open in shock. When did you learn to fix sock machines? Tang Mantong felt like he was dreaming. During the new year, she didn't know anything. After a short trip outside, how did this girl suddenly become so knowledgeable? Could breaking off the engagement stimulate brain development? Old Zhang taught me. Tang Niannian attributed her knowledge to Old Zhang. Her uncle, who grew up with her, knew her well. If she said it was a classmate, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Which Old Zhang? Tang Mantong was even more confused. There were only 7 or 8 families with different surnames in the village, and none were named Zhang. The one from the mountain, he's very skilled. Tang Niannian pointed to the back mountain. Tang Mantong's expression changed slightly, and he lowered his voice to scold. Are you out of your mind? You dare to know someone from there? Then he asked, did anyone see you go there?
No one saw me, don't worry.
I'm more careful than you. Tang Niannian rolled her eyes, thinking at least she was now a formal worker, while her uncle was still a village slacker. Tang Mantong finally relaxed and couldn't help but ruffle her hair, making it messy like a lion's mane, which pleased him. You've really grown up, huh? You completed such a big task quietly. All right, leave the rest to your uncle, and I'll make sure it's all done. Tang Mantong was very pleased. He was right. Niannian was the smartest in the family. Third uncle said the paperwork will be done soon. Tang Niannian shot him a glare, took a mirror to fix her hair, annoyed that her uncle always messed it up. If he weren't her uncle who she had played with since childhood, she would have been furious. Your third uncle can't handle this. He's too straightforward. There are many twists and turns in running a factory. The higher-ups always say it's almost done, but they haven't done anything. Next time you ask, it'll be the same story.
Tang Mantong spoke sarcastically.
He had thought about starting a factory 2 years ago and even sought advice from other villages, realizing it wasn't easy. It wasn't just about wanting to start one. In short, you had to satisfy the higher-ups to get the green light. If any leader in the process was unhappy, it would immediately turn into a red light, and you could forget about getting it done. Tang Mantong shared some tips about getting things done nowadays, emphasizing 2 key words: human connections. You have to consider all aspects. Being smooth and adaptable means taking care of every leader's face, and even the small clerks' faces. They can be tricky. There's a lot to learn here, and your third uncle can't handle it. Tang Niannian felt confused. She didn't expect starting a factory would be so complicated. She used to think state-owned factories were troublesome, but compared to this, her previous work environment was much better. Moreover, in her time, efficiency was prioritized. Government workers served the people and could usually get things done in a day without making people return. "Uncle, do you know any cadres from the commune?" Tang Niannian asked curiously. "I don't know any." Tang Mantong replied bluntly. He was out every day and didn't know anyone. Before Tang Niannian could roll her eyes, he quickly added, "I can get to know them now. Just leave this to me, and I'll guarantee it'll be done in half a month." Tell third uncle. Tang Niannian didn't want to worry about it. She was only responsible for the technical side and didn't want to deal with these social connections. She found dealing with social connections the most annoying. She could learn it, but she didn't want to. Tang Mantong, being impatient, finished a big plate of fried rice cakes, wiped his mouth, and ran off to find the team leader. He didn't know what he said to the team leader, but the next day he rode his bike to the commune with 2 packs of cigarettes, 1 pack of Hong Shuangxi and 1 pack of Mutin. Hong Shuangxi cost 2 cents and 6 per pack, while Mutin cost 5 cents. The staff would take Hong Shuangxi, and the leaders would take Mutin. Tang Mantong returned in the afternoon, full of joy. As soon as he got back, he went to talk to the team leader, and they both laughed heartily before coming to find Tang Niannian. "Niannian, the leader wants to see our 30 sock machines and even wants to operate them." Tang Niannian had just woken up from her nap, yawned, and lazily said, "I'll bring the machines over tomorrow and have second aunt resign." "Okay, do you think the team cafeteria can be used as a factory?" The team leader asked for her opinion. The cafeteria was the only empty place in the village, a big brick building built for communal dining, which was now unused. "Sure. Just clean up the factory space and get the electricity set up. I'll move the sock machines tomorrow."
Tang Nian not that.
"I'll arrange for people to start working on it right now." The excited team leader, as if energized, hurried off to find people to clean the cafeteria and call an electrician. Tang Village was about to step into a glorious future. He believed he would be one of the key figures in this glorious history. Thinking of this, he walked faster, eventually breaking into a run, leaving Tang Mantong behind. The team leader ran to the village committee and turned on the loudspeaker. "Hey, hey, hey." After testing the sound a few times, his deep voice echoed throughout the village. The villagers working in the field straightened up and looked toward the loudspeaker hanging from the big camphor tree at the village entrance. What big news is it this time? Why does the team leader always say, "Hey, hey, hey"?
Who is he talking to?
Sure. Let's listen to what the team leader has to say. The villagers stopped working and focused on the loudspeaker.
Tang Bai Fu, Tang Sanjin, Tang Mantian, Tang Siagu, Tang Ziniun.
The team leader called out the names of 10 strong men, asking them to rush to the cafeteria. "Bring brooms, rags, and basins. Hurry up." After the team leader finished giving orders, he turned off the loudspeaker and went to the cafeteria to wait. The village was in an uproar. Are we going to have communal dining again? That can't happen. Life is much better now. Let's go to the cafeteria and see what's going on. The worried villagers, unable to focus on their work, ran to the cafeteria to ask the team leader what was happening. Who the heck is spreading rumors? Are they trying to go for farm reform? The team leader's face darkened at the mention of communal dining. After scolding them, he explained about starting the factory. Niannian has worked hard for our Tang village. She borrowed some money from the factory, and Mantong also contributed some money to get 30 sock machines for us to start a sock factory. Are we going to start a factory in our village? Captain, really? Where would Nian girl get so much money? One sock machine costs 138 yuan. How much for 30? Are you deaf? Didn't the captain say that Nian girl borrowed money from the factory and Man Tong also contributed? Oh my, thank goodness. Nian girl and Man Tong truly have kind hearts. The villagers, overjoyed, clasped their hands together, thanking the Buddha and Uncle Tang Niannian. From now on, they wouldn't have to envy Zhou village for their meat. Let me be clear, Nian girl won't need our team to pay for these 30 sock machines, but once the factory is up and running, half of the profits will go to the team and the other half to Nian girl. She owes a lot of money and needs to repay her debts. The captain initially wanted to discuss this after the factory was established, but since everyone was gathered, it was better to address it now. Anyone with ill intentions would not be allowed to work in the factory. That's fair. Nian girl has put in so much money, she deserves half. Exactly, the team gets to earn half for nothing. Most people agreed that it was reasonable. Nian girl was investing money and effort, and it was only right for her to receive half of the profits. However, a small group had different opinions. Isn't this just making us work for free for Tang Niannian? How is she any different from a capitalist? Exactly, Tang Niannian is taking the bourgeois route. The captain's face darkened. He counted and noted 11 households. Some had good relations with the Qi family, while others had always been at odds with the Tang family. He remembered these 11 households. In the future, when hiring for the sock factory, he wouldn't recruit anyone from these families, even if it meant bringing in workers from outside the village. If you don't want to work for free, then don't come to the sock factory. I can't bear the blame for exploiting you, the captain said with a cold smile, scanning the crowd and raising his voice. Everyone can speak their mind now. It's fine to say it now, but once the factory is running, if anyone tries to sabotage it or spread rumors that harm our village's livelihood, don't blame me, Tang Jiangman Shan, for being ruthless. He said the last part through clenched teeth, his cold aura palpable. The 11 households lowered their heads, feeling guilty. Anyone who dares to cut off my livelihood, I'll smash your pots. Those who aren't united should be driven out. They don't deserve to be Tang villagers. Exactly. No matter the surname, anyone who isn't united should be kicked out. The villagers expressed their strong stance. Once the sock factory was established, Tang villagers would earn money and afford meat. The captain and Nian girl were doing good deeds for the benefit of the whole team. Anyone who dared to disrupt that was heartless and unworthy of being a Tang villager. The crowd grew more agitated, and the 11 households felt increasingly uncomfortable, eventually leaving in shame. The captain was pleased. Tang villagers were usually united, and aside from those few troublemakers, they were not a concern. With many hands, the dining hall was cleaned in less than an hour, spotless and shining. The captain hurried to find the electrician, busy and full of energy. That day, the air in Tang village was vibrant, and everyone wore joyful smiles, feeling more spirited. Life finally had hope. They no longer had to worry about working hard all year without any surplus. Tang Niannian, meanwhile, was quite relaxed. The Hongxing factory and Tianjin factory had little work at the moment, and with Bai Sui and Jiujin keeping an eye on the Qi family and the youth station, things were relatively calm. As for the Qi family, she could easily deal with them, but it would attract too much attention, and she didn't want Qi Guohua to die too easily. This scoundrel was still in her grasp, unable to pull any tricks. Given the current situation, the Qi family wouldn't last long. Tang Niannian's plan was to let the Qi family members die one by one, leaving only Qi Guohua in despair. This was the poetic and tragic way she designed for Qi Guohua's demise. With nothing to do, Tang Niannian strolled leisurely around the village. While wandering, she ended up at the back mountain. She thought for a moment and took out 20 fresh Qingming pastries from her space, still warm. 10 sweet and 10 savory. She would take them to the cattle shed. Avoiding the children playing on the hillside, she took the shortest route, climbing straight up. Zhang Lao and Deng Chongqing were both there, looking rosy and full of spirit. Nian girl. The two elders smiled broadly upon seeing Tang Niannian. Qingming pastries. Tang Niannian handed over the basket, lifting the cloth to reveal the steaming pastries. The round ones are sweet, and the dumpling-shaped ones are savory. You southern folks really pay attention to food. It looks so beautiful. Deng Chongsheng took a snowball pastry. He preferred the northern sweet flavor. Delicious. This red bean paste is authentic. Deng Chongsheng praised it, devouring 3 snowballs and 1 savory pastry before stopping, saying both sweet and savory were good, but he still loved the sweet ones more. Zhang Lao was from Zhejiang province and had a taste for savory pastries. He only ate 1 snowball before stopping. Nian girl, I'm going back to the city this summer. Deng Chongsheng shared good news. He had just received a letter from an old comrade and expected to return in July or August. Congratulations. What about Zhang Lao? Tang Niannian was a bit surprised. She remembered Deng Chongsheng returned in November in her past life, but this time it was earlier. Could Zhang Lao also be returning early? I'm not sure yet, Zhang Lao smiled. His smile was light and carefree, unlike the bitter smile he used to have. He had become much more open-minded. Old Zhang will be soon too. Once I return, I'll find a way, at most by next year. Deng Chongsheng was confident. Policies had loosened up, and the country wanted to develop technology and the economy. A talent like old Zhang couldn't be wasted herding cattle in the mountains. I think by next spring it should be about right. I've calculated it for you. Tang Niannian said seriously. In her past life, Zhang Lao returned in spring, and this time would only be earlier. The 2 elders smiled, recalling the first time Nian girls spoke those words when they were nearly starving, thanks to her. We'll take Nian girls' good fortune. Zhang Lao laughed. No need to thank me. Just remember to repay my favor when you return to the city. I've kept track of it. Tang Niannian said earnestly, her words heartfelt. Yes, we must repay Nian girls' favor. Exactly. We can owe favors. The 2 elders laughed even more joyfully, still thinking that Tang Niannian was using a practical tone to hide her kindness, deliberately saying these unflattering things just to make them feel justified in accepting help. What a kind-hearted girl. Tang Niannian felt relieved. As long as she remembered the favor, it was enough. She turned and headed down the mountain. This time she took the normal path and met Jiojin and the others at the foot of the mountain, along with Bai Sui and a few dogs, all playing together happily. Second sister. Jiojin was the first to see her and shouted loudly. Soon, the other kids joined in, each one more affectionate than the last.
Woof.
Master. The dogs also barked loudly, showing their loyalty. Tang Niannian's mood instantly brightened. Everything around her was what she loved, making her feel joyful. She took out some milk candies, giving 1 to each child, and then pulled out some dog food, giving each dog a pile to eat away from the kids so they wouldn't see. Actually, it didn't matter if they saw. Kids didn't recognize dog food and weren't interested in what dogs ate. Tang Niannian just didn't want to explain. The dogs ate noisily, their tails wagging nonstop. Bai Sui didn't eat. It found the dog food and canned food unappetizing.
Woof.
My partner has something to report. A shiny black dog ran over from a distance, followed by a skinny little flower dog. As they got closer, Tang Niannian noticed the flower dog looked pitifully thin. If it were fattened up, it would be a stunning dog. This black dog had good taste. The flower dog snuggled close to the black dog, looking adorable, while Bai Sui acted as a translator and relayed the message.
Woof.
My partner heard from a friend in the city that shameless man from the Qi family is looking for the fierce and ugly He Jisheng. The black dog barked and waved its paw, especially furious when mentioning He Jisheng. He Jisheng liked eating dog meat and often abused cats and dogs. The black dog's mother-in-law, which is the flower dog's real mother, was killed by He Jisheng, and the flower dog almost suffered the same fate, but managed to escape. Tang Niannian became interested. Qi Guohua actually knew He Jisheng? What does he want with He Jisheng?
Woof.
He said he wants to give his sister to the ugly guy. After delivering the report, the black dog ran off to enjoy its meal, taking its partner along. Tang Niannian specially opened 2 cans as a reward for the couple. The black dog didn't eat any. It let its partner have it all, even though it was drooling. You have quite the gentlemanly behavior. Here's something for you. Tang Niannian found it amusing. This black dog was already better than many men. She took out another can and fed it to the black dog. She instructed, "You and your partner keep an eye on that ugly guy's family and report back if anything happens."
Woof.
Understood. The black dog responded loudly. It used a bit of dog food to bribe a few dogs in the county town so they would pass on any news. It then asked Bai Sui if it could bring these little brothers to meet the master in the future.
Woof.
Depends on their performance. Bai Sui's dog face showed a mysterious expression. It had been reading books in the space recently, learning about how to manage subordinates, but unfortunately, it didn't know many characters and couldn't understand much. However, it still learned a little. Kings were always unpredictable and mysterious. It needed to learn from that. Second sister, Lu Jinglan and the new educated youth are on the grass slope. Jiao Jin ran over to report, saying a little friend had just told her. Where? Tang Niannian became curious. Didn't Lu Jinglan like Zhou Siren? Why was there a new target? She remembered Zhou Siren was supposed to come to Tang Village in the fall. This new educated youth couldn't be him. Over there. Jiao Jin pointed ahead and ran ahead to lead the way. Tang Niannian grabbed a grass basket, pretending to gather pig grass, and slowly followed. Sure enough, at the bottom of a small hill, she vaguely saw Lu Jinglan and a tall, thin man in green military uniform, but she couldn't see his face clearly. The two kept a distance, and there was no hint of romance. Tang Niannian shushed the kids with a finger to her lips, signaling them to be quiet, and sent Bai Sui to eavesdrop. Bai Sui listened for a moment and quickly returned.
Woof.
That man wants to find you, but the bad woman won't introduce you. Bai Sui succinctly relayed the message. Tang Niannian frowned. Who is this man? She quietly moved to the back of the grass slope, and the man's voice came through. Lu Jinglan, you've been in Tang Village for months. Why can't you get along with the villagers? The man was Zhou Siren. He had been in Tang Village for 2 days and wanted Lu Jinglan to introduce him to Tang Niannian, but this woman kept making excuses, saying Tang Niannian was working in the county or that she had a bad temper, refusing to take him to meet her. Sir, let me explain. The people in Tang Village are very uncivilized. They act like bandits. Tang Niannian is a bandit woman. My cousin was beaten by her and lost 8 teeth. My cousin's family has been driven to despair by her. I'm worried you'll get involved with her. Lu Jinglan's face turned pale, and she spoke her mind in a panic. She didn't understand why Zhou Siren had come to Tang Village early and wanted to find Tang Niannian right away. What kind of spell had that woman cast on Zhou Siren? Zhou Siren frowned, the beautiful face of Tang Niannian appearing in his mind. He didn't believe such a beautiful person could be a bandit woman. Even if she really had a bad temper, he still needed to find Tang Niannian to get the secret medicine from the Tang family to save his cousin. Zhou Siren was tall, slightly shorter than Xin Xiao, but still 185 centimeters, a height that stood out in the south. He was also quite handsome, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a strong and manly aura. His pride and superiority from childhood made his demeanor particularly unique. Moreover, the watch he wore, along with his military uniform and leather shoes, made him stand out even more in Tang Village. When he arrived in Tang Village, the village chief ordered the villagers to avoid provoking Zhou Siren, especially the girls, warning them not to develop any inappropriate feelings, or he wouldn't take responsibility for any trouble. Forget it. I'll go find the village chief. Zhou Siren lost his patience. He had always had a spoiled temperament, just like his cousin Zhou Siling, domineering, decisive, and very self-centered. Giving Lu Jinglan a bit of patience was already a big concession. I'll take you to find him. Let's go now. Lu Jinglan panicked. Her family background was nothing compared to the Zhou family. After being reborn, she had barely managed to become friends with Zhou Siren through a few coincidences, but their relationship was only average. No matter what Zhou Siren's purpose was in finding Tang Niannian, the one who would eventually become Mrs. Zhou must be her. Lu Jinglan bit her lip tightly. She had to keep Zhou Siren calm. This man had a spoiled temperament and could explode at any moment. She needed to soothe him.
What do you want with me?
Lu Jinglan, are you itching for trouble again? Tang Nian walked out directly, holding a handful of grass she had just pulled, still muddy, with a fat and wriggling worm on it. She casually threw the grass at Lu Jinglan, hitting her squarely in the face.
Ah!
Tang Nian, what are you doing? Lu Jinglan shouted in frustration. She reached down to pull some grass, but instead grabbed something soft. When she looked closely, she was terrified.
Ah!
Lu Jinglan screamed and jumped up, still tightly holding onto the clump of mud, while the worm struggled desperately. Zhou Siren looked at Tang Nian with interest. She was even more beautiful and lively in person than in the photos, and her personality matched his taste. He liked lively and bold girls. He had no interest in quiet girls who smiled without showing their teeth. Hello, I'm Zhou Siren, a youth from the capital. I've heard your name before. It's famous. Zhou Siren reached out his hand and gave what he thought was a charming smile, a tactic that had worked on many girls in the capital. However, Tang Nian ignored him and didn't extend her hand. Zhou Siren's hand hung in the air for a minute, and his smile gradually faded. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and chuckled. I might have been a bit presumptuous. Maybe you're not used to shaking hands here.
What do you want from me?
Are you trying to get revenge for Lu Jinglan? Tang Nian asked directly. She had no interest in Zhou Siren and even wanted to break a few of his bones. No, Lu Jinglan and I are just ordinary friends. I don't know about your issues. It must be a misunderstanding. I just want to be friends with you. Zhou Siren quickly clarified, and he was telling the truth. They weren't close at all. He noticed that Tang Nian and Lu Jinglan had some past grievances, so to win Tang Nian's favor, he would need to keep his distance from Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan, still struggling with the worm, felt her heart sink when she heard this. After all her efforts, was it just to be ordinary friends? Tang Nian deliberately said loudly, Lu Jinglan, this guy says you're just ordinary friends. Lu Jinglan's expression turned cold, and she clenched her teeth, pretending not to hear, but her palms were bleeding from her nails digging in. I'm not interested in you and don't want to be friends because you're friends with Lu Jinglan. Tang Nian said this on purpose and turned to leave. Zhou Siren quickly followed, grinning, then Lu Jinglan and I aren't friends anymore. Tang Nian, I'm in love with you at first sight. Your feelings are so cheap.
Tang Nian stop.
What was good about this arrogant rich kid? To say he fell in love at first sight on their first meeting was ridiculous. I truly fell in love with you at first sight, Tang Nian. Let's be friends? Let's get to know each other again. I'm Zhou Siren, Zhou from Zheng, Si from Wen, and Ren from Rani. Zhou Siren kept smiling. Honestly, his approach could charm many girls. But he was dealing with Tang Nian. He was bound to hit a wall. An elegant scoundrel, without virtue or righteousness. Tang Nian sneered, showing no mercy. Zhou Siren's expression changed slightly, anger flashing in his eyes. He had always been praised. Who dared to disrespect him? Tang Nian was pretty, but she was just a country girl with a big attitude. If it weren't for the secret medicine, he would have exploded with anger. However, seeing Tang Nian's beautiful face calmed him down a bit. He even comforted himself that it was understandable for someone so beautiful to have a bit of a temper. For the secret medicine, he would endure. Zhou Siren stubbornly followed her. The reason Tang Nian hadn't punched him yet was that she wanted to figure out his intentions. He came to Tang Village early and immediately wanted to find her, which definitely meant he had bad intentions. Under her intentional guidance, Zhou Siren revealed a hint of information. Tang Nian, do you know that a big capitalist came from your Tang Village? I don't know. Tang Village is poor and has no landlords. Tang Nian's mind raced. She knew very well, because that big capitalist was her distant ancestor. Tang Village was actually her hometown. Her ancestor had left Tang Village and became a big boss in the city. However, her branch of the family had no one left in Tang Village. The old man Tang Qingshan and the team leader were only distant relatives. You wouldn't know. This big capitalist is named Tang Yaozu. He left Tang village at 13 and became successful in the city, back when it was still the previous dynasty. Zhou Siren said while observing Tang Niannian's reaction. Tang Yaozu was indeed Tang Niannian's ancestor. I haven't heard of him. Why are you telling me this? Do you want to be a capitalist? Tang Niannian retorted, but she was on high alert. This isn't a joke. My family is well established and has nothing to do with capitalists. I'm just curious about this history. Zhou Siren was getting anxious. It seemed Tang Niannian really didn't know about Tang Yaozu. Did she not know her own background? How would she find the treasure? I also know a secret. Do you want to hear it? Zhou Siren asked cautiously. He glanced back coldly at Lu Jinglan, who was behind him. Meeting his fierce gaze, she shivered and forced a smile, saying, I'm going to work. Zhou Siren ignored her, his expression cold. Heartbroken and disappointed, Lu Jinglan quickly left. She didn't go to work but returned to the youth station and cried on her bed. After planning for so long and finally seeing some progress, she was ruined by that Tang Niannian. She wouldn't give up. There had to be a way. Lu Jinglan took out a packet of medicine from the cupboard, something she had brought from the capital. If she could get Zhou Siren to take it, she could make things happen. This was a last resort. She didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Siren was proud and domineering. If she resorted to this, she might not even get into the Zhou family and could be retaliated against. So she had been hesitant to use it. But now, she changed her mind. She would use this medicine on that Tang Niannian. She wanted to find an old and ugly man for that girl. Meanwhile, Tang Niannian listened as Zhou Siren mentioned the secret. I heard that Tang Yaozu hid half of his wealth back in his hometown. It might be on this mountain. Zhou Siren pointed to the green mountain in front of them, his smile turning mysterious. In fact, the Tang family treasure was definitely on this mountain. But although the mountain wasn't high, it was sprawling and undulating. Without a detailed location, the treasure would never be found. Zhou Siren still believed that Tang Niannian must have clues about the treasure. When her parents went to the other side, their future was uncertain, and no one could guarantee they would survive. Tang Niannian's father was the son of the woman the head of the Tang family loved most. His grandfather believed that the clues to the treasure must have been left to Tang Niannian's father. And when Tang Niannian's father went to the other side, not knowing if he would live or die, he would have surely left the clues for his young daughter. So, Tang Niannian must have the key or map to the treasure. Even if Tang Niannian didn't know, the family that adopted her definitely did. Tang Niannian shot him a cold glance, scoffed, and said, Do people from the capital have a screw loose? Yang Hongling is a loose woman. Lu Jinglan steals and seduces men, and you're delusional. She glared at him fiercely, snorted coldly, and walked away. She had gathered all the information she needed and didn't want to deal with this jerk anymore. Tang Niannian, listen to me, I was just joking. Zhou Siren chased after her, but he couldn't run as fast as Tang Niannian and was blocked by a pack of dogs. Leading the group was a fierce-looking yellow dog. Its gaze momentarily made him feel like he was staring at a wolf, and he froze in place.
Woof.
Soft shrimp, way weaker than the big guy, Xin Xiao. Bai Sui looked down on him. It could easily take down this soft shrimp with one paw. With such low quality, it dared to pursue its master? What a daydream. Once Tang Niannian was far away, Bai Sui led its followers to retreat. Zhou Siren was extremely frustrated. His plan had failed, and Tang Niannian was colder than an iceberg, making her hard to approach. He didn't feel discouraged. His cousin was still waiting for his secret medicine, and he had to find out where the treasure was. Tang Niannian rushed home, headed straight to her room, and rummaged through everything. She only found some hair accessories, clips, and clothes from her childhood, but no treasure. Zhou Siren wouldn't come for no reason. He must have come for the Tang family treasure. She also remembered something. In her past life, when Lu Jinglan married Zhou Siren, the Zhou family wasn't that powerful, even a bit weaker than the Shun family. But after all the Tang family members died, the Zhou family suddenly rose to power. They surpassed the Shin family and other noble families in the capital, quickly becoming one of the top families. Zhou Siren was also placed in a very important department, rising swiftly, and later became the head of the Zhou family. Could it be that in her past life, the Zhou family found the Tang family treasure and offered it up, leading to their rise as a reward from above? Darn it! Tang Niannian cursed, feeling angry that her family's belongings were taken as favors, benefiting the Zhou family. So shameless. She searched the entire room but still found no clues about the treasure. Tang Niannian frowned. She and Zhou Siren thought alike. Before her parents left, they must have left some clues. Otherwise, when they went to Xiangjiang, it was a life-or-death situation. If something happened, she would be the only survivor. They should have left a map. Where could it be? Tang Niannian instinctively touched her collarbone, but it was empty. The jade gourd had already fused with the space. Her eyes brightened for a moment. Could the treasure the Zhou family got be the space inside the jade gourd? She quickly dismissed the thought. With Lu Jinglan's selfishness, if she had such a great treasure, she definitely wouldn't hand it over. It must be another treasure. Tang Niannian didn't want to search anymore and decided to wait for Grandma Tang to come back to ask about what happened back then. After dinner, Tang Niannian pulled Grandma Tang into her room to talk. The dishes aren't washed yet. I'll wash them later. Tang Niannian dragged the old lady into the room and closed the door and windows, making it feel mysterious. Grandma Tang's heart raced. She thought Tang Niannian had gotten into trouble outside. Did you get caught in the black market? Grandma Tang asked quietly, her face full of worry. No, Grandma, I want to ask you something. 17 years ago, when Grandpa brought me home, what did I have with me? Tang Niannian asked directly. She had known since she was little that she wasn't a real Tang family member. It was something Tang Wujin had said during an argument. At that time, she was very sad, crying and running to ask the old man. He comforted her for a long time, punished Tang Wujin, and said she was the treasure of the family, irreplaceable. As she grew older, she stopped being upset about her background. Her grandparents treated her better than their own granddaughter. If she continued to be sensitive, she would be ungrateful. Grandma Tang recalled the past and gestured as she spoke. You are not even a month old, wrapped in a small blanket made of silk. Very festive. The little clothes you wore were also silk. I had never seen such fine material before. You were so soft and white, like a dumpling, smiling at everyone. So adorable. Tang Niannian felt a bit embarrassed. Was she really that cute as a child? Grandma, besides the jade gourd, what else did my parents give me? Money and coupons. Your parents gave a lot of money and food coupons, enough for you to eat and drink for decades, plus over a dozen cans of milk powder, all brand name. Grandma Tang felt emotional just thinking about it. In her 60-plus years of life, it was the first time she had seen a family that cared so much for their daughter. Everything they brought was the best. The old man said that Niannian's parents cried their eyes out, and if it weren't so inconvenient to take her, they would never have left her behind. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Grandma Tang found it strange that she was asking about this out of the blue. Did Niannian miss her parents? Grandma, that new male-educated youth suddenly told me a lot of nonsense, saying my great-great-great-great-grandfather left a treasure on the back mountain. He must be testing me. Tang Niannian didn't hide anything. Although Grandma Tang liked to show off, she was actually very tight-lipped and wouldn't say anything she shouldn't. That Zhou guy? I knew he wasn't a good person. Besides the mountain, how could there be treasure? What nonsense! Grandma Tang's face darkened. She had seen Zhou Siren and Lu Jinglan talking shamelessly several times. They were indeed cut from the same cloth. Suddenly, Grandma Tang thought of something, slapped her thigh, and whispered, I still have that little blanket. There might be something in it. She had kept the clothes and blanket Niannian wore as a child, washing them clean and saving them, afraid to take them out. Such exquisite material would definitely cause trouble if seen by others. Tang Niannian followed Grandma Tang to her room. They closed the door and windows again, like thieves. Grandma Tang finally opened the box and found a cloth bag at the very bottom. After unwrapping it, a smooth, soft, multicolored silk blanket appeared, made from many pieces of fabric sewn together. It was clear that making it into a blanket took a lot of effort, showing how much of a treasure Tang Niannian was to her parents. Tang Niannian opened the small blanket and inspected it carefully, but found nothing. She felt around slowly. The blanket was really soft and silky against her skin. When she reached the corner, she finally touched something hard. "Grandma, bring me a pair of scissors." Tang Niannian could tear the blanket open, but she didn't want to damage it. If she cut the threads, she could sew it back together. Grandma Tang was very excited. Her breathing quickened as she brought the scissors, reminding Tang Niannian to be careful. "Don't tear it. This is silk." Tang Niannian snipped a few threads, then tore it open, revealing a small piece of parchment inside. If Tang Niannian hadn't specifically checked the blanket, she would never have found it. On the parchment was a simple map, with some place names marked. Tang Niannian immediately recognized it as Qingnyo Mountain. It was the back mountain of Tang Village. She also recognized the marked location as the valley where the wild boars appeared, a place that used to have wolves. The people of Tang Village never went there, and they still don't. Could the Tang family's treasure be buried in that valley? "Nian girl, is this the treasure map?" Old Lady Tang asked softly, her eyes sparkling and her heart racing. There must be many treasures in the treasure chamber, right? Like big gold bracelets and chains, surely there are lots. She could ask her granddaughter for one to wear. That should be okay, right? "It's a map, but I don't know what it hides." Tang Niannian handed the parchment map to her grandmother. Old Lady Tang squinted at the lamp, studying it for a long time, muttering, "It looks like Qingnyo Mountain, but not quite."
It is Qingnyo Mountain, Grandma.
Think again. Did Grandpa ever tell you anything? Tang Niannian believed her parents must have shared some things with the old man. "Let me think. Oh, right. The old man told me to keep this little quilt safe and said he would give it to you when you grew up as a keepsake." After thinking for a while, Old Lady Tang could only remember that. Even if the old man hadn't reminded her, she wouldn't have been able to throw away such a beautiful little quilt. "Nian girl, no matter if there are treasures or not, don't go looking for them. Just let them stay buried in the mountain." After calming down, Old Lady Tang started to feel anxious. The Tang family had faced trouble because they had too much money. They said they went to enjoy life on the other side, but who knows if they're still alive. She didn't wish for great wealth, just hoped her family had enough to eat and wear and lived safely. "Okay, I won't look." Tang Niannian put away the parchment, her tone firm, trying to reassure the old lady. She would secretly search for it. If there really was treasure, she would keep it for herself and not let the Zhou family benefit. Old Lady Tang believed her, sighed in relief, and went to get her sewing kit to mend the torn quilt. She took the sewing kit, bit the thread to hold it, and tried to thread the needle by the lamp, but after several attempts, it was still empty. "Nian, help me thread the needle. I'm getting old. My eyes aren't what they used to be." Old Lady Tang rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit melancholic. Time really isn't kind. Last year she could still thread a needle, but this year her eyesight has failed her. Tang Niannian took the needle and threaded it in one go. She handed the needle to her grandmother, then went outside to pour a glass of water and added a drop of spring water. "Grandma, have a drink." "Just what I needed." Old Lady Tang was very pleased. People said Niannian had a bad temper and was lazy, but she was the most caring among her granddaughters, always thinking of her and the old man, saving the best food for them. None of her other granddaughters were this thoughtful. She drank the water in one gulp and smacked her lips. "Why is this water so sweet? It tastes really good." "Grandma, it's your sweet mouth." Tang Nian joked as she took the empty cup outside. It was already dark. Su Jinfeng had finished washing the dishes and was sitting under the lamp making shoe soles, while Tang Manjin was cleaning the pigsty and chicken coop. The chickens and pigs made a lot of mess every day, and Old Lady Tang loved cleanliness, so she had to clean up the droppings daily. Tang Jiujin had gone out to play with his friends, bringing along Bai Shui.
Zhang.
It was 8 o'clock. Many families in the village had turned off their lights. Televisions were not common yet, and there wasn't a single TV in Tang village. The villagers had almost no entertainment at night, and by 8, they were usually in bed. Jiojin quickly ran back, followed by Bai Shui, his little face covered in sweat, his hair soaked. Played until I was all sweaty again. Su Jinfeng scolded as she wiped Jiojin's sweat. His autumn shirt was wet, and he would need a bath and a change of clothes.
Tan Nian smai.
This kind of warmth had disappeared in the apocalypse.
Woof.
The lame one is back. The day after tomorrow, he will take his sister to the city. Bai Shui reported to its master. Now it had dogs as informants within a radius of several dozen miles, keeping track of the movements of Qi family and the educated youth point.
Keep watching.
Tan Nian silentis ne.
Qi Guohua couldn't possibly be unaware of what He Jisheng was like, yet he still dared to send his sister over. That jerk was extremely selfish and cold-hearted. Qi Guochun was in the hands of that pervert He Jisheng. Dying quickly would be a blessing. She looked forward to this woman's future life. Bai Shui, how about we make a bet? Woof. What are we betting on? Bai Shui's eyes lit up. It hadn't bet in a long time. I bet Qi Guochun can last for a month. What do you think? Woof. 20 days. Bai Shui looked down on Qi Guochun, seeing her as weak.
Woof.
If I win, I want a bone, every day. Bai Shui was confident it would win. Fine, but if you lose, you have to harvest all the mature crops in the space. Tang Niannian suppressed her laughter. Bai Shui was so good. It always offered to help her out. Even if Qi Guochun really couldn't last 20 days, she would find a way to keep that woman hanging on. Woof.
Deal.
Bai Shui agreed without hesitation, certain it wouldn't lose. Tang Niannian looked toward the Qi family's direction, thinking of the first to die, Qi Guochun. She was eager to see who would be next. At midnight, Tang village was very quiet. Even the chickens and dogs were silent. You could faintly hear snoring and mumbling. Tang Niannian changed into her night clothes, left the Tang house, and quickly headed toward the back mountain, with Bai Shui following closely behind. She was going treasure hunting. The moonlight was bright, illuminating the mountain in a hazy glow, like it was covered with a thin veil. Tang Niannian didn't have time to appreciate it. She moved at full speed and, after an hour, arrived at the valley where the wild boars appeared. The valley was filled with wild lilies and other unknown wildflowers. The scenery was beautiful. Tang Niannian took out the parchment, looking for the treasure location. Suddenly, Bai Shui crouched low, its fur bristling, digging at the ground with its front paws, entering a state of high alert, indicating it sensed a strong enemy. Tang Niannian also drew her weapon, a sharp hidden knife, watching her surroundings cautiously. The night was deep, and the mountain was quiet, with no signs of anything unusual. But Tang Niannian knew that Bai Shui would never alert her for no reason. Something must be lurking in the shadows. Bai Shui suddenly sprang into action, leaping behind a tree, and then 2 shadows, one yellow and one white, clashed like flashes of lightning, for flying everywhere, making her nose itch.
Achoo.
Tang Niannian covered her nose, but a few hairs still got in, making it unbearably itchy. She walked over and finally saw the white shadow clearly. It was a very beautiful dog. No, it was a wolf. With upright ears, it resembled a dog. With a drooping tail, it was clearly a wild wolf. This beautiful white wolf had its tail down, clearly a wild wolf, and its fighting ability was impressive, matching Bai Shui's skills. The two were evenly matched, and Tang Niannian didn't feel like breaking up the fight. Instead, she lay down and looked up, her face showing delight. It was a little princess. Bai Jue, stop fighting. That's your partner. Tang Niannian could communicate with Bai Jue through thoughts, cheering and shouting for Bai Jue to stop the fight. No fighting with your wife.
Woof.
Where? Bai Jue turned to ask, and accidentally got hit by a paw from the white wolf, yelping in pain and swiping back at the wolf.
Stop it.
This white one is pretty, right? Can we fight? Tang Niannian pointed at the white wolf. Bai Jue froze, took a few more hits, but didn't retaliate, feeling a bit shy.
Woof.
I won't fight anymore. Baijue stepped back a few paces, voluntarily calling for a truce. The white wolf tilted its head, sizing it up, and barked, "This is my home. You should leave." This valley used to be the territory of wild boars. It couldn't defeat a dozen of them and had to settle nearby. But one day, the wild boars suddenly disappeared, and now it was its territory.
Woof.
This is clearly my wild boar brother's home. What happened to them? Baijue asked shamelessly. I don't know. Who knows where they went? The white wolf looked away, feeling guilty. Although the disappearance of the wild boars had nothing to do with it, it had fought with them before for territory, and both sides had gotten hurt. Unexpectedly, this fierce yellow dog was friends with the wild boars.
Woof.
I know this place better than you. Baijue, with a thick skin, shamelessly claimed the valley as its own. The white wolf, lacking confidence, didn't dare to argue, especially since it couldn't even defeat this yellow dog, let alone the intimidating two-legged creature that hadn't even moved yet. Come here. Tang Niannian waved her hand. The white wolf hesitated for a long time before cautiously stepping forward, keeping a meter away. Delicious food. Tang Niannian had a handful of spiritual spring water. After all, Baijue's future wife was one of their own. The white wolf's eyes, like dark grapes, lit up immediately. Without hesitation, it pounced on Tang Niannian's hand, licking it eagerly, wagging its tail, ears pressed back, and eyes squinting with joy.
So tasty.
The white wolf continued licking Tang Niannian's hand, looking pleased, wagging its tail even more. No one would believe it was a wolf. All gone. Tang Niannian patted the white wolf's head, its fur soft and pleasant to touch. With just a handful of spiritual spring water, the white wolf was won over. No matter where Tang Niannian went, the white wolf followed, flanking her and Baijue like a powerful bodyguard. Tang Niannian searched the valley for a long time but couldn't find the treasure entrance. Over the years, the scenery on the mountain had changed a lot, and this treasure was likely hidden by her ancestors 100 years ago. After a century, the trees in the valley had grown and didn't match the drawing on the parchment. The white wolf looked suspicious. It sensed that the beautiful two-legged creature seemed to be searching for something important. Could it be the cave it accidentally entered last time? Inside, there were many boxes, but it couldn't open them. The white wolf nudged Baijue and whimpered a few times in its ear.
Woof.
My partner says there's a cave. Baijue quickly reported. Tang Niannian's eyes brightened. She asked the white wolf to lead the way and even gave it a name. From now on, you'll be called Fubao, okay? Tang Niannian gave it a lucky name, wishing for longevity and good fortune. Fubao happily wagged its tail, liking the name. Fubao ran ahead, taking a steep path covered in vines. Luckily, Tang Niannian was agile. An ordinary person wouldn't have made it through. After half an hour, Tang Niannian heard the sound of water, and the air was humid, indicating a water source ahead. This is the way in. Fubao jumped across a creek about 2 to 3 meters wide, followed by Baijue. Tang Niannian took a leap, and the view opened up to a wide canyon. Mountains flanked both sides, steep but not very high. If it weren't for Fubao leading the way, this treasure spot wouldn't have been easy to find. Tang Niannian took out the map to check and realized she might not be at the entrance. She didn't care anymore. As long as she could find the treasure, that was what mattered. The white wolf pointed to a cave, indicating it was inside. However, the entrance was a bit awkward. A very small hole. Fubao and Baijue could easily squeeze in, but Tang Niannian had some trouble. She took a deep breath, shrank her body, and tried her head first. No problem. Then her shoulders, okay, that worked too. Tang Niannian felt happy. Luckily, she was slim. But then, she got stuck at her backside. After struggling for a while, her face turned red, but she still couldn't get in. At that moment, she was half inside the cave and half outside.
Woof.
Baijue's voice came from outside, pushing hard with all 4 paws, its teeth bared. Fubao was also pushing against Baijue. The two of them, using all their strength, finally kicked Tang Niannian into the cave. However, they kicked a bit too hard, and Tang Niannian couldn't stop herself, crashing against the cave wall and seeing stars. After a while, she finally recovered, rubbing her forehead, which had a big bump.
Ouch.
Tang Niannian gasped in pain. Finding treasure was really not easy. Baijue and Fubao also came in. Tang Niannian took out a flashlight and walked deeper into the cave. Occasionally, a few bats flew up. She shone the light on the cave walls, which were covered with bats sleeping, thick layers of bat droppings on the ground. She planned to collect some to sell at the herbal medicine shop. Bat droppings were valuable, known as night bright sand. With so much, it could sell for a good amount. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived. This is it. So many boxes. Fubao barked happily. Tang Niannian didn't rush in immediately. She first assessed the environment. The cave Fubao mentioned was inside. The entrance was small enough for one person, and Baijue and Fubao went in quickly, soon coming back to indicate it was safe. Once inside, the cave opened up to about 30 square meters. Tang Niannian noticed clear signs of being carved out by tools, indicating it was man-made. Dozens of boxes made of rosewood lined the walls, still intact after 100 years. Tang Niannian counted a total of 100 boxes and stored them all in her space. The cave was suddenly empty. Tang Niannian instructed Fubao and Baijue to leave their scent in the cave to deter other wild animals from making it their home. After leaving the cave, Tang Niannian collected the night bright sand, which weighed about a ton, likely accumulated over many years. The older it was, the more valuable it seemed, and it could fetch a good price. Back in the valley, Tang Niannian asked Fubao, "Do you want to come with me? There will be delicious food every day." "Yes, yes, yes." The white wolf nodded vigorously. It didn't want to be alone on the mountain. It wanted to be with its beautiful master. Tang Niannian smiled and stored Fubao in her space, with Baijue following suit. Fubao was stunned for a moment, then started running joyfully in the space, with Baijue chasing after it. The two quickly became friends, and it seemed like a wedding would happen soon. Tang Niannian smiled and left them alone. She exited the space and began her descent down the mountain. Once back in her room, she entered the space to open the boxes. Each box had a copper key and a number. Tang Niannian opened the first box. A golden light burst forth, revealing gold ingots inside, each worth 100 taels, with inscriptions from the Yongjing era at the bottom. This box of ingots was already an antique, worth much more than the gold itself. Anyone who saw it would become rich. Tang Niannian opened each box one by one, finding gold ingots from the Yongjing, Qianlong, Jiaqing, Xianfeng, and Tongji eras, as well as gold bars. There were 50 boxes of gold in total. Her initial excitement turned into calmness. With so much gold, she could never spend it all. But coming in every day to see it made her very happy. 10 boxes contained precious porcelain, and 20 boxes were filled with jade, gemstones, pearls, and various jewelry, each piece worth a fortune. She loved every item, but sadly, she couldn't wear them yet. In a few years, she would wear a different piece every day. The last 20 boxes held antique paintings, rare herbs, and silk spices. All were very precious, so much so that Tang Niannian couldn't bear to use them. Some spices and silks had already been lost to time. Tang Niannian's eyes sparkled with pride. Her ancestors were truly remarkable. Not to say they were as rich as a country, but they were at least at the level of a major tycoon. If it weren't for the turmoil, she could have lived a life of ease from birth. The last box contained valuable herbs, all well preserved. What caught Tang Niannian's interest was a small jade bottle, only 2 inches tall, made of exquisite mutton fat jade. Such a precious bottle surely held something extraordinary. Tang Niannian didn't open the jade bottle right away. Instead, she looked at the letter. Next to the jade bottle was a yellowed letter. It was written in brush strokes, from left to right, in traditional Chinese characters. Tang Niannian quickly read it. The letter was from her grandfather, stating that this bottle of medicine was left by her distant ancestor. This ancestor had a fortuitous encounter, rising from an ordinary mountain man to a wealthy man. The bottle of medicine was passed down, containing a total of 100 pills, capable of bringing the dead back to life and extending life. By now, most of the pills had been consumed, leaving only 10. Her grandfather placed this medicine here for the descendants of the Tang family, preparing for a comeback. From the tone of the letter, it seemed her grandfather foresaw that the Tang family would face turmoil, which is why he left only 10 pills. Unfortunately, in her previous life, all these treasures ended up with the Zhou family and Lu Jinglan. Tang Niannian gritted her teeth, vowing that this time, the Zhou family would face destruction. She opened the bottle, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, along with a sense of spiritual energy, likely from the spiritual spring. So, the main ingredient of these pills must be from the spiritual spring. Tang Niannian speculated that her ancestor's fortuitous encounter was likely due to obtaining a jade gourd and recognizing it with blood, allowing him to rise from an ordinary mountain dweller to a wealthy man. This ancestor worried that future generations wouldn't be able to control the space, so he left behind 100 pills made from the spiritual spring. No wonder Zhou's siren said that the Tang family members lived long lives. With the pills from the spiritual spring, it would be hard not to live long. But Tang Niannian couldn't understand why the Tang family didn't recognize the space with blood, since it only required a drop. Did something happen back then? Or did recognizing the space depend on luck? Tang Niannian didn't want to think about it anymore. She neatly stacked the boxes and left the space to sleep, setting an alarm for 10 in the morning to go into town for the sock machine. She slept until 10, quickly washed up, and took out the breakfast left by Grandma Tang, a plate of egg fried rice. The golden eggs wrapped around the rice, sprinkled with green onions, looked and tasted great. Grandma Tang must have used at least 2 eggs. Tang Niannian was very satisfied. The little grandma was getting more generous. The Tang family's treasure trove had many gold bracelets. After a while, she would take out a couple to give to the little grandma. It would surely make her very happy. She made a cup of malt milk, finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and rode her bike into town. On the way, she ran into the captain, and before he could ask, she said, "I'm going to get the sock machine." The captain's heart raced, his hands trembled, and he looked at her with much more kindness than Grandma Tang. "Be careful on the road, Nian girl. No need to rush, take your time." The captain's voice was as sweet as honey, sticky and sweet. "Then I'll go tomorrow." Tang Niannian turned around. Since she wasn't in a hurry, she decided to go back to sleep. The captain's gentle demeanor instantly vanished. He crossed his legs, rolled up his sleeves, and forcefully turned Tang Niannian's bike around.
Go now.
"Hurry up." The captain's voice was rough. If she were his own child, he would have spanked her long ago. Knowing he was just being polite, he still took it seriously. He wished those 30 sock machines could sprout wings and fly back on their own instead of waiting until tomorrow. Tang Niannian gritted her teeth. If he weren't her third uncle, she would have punched him by now. "Third uncle, you're so hypocritical." Tang Niannian retorted angrily and rode away. "Ride faster. Don't waste time." The captain shouted from behind. He realized that he couldn't be too polite with her. If he showed her any kindness, she would get all sassy. Tang Niannian ignored him, but her speed noticeably increased. In no time, she disappeared from sight. The sky in the liberated area is bright, and the people there are so nice. The captain walked with his hands behind his back, humming a tune-off key, happily going to work. By tonight, he would finally see his beloved sock machines. The captain's mood was more excited than when he married his wife. Even the troubles with the Chi family couldn't dampen his spirits. The Chi couple didn't come to work, saying they were marrying off their daughter. They arranged a city marriage for Chi Guochun with the head of the tail-cutting committee, a big official. The villagers, who were always fickle, immediately changed their tune and started to curry favor with the Chi family. The captain watched coldly, thinking these people were really foolish. How many good people were there in the tail-cutting committee? Moreover, this director, who was said to be marrying Chi Guochun, had no matchmaker, no gifts, and didn't even hold a banquet. He didn't come to welcome the bride, leaving Chiguo-chun to deliver herself to him. Was this a marriage or just taking a concubine? Such a family that didn't understand etiquette. Even if they were presidents, he wouldn't marry into. Only the shallow-minded people of the Chi family would happily send Chiguo-chun off, and she was so foolish that she really believed she was going to become a cadre's wife in the city, walking in with a smile. She would have her crying moments in the future. Although the captain foresaw that the director wasn't a good match, he didn't expect Chiguo-hua to be so ruthless as to send his own sister into the fire. He thought the director might be older or have a bad temper. The Chi family is going to be proud again. Their son-in-law is a city director. I heard the Chi family say that the director promised to arrange a job for Chiguo-hua in a state-owned enterprise. Chiguo-hua really knows how to network. Since there were no opportunities in the army, he quickly hooked up with the director. Impressive. Villagers gathered in small groups, discussing the Chi family. Some fence-sitters began to regret not waiting a bit longer. Who would have thought the Chi family could rise again? Some people planned to visit the Chi family once they returned from the city to rebuild their relationships. Maybe they could even secure a stable job for themselves. Even if it wasn't a permanent position, they would settle for temporary work. They weren't picky. Old Lady Tang worked silently, pulling weeds with a serious expression. Today, she was especially quiet and focused on her task. But inside, she was restless, muttering curses at the Chi family. That old man must be ancient, older than Chiguo-chun's father, ugly, short, and a total loser. Even if he were an emperor, who would want him? My Niannian earns 98 yuan a month, and my Xiao is a deputy regiment leader. Can a mere director compare to that? What a disaster. Heaven must be blind. Tang Laolu is useless. After all this time, he still hasn't married Chiguo-chun. What a pathetic loser. Even if the Chi family has a director as a relative, they can't compare to us. Old Lady Tang was intensely agitated, firmly believing her family was better than the Chi family, yet she couldn't help but envy their luck. Even if that director was an old fool, it still made her bitter. Chiguo-chun didn't deserve a good life in the city. If she married a beggar, Old Lady Tang would feel more balanced. All morning, Old Lady Tang channeled her anger into work, pulling weeds from half an acre without feeling tired. She was full of energy and could have done even more. Meanwhile, Tang Laolu was lost in despair, feeling aimless. He wasn't upset about Chiguo-chun's situation. He was worried about himself. The Grim Reaper had said that if he didn't marry Chiguo-chun within half a month, he would die. Now, with half the month nearly gone, was he about to meet the King of Hell? Tang Laolu's face turned pale as he sat on the ground, sweating profusely. Everyone around thought he was just heartbroken over losing his bride and would end up single. Around 3 in the afternoon, Tang Niannian returned in her car, which could only carry 20 sock machines. She planned to bring the remaining 10 into the city the next day. On the way, she ran into Zhou Jin and his colleague on bicycles. "Comrade Zhou, where are you headed?" Tang Niannian stopped the car and called out. Zhou Jin was momentarily stunned, rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, and realized it was Shun Zhao's childhood friend. "Miss Tang, you can drive? Where are you going?" Zhou Jin was surprised. Every time he saw Tang Niannian, he was amazed. This girl was something special. Back to Tang Village.
How about you?
What a coincidence. We're also going to Tang Village. Zhou Jin smiled and didn't need Tang Niannian to invite him. He called his colleague to help load the machines into the truck, admiring the neatly arranged sock machines inside. Once in the driver's seat, Zhou Jin curiously asked, "Are all these machines for socks?" "Yes, we're starting a sock factory in Tang Village." Tang Niannian skillfully started the car. She drove fast but steady. "You drive very well. How long have you been learning?" Zhou Jin's colleague was shy and quiet, but Zhou Jin was outgoing and could easily make conversation. "I haven't been learning long. I'm just talented." Tang Niannian smiled, not being modest at all, and didn't ask Zhou Jin what he was doing in Tang Village. She wasn't curious. When they reached a fork in the road, they saw familiar faces. The Chi family of 3. Chi father was pulling a cart, Chi Guohua was sitting on it, and Chi mother was pushing from behind. Unlike the cheerful morning, Chi father and Chi mother looked somber and upset. That He Jisheng is so ugly. Guohua, why didn't you say anything earlier? Chi mother complained. When she first saw He Jisheng, she was nearly scared to death. In her 40-plus years, she had never seen anyone so hideous. His eyes and nose were squished together, and his nose was practically non-existent, just 2 holes. Even a ghost looked better than He Jisheng. Living with someone like that would be terrifying, especially at night. Although Chi mother cared more about her son, she didn't want her daughter to marry such a monster. When Chi Guochun saw He Jisheng, she turned and ran, crying that she wouldn't marry him. The ugly man had many people blocking them and said frightening things, so they dared not resist and could only watch helplessly as he dragged their daughter into the room. Outside, Chi Guochun was inside, and soon screams and cries for help echoed. "Dad, help me. Mom, please save me, brother. I'm going to die." Chi Guochun kept screaming, her voice growing weaker until it stopped. The Chi family panicked, fearing their daughter might be killed by the monster. But they still didn't dare to fight back. They were just ordinary people. How could they stand up to someone in power? He Jisheng stayed inside for 2 hours before coming out, saying he wanted to keep Chi Guochun, but the Chi family couldn't feel happy. They rushed in to see Chi Guochun and were horrified by her condition. Chi Guochun was naked, covered in blood, conscious but with wide, dull eyes, unresponsive to their calls. Seeing their daughter like this broke Chi father and Chi mother's hearts, but they felt powerless. Even after they left, Chi Guochun didn't make a sound, as if she were dead. He Jisheng didn't send a vehicle to take them back to the village. He only mentioned that he would find a way, but didn't give a specific date. The 3 of them returned home, each lost in their thoughts. "Mom, Guochun is now He director's person. Once I get a stable job, I'll bring her back and find her a good husband." Chi Guohua was getting impatient. His mother had been complaining the whole way. He didn't understand why He Jisheng had such preferences, and when he mentioned it, his parents had been pleased and urged him to hurry. Now they were blaming him. How ridiculous. Chi Guohua's eyes were mocking, and he felt a chill in his demeanor. No man can be without ambition. He had come this far and must cling tightly to He Jisheng. He had to succeed. He had to take revenge. As for his sister, Chi Guohua felt a bit guilty, but not much. After all, she had to marry someone, and marrying a mountain man was worse than marrying He Jisheng, who could bring him benefits. Chi mother looked at her son's eerie demeanor and suddenly felt strange. How had her son changed so much? Could he really give his own sister to someone like He Jisheng? Would he do the same to her in the future? Chi mother couldn't think any further. She lowered her head and pushed the cart harder, feeling a chilling dread in her back.
Stop talking.
Guochun is now He director's person. As long as Guohua gets a job, that's what matters. Chi father quickly realized that their daughter would eventually marry, no matter who it was, as long as it brought benefits to the family. After all, He Jisheng was just a bit temperamental and rough. They would get used to it over time. Chi mother nodded slowly, not mentioning her daughter again, but her heart felt extremely cold. A brand new truck drove by, kicking up a cloud of dust that covered the Chi family. Tang Niannian honked the horn a few times, sharply and loudly, causing the Chi family to quickly step aside until the truck passed. "Is that Tang Niannian driving?" Chi mother suddenly shouted, pointing at the truck. She had just seen Tang Niannian turning the steering wheel. Chi father and Chi Guohua both looked over, but the truck had already driven away, and a cloud of yellow sand blew over, choking them. "It's impossible. You must have seen it wrong." Chi father snapped, saying that even if Tang Niannian was a formal worker at the Red Star factory, she couldn't afford to drive a truck. She must have made a mistake. Chi Guohua didn't believe it either, but he started to feel uneasy. Whenever he had this feeling, something bad usually happened. It can't be true. He had already been unlucky enough. What worse could happen? Feeling anxious, Chi Guohua reviewed recent events in his mind and calmed down a bit. Things in the army were mostly settled. He was just waiting for his retirement pay to clear his debts. Once he Jisheng arranged the workpieces, he could start over. Feeling a bit better, Chiguohua was filled with confidence for the future. Tang Niannian soon arrived at the entrance of Tang Village. She honked the horn a few times, attracting a crowd. Among them was her little grandmother. Tang Grandma, with her short legs, rushed to the front, shouting, "Niannian? Is that you?" Tang Niannian leaned out of the car window and waved at her. "Oh my, it really is Niannian. She can drive." Niannian drove a big truck back. "Captain, Tang Niannian flew back in a big truck." The crowd spread the news quickly, and soon it reached the captain's ears, turning into Tang Niannian flew back. The captain, already anxious from waiting, rushed to the village entrance upon hearing that Tang Niannian had returned, regardless of whether she flew or ran. Tang Niannian's truck had already parked in front of the cafeteria. A crowd gathered around the truck, and when some children reached out to touch it, they were scolded by the adults. "Don't touch it. What if you break it? You couldn't pay for it even if you sold yourself." The children quickly pulled back their hands, scared to touch it. Tang Niannian jumped out of the truck and opened the back, revealing 20 sock machines. Although they were old, they were cleaned and oiled, looking almost new. Oh my, they really are sock machines. So many of them. Niannian didn't lie. She really brought back sock machines. The villagers' eyes widened in amazement, gazing at the machines as if they were looking at a stunning beauty, filled with admiration. "Your mother may be unfaithful, but my Niannian would never lie. Can you speak properly?" Tang Grandma rushed over, glaring at the person who dared to say her granddaughter was lying. The scolded person wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Second aunt, tell Niannian to let me work at the factory. I work fast and well, and I won't get mad no matter how much you scold me." As long as he could work at the sock factory, he wouldn't mind being scolded every day. My Niannian said she doesn't handle these matters. She leaves them to the mistress. Tang Grandma shifted all the blame to the captain, as she had already arranged for her 2 daughters-in-law and didn't care about anyone else. "Niannian." The captain's excited voice approached quickly.
Whoa.
He slammed on the brakes, almost crashing into the truck, and rushed to the back as soon as he steadied himself. When he saw the sock machines, relief washed over him, and tears welled in his eyes. "Finally, we can start the factory. Tang Village will no longer be poor." The captain wiped his eyes, but the tears kept flowing. Several older villagers also had tears in their eyes. They had all lived through the famine years, witnessing their loved ones starve and even die from eating dirt or being unable to relieve themselves. During the famine, some people ate wild grains and died painfully without being able to relieve themselves. It was tragic. Although things were better now, they still struggled to get enough to eat, having meat only a few times a year. But with a factory, that would change. They would have enough food and even meat more often. Finally, Tang Village could live a good life. Thanks to Niannian. There are 10 more machines. I'll bring them tomorrow. Let's move these inside first. Tang Niannian felt a bit emotional. In her past life, she had watched a documentary about the old sock industry, where pioneers shared their struggles to start a business just to have enough to eat, and how they gradually grew. At first, their goal was very humble, just to have enough food. The captain wiped his tears and called for people to move the machines. Everyone carefully lifted the machines, being more cautious than when carrying a bridal sedan chair. Once all the sock machines were moved inside, the captain finally noticed Zhou Jin and the others and felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry, my eyesight is getting worse. Leaders, please come inside." The captain repeatedly apologized. He knew Zhou Jin but wasn't sure why he was there. It couldn't be about Niannian, could it? "It's fine, Captain. Just focus on your work. We'll be staying in Tang Village tonight." Zhou Jin smiled, as it was already dark. "It's no trouble. It's my honor." The captain invited them to his home, while trying to gather information. The villagers gathered in the cafeteria, reluctant to leave, gazing at the sock machines with fascination. 1 sock machine per person, a total of 30 machines, but we have hundreds of people in our village. Su Jinfeng will definitely be one. And Mannian's wife. She works as a temporary worker at the sock factory and is skilled. That makes 2 gone, leaving 28. The captain's daughter must be 1. The villagers discussed job positions, realizing there were too many people for too few jobs. Everyone wanted to work, and some clever ones even started preparing gifts. As dusk approached, Chi Guohua and his family returned, looking dirty and disheveled, like beggars. The villagers warmly surrounded them. Is Guochun not back? Did you have a banquet in the city? Where is Guohua going to work? Chi Guohua forced a smile and replied, work is still being arranged. It won't be quick. My brother-in-law, Director He, said the higher-ups advocate for simplicity, so he won't hold a banquet, and Guochun has no objections. That's a high-minded leader. Will Guochun's husband accompany her back? The villagers chattered, and Chi Guohua's family's faces grew increasingly grim, especially Chi Mother, whose eyes turned red. She thought of her injured daughter and how she would return home in 3 days. Moreover, she didn't want that ugly man accompanying her daughter back. She couldn't bear the shame. Director He is very busy with work and might not have time, but he will try to visit Tang Village for inspections in the future. Chi Guohua deflected again. The villagers were skeptical, but didn't press further. Once the Chi family walked away, someone quietly muttered, no banquet, no return home. Nothing at all. This director, he has quite the attitude. That's how officials are. It's worth it if they can secure a stable job. Not that he has one yet. I feel like Chi Guohua's mother has been crying. Her eyes are red. She must have cried. She probably hates to see Guochun get married. The villagers whispered among themselves and gradually dispersed. Zhou Jin, who was having tea at the captain's house, heard that Chi Guohua had returned home, so he got up to deliver something to the Chi family. I'll accompany the 2 leaders, he said. The captain walked ahead, feeling it was his duty to go along, both out of respect and curiosity about Zhou Jin's visit to the Chi family. He had tried to ask Zhou about it earlier, but Zhou was tight-lipped, leaving him feeling anxious. Thank you, Captain Tang, Zhou Jin said politely. Not at all. It's the 2 leaders who are working hard, the captain replied smoothly, having hosted many officials and becoming quite skilled at small talk. On the way, the captain warned the leaders, the Chi family's place has a strong smell right now. It's better if you don't go inside. I'll ask them to come out to talk. Zhou Jin was confused about what he meant by a strong smell. When they arrived at the Chi home, he understood. A foul odor hit them from 10 meters away, and even though he and his colleagues were battle-hardened, they couldn't stand the stench. Gunfire was just a physical attack, but this smell felt like a magical assault, overwhelming enough to make someone faint. Captain Tang, what's going on here? Before Zhou Jin could finish his question, a scruffy dog rushed over, stopped at the Chi family's door, squatted down, and urinated. Get away, you filthy dog. Suddenly, Chi's mother rushed out with a hoe, swinging it at the dog. The dog, having sensed danger, quickly dodged and even spat at Chi's mother. Why do these cursed dogs keep bothering us? Oh, heaven, please help us. We can't go on like this. Chi's mother broke down, throwing down the hoe and crying loudly, feeling hopeless and desperate. Zhou Jin glanced at a large yellow dog in the distance, admiring it. This dog seemed more impressive than the army's military dogs. The scruffy dog clearly took its cues from the yellow one. It was evident that the mess at the Chi family's door was related to this yellow dog. Is that yellow dog Tang Niannian's? Zhou Jin asked the captain, pointing. Yes, it's the dog she raised. Very smart, even hunts wild boars, and seems to understand people well, just short of speaking. The captain praised the dog. Zhou Jin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Tang Niannian and Xin Xiao were a perfect match, both petty and vengeful. What's with all this mourning? I'm still alive, so get cooking. Chi's father came out, scowling. Chi's mother fell silent, wiped her tears, and timidly went to the kitchen to cook. Seeing Zhou Jin and the others, Chi's father paused for a moment, then his face broke into a smile. Leaders, come in and sit. He called into the house, Guohua, the leaders are here. He was surely expecting the retirement payment. They were waiting for that money to pay off debts. Chi Guohua thought the same as he limped out, dragging his injured leg. I'm not going inside. I'm here mainly to deliver an official document from the army to Comrade Chi Guohua. Zhou Jin refused to enter, finding the smell unbearable. Both Chi Guohua and his father were stunned. An official document? Why wasn't it about the retirement payment? They quickly realized that even retirement required paperwork. That was the proper procedure. The commotion at the Chi family's door attracted a crowd of villagers who gathered to watch from a distance. Zhou Jin glanced at his colleague, who pulled out a red-headed document from his briefcase, held it up, and began to read it aloud. The document was brief, and he finished quickly, emphasizing the last line, expulsion of Chi Guohua from military service. Both Chi Guohua and his father were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears, standing there in shock. The villagers erupted in chatter. Did you hear that? What does expulsion mean? It means he's kicked out of the army. They say Chi Guohua faked his medical exam and is unqualified. His 2 years of service don't count. Oh my, does that mean Chi Guohua's 2 years in the army were for nothing? The villagers grew louder, finally snapping Chi Guohua and his father out of their stupor.
Impossible.
I was clearly discharged. How can they expel me? Chi Guohua shouted, realizing that expulsion not only meant losing his retirement payment, but also left a lifelong stain on his record. Even if He Jixing arranged for him to work at a state-owned factory, this mark would ruin any chance of promotion. The army was ruthless. I served for 2 years. I may not have achievements, but I endured hardships. You can't treat me this way. I'm already disabled. You can't make it worse. The tension Chi Guohua had been holding onto broke completely, and he began to scream like a madman. Chi's father stood there like a fool, unable to say a word. Chi's mother could only cry. I've delivered the message, Comrade Chi Guohua. Here's my advice. Live honorably and without guilt. Zhou Jin's expression was serious. Those with moral issues could not remain in the army. I refuse to accept this. I will appeal to the army. I will call Director Gao. Chi Guohua didn't register Zhou Jin's words. He believed Zhou Jin was in cahoots with Xin Xiao, which explained why they had sided with Tang Niannian during the last investigation. He needed to call Director Gao, who had always appreciated him and would surely help clear his name. Zhou Jin sneered, ignoring him, and handed the document to Chi's father before turning to leave. He was only there to inform them of Chi Guohua's expulsion. The record had already been updated, and soon it would be sent back to Zhucheng. No matter how much Chi Guohua resisted, the decision was final. Even the emperor couldn't change it. I need to make a call right now. Chi Guohua hobbled after him, slightly calmer now, not as frantic as before. Though the captain disliked him, he couldn't deny him the chance to make a call and led him to the village committee. Chi Guohua was anxious, dialing the wrong number several times before finally getting through, but he still had to go through the operator. It only took a few minutes, but for Chi Guohua, it felt like an eternity. In the 70s and 80s, long-distance calls couldn't be connected directly. You had to call the operator first, which was very cumbersome. Hello, this is Gao Aijuan. Finally, the line connected, and Director Gao's voice came through. Director Gao, this is Chi Guohua. You praised my flute playing during the New Year's performance. Do you remember me?
Ah, Xiaocui.
You've really disappointed me. How could you cheat during the medical exam? That's unacceptable. When you return to civilian life, work hard, change your ways, and don't make the same mistakes again. Director Gao's tone became distant. He had once valued Chi Guohua and even vouched for his character, but now it felt like a harsh slap in the face. He had also been ridiculed by Ming Zhenxing, leaving him feeling humiliated. Director Gao, I'm innocent. I didn't lie. Enough.
I'm Busse.
As long as you have good skills, you can shine anywhere. Focus on learning and contribute to the country. Director Gao, feeling impatient, interrupted Chi Guohua and hung up the phone. He called the military district's operator to ensure that any further calls from Chi Guohua would not be connected. Listening to the busy signal, Chi Guohua's eyes gradually filled with despair. The once warm Director Gao, who used to call him Little Comrade, now felt so distant. He turned on him faster than flipping a page. Chi Guohua let out a cold laugh, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face. The captain outside felt a jolt of fear and instinctively raised his leg to run, but then realized he should just peek through the window. He saw Chi Guohua laughing with his head thrown back, and the laughter grew louder. Has he gone mad? The captain frowned, not daring to enter and provoke a madman, so he waited outside. A few minutes later, Chi Guohua finally quieted down and walked out with a dark expression. The long-distance call costs 150. When the captain asked for money, Chi Guohua rummaged through his pockets for a long time, but found not even a penny. Let it slide for now. I'll deduct it from your work points later. Chi Guohua said coldly and limped away.
Darn.
Making long-distance calls without money. The captain muttered under his breath, locked the phone and the door, and went home. The news of Chi Guohua's dismissal from the army spread faster than wings, reaching not only Tang Village, but also neighboring villages. Many girls from Tang Village, who had married into nearby villages, returned to their families to gather first-hand information and then spread the news. After all, Chi Guohua was the first person to be expelled from the army in years, bringing shame to his family. The Chi family had just begun to rise in status due to marrying off their daughter, but this incident knocked them back down. Even Chi Guohua lost confidence, lying in bed without eating or speaking, while Yang Hongling showed no concern for his well-being and scolded him daily. Worthless. Even a pig is more useful than you. After 2 years in the army, you didn't gain a penny, but brought back a bad reputation. I must have been blind to marry you, you useless piece of trash. Yang Hongling had initially hoped to share half of the severance pay, but now that was all gone. Divorce. Let's go to the commune tomorrow. You must return the 200 yuan your family borrowed from me and pay me 100 in damages. Yang Hongling kept scolding and calculating, growing more regretful. As a pure girl from the capital, marrying Chi Guohua had cost her everything, her innocence, her money, and her reputation. This marriage was a terrible loss. Yang Hongling even grew to hate Lu Jinglan, who had encouraged her to marry Chi Guohua, claiming he was a dragon among men and would achieve great things. Chi Guohua's expression was blank, his gaze vacant, ignoring Yang Hongling's insults. Are you deaf?
Didn't you hear me?
We're getting a divorce tomorrow, and you owe me 300 yuan. I must have been blind to be fooled by you. You have nothing. You're not a man in bed, and you're even worse at work. A eunuch would be better than you. Yang Hongling's voice grew louder, even attacking Chi Guohua's abilities. His silence only fueled her anger as she continued to berate him, not noticing his expression had changed.
Ah.
You dare to hit me? Yang Hongling's screams echoed, and Chi's parents outside heard them, their faces blank as they pretended not to hear. Inside, Chi Guohua grabbed Yang Hongling by the neck, his eyes cold and his grip tightening. Yang Hongling's face turned purple, her eyes filled with fear. Entering the Chi family door means only losing a wife. Chi Guohua's voice was chilling, his once handsome face twisted into something terrifying. Yang Hongling couldn't bear to look at him, filled with regret. If she had known he was insane, she would never have married him. Tomorrow go to work. You can earn at least 8 work points a day. Write to your family and have them send money. Chi Guohua leaned down, whispering softly in Yang Hongling's ear. His voice was gentle, but it made her tremble with regret. The next day, Yang Hongling showed up, carrying a hoe, eager to take on the hardest work, hauling manure. The captain glanced at her, expressionless, and assigned her tasks. Tang Niannian was no longer interested in the Chi family's affairs, as the 100-year-old dogs were keeping watch, ensuring nothing stirred. New rumors from the county said Chi Guochun had been tortured to the brink of madness by He Jisheng, whose methods were varied and cruel. At this rate, it would be a miracle if Chi Guochun lasted until the end of the month. Who would be next? Tang Niannian was curious. That day, the commune leaders came to Tang Village. 30 sock machines were ready, and the electricity was connected, just waiting for the leaders to inspect. Niannian, how does this outfit look? Not ugly, right? Big sister-in-law, Is my hair done? Can you check for me? Mom, can you get me a glass of water? I'm thirsty again. The atmosphere in the Tang household was tense because Xianzhenju was the main host for the commune leaders. The captain and Tang Niannian had entrusted her with the honorable task of demonstrating how efficiently the sock machines could knit socks. Xianzhenju had resigned from the Hongxiu sock factory. As a temporary worker, she was replaceable, and her resignation didn't cause much stir. The workshop director didn't even try to keep her, secretly relieved to have an open position for someone else. As Xianzhenju prepared to welcome the leaders, she was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. In her 30-plus years, the highest-ranking official she had interacted with was the captain. She had never even seen the commune leaders, let alone spoken to them. You've already had 3 glasses of water. Stop drinking. You don't want to be thinking about needing to pee when you talk to the leaders. Tang Laotai glared at her, frustrated that her second daughter-in-law was so unprepared. What was there to be nervous about when meeting a leader? Just act like usual. There's nothing to worry about. Look at you, Niannian even said she would let you be the workshop director. With your attitude, who could you manage? Mom, I'm just worried about making mistakes and embarrassing our family. Xianzhenju took a deep breath, realizing she felt a bit inadequate. But she couldn't just wish for confidence. Aunt, if you keep this up, I'll let someone else be the workshop director. Tang Niannian threw down the gauntlet. Xianzhenju's face changed dramatically, and she instantly calmed down, standing tall with determination in her eyes. I'm not afraid. It's just a head, 2 eyes, and a mouth. What's there to fear? Tang Niannian twitched her lips. If she didn't have a head, 2 eyes, and a mouth, that would be truly terrifying. Pearl, hurry up. The leaders are coming. The team leader rushed over, dressed in a Zhongshan suit he only wore for meetings at the commune. His hair was neatly combed, and he had shaved his beard. He hadn't even cared this much on his wedding day. Auntie, you'll be fine. Tang Niannian encouraged Auntie Air, but her expression was blank, and her tone lacked emotion. Xianzhenju didn't feel much encouragement. After a moment of self-motivation, she followed the team leader to meet the leaders. The commune sent 5 people, including the commune secretary and the town mayor. The team leader stood at the village entrance to greet them, his heart racing and legs trembling, stretching out his hand from afar. Thank you for your hard work, leaders. Would you like some tea first? No, let's go see the sock machines directly. The commune leaders were also eager. Their commune didn't have a proper factory, and if Tang Village's sock factory could succeed, they wouldn't feel inferior when attending meetings in the county. They arrived at the cafeteria, where a sign had already been hung at the entrance, Tang Village Hongyun Sock Factory. The name was chosen by the team leader, a play on words for good fortune. As the commune leaders entered the workshop, they saw 30 sock machines arranged neatly and orderly. They nodded slightly, showing satisfaction. The team leader formally introduced Xianzhenju. She's the workshop director of Hongyun Sock Factory, with strong technical skills. Now, Comrade Xianzhenju will demonstrate our new sock machines for the leaders. Xianzhenju took a deep breath, shook hands with the leaders, her heart racing. After shaking hands with all 5 leaders, she felt like she was dreaming as she walked confidently to the sock machine to begin her demonstration. Once the machine started, Xianzhenju focused entirely on knitting socks. She relaxed and skillfully operated the machine. The leaders watched intently, and soon a finished sock emerged. She knitted a few more, her speed at least double that of ordinary sock machines. Each leader took a sock, squeezed and pulled at it, even holding it up to the light, their expressions growing more satisfied. The quality and design of the socks were impressive, and the speed was fast. Very good, Comrade Tang Manshan. You and Tang Village have done well this time. The commune secretary praised, and the team leader couldn't hide his joy, wanting to appear modest, but unable to control the smile spreading across his face. It's all thanks to the support and guidance from the leaders. The team leader humbly deflected the praise. Lunch was arranged at the team leader's home. He and Tang Mantong accompanied the leaders. Tang Niannian sent some wild rabbits and chickens over with Jiujin, but the team leader wanted her to meet the leaders, which she declined. She disliked dealing with government officials, with their formalities and hidden meanings. Even a meal would leave her feeling uneasy. After the commune leaders finished their meal, they left satisfied. The paperwork for the sock factory wouldn't be completed until next month, so during this time, Tang Niannian had Xianjinzhu in charge of training the workers. In the past few days, the thresholds of both the team leaders and Tang's homes had nearly been worn down by villagers visiting. They came bearing gifts, mostly eggs, to support the sock factory. Tang Niannian had informed her family that they couldn't accept anything, not even a single vegetable. Grandma Tang enforced this strictly, returning everything that was brought. My granddaughter Niannian said there will be a fair selection. We only want those willing to work hard. We don't want anyone lazy or gossiping. Grandma Tang always said this when returning gifts. Aunt San said the same thing, just changing it to my son, Manshan said. In fact, the hiring list for the sock factory was mostly set. Tang Niannian hadn't given specific names, but had provided a detailed list of those not to hire. Aunt San, these families are not allowed in the sock factory. Tang Niannian's list was thorough. Besides Qiguohua's family, there were 15 households.
Why?
The team leader glanced at the list. It was normal for Qiguohua's family to be excluded, but why the other 15? These 3 families had arguments with my grandma and spoke ill of her behind her back. The other 12 said I was not innocent when I fell into the river. Tang Niannian had strong reasons, but some of the grudges from her past life were carried into this one. The 3 families that argued with Grandma Tang were real grievances. Regardless of who was right or wrong, she wanted to stand up for her grandmother. The team leader's mouth twitched. He felt a bit envious of Grandma Tang. How nice it was to have such a protective granddaughter. All right, we won't take these people. The team leader agreed. The 15 families excluded by Niannian were indeed not great, either fence-sitters, selfish, or lazy, and he didn't like them either. The village committee office, long abandoned, was now brightly lit every day, staying open until 9 at night. The team leader gathered the village accountant, scorekeepers, women's director, and other officials for a Tang village meeting focused on the sock factory hiring issue. After 3 days of discussions, the list was finally confirmed. Xianjin Zhu and Su Jinfeng were definitely included, along with the team leader's daughter, Tang Hongxing. The remaining employees were mostly young married women and young men. The reason was simple. Girls would eventually marry and shouldn't learn skills that could benefit other villages. Thus, the team leader hired only married women under 30 and young men, all quick and capable, with a high talent for knitting socks. The machines never rested. Each sock machine required 2 operators. Once the list was finalized, it was posted at the sock factory entrance on red paper with black ink, beautifully written by the village accountant. Besides the 60 machine operators, there were also positions for finishers, packers, and helpers, totaling about a dozen, both male and female. With more applicants than positions, the posting brought joy to some and disappointment to others. Those selected were happy, while those not chosen frowned. Some families even complained, saying the team leader was acting like a bureaucrat, and rumors spread quickly. However, the team leader swiftly suppressed the gossip. He stated, "The sock factory will definitely expand. We might have 100 or 200 machines. Our village's people won't be enough, and we'll need to recruit from other villages. To those spreading rumors today, I'll give you one more chance. If I hear anyone gossiping again, don't blame me for being ruthless. As long as I'm the team leader, these people will never work in the factory." With that, the gossip ceased immediately. Even the village's biggest gossip fell silent. Tang Niannian was very pleased with the team leader's decisive actions. Her third uncle had a strong leadership presence. April 28, 1976. The Tang Village Hongyun Sock Factory officially opened. The team leader personally lit a string of firecrackers that exploded with a deafening sound. Amidst the noise, the machines at the Hongyun Sock Factory roared to life, and the 30 trained operators began to weave socks. The raw materials were provided by Tang Niannian through her friend, and she also covered the costs. Once the first batch of socks was produced and sold, she would receive her share of the profits. During this time, Zhou Siren kept bothering her, but Tang Niannian didn't give him a pleasant response. However, she was somewhat grateful to him. If the Zhou family hadn't sent him over early, she wouldn't have known about the treasure buried by her ancestors in Tang Village. Tang Niannian planned to visit Hu City in June, so before that, she intended to deal with Lu Jinglan and Tang Wujin. News came from the farm that Tang Wujin had registered her marriage with He Guoqing. He Guoqing was unwilling, but Tang Wujin insisted, and to keep her working, he had no choice but to agree.
Woof.
That shameless female youth is going to report the old man to the commune. That day, Bai Sui rushed over with the latest news. In its words, Lu Jinglan was the shameless female youth, and the old man referred to Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng. Tang Niannian originally planned to confront Tang Wujin and He Guoqing at the farm, but now she had to deal with Lu Jinglan first. At the youth point, Lu Jinglan didn't work that day. She was preparing to submit a report to the commune, claiming that Zhang Lao still had connections overseas. Since she couldn't get Zhang Lao's help, she decided to ruin him. She knew Zhang Lao had studied abroad, which would be a strong reason, and she secretly placed an English letter on his bed, written with her left hand. It had no beginning or end, and the sentences were not even coherent. But as long as it was in English, it would be enough. Zhang Lao already wore a hat, and with such a letter suddenly appearing in his home, if she reported him afterward, he wouldn't be able to recover. Tang Niannian sent Bai Sui to the back mountain, where Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng were tending to the cattle, and they recognized Bai Sui. Bai Sui is here.
Hey.
What did Nian girl ask you to say? Deng Chongsheng took a note from Bai Sui's mouth, glanced at it, and his expression turned serious. Old Zhang, hurry back inside. Deng Chongsheng and Zhang Lao quickly walked back to the cattle shed, closed the door, and had Bai Sui find the English letter. Bai Sui soon found it under the bedding. The English was poorly written and incoherent, making Zhang Lao feel both amused and sad. Lu Jinglan, being so uneducated and with bad intentions, could cause trouble for him and Deng, and even drag Nian girl into it. Burn all these newspapers just in case. Deng Chongsheng decisively took out all the newspapers and stuffed them into the stove, setting them ablaze. The milk powder and malt extract were a problem. Deng Chongsheng had contacted relatives in Hu City, so they could say it was sent by family. Bai Sui completed the task, nodded at the two elders, and ran down the mountain like the wind. I wonder how Nian girl is doing. She should be fine, right?
Zhang Lao mu tờ wa đi đen.
Of course, she's very clever. Don't worry. Deng Chongsheng reassured his old friend, also comforting himself. Tang Niannian didn't stop Lu Jinglan from going to the commune. As soon as the woman left, she sneaked into the youth point and slipped a book titled The Heart of a Girl, also known as Manna's Memoirs, under Lu Jinglan's bedding. This book was something she found at the recycling station. It was tattered and missing several pages, but the crucial ones were intact. In fact, Tang Niannian thought it was quite modest compared to some writings from later years. But given that it was the 1970s, even holding hands was considered inappropriate. This book dared to write about kissing and intimate actions between men and women, which was utterly scandalous. After finishing her task, Tang Niannian climbed over the wall and strolled confidently around the village, waiting for Lu Jinglan to return with people. 2 hours later, Lu Jinglan came back alone, saying that someone from the commune would come in the afternoon, and that old Zhang Xueqing would soon be in trouble. Since he didn't appreciate her kindness, she wouldn't hold back. Not long after finishing lunch, a group of people stormed into Tang Village, prompting someone to rush to inform the team leader. The team leader was inspecting the factory when he heard about the arrival of the tail-cutting group and was startled, quickly running out to greet them. "Are you leaders here to inspect the work?" The team leader smiled and offered a cigarette. "There's a report that the 2 old men in your team are restless and have connections overseas." The leading man spoke politely, but his eyes looked down on the team leader. "Surely not. They've always behaved themselves. I visit them occasionally to educate them. They recite quotes daily and submit their reflections to me. Should I get them for you to see?" The team leader cursed silently, thinking if he found out who reported them, he would definitely make them pay. Take us there first. The man didn't show any courtesy. The reporting female comrade said that the team leader of Tang village had a close relationship with those two old men, and many people in the village supported them, with a girl named Tang Niannian as their representative. The flustered team leader broke into a sweat, his heart racing. Others might not know, but he was aware that Deng Chongsheng and Zhang Lao had been enjoying life recently with newspapers and milk powder, all funded by Nian Girl. If these people saw that, he wouldn't be able to explain himself no matter how much he talked. Tang Niannian appeared, glancing at the team leader, who immediately felt reassured. Leaders, let me take you there. Don't worry, if those two really refuse to repent, I will definitely support your work. The team leader, no longer anxious, spoke confidently and took the lead. Lu Jinglan also came out. She wanted to witness the results of her actions and see those two old men fall into trouble. A large group marched toward the back mountain, where Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng were ready, calmly tending to the cattle. Seeing so many people, the two elders pretended to be surprised, then lowered their heads, arms hanging down, acting very obedient. Hello, leaders. Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng greeted them, their backs hunched. The group went straight in, rummaging through the house and making a mess, spilling milk powder and malt extract everywhere. Where did these things come from? The leading man asked. Report to the leaders. They were sent by my son from the city, Deng Chongsheng replied calmly, even taking out the package slip, which indeed showed it was sent from whose city. Why is this blanket so thick? A man picked up the blanket, intending to shake it out, but couldn't. His expression turned unfriendly. Report, leader. I'm old and can't stand the cold. My son sent it to me. Where did this meat come from? Another person noticed some salted meat hanging by the stove and asked aggressively. Report, leader. It was hunted in the mountains. The cow shed was small and there wasn't much inside. They searched thoroughly, even scraping the ground, but found nothing. Aside from these two old folks having relatively good living conditions, there were no other suspicious items. However, they couldn't deny people their milk powder and malt extract. The order only mentioned labor reform, not starving during it. Do your reform well, and remember the fine tradition of hard work and simplicity. The leading man was a bit angry and scolded them harshly. Zhang Lao and Deng Chongsheng listened obediently and replied in unison, Thank you for your guidance. We will remember it. Leaders, I said they were behaving well. I have their quotes and insights. Would you like to take a look? The team leader felt relieved. We'll look at it later. These people didn't find what they wanted and felt downcast. They also grew resentful towards the informant, feeling their time was wasted. They had walked several miles and would have to walk back empty-handed. Lu Jinglan, hidden in the crowd, was anxious. How could there be nothing? She had hidden something under the bedding yesterday afternoon while the two old folks were out. How could it be gone? Could the two old folks have discovered it? Lu Jinglan gritted her teeth. It was unfortunate that she failed, but it was okay. She would report again next time. As a group reached the foot of the mountain, a clear voice rang out. It was Tang Niannian. Report, leader. I inform you that Lu Jinglan from the youth station is secretly reading obscene books. The team leader gasped. This girl dared to say anything. Leader, I don't know much about the youth station. I only manage their work. I can't control if they are behaving inappropriately. The team leader quickly distanced himself from the situation. The group's spirits lifted. It didn't matter who it was as long as there was a lead. Leader, Tang Niannian, and I have personal grudges. She is deliberately slandering me. Lu Jinglan shouted in protest, but inside she panicked. That wretched girl must have done something in her room. Whether it's slander or not, we'll know when we check. The group didn't care about that. Their recent performance had been poor, and director He Jisheng was very dissatisfied, even criticizing them in meetings. They had to achieve results this time. The group marched towards the youth station, and the villagers were excited. They wanted to see what obscene books looked like. Lu Jinglan spotted Yang Hongling in the crowd and desperately signaled her to hurry to her room to check for any messy items. But Yang Hongling seemed oblivious, her expression indifferent, ignoring Lu Jinglan's gaze. Lu Jinglan's heart sank as she returned to the youth station, secretly praying nothing would be found. She lived alone in a small room. The door was smashed open, and everything inside was thrown on the floor. Her clothes were tossed around and trampled. Lu Jinglan felt both angry and ashamed. She hadn't expected this outcome. Did Tang Niannian have someone watching her? Otherwise, how could that girl retaliate so quickly? Lu Jinglan even suspected that the reason nothing was found in the cow shed was that Tang Niannian had tipped off the two old folks.
Bang.
A tattered book fell to the ground. Someone picked it up, saw the cover, and shouted, "Found it. It's definitely an obscene book." Those in this line of work were very familiar with the heart of a young girl and recognized it immediately. "I didn't read it. This book isn't mine. I read quotes every day and take notes." Lu Jinglan rushed over like a madwoman, trying to pull open the drawer to find her old notes, to prove she was always studying. "This is my notebook. Look, I take notes every day." In her panic, Lu Jinglan found a notebook in the drawer, but didn't notice it was new. She opened it and showed it to them. The leading man glanced at it, his expression changed, and he became furious. "Good. Not only reading obscene books, but also foreign enemy literature. Arrest her." The notebook was filled with messy foreign writing. Although the group couldn't understand it, they knew foreign writing meant overseas connections. Lu Jinglan was definitely colluding with foreign enemies. Lu Jinglan's heart sank. She pulled back the notebook, glanced at it, and felt darkness closing in. How could it be English? Where was her notebook? Lu Jinglan could no longer stay calm. She knew that finding these two items in her room meant trouble, and she had to find a way to save herself. She looked into the crowd and saw Zhou Siren. Her eyes lit up. Maybe Zhou Siren would help her? As long as the Zhou family intervened, this would be a small matter. Zhou Siren avoided her gaze, his expression indifferent. His relationship with Lu Jinglan wasn't that close. Moreover, Tang Niannian had already misunderstood his relationship with Lu Jinglan and needed to distance himself. The light in Lu Jinglan's eyes dimmed instantly, her heart feeling like ashes. "Take her away." The group handcuffed Lu Jinglan's arm and left excitedly. The team leader stood with his mouth agape, not reacting until they were far away. How did it turn out like this? But it was better to get rid of Lu Jinglan. She had ill intentions, and keeping her in Tang Village was a risk. Feeling pleased, the team leader realized this and glanced meaningfully at Tang Niannian. It must have been her doing. "Well done. You are here to support rural construction. You must improve your thinking, memorize more quotes, listen to broadcasts, and don't cause any more trouble." The team leader lectured the youth, pretending to be serious. The youth promised they wouldn't misbehave. They were also relieved they had distanced themselves from Lu Jinglan early on. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble too. "What are you all standing around for? Do you think food will fall from the sky? Don't you need to work?" The team leader turned to the onlookers and scolded them, causing the crowd to disperse quickly until no one was left. Only Tang Niannian remained, seemingly the most idle. "Niannian, are you?" "Never mind. I'm going to the sock factory." The team leader started to say something, but changed his mind. Some things didn't need to be clarified as long as the outcome was beneficial for Tang Village. "Third uncle, the informant is Lu Jinglan," Tang Niannian said coldly. The team leader's expression changed. No wonder those people suddenly came over. Darn it, Lu Jinglan really is a jinx. Thankfully, that girl dealt with her. The team leader cursed as he walked away. Lu Jinglan's life or death was no longer his concern, and he didn't want to deal with it. His main focus now was the sock factory. Before the factory opened, he worried it wouldn't succeed. Now that the sock factory was running and producing 3,000 to 4,000 pairs of socks daily, he was worried about selling them, so much so that he had blisters in his mouth. "Nian girl, can we really sell our socks?" The team leader walked a few steps, then turned back. He had asked this question over and over, and it was starting to annoy Tang Niannian. "They won't sell."
Tang Niannian ziplit iditabili.
She used to say it would be fine, but the team leader didn't believe her. So, she decided to say something different. The team leader's face went pale, and he fell straight back. Tang Niannian was startled and quickly caught him. His face was as white as a sheet, and he looked lost, which made her feel a bit guilty. If she had known her uncle was so timid, she wouldn't have said the opposite. No problem, they will definitely sell. You can relax. Tang Niannian leaned close to the team leader's ear and shouted. She was afraid if she didn't shout loud enough, he wouldn't hear her and would stay lost. The team leader's spirit did return, but his ears were buzzing from the noise. I heard you. Why are you yelling? I'm not deaf. The team leader shouted back, raising his voice because of the buzzing in his ears. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. His hearing was fine, but he was very timid, just like her second uncle. Both were cowards. Can we really sell them? Nian girl, when can we sell? If they just sit in the warehouse, it makes me anxious. The team leader was both excited and worried. All the investment in the sock factory came from Niannian. He was afraid they wouldn't sell, and Niannian would lose her money. The total assets of Tang Village wouldn't be enough to cover the loss. Uncle, the factory has only been running for a few days. Why are you so anxious? Isn't my uncle in the city looking for customers? If that doesn't work, there are so many people in the commune. If everyone buys one pair, that would be enough. Tang Niannian patiently reassured him. In this planned economy, where supply was less than demand, as long as they could produce something, they wouldn't have to worry about selling it. The socks from the supply and marketing cooperative were 2 yuan a pair, and if Tang Village sold them cheaper, many people would want them. The team leader's eyes lit up.
Right.
So many people in the commune need socks. Nian girl, should we send someone to sell them now?
Not yet.
Let's wait for my uncle to come back and see what he says. Tang Niannian wasn't interested in retail. It was too much trouble. They needed to focus on wholesale. However, Uncle, there's no need to send anyone out to sell. Just put up a notice at the factory entrance saying it's a grand opening sale. Out of respect for the villagers, the socks will be 0.9 yuan a pair for 6 days. After that, the price will go up to 1.1 yuan. Tang Niannian suggested that instead of sending people out to sell, it would be better to have customers come to buy. The team leader's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Tang Niannian, as if she were a god of wealth. Nian girl, how did you come up with this idea? No wonder you always get perfect scores on tests. I'll have someone write the notice and announce it on the loudspeaker. The team leader praised her and rushed to take action, but Tang Niannian stopped him. Uncle, you need to assign a reliable person to watch the workshop. Don't let anyone steal socks to take home. I heard from my second aunt that when she worked at a factory, people would steal socks every day. The team leader's expression turned serious. This was indeed a problem. But who could he trust to keep an eye on things? Uncle, I don't avoid family when choosing capable people. My grandma is perfect for this. Tang Niannian suggested her grandmother for the job, as she worked hard every day and should supervise the factory instead. The team leader hesitated, worried about being accused of favoritism by hiring family. Uncle, no matter who you assign, they'll have their own interests. Only my grandma doesn't because I own half the factory. She will definitely keep a close watch. Not a single thread will go missing. Tang Niannian easily convinced the team leader. Everyone else would have their own motives. Even his wife couldn't be trusted, but Grandma Tang was reliable. As long as she knew half the factory was theirs, her watchful eyes would be sharper than radar. The team leader nodded. It made sense. Then, how much should we pay her? 18 yuan a month. If the factory expands later, we can increase it. The team leader agreed and hurried off. Before long, the village loudspeaker crackled to life, and the villagers working in the fields looked up, ready to listen. Hello, hello. The team leader tested the loudspeaker before announcing. The factory is having a grand opening sale. Each pair is 0.9 yuan. The supply and marketing cooperative sells them for 1.2 yuan, but this sale lasts for 6 days. If you want to buy, come to the factory quickly. The team leader repeated the announcement 3 times and then turned off the loudspeaker. The villagers were excited. Socks for 0.9 yuan a pair were a great deal, and they rushed to inform their friends and family to come buy socks. I need to tell my sister.
I'll go tell my aunt.
I'll call my relatives in the city and see if they want me to buy a few pairs for them. The villagers lost interest in working. Socks for 0.9 yuan a pair were a rare find. They worried it might be a false message, so they rushed to the sock factory to check. They saw the big red notice at the factory entrance, written in black on red paper, confirming the price of 0.9 yuan a pair. The team leader and the accountant even set up a table and chairs at the entrance to sell socks, with a box of colorful nylon socks at their feet. Starting today, for 6 days, it's 0.9 yuan a pair. Hurry if you want to buy. The team leader cheerfully called out, opening a pack of socks to show their elasticity and thickness, proving their good quality. I'm going home to get money. The villagers couldn't sit still any longer and rushed home to grab money. Some bought 1 pair, while others bought 2. The team leader handed out socks, and the accountant kept track of the sales, both busy as bees. Usually, these villagers complained about being poor, but when it came to this, their purchasing power was impressive. In no time, they sold over 100 pairs, and the team leader was grinning from ear to ear. That evening, during dinner at the Tang family, Tang Niannian shared the news about Grandma Tang becoming the supervisor. Clatter! A pair of chopsticks fell to the table. They belonged to Grandma Tang. I'm going to work? And earning 18 yuan? Nian girl, really? Grandma Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement, forgetting about the rabbit meat that fell on the floor, staring at Tang Niannian eagerly. Really? You start tomorrow. Grandma, you have to keep an eye on those workers just like you do with our rice. I own half the factory, Tang Niannian joked. I'll definitely keep a close watch. My eyes are sharper than an eagle's. Nothing will go missing. Grandma Tang beamed with joy, slapping her thigh in assurance. Who would have thought that at her age, she could still be a worker?
Haha.
Grandma Tang wanted to laugh out loud but held it in after thinking about it. She was going to be the supervisor, so she had to keep a low profile and not get carried away. After calming down, Grandma Tang picked up the rabbit meat from the ground, blew on it, and was about to put it in her mouth. But when it got close, she stopped, got up, and went to the kitchen to wash it. She had to maintain her image as a supervisor and couldn't eat things off the ground. At that moment, Grandma Tang walked slowly, unlike her usual brisk pace. Now she walked like a young lady taking a stroll, taking her time from the kitchen to the dining table, which was only a few meters away, taking 3 to 4 minutes, more awkward than an elderly woman with bound feet. Grandma, did you get a blister on your foot? The little girl, Jo-Jean, was straightforward and looked concerned at her grandmother's feet. Grandma Tang's expression changed slightly, and she shot a glare at her granddaughter before quickening her pace back to her seat to eat. Although she tried hard to keep a low profile, the corners of her mouth had a mind of their own and kept lifting. Tang Niannian found it hilarious. Her little grandma was too easily satisfied. If her salary went up to 30 yuan, wouldn't Grandma be over the moon? The next morning, Grandma Tang reported to the factory and the team leader personally handed her the work ID. Supervisor of Hongyun Sock Factory, Comrade Zhang Manhwa. Comrade Zhang Manhwa, everything is up to you. The team leader's expression was serious, as if he were handing over a throne. Don't worry, I'm on the job. Grandma Tang stood tall, her voice booming, more determined than a party oath. When the villagers learned that Grandma Tang was working at the factory, there were some rumors, but nothing too dramatic. After all, the factory was running thanks to Tang Niannian. It made sense for family members to work there, so there was nothing to complain about. Everyone just envied Grandma Tang's good fortune. How did she raise such a successful granddaughter? In the blink of an eye, it was May, and the weather warmed up, allowing them to work in light clothing. The sock factory was thriving these days, with people from nearby villages coming to buy socks. Some bought dozens of pairs at a time. Tang Niannian knew they intended to sell them in the city. Even if they sold for just 1 yuan a pair, they could make a profit of 10 cents. Selling 10 pairs a day would earn them a yuan, which was much better than earning work points. If they were clever, selling 20 pairs a day would be easy. So she suggested to the team leader, set a wholesale price, starting from 10 pairs, no credit. After a meeting, they set the wholesale price at 80 cents per pair and 75 cents for orders over 100 pairs. Tang Niannian didn't handle the specifics. The team leader and Tang Mantong took care of that. Moreover, Tang Mantong had good news too. He had negotiated partnerships with several supply and marketing cooperatives. This meant the warehouse's stock of socks wouldn't be enough, and they would need to work overtime. The workers in the factory were not unhappy because they were paid by piecework. The more they worked, the more they earned. They even hoped to work overtime every day, as a good month could earn them 40 to 50 yuan, more than the wages of state-owned enterprises. The sock factory was flourishing, and Tang Niannian didn't worry too much. She planned to buy 20 more sock machines once the orders stabilized. She intended to visit the farm since Lu Jinglan had been taken away and sent for reform the next day. The news she gathered was that Lu Jinglan specifically wanted to see Zhou Siren, claiming she had important matters to discuss. Zhou Siren met with her, but Bai Sui didn't hear what they talked about. Afterward, Zhou Siren made a phone call, and the matter with Lu Jinglan was quickly set aside, sending her off for reform. Tang Nian suspected it had something to do with treasure. Zhou Siren was obsessed with the Tang family's treasure, and since Lu Jinglan was reborn, she might know something. This woman had been at the farm for 3 days, and Tang Nian was concerned about Tang Wujin's current mental state. She wanted to check on him and add some fuel to the fire. That day, breakfast at the Tang house was particularly lavish. Ever since Grandma Tang became the supervisor, her cooking had become generous. Today, everyone had a big bowl of stir-fried rice cakes with vegetables and a fried egg. Tang Nian had 2 soft-boiled eggs.
Eat.
Grandma Tang commanded grandly, and the whole family started eating. Grandma, are we living too well? Tang Nian teased, recalling how they used to have rice soup with rice cakes and had to add sweet potatoes. Besides her, the Tang family had hardly ever eaten dry food in the mornings. Today, Grandma Tang looked like she had struck gold. If you don't eat, give it to me. Grandma Tang shot her a glare, annoyed that this stubborn girl wouldn't stop talking. Now she was a supervisor earning 18 yuan a month. Could she really be stingy with food? Grandma, will we eat like this every meal? Tang Jiujin was the happiest. She felt so lucky every day, eating dry food and meat at every meal. All the kids in Tang village combined weren't as happy as she was. Today, she planned to gather an extra bundle of firewood. Do you want to eat firewood cakes every meal? Grandma Tang rolled her eyes, and Jiujin quickly lowered her head, sticking out her tongue at Tang Nian with a grin. Su Jinfeng, Tang Manjin, and Xian Jinju all laughed, feeling that their current life was like being in a honey jar, something they never even dared to dream of before. After breakfast, everyone busily went to work. Each person was now very busy. The women went to the sock factory, Tang Manjin went to work, and Jiujin went to the mountains to gather pigweed. Only Tang Nian had the most free time. She sat in the house for a while, preparing to head to the farm, but first, she needed to give the key to Grandma Tang. To get to the sock factory, she had to pass through the fields where the village men were working. She could hear their voices from afar. Manjin, you're the only one left at home. Why didn't Yen girl arrange a job for you? The questioner was joking, but there was a hint of malice in his tone. Others joined in, implying that Tang Nian didn't care about her father and made Tang Manjin do hard labor every day, which was unfilial. Stop talking nonsense. Nian girl is the most filial. I only know how to farm. I don't know anything about factory work. What could I do there? Tang Manjin was unhappy, his honest face darkening. The family was now eating dry food every day, with meat at every meal, all thanks to Nian girl. These people were just envious, as his father said, suffering from red-eye disease, unable to stand seeing his family live well. Moreover, his mother had told him that there were 3 women and Mantong working at the factory, so he needed to take it slow with his work. Otherwise, there would be gossip in the village. Tang Manjin didn't want to work anyway. He loved farming. Watching the crops grow from seedlings to harvest brought him immense joy. And with everyone working, who would farm the land? If no one farmed, where would the food come from? Tang Manjin's thoughts were very simple. He had no other skills, just farming, so he focused on doing it well and didn't think about unrealistic things. When others saw that Tang Manjin was angry, they dared not mention it again and awkwardly changed the subject. They couldn't afford to offend the Tang family now, as they were hoping to work at the sock factory after its expansion. Smoke. Tang Manjin took out a pack of Glory cigarettes, priced at 32 cents a pack, and shared them with those around him, saying on purpose, "My daughter bought these." Your daughter is really filial. These cigarettes are quite expensive. You are lucky, Manjin. Everyone chimed in with flattery, though their expressions were somewhat awkward. Even though they were smoking high-end cigarettes they usually couldn't afford, it felt uncomfortable knowing the Tang family's living standards had surpassed theirs by a lot. When would they have a daughter as successful as Tang Niannian? Tang Niannian smiled slightly. In reality, her relationship with Tang Manjin and his wife was just okay. Since she was little, she had been raised by the elderly couple who took care of all her needs. However, Tang Manjin was a genuinely honest man, straightforward and obedient, devoted to hard work. Unlike Su Jinfeng, who had some hidden thoughts and had said some sour words in front of Tang Wujin's sisters when they were young. But Su Jinfeng was timid and not malicious. Her little thoughts were within Tang Niannian's tolerance. Moreover, with Tang Manjin around, Su Jinfeng couldn't cause much trouble. In her past life, Tang Manjin and his wife didn't have a good ending either. Su Jinfeng became pregnant at an old age and, after a tragedy involving Jiu Jin, suffered a setback. She bled heavily during childbirth and passed away. Tang Laotai also fell ill, and Tang Manjin wanted to earn more money to buy nutrition for her. When he went to repair the reservoir, he wasn't notified to evacuate and died in an explosion. Tang Niannian's expression turned cold. In this life, the Tang family must live well. She didn't want to walk to the sock factory again, so she went to the fields and handed the keys to Tang Manjin. Is Nian going to the city again? Nian is getting more beautiful. I love your clothes. How much did they cost? Both men and women gathered around, their tones flattering and eager to please. 30-something. Just going to take care of some business in the city. Tang Niannian was wearing a trench coat with a shirt underneath. In this weather, it was just right, not too hot or too cold. Everyone gasped. A piece of clothing costing 30-something could buy 60 to 70 pounds of meat. Was this outfit woven by a fairy? They also noticed the shiny leather shoes on Tang Niannian's feet, clearly new and made of cowhide, costing at least $18. And the electronic watch on her wrist looked high-end, worth dozens of dollars at the department store. Everyone calculated in their heads and gasped again. Wow, her entire outfit must cost over $100. Even the commune secretary didn't have such expensive clothes. Nian, when will our sock factory expand? Someone asked.
Soon.
Tang Niannian didn't give a specific date, but estimated that with the current sales speed, the expansion would happen in about 3 months. Everyone immediately cheered. As long as the sock factory expanded, they would have a chance to work and earn wages. The nearby educated youth were extremely envious and couldn't help but send a representative to ask, "Comrade Tang Niannian, can the educated youth work at the sock factory? Once the factory expands, there will definitely be more positions available. It will be fair competition, and everyone will have a chance." Tang Nian had already considered the educated youth. The current group from Tang Village was quite reliable and had decent education levels. Once the sock factory grew, they wouldn't just hire operators, they would also need some educated individuals for sales, and these educated youth would be backup candidates. She remembered that these educated youth returned to the city quite late, clearly because their families were struggling. It would be better for them to stay at the sock factory and shine. The educated youth were thrilled. Although it wasn't a definite answer, as long as they were given a fair chance to compete, they were confident. If they could work at the sock factory, they wouldn't be in a hurry to return to the city, where they might not even find jobs. In the past 2 years, some educated youth returned to the city due to illness, and they ended up without jobs, becoming unemployed at home. They wrote letters saying they regretted it, staying home, and being looked down upon by their own parents. If they had known, they would have preferred to stay in Tang Village, where they could at least eat every day and not face disdain from their families. In the 70s and 80s, there were very few job openings in the city, and many returning educated youth became unemployed. Zhou Siren jogged over, holding a large bunch of rhododendrons he had picked from the mountains. He had heard that Tang Niannian loved rhododendrons. He also heard that Tang Niannian had a jade gourd that could boost energy and improve health. This was the secret that Lu Jinglan had revealed to him in exchange for her safety. Zhou Siren was half convinced, but still worked to help Lu Jinglan get a position at the farm. Once he confirmed the truth of the secret, he would arrange for her to return to the capital and even find her a job. This was the condition Lu Jinglan had set for exchanging secrets, and he agreed. Zhou Siren was determined to win Tang Niannian over. He not only wanted her, but also her heart. So, after breakfast, he went to the mountains to pick rhododendrons, planning to present them to Tang Niannian in front of the villagers. Girls loved such special treatment, and he had tried it before with great success. Tang Niannian, these are the rhododendrons I picked just for you, your favorite flowers. Just as Tang Niannian was about to turn and leave, she bumped into the large bunch of rhododendrons and heard an annoying voice. The bright red rhododendrons were beautiful, but the person holding them made her fists clench. Zhou Siren flashed what he thought was a charming smile, his eyes full of affection, and said, Tang Niannian, I really like you. I'm serious. Can we consider dating? I've even mentioned you in letters to my family. They like you too, and want me to bring you back to the capital to meet them. The villagers stopped working, their mouths agape in shock.
Wow.
This young man from the capital actually wanted to take Niannian to the city? They had heard that Zhou Siren's family had a powerful background, with parents who were high officials. The villagers didn't doubt it, as Zhou Siren's demeanor clearly showed he wasn't from an ordinary family. Everyone envied Tang Niannian even more. If she really married Zhou Siren, she would soar to great heights. What incredible luck! Several aunts with daughters of suitable age wished they could introduce their girls to Zhou Siren. But they only dared to think about it in their hearts, knowing their daughters couldn't compare to Niannian. Zhou Siren would surely overlook them. Zhou Siren's affectionate gaze, directed through the rhododendrons, only made Tang Niannian angrier. She raised her hand, ready to throw a punch. But someone moved faster than her. It was Tang Manjin. The honest man was now filled with rage. With a dark face, he stepped in front of Tang Niannian and pushed Zhou Siren away. Zhou Siren was caught off guard and stumbled back several steps, almost falling. His master's temper flared up, and he raised his hand to hit someone, but upon seeing it was Tang Manjin, he lowered it. After all, the other party was the father of his beloved, so he had to be polite. Uncle, I really like Tang Niannian. I sincerely want to marry her. Please give me a chance. Zhou Siren spoke earnestly, but Tang Manjin became even angrier and swung a punch. Chance? You shameless scoundrel. You're ruining my daughter's reputation. I'll beat you to death. In a fit of rage, Tang Manjin used both hands and feet, ready to teach this scoundrel a lesson. He didn't believe Zhou Siren was genuinely interested in dating Niannian. Making a scene in public like this was damaging to her reputation. Regardless of whether Niannian agreed or not, people would say she was flirtatious and chasing after men. If Zhou Siren truly had good intentions, he should have sent a matchmaker to propose, not pull a stunt like this, thinking he could win her over with a handful of worthless wildflowers. How shameless! Tang Manjin was strong, but not as tall as Zhou Siren, and he wasn't a fighter. He initially had the upper hand, but once Zhou Siren regained his composure, he quickly subdued him. After all, Zhou Siren had some training and was more than capable of handling Tang Manjin. Uncle, stop. I really like her. Zhou Siren was impatient. This rural bumpkin didn't understand anything. He had already explained himself, yet the man kept clinging to him. If it weren't for Tang Niannian's sake, he would have knocked this bumpkin's teeth out long ago. A delicate white hand grabbed Zhou Siren's wrist, rendering him immobile. It was Tang Niannian. Step aside. Tang Niannian told Tang Manjin to move away. She wanted to handle this herself. Tang Manjin obediently stepped aside, grabbing a hoe from the field to return. If this scoundrel dared to lay a hand on Niannian, he would swing the hoe. Niannian. Zhou Siren, still unaware of the situation, thought Tang Niannian had feelings for him too and smiled, calling her name in a very familiar way.
Ah.
What are you doing, Tang Niannian? Zhou Siren's smile vanished as a punch landed on his face. Tang Niannian threw another punch, and despite Zhou Siren's training and height, he couldn't last more than 10 moves against her.
Can't you see?
I'm teaching you a lesson, you arrogant fool. Who do you think you are? What does your like even mean? You think just because you bring a handful of flowers and say some cheap words of affection, I'll be surprised and agree? Do you think you're so special that everyone should like you? Tang Niannian hit and kicked without holding back. Under her pressure, Zhou Siren had no power to fight back, only able to protect his head and avoid serious injury. Tang Niannian, I really like you. Even if you're not interested, you don't need to resort to violence. Zhou Siren gritted his teeth in anger, his feelings for her fading quickly. Although Tang Niannian was beautiful, her temper was fierce, and he couldn't handle someone so violent. Do you dare say you didn't have bad intentions with a stunt? Zhou Siren, you know very well that confessing in front of so many people, regardless of the outcome, will lead people to say I, Tang Niannian, am frivolous and restless. I may not care about my reputation, but I hate being schemed against. You've crossed a line. Tang Niannian saw through Zhou Siren's insidious motives. Even in a more open society decades later, if a boy proposed in public, people would cheer for the girl to accept, saying it's rare to find someone who truly loves her. But does such a boy really love the girl? Not at all. They are morally coercing her, enjoying the spotlight while putting her in a difficult position. Even if they fail, they lose nothing, while the girl faces judgment. Tang Niannian despised this kind of coercion. Moreover, it was still the conservative 1970s. If she hadn't experienced the apocalypse and were just an ordinary girl of this era, Zhou Siren might have forced her to comply.
Jerk.
Just as disgusting as Chiguohua. The more Tang Niannian thought about it, the angrier she became, her punches turning into blurs. Zhou Siren was beaten to the point where he couldn't even speak. By the time Grandma Tang and the others arrived, furious, Zhou Siren was already on the ground, bruised and battered, his once handsome face now swollen and misshapen. I'll beat you, you filthy scoundrel. Who do you think you are? Look at yourself. Do you think you're worthy of my granddaughter? You earn a measly $130 a month?
You don't even have a job.
How dare you? Grandma Tang, lacking any proper weapon, resorted to kicking Zhou Siren several times. Shameless dog. Can't even earn $130 and still wants to marry her granddaughter? Grandma, here. Tan Jujin also arrived, immediately handing over a thick firewood stick. With the stick in hand, Grandma Tang stood tall, swinging it as if it could fly. Xian Jinju and Su Jinfeng joined in, kicking and pinching, leaving Zhou Siren with no choice but to protect his head and dodge. If Tang Mantong had been in the village, his explosive temper would have surely broken Zhou Siren's legs. In the end, it was the late-arriving team leader who stepped in to stop the Tang family. If they continued, Zhou Siren would truly be done for. Zhou Jiqing, the country sent you here to support the construction of Tang Village. Look at what you've done. You've only worked 2 days and earned just 5 work points. The 60-some old ladies in the village earn more than you. If you keep slacking off, I'll apply to the commune to send you back. Our Tang village can't afford a young master from the capital. The team leader spoke sternly. He didn't care what Zhou Siren's parents did. Once in Tang village, he had to follow his orders and work hard. Zhou Siren took days off constantly and didn't work properly when he did show up, instead hanging out with Lu Jinglan, causing trouble, and now bullying Niannian. This troublemaker needed to be sent to the farm. He couldn't stay in Tang village. Zhou Siren gritted his teeth. As a young master from the Zhou family, no one dared treat him this way in the capital, yet he was being bullied by a few ignorant villagers. If it weren't for the old man's orders to avoid alarming the enemy, he would have dealt with these bumpkins long ago. I will work hard. Zhou Siren swallowed his anger and promised. He hadn't yet obtained Tang Niannian's precious gourd and needed to stay in Tang village. Since Tang Niannian refused his advances, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Even if it took force, he would get that precious gourd. Tang Niannian shot him a cold glance. She was now almost certain that in her past life, the Zhou family's relentless pressure on the Tang family was due to the Tang family's treasure. The so-called guilty conscience. The Zhou family and Lu Jinglan stole something that didn't belong to them and were afraid of being found out, so they moved against the Tang family first. In this life, neither the Zhou family nor Lu Jinglan would survive. Zhou Siren shivered slightly. Just now, Tang Niannian's gaze was colder than ice, and for a moment, he thought she might kill him. He must have misjudged her. Tang Niannian was just a country girl. Even though she learned some martial arts from her hunter grandfather, her skills were limited. He lost this time because he underestimated her. Once he came up with a solid plan, he would definitely get the jade gourd. Zhou Siren was very confident. He planned to go into town to find He Jisheng. His grandfather said this person could be useful and had a lot of influence in the city, so he would surely help him.
Bah.
You look human, but your actions are worse than an animal. Tang Laotai spat at him and walked away angrily. Xian Jinju and Su Jinfeng also spat at him and glared before quickly catching up with Tang Laotai. The three of them headed to the sock factory together. They still had to go to work to earn money. Zhou Siren's face darkened. He felt humiliated, but he endured it.
Ugh.
His face burned with pain. Zhou Siren lost all interest in Tang Niannian. He couldn't handle a fierce woman like her, no matter how pretty she was. He needed to get the jade gourd quickly. He didn't want to stay in this awful place for another second. Zhou Siren lifted his foot to leave, but after just a few steps, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He pressed his hand against it, and soon, thick blood oozed out between his fingers. Who? Zhou Siren shouted angrily, furious that someone dared to ambush him. Who was the audacious fool? Fuming, Zhou Siren called out for a long time, but didn't see the attacker. The villagers working in the fields knew what happened, but they certainly wouldn't say anything. They knew how to keep things separate. Tang Jiojin smugly snorted, hid his slingshot in his clothes, and swaggered away. Zhou Siren went to the barefoot doctor to bandage his wound, but the doctor's rough treatment almost made him faint. The barefoot doctor grabbed a handful of ashes from the stove and pressed it onto his wound. Zhou Siren was so scared, he quickly dodged. If such dirty stuff got on his wound, it would definitely get infected, and he might not survive. Don't you have any hemostatic medicine? Zhou Siren's tone was not good. After suffering setbacks, his already limited patience was wearing thin. This is it. The barefoot doctor was also in a bad mood. This was how he stopped bleeding, and it worked well. He couldn't cater to the pampered young master in the city. I'm going to the health clinic. Zhou Siren was so angry, he stood up to leave. Darn it, everyone was bullying him. Once he got the jade gourd, he would definitely show these country folks what he was made of. The barefoot doctor didn't even look at him and shoved the ashes back into the stove. Zhou Siren, with a throbbing head, gritted his teeth and walked toward the commune. After walking for over 10 miles, he was nearly exhausted. Once he treated his wound, he would have to walk back the same distance. After all this trouble, the pampered Zhou Siren finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed on the bed, falling into a feverish sleep, but no one cared for him. Back at Tang Niannian's place, she rode her bike to the farm. From a distance, she saw the swirling yellow dust, with people busy in the deep pit. She stood above, surveying the scene, and spotted Tang Wujin, He Guoqing, and Lu Jinglan. He Guoqing was helping Lu Jinglan with her work.
Tang Niannian samai.
She wasn't disappointed. Lu Jinglan was assigned to move dirt, quickly shoveling it into a basket, which men would then carry away. Although this work wasn't as tiring as shoveling dirt, it was still hard. And the pace had to be fast. If she fell behind, she would get scolded. This must be called a basket, right? After working all day yesterday, Lu Jinglan's hands were covered in blisters, and today they were rubbed raw, burning with pain. Just now, a rough man had scolded her, and she was both angry and hurt, crying while working. He Guoqing, who had been watching, felt heartbroken. How could his goddess do such hard labor? Without hesitation, He Guoqing walked over to Lu Jinglan, took the shovel from her, and helped her with the work. Though he was weak, he was still a bit stronger than Lu Jinglan. Lu Jinglan was taken aback, but quickly recognized him and smiled gratefully, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, looking pitiful and endearing, making He Guoqing feel an overwhelming tenderness. Even if it meant dying for Lu Jinglan, he would willingly do it. "Why are you here too?" He Guoqing asked softly.
Tang Niannian.
She.
Lu Jinglan only managed to say half a sentence before tears streamed down her face, full of grievance. He Guoqing felt a surge of anger. That Tang Niannian. "Don't worry, I'll help you." He Guoqing was secretly delighted. In the past, Lu Jinglan had been so high above him, but now they were both at the farm. Lu Jinglan definitely needed his help, and as time went on, they would surely end up together. As for the newlywed Tang Wujin, He Guoqing had long forgotten about her. "Guoqing, you're so nice." Lu Jinglan's shy and grateful expression made He Guoqing feel like he was floating, and he worked much faster. Tang Wujin had no idea that Lu Jinglan had been moving dirt all along, thinking that He Guoqing was resting at home. Tang Niannian slid down the slope and approached Tang Wujin. In less than a month, Tang Wujin had aged quite a bit, looking thinner and darker, resembling Su Jinfeng's sister. Eating sweet potato porridge with pickles every day and working like a cow, even a deity couldn't endure it. "What are you doing here?" Tang Wujin asked sharply, glaring at Tang Niannian as she tried to walk past her. Even though she was struggling now, Guoqing said the family was working on a solution, and she would soon return to Beijing and get a proper job. She was sure she would have a better life than Tang Niannian. This thought had been her only support during this time. She believed in He Guoqing. "I came to see your misfortune. Eating pickles and porridge every day, working like a cow. How comfortable is that?" Tang Niannian had no sympathy for this woman. She was genuinely there to enjoy the show and stir the pot. "My business is none of your concern." Tang Wujin gritted her teeth, constantly convincing herself that the hardship was only temporary. If she could just hold on a little longer, she would soon return to a good life in the city. "I don't care about you. I just don't understand one thing. You and that little glasses guy are married, yet he's still so considerate toward Lu Jinglan." Tang Niannian smiled sweetly, pointing toward He Guoqing. Tang Wujin turned her head and saw a scene that shattered her heart. He Guoqing, who always claimed to be unwell, was now working like a bull, occasionally looking up and smiling gently at Lu Jinglan with a warmth and affection he had never shown her. Lu Jinglan must have seduced Guoqing. Tang Wujin instinctively tried to defend He Guoqing, blaming everything on Lu Jinglan. She threw down her load and marched toward He Guoqing, her fists clenched tightly. Tang Niannian eagerly followed, thrilled to watch the dogs fight.